have hybrid drive. Now, everybody has got hybrid who's on the grid at the moment. Glickenhaus didn't, but they're no longer participating. So it is a kind of a situation where you've got technology that might be familiar to a lot of people from road cars still being developed here at Le Mans.
I think what's important is you're seeing the future. You're seeing what happens in motorsport generally comes back down into the car industry as a whole, and the development is moving very fast.
Well, this is a track that Peter Dumbreck and Rob Bell know well, and fans, of course, know this place well, but it's got an awful lot of potential for overtaking and for drama as well, Peter.
Yeah, it's an awesome circuit. I mean, there's so many different parts to it. I mean, this is a circuit where you're flat out for about 70% of the lap. And your top speed in a hypercar anyway is north of 200 miles an hour. That is one of the hardest braking zones into the Mulsanne corner. It's one you can easily get wrong. We saw a lot of cars having to go around the roundabout the wrong way round during qualifying because they outbrake themselves and then ran deep. Gradually there's more and more space available, but the Indianapolis S is another corner, especially in the exit, that you could lose the car and really hamper your progress in the race.
And as you know, the grid is full of international race stars and racing drivers. And next to me I have Romain Grosjean. Romain, how is it to be taking part in a race in France?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's been a long time for me. You know, I moved in the US in 2021 and first time back racing in France. The fans have been absolutely incredible. The parade was, I felt like Zidane on the Champs-Élysées being world champion. So thank you, Zidane, for that feeling. And just happy to be here with Lamborghini.
Feeling good for the race?
Yeah, I think, you know, for us it's a lot of development, a lot of learning curve, but generally I'm very proud of the whole team. We have a lot more work, but we're ready.
Okay, thank you so much and good luck.
Thanks.
Well, let's take a look at the starting grid for the Le Mans 24 Hours. David Addison joins our lineup as well. And David, this will be good news for you as a Porker fan. Penske on pole position, but last year's winners, Ferrari qualified on road 2.
Everybody you speak to in the press room, all these experts, anybody you talk to in the paddock offers you a different answer as to who is going to win. It was a mega lap, no question about it, by Kevin Estre at the end of Hyperpole. We haven't really seen the Porsche sparkle up to that point. All the other manufacturers and even Porsche themselves are saying that isn't necessarily representative of what the Porsches could do. It is wide open, as it is in each of the three classes. There is no clear-cut winner, whether you're talking hypercar, LMP2, which of course makes its first WEC appearance of the year, or LMGT3. Everything is wide open.
And we get down to row 6 of the grid before we get our first Toyota. Toyota had a real drama in qualifying. The number 8 car only qualified 12th fastest, and the number 7 car was looking for a position in the top 8 to go through to Hyperpole, but Kamui Kobayashi threw it off the road in the Porsche curves, brought out the red flags, and as a result lost all his qualifying times. So that car number 7, will start last in Hypercar. Now, it was perhaps going to start 62nd on the grid, but it does not. It will start the tail of the hyperclass field. AO by TF ahead of IDEX Sport, Panis Racing, and the first of the 2 United cars. That's the top 4 in the LMP2 category. And again, these cars are all, although they're not mandated to be, they are all Orica 07s with Gibson engines, and they all share the same Goodyear tyres. So essentially what you're looking at there is a one-make category where the best set of drivers, the best team, and frankly the best luck is going to win the category.
And as ever, the least amount of time you can spend in the pit lane is going to win you the race, and so keeping out of trouble. And we've seen a lot over the course of the last few days of LMP2 cars being off the road. One extra element this year is no tyre warmers allowed for anybody. And it's one of the coolest years that we've had in recent memory. Normally people come to Le Mans and they moan about the temperature because it's too hot. Not this year, it isn't. It has been arctically cold at night. We've had some rain yesterday evening. We've had sprinklings of rain today and a very brief heavy shower as well. But the temperature today is exactly what the teams do not want when they've got to try and get tyres warm without the benefit of a tyre warming device.
100%. It is the Inception Racing McLaren that starts at the front of the GT3 field from points leaders, Manthey Pure Racing with their Porsche, and all of these cars are new to Le Mans. Not one of these teams has run these cars at Le Mans before now, so this is really a venture into the unknown. Yes, AF Corsa may well have run Ferraris before, but they were very different Ferraris, so our field is going to be learning more than they have knowledge. Now there's a very familiar face on the grid.
Zach, you're back to Le Mans and you're on pole position. How is that?
Awesome. This is such an exciting race. It's going to be a crazy one. I think we're going to have weather to deal with over the 24 hours. It's a beautiful grid of the best machinery in the world. So very excited for it to start.
Thank you so much, and fingers crossed for you. I think we slowly have to move out. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's take a look at the tyre situation. In LMGT3, Goodyear is the tyre supplier. Medium and medium plus options, plus the wet weather tyre. If we get away without using wet weather tyres, we'll be astonished. There is no medium plus here. That will be introduced in the second part of the season. Peter Dunbrake was exactly right. It is just either a slick or a wet, and that takes out all the guesswork. There is a minimum camber that you can run, a minimum pressure that you can run for your car. Beyond that, it's either got grooves or it don't. So that's very straightforward. Then, and again, this is really critical, you have to trust your driver. He's the one out there that goes, I need wets, or I can survive this. And Rob, that's really tough to be on the pit wall and to be so removed from that decision. But you're hiring the best drivers, you've got what you came with, you've got to trust them to make those calls.
You do, you absolutely do, and you know the experienced guys do have an advantage here, because a race like this could just come down to one tyre call. It can be as simple as that, because even if you think slicks may be quicker at one point, but it might be more dangerous, so some of the younger drivers could potentially, or less experienced, should I say, could potentially be asking for slicks, but actually it might not be the right call. So, but it is still a little bit of a balance. You know, all the teams do have radar systems. They're all looking. In fact, I think most teams now have a person on that system just entirely looking at that. So they will be aided with aiding the drivers as best possible. So it is a mixed decision, but ultimately, if the driver says one thing, then that's usually what we go with.
GT3 field. All the cars are performance balanced and homologated by the FIA and the ACO, so they are very slightly different from similar cars that you will see maybe in a fortnight's time in the Spa 24 hours, which carry the same nomenclature GT3, but these are LM GT3s, things like torque centers, and of course they've been developed specifically with this race in mind, because this track, as you gentlemen know, is very different from any other. So the name on the tin might be the same. We're going to see Ferrari 296 GT3s in Spa in 2 weeks, but that's a very different track, and as a result, a slightly different car to this. And bringing all these different manufacturers together, Peter, is not the work of a moment. What you've got to try and do is give them approximately the same opportunity at top speed and approximately the same opportunity in terms of lap time, and then let the teams and the drivers make the best of it.
That's right. I mean, we've talked about this in the past, where how do you get something so different, like say a BMW versus a Ferrari, and they're very different cars. Very, you know, you'd think straight away that the Ferrari would be much quicker, but obviously we've got a level playing field. The FIA have worked very hard, ACO have worked very hard to level the playing field so that all cars have got the same opportunity to win. It's then down to the teams to engineer their car as best they can. And you know, we've seen qualifying, you mentioned it before. This is wide open because we don't know what the cars are going to be like on a race run in this condition, in cool conditions, and it might be that you know, you got a Toyota right down there and 23rd on the grid, and I'll be pretty sure that they're going to have a good idea of what their race pace is going to be like, and they're going to try and get that car up. And it might be a better race pace than, say, a BMW or a Cadillac.
At least some of those teams, not all of them in hypercar, know the cars. They've run them here at Le Mans. Nobody's run a GT3 car here at Le Mans. So Inception sitting here on pole position with their McLaren. It's a new car to them this year. They've not operated it for more than 3 races in World Endurance Championship spec. And, you know, the longest of those was 10 hours, so not even half. Sure, everybody's done as much endurance testing as they can, but testing and racing at Le Mans with the debris and the weather and the pressure and the traffic and the faster cars and the debris and all the other stuff that you don't get in testing, this is a real baptism of fire for every single car in LMGT3.
Interestingly,
well, let's take a look again, Peter, at LMP2. Like in GT3, Goodyear is the tyre supplier, and like in GT3, choice is pretty simple: grooves or slicks. Well, let's catch up now with Bruce Joanny. He's back on the grid with Ben Keating, who returns to Le Mans for his 10th outing.
Ben, winning last year.
So far, so good. It's very exciting to drive the LMP2 here at Le Mans. In order to be quick in this car, you have to take a lot of risk because this car is so fast around the corners. It's a different level of excitement, a different challenge. But the last 2 years have been really good to me. And here's for 3 in a row, you know.
That's what we say in French, jamais deux sans trois, never 2 without 3.
Ah, from your lips to God's ears.
Thank you, Ben. Good luck.
Thank you.
In an LMP2 car, he's a former IMSA LMP2 champion overall, but this is his 10th appearance here at Le Mans in his 9th different car. The only car he's raced twice was the Corvette. Looking here at the number 22 United Autosports car, and again that reminds us LMP2 makes its reappearance, and Rob, that brings a whole new layer to the competition, because for the rest of the season all these guys in hypercar have only had to worry about getting past GT cars. Now there's 2 different sets of cars with 2 different performance parameters that they've got to try and work their way through.
Yeah, and it really is something to think about, because when you go racing in multi-class formats, week in, week out, what you actually end up doing is you just get a feel for the other cars around you, for the other drivers. You know that car's strong in that corner and what to look out for. So, you know, when you're approaching a certain driver in a GT car, you probably know what he's going to do because you're racing with him every week. Whereas what we've got here is the extra element of another class. So actually, they're going to have to sort of get used to each other again on circuit, and a lot of overtaking and opportunities to stay out of trouble go on the body language of the cars around you. And it's just another element that all of the drivers are going to have to relearn with a different class.
And David Addison, especially for the guys in GT3, they've just been used to hypercar battles whistling past their ears. Now they've got another 16 quicker cars that they've got to worry about, so their mirrors are going to be super critical.
They are, and they've also got their own race to have. You know, it's not just about driving around and keeping out of the way of those quick cars. It's not just the driver that's going to be busy, it's the team as well, because they need to make sure they are telling their driver that that set of headlights coming up behind you is a quicker car, whether it's an LMP2 car or hypercar, you can let that go. But the 4th set of headlights that's coming up behind you, you need to block that one, because that's going to be a class rival. It's on the lead lap with you. That's where the battle is. So from the pit wall, there's an awful lot of dialogue that needs to go on.
There really is. Colours of Matra, the aerospace company that, of course, supplied engines and teams to Formula One and was an outright winner here at Le Mans in the 1970s. That's on the EDEC Sport car. There's the 1924 Bentley, the car that won here, starting against the will of W.O. Bentley, who did not think that his car should be raced, much in the same way in 1995 that Gordon Murray didn't think the McLaren should be raced either. But success changed everybody's mind a little bit with that at Bentley, and nearly a century after that at McLaren as well. AO by TF Sport head the field. This is the pole-sitting car. Why does it look like a dinosaur? Because PJ Hyatt's kids like dinosaurs, and it seems they're not the only ones either. Well, there are the teams all lined up. Just saw a little shot a couple of minutes ago of Norman Nato, Will Stevens and Callum Eilert, and 48 hours ago we did not think we might see those 3 drivers of the number 12 hypercar Porsche from Hertz Team Jota, because that car was crashed and required a brand new tub. Now, what that wasn't was a car that had already been raced. It was fully built up and just needed some different numbers put on it. It was an absolutely empty, brand new car that needed a 3-week build in the workshop that was done in 48 hours in the pits garage.
Valentino, the start of your first 24 hours of Le Mans, how do you feel?
Very excited. It's a great moment, and it's a special race and a special start with all these people. So we are here, and we hope to be competitive.
You look competitive so far this year, so we wish you a very good luck.
Grazie. Thanks a lot.
Competitive and slightly popular with the crowd. The Italians reckoned that he probably added at least 30,000 fans to the gate in Imola, which will be part of the championship for another 5 years. Soft, medium and hard. And look, 25 degrees track temperature is the minimum temperature for using a hard. Not sure we're going to get that. Among our regular teams, BMW have been fielding 2 of their hypercars, but one of them is in the familiar red, white and blue. The other one is another BMW art car. BMW have got quite a history of running art cars at Le Mans. Take a good look at that one, because in low light levels it's kind of hard to spot. It's not the only BMW with a unique livery either, because both of their GT3 cars are running different liveries here at Le Mans. Peugeot with this revised 9X8 this year. It was a standout looking car when it was debuted and when it began racing, because there was no rear wing. They worked with underbody and equal sized tyres front and rear in the first couple of seasons, but that proved to be not as successful as they had hoped, and they've gone, like everybody else, for narrower fronts, wider rears, and that predicates using a rear wing. So this is our first time at Le Mans seeing that car. And Peter, last year when conditions were mixed and it was slippery and so on, the Peugeot seemed to really come alive, as if it had been designed for this track. Which is hopefully what they're looking at the car doing this year as well.
Yeah, I mean, let's see when the race gets started. We talked about the stints of the cars, and if there's a bit of rain, you're right. Peugeot led the race last year a couple of points when the rain came down, and then it gradually evolved so that it was basically Toyota and Ferrari in the end. We've got more manufacturers here this year, so hopefully that fight will continue until tomorrow and hopefully right up to 4 o'clock.
Fred Vasson, the man who runs Ferrari's Formula One operation, here is a bystander this weekend. It's not like Ferrari might suddenly decide to enter hypercar, because they did that a few years ago. Lamborghini arrived this year with this SC63. 63 is the type number, 62 rather. 63 is the number of their regular championship car. 19 is their second car, both of them in Lamborghini lime green. And of course 1963 is the year that Ferruccio Lamborghini started his eponymous car company, although Lamborghini were building tractors before that. So that's where the Urus comes from. Obviously, they had a supply of big tyres that they needed to use up. Here's the third of the Ferraris on the grid, and this is run by AF Corsa, slightly removed from the AF Corsa Ferrari operation that runs their 2 red cars, 50 and 51. And there's a chance to see the trophy being shown to the teams and drivers. Look what you could have won, or perhaps potentially still could win. This is what everybody's here for, to get their names on that trophy and to take away the little replicas. And Peter, wherever you come from as a young racing driver, you've got to be aware of this, even if it's not your sort of focus when you're trying to work your way up the ladder.
Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of Formula 3, Formula 2 drivers from over the years that are gradually finding their way into sports cars. So the more younger drivers that do it, the more it opens up, and everyone goes, yeah, what about Le Mans 24? And so some of them are still doing Formula 3 or Formula 2 seasons. There's obviously a break this weekend, and then they'll race here, and then they'll go to the next round in Barcelona next week.
And David, we've got the Formula 2 champion on the grid here as well in the form of Filipe Drugovich. So it's not just drivers who might potentially be looking at them. Some of the drivers are actually here in these cars as well.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, you've also got the likes of Frederick Vesti, who's an F2 champion. Mick Schumacher won in F3 and F2, got to Formula 1. Another career for him. And increasingly, you find it in sports cars and GT racing that young drivers are thinking that it's very expensive to go that single-seater route with a bottleneck for Formula 1, whereas here, there's a good living to be made, because with the Asian Le Mans series, with all the GT championships around the world, being a sports car driver is almost a 12 months of the year job.
Kazuki Nakajima there in the white overalls. He is our Grand Marshal, and he will be part of the start and finish ceremonies. And we are now 27 minutes away from the start of the race, so we are close to the anthem. Chip Ganassi in the background of the shot there in the black cap and the shades. Man who runs the Cadillac programs, driving the 296 is former endurance ace Olivier Beretta, who is a factory driver.
Allons enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé. Contre nous de la tyrannie, l'étendard sanglant est levé. L'étendard sanglant est levé. Entendez-vous dans la campagne, musique séférence soldats qui viennent jusque dans nos bras, égorger nos fils et nos campagnes. Aux armes citoyens, formez vos bataillons, marchons, marchons, gazons purs, après.
La Marseillaise, the French national anthem, rings out over the Circuit de la Sarthe, and here comes the tricolore, France's national flag, historically used to wave the flag, the field away, and it will be waved away by the great French football ace Zinedine Zidane. So take it over the convoluted and slightly confusing lot of roads there. To the right-hand side is where the Baguette circuit comes. That's where the 24-hour motorcycle race and French motorcycle Grand Prix race are held. And in fact, addition, any other race here at Le Mans other than this 24-hour race that uses the Circuit de la Sarthe. So the Baguette circuit, named after Jean Bugatti, is the main permanent Circuit de la Sarthe. And again, dropping in by Belay will come the tricolor. This is part of the ceremony every year, Anthony, and the drivers, like you said, are just standing there. Come on, we've been here since 6 a.m. One of us might have done a couple of minutes in free practice, in the morning warm-up rather, but let's just get this going. But it's you just have to remain calm and focused and build yourself up, particularly if you're the starting driver. Just build yourself up to getting ready to be in the car and focus on the job.
Yeah, it's definitely a tense time for the starting driver, whichever category you're in. And as much as you try to absorb and enjoy this celebration of Le Mans 24 hours, you're a bag of nerves at this point. Like Peter was saying earlier on, you just want the race to get going, because that's when you feel comfortable, that's where you're in your happy place and you know what you're doing. It's all the different permutations running through your head, all the different scenarios that could be. That's what makes you nervous. When you're out there doing your thing, you're okay. Once you're out there, I won't say put your visor down, because you're driving your visors up in a sports car. But yeah, when you got the bit between the teeth, you're comfortable.
And then everybody else is nervous in the garage because it's out of their hands, and there's the irony.
That's the thing, when you're the drivers watching, which I often like to do because I love the whole ceremony of it all. It's an emotional moment. I really like to absorb all of that as the non-starting driver. I often chose to be the non-starting driver to enjoy it, and yeah, it's a great show. It feels like the huge event that it is, and you actually get to enjoy it, but once the race starts, then you're the bag of nerves that the starting driver is at this moment.
Shouldn't miss either. We talk a lot about service and loyalty and all those values. These young men and women from the French Armed Forces, this will be a very proud moment for them as well. It's the national flag. It is a huge day for motorsport, but it's a massive day for France. One of the biggest events in the world, and it happens right here in the centre of their country. So this is going to be a massive day for them too.
And the reason it happens here at Le Mans, which is a small provincial city a couple of hours to the southwest of France, is that it was France's second city and its biggest industrial city a century and a half ago. Here the bells were cast for the cathedral at Notre Dame, for instance. It was a huge engineering centre, and in fact the Bollé company that cast the bells became a very early car manufacturer because they had the technology to make horseless carriages. So it was enthusiasts from the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, the ACO, who came up with the idea that they could prove that cars were A, not dangerous, and B, reliable by thrashing them night and day on, in that day, unmade roads, so gravel roads, through the town and out through the countryside. It was here as well in 1904 that the first ever Grand Prix race was held. Again, that was on public roads. So they had a proud heritage right from the very earliest days of motoring. And they have created something that a century later shows absolutely no signs of being any less relevant than it was on the day they thought it up.
Still a huge centre for technology and engineering. Still large automotive plants here in Le Mans. First flight in France happened just a few 100 metres from where we are sitting and where everybody is watching from here. Zinedine Zidane receives the flag.
Well, he must have had a few honours in his time, none more so than leading his team up to collect the World Cup in the Stade de France. It's like a home Olympics. You know, you might qualify for the Olympics, but having a home Olympics is one thing. You might win the World Cup, but winning it on home turf in front of a hugely partisan nation, what a moment in any sportsman's life. Now then, for all these starting drivers, time to get into the car and concentrate on job one on the formation lap, which will be to build heat in the tyres.
So who is it going to be? Is it going to be a 20th win for Porsche? Is it going to be a first ever win for Cadillac? Is it going to be 2 consecutive wins for Ferrari? What about Alpine? It's been an awfully long time since that brand won here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It is the 25th anniversary of BMW's only overall win. And then we get into Porsche, Toyota, of course, Lamborghini on their debut, and Isotta Fraschini. So many brands, so many possibilities, so many twists and turns that we know this race can throw at all those and more. And we haven't even touched on the other 2 classes.
Well, I know, you know, we talked about this a couple of years ago when the hypercar started to arrive, and the names that we knew were coming then, and more have been added to that. And we were saying, without the change to GT3 and throwing open GT racing to a whole bunch of different brands, this hypercar class alone would make this the best ever era of endurance racing. And now you throw in all the variety in GT3 and all the stellar lineups of drivers and teams. This is, without question, the greatest era of sports car racing in history, and we are here.
Absolutely agree, wholeheartedly, Martin. I think, yeah, we were promised this fairy tale a couple of years ago, and it's very much turned into a reality. And yeah, all of these drivers, all these teams, all the personnel that work here, whoever you are, and the fans as well, are enjoying something, or will enjoy something today and into tomorrow, that we could have only have dreamt of 5-10 years ago.
Absolutely. I mean, the GT era was fabulous. Group C was fabulous. I wasn't around in the 60s to see Ford versus Ferrari. Wasn't here to see Alfa Romeo or Bentley dominate the race in the 20s and the 30s. You know, but for all the time that racing, as always, has its ups and downs in competition and in quality of the field, it's just astonishing. And maybe in the future we will see cars like this, or from this humble starting position, the H24 product. This car, based on an LMP3 chassis, runs on a hydrogen fuel cell and has an electric transmission, something that man, Jackie Ickx, would probably never even have conceived of during his career. And maybe in a year or 2 or 5 or 10, we will see a whole host of those cars on the grid. For now, though, everything is at least partly powered by an internal combustion engine, as things have been for the last century.
We're working our way up the grid. We had that shot of the number 12 car. What a story there. Damaged 2 days ago, rebuilt from a bare chassis in barely more than 24 hours. Shook it down on the runway of the adjacent airfield just last night, the number 12 car. Well, they won the last race. Could they win this one? If they do, what a story that will be.
Yeah. And for people wondering, well, hang on a minute, how come it's starting 8th on the grid today? If they only just built the car up, because they did make it through to Hyperpole, where the top 8 got through to. So that's why they're starting 8th on the grid. They did the job with Callum Ilott driving before he crashed the car, obviously in the free practice session that followed after Hyperpole, and that's what took them out of contention for the remainder of the free practice sessions. As you say, Graham, they've scrabbled together as a team and delivered a complete build from scratch, a bare chassis, to get that thing onto the grid.
Top placed French car on the grid is in 5th place, and it is the return to the top class of Alpine, the sporting brand of Renault. And ahead of them, it's the the second on the grid of the factory Ferraris, the number 50 car. Antonio Fuoco it was that took on Hyperpole. Fell just a little short this year after taking the honours in 2023.
Yeah, Ferrari didn't get the best out of their tyres in Hyperpole. Just a single flying lap for the 51 car on the first stint, for a set of tyres, and 2 for the 50. But we saw Sebastian Bourdais in the number 3 Cadillac set 3 consecutive fastest laps on 3 hot laps. By the time Ferrari realised that was possible, they had run out of time to be able to respond. However, they do start on row 2 of the grid. The car 51 starts 3rd place. This is the one that won last year, at least the number, and the 3 drivers that won last year. I assume the chassis will be in a museum in Maranello.
We just saw, for those of you who are new to the World Endurance Championship and watching Le Mans maybe for the first time, Graham, just want to explain what we saw there on the Ferrari, the number panel on the side with the 3 dots lit up, well, one of them lit up.
The 2 things, and watch for this later in the race, those number panels are photoluminescent. They will light up in the night, and they must be lit at night because they must be visible from the trackside marshals. And behind them you'll see 3 lights, 1, 2, 3. They are color-coded per class, and that will designate when the car crosses the line if it is 1st, 2nd or 3rd in its class.
We are getting close, aren't we? 5 minutes till we roll away. It is 15:46 local time, Central European summertime. 13:46 GMT. Wherever you are, I hope you are settled down and have a quiet house and a beverage or 2 to hand, either to keep you awake or to help numb the pain. Our pole sitter for Roger Penske's team, Porsche Penske Motorsport. They have 3 cars here, car number 4, 5 and 6. But it was Kevin Estre who produced an absolutely astonishing lap. A lap, frankly, that had everybody gasping for breath, and Anthony Davison just looked like a couple of times he'd overstepped the mark and was going to lose it, but he somehow managed to wrestle the car around to grab a sensational pole position.
He's always got that aggressive style, has Kevin Estre. Fantastic to watch. Always seems to be over the edge of the limit of the car, but somehow he managed to wrestle it around on older tyres by that point, because we had a bit of a stop-start affair in qualifying. And I mean, if you're going to look at any driver to drive a car that had that kind of balance, completely on the nose, pointy when he turned in, the rear really complaining and sliding around everywhere. I thought I was watching a rally car at some point instead of a hypercar, and he had it. He was in control all the time. It looked totally out of control, but after, the best thing was, after, on the interview, he said, yeah, the car was perfect today. Exactly how I like it.
Exactly for qualifying. If it's like that in the race, boy, are we going to hear about it. But they start from pole. You just saw the LMP2 pole sitter, AO by TF, and here is our LMGT3 pole sitter. This is the Inception Racing McLaren. Not one of our full season entries. Inception have been here before with Ollie Milroy and Brendan Iribe, but this is by far their best showing here at Le Mans.
It's the first ever pole position in any class at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. That's the other thing I should explain. I know there are thousands of people watching the Le Mans 24 Hours for the first time and thinking, what on earth is all this about? This isn't one race. It's 3 races. It's the hypercar race, it's the LMP2 race, and it's the LMGT3 race. 3 completely different classes of car racing for 24 hours on the same circuit at the same time.
It's basically, imagine this, if you're an F1 fan, it's like watching a Formula 1 race and you throw in F2 and F3 at the same time with no blue flags.
Why don't they do that?
Well, it's 19 Formula 1 races with F2 and F3 also on the same grid to make up the 60 cars. So, yeah, that's the way it is. A little bit of sunshine for the fans. I'm sure nobody's going very far without an umbrella or a waterproof, because we've had a pretty heavy downpour just before lunchtime. The track went very, very wet very, very quickly. And in just a minute from now, we'll be seeing the 1-minute board. That will be the clue to start engines before this field of 62 cars rolls away here at Le Mans. There you can see the LMP2 field and the GT field behind. It will be hypercar at the front. They haven't been separated manually. They've been separated by their speed in qualifying. Qualifying for the entire 62 cars was an hour long. The fastest 8 then went through into a hyperpole session, which was 30 minutes for them all to get their best flying laps in, and that settled the top 8 positions in each of the 3 classes. They were on track together, and it will be Zinedine Zidane to start proceedings.
Pilote, démarrez vos moteurs.
1 minute board on the grid. Under 1 minute to start the formation lap for the 92nd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. You may now start your engines. Everyone, please clear the grid immediately. Please clear the grid immediately.
Engines started for the 2024 Le Mans 24 Hours. We're a minute away from rolling off the grid, and overhead the Patrouille de France, France's Air Force national display team as ever, smoking red, white and blue, the French national colours, as they fly over the heart of this area just to the north of the Loire Valley and just to the south of the city of Le Mans. Super Étendard is the aircraft that they use. No, no longer?
No, it's the Alpha Jets.
Ah, the Alpha Jets. Okay, and we are ready to roll away. The leading car will take them around. One of a number of safety vehicles being used this weekend. Unlike any other race, we have 3 different safety cars. One always on standby in the pit lane, one on the Mulsanne straight at the exit of the first chicane, and the third one about 2/3 of the way around the lap at Arnage. We wave away our field, 23 cars in the hypercar category. Numerically, Porsche is the dominant force with 6 cars on the grid, 2 Toyotas, 3 Ferraris, 2 Lamborghinis, 2 Peugeot, a single Isotta Fraschini, and 3 Cadillacs. The Cadillac sounds like a NASCAR, goes like a rocket, as Sebastian Bourdais showed yesterday, 2 days ago in Hyperpole. The man from Le Mans very nearly did it, very nearly claimed Cadillac's first pole position.
Fascinated to see who's got the race pace in all the different conditions that Le Mans will throw at you over these next 24 hours. We've had a taster, of course, in the World Endurance Championship. 3 rounds we've had up until this point. This is very much part of the World Endurance Championship at round 4. So we've seen Ferrari, for example, have great speed all season long in WEC, should have probably walked away with 2 race victories as it stands now, but unlucky in at least 2 of those, Imola and the last one in Spa. And Graham, you're chomping at the bit to fill in some more details.
I am, because let's talk just briefly, but we won't have a lot of chance to talk about the World Championship. This is a 78 car, and that, I think, is that the car that was involved in the incident during warm-up?
Yeah, towards the end of warm-up, Kelvin van der Linde, who's in that car in the pit lane, for some reason, almost stopped dead towards the end of the Porsche curves and was hit hard from behind by this man, Nick de Vries, in the number 7 Toyota hypercar. Now, both were damaged, and as we surmised at the time, we thought that probably the Acodis ASP Lexus might have sustained more damage. Clearly, not enough to be able to get out of the pit lane. They will start from the grid once the field has gone by.
They'll start to join the back of the grid. Let's talk just briefly about the World Championship while we have a moment watching the cars coming around this astonishing 23-car hypercar field. It is the 6 Porsche that leads it after a great start to the season, a win in Qatar and a couple of second places, so a pretty much faultless start from them. Hertz Team Jota, that 12 car, so much drama here, but they won last time out in a hugely dramatic race at Spa. They are second in the Drivers' World Championship. Then it's the number 7 car. It will be Kamui Kobayashi, Nick de Vries and Pachito Lopez here. Mike Hunway, if you're listening and watching, we wish you were here, mate. You will not, I'm afraid, be aboard the car today.
And if you're watching and listening this for the first time or as a long-time viewer, don't forget you can get even more detail and even more additional content on the WC app and on our YouTube channel. You can catch up with full access to the behind-the-scenes documentary that is produced after every one of the races. Lots and lots of different content to see. And you'll be able to find live timing as well on the WC app with a lot of detail, more than you will get on your TV screen. So well worth the sign up. Cars on the formation lap for the final time here. Finally, after 363 days of waiting, we are getting ready to race at Le Mans.
Who's your favourite? Is it Porsche with their speed? Is it Ferrari coming back to have another go? Is it Cadillac? They were astonishing in qualifying. Or is it the team that has probably got more divided opinion than any other at the moment here at Le Mans? These guys. Are Toyota the favourites, or are they a dark horse?
By rights, they had the speed to be in hyperpole, the top 8 in qualifying, but Brendan Hartley was in traffic constantly when all of the cars were out there in qualifying, didn't make it through, therefore, to hyperpole. Many other drivers suffered the same kind of thing, but that car here has showed the speed, especially in race trim. We've seen a little bit of glimpse of how well they can manage their tyres in terms of longevity, but arguably the qualifying performance from them wasn't as strong as their race pace, their potential race pace. So I do expect to see them making progress through the race.
My tip would be this: I expect Toyota to lead in the second hour.
Ooh, might be right. Can Porsche hang on to their tyres?
But the thing is, we've said it before, you've said it before, it's the one time this season you've made a distinct statement that proved to be wrong, because we thought that the Porsches had burned their tyres at Spa, and they didn't.
I've got a habit of making statements and being wrong, Graham. You should know that by now.
Yeah, stop stepping on my feet. I think you'll find that's my remit. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to race here at Le Mans. Martin Haven, world champion Anthony Davidson and Graham Goodwin, joined as ever by David Addison and Rob Bell and Peter Dumbreg on the crew. In the pit lane will be Louise Beckett and Bruce Joanny, and hopefully in the TV truck we'll be able to bring you as much entertainment and excitement from this race as from every other. Sebastian Bourdais, is he going to lead the end of the first lap here in Le Mans, a town where he was born? He and his father Patrick both raced here in previous years. They've actually raced at the same time together, although not in the same car. He lines up second on the grid. Lawrence Vantor is the man who will head the field, but the yellow caddy, Bourdais, was all but unbeatable in terms of pace in hyperpole.
And Spa, I think, has been Cadillac's strongest race so far this season. which circuit is most like Le Mans in the entire calendar? Spa-Francorchamps.
One other storyline I just want to throw out there, in the lead car, Laurens Vanthoor. Later on the race, we'll see his brother in the number 15 BMW. Two brothers, they have their own podcast. They're here battling away for two completely different teams. For me, that's a fascinating storyline.
Yeah, he shares this car with Marco Wittmann, who is the starting driver. Coming down these French country roads, every other week of the year, these are cars and trucks and motorbikes and everything else coming down these roads. But for 1 week of the year, it is the world's premier race circuit. This is a place where overtaking, unlike the other road circuit that we all think of, Monaco, is eminently possible and will happen without doubt. Now, they're being told that as they get out of Arnage, which is fast approaching, then the drivers have to get themselves back into grid formation for the Porsche curves. And then it'll be 2 by 2. There will be a gap between the tail of the hypercar field and the beginning of LMP2, and the tail of LMP2 and the beginning of GT3. That white and green livery on the Proton Porsche makes me think of nothing so much as a Group 44 Jaguar. Of course, they start with TWR in the Group C era. Does Jaguar Land Rover have one beady eye on what's going on here? Can you imagine the excitement for British fans if Jaguar came back and Aston Martin at the same time?
Make no mistake, everybody's got a beady eye on this. How could you ignore this? This is fantastic. It's a fabulous, fabulous stuff. This is going to be an epic start to an epic race, Martin Haven. Let's go.
Into the Porsche curves. They leave the public road and come into...
All hypercars to grid formation. All hypercars to grid formation. LMP2s start preparing the grid formation.
They come into the permanent race circuit at the
all
Porsche
gaps
curves.
To be closed. All gaps within the categories to be closed.
The voice of our race director.
LMGT3s, there are big gaps between you. LMGT3 is at the front, assume formation. LMGT3 is at the front, assume formation.
If the hairs on the back of your neck are not standing up, consult a doctor immediately. We are about to go racing here in Le Mans. 24 hours on the clock. We will race until 4 p.m. Sunday as for a century, the world's greatest endurance motor race once more gets underway here in the centre of France. 2 by 2 they will come. Porsche and Cadillac on an all-American front row. The Ferraris behind. Zinedine Zidane waves the tricolour. We wait for the lights to change, and they will storm along the straight and sweep right into the Porsche curves. Immediately, Laurens Vanthoor shuts the door on Sebastian Bourdais. Ferrari side by side in second. Very slow start from the number 12 Hertz Team Jota Porsche, and the Ferrari up to second place ahead of the Cadillac is Sebastian Bourdais, and that is car number 51, Antonio Giovinazzi. No, it is the 50 car of Nicolas Nielsen. Very slow getaway from the number 12 car, but riding on board with Giovinazzi. He's in 4th place. Sebastian Bourdais in 3rd with the yellow-nosed Cadillac. 5th place, 6th place is the blue-nosed Cadillac. BMW behind, and Alpine and Hertz Team Jota squabbling in the midfield in our burgeoning 32-car hypercar class, 23-car hypercar class.
The Proton getting very close as well to Nico Müller, who we ride on board with now on the exit of Tetra Rouge, and the Jota in front. I think one of the Jotas I saw cut the corner around turn 3.
Well, there are the two gold Jota cars side by side, or nose to tail, 12 ahead of 38. There's the better of the two Toyotas. Number 8 moving up the order, and that is a change for 8th and 9th place. There's the Proton car, white with the green highlights. The red, white and blue is Isotta Fraschini. Great start from Jean-Carl Vernet. He's picked off 3 cars already. Vernet with the bit between his teeth on board with Pipo Derani, the 3rd caddy, the wheel and engineering car, and there's the number 7 Toyota. Coming from behind, there's the Peugeot on the dirt down to the 2nd chicane on the Mulsanne straight. The first of the Lamborghinis is currently the green car in 11th place.
Yeah, so the Jota managed to hold on to that position as he was under attack from the 311. Whelen-sponsored Cadillac. And he's having another go here. They're side by side once again down towards the Mulsanne corner. The Porsche is getting involved as well.
Number 35 Alpine, the driver complaining he can't see through the screen, but there's more changes. Cadillac ahead and Hertz Team Jota. Proton Porsche going around the outside. Number 4 Penske Porsche also trying to go through. Don't forget, that's the number 12 car. Will Stevens starting it. It has been built from a brand new shell over the last day and a half.
Great move around the outside, wasn't it, from Neil Janney? Very well planned, well executed, and you see the two of them side by side here. Car 50 gets into the lead into Indianapolis.
Cadillac and BMW side by side down to Indianapolis. The 15 BMW stays in front of the blue nose number 2 Cadillac. That is the battle for 6th place, and a great charge for the lead. There's the 15 car moving up the order. The 28 car Art car is down towards the tail of the field, and 2 yellow nose cars. The yellow nose Cadillac is number 3. There's the onboard view from number 2, so somebody else is losing a lot of oil because the number 2 caddy is in 7th place with Alex Lynn at the wheel.
Yeah, surprised to see the screen so dirty so early on. The first lap of the race is something you'd imagine at the end of the first stint or something, but yeah, that Team Jota car seems to be falling back just a little bit, doesn't it, at the moment?
Number 35 is the other car with a really dirty screen, and that car is a long way further back, so it's not the same car that's chucking out oil. Everything will have been really filled with oil, so some of them perhaps losing a little bit more. But at the end of the first lap, it is Niklas Nielsen in the number 50 Ferrari that leads the race from the pole-sitting number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 as they stream past the pits for the first time. And Anthony, despite the cold tyres and the fairly slow warm-up lap, actually not many major dramas on lap 1.
No, they were well behaved actually. It was close, but well behaved. So, you know, they've been used to these cold tyres all week so far. So, yeah, I think for once we've seen a first lap incident-free, or pretty much incident-free lap at Le Mans. This is the LMP2 field we look at briefly, but back to the hypercar action. Say now stream through for the second time, Tetra Rouge.
Yeah, our pole sitters in the other 2 classes, as you were. AO by TF leading LMP2, and it is the Inception McLaren leading LMGT3. There will be a penalty stop, by the way, for the 78. They're joined from the pit lane. It will be a 2-minute stop and hold.
And that will be for the incident that took out the number 7 car earlier on. Yeah, number 3 Cadillac being passed by the 51 Ferrari. That's a change for 3rd place. Antonio Giovinazzi getting back in front of Sebastian Bourdais.
And the Toyota as well has found its way past the Alpine further back.
So Toyota really with the bit between their teeth. It's been a while since Toyota's had to really fight as hard as they are going to have to do now to come out on top. Brains trap in Porsche. On the right-hand side, you saw Thomas Laudenbach ahead of Porsche Racing Program. It's Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari, Cadillac, Ferrari, BMW. We've run out of Ferraris now in the top 6.
Yeah, Sebastian Buemi, who of course is in the car number 8 Toyota. And there's the number 7 Toyota further back, so they come into the second chicane.
Last, Nick de Vries is still last in hypercar, behind the Isotta, behind both Cadillacs, behind both Peugeots, and making no progress. That car had front-end damage. Let's hear from the Whelen Cadillac team.
Great lap, buddy, great lap. Just keep doing them like that. Nicely done.
Yeah, it was a great lap. A really good opening lap there from Pipo Derani. Not a familiar name in the World Endurance Championship scene. He mostly drives in the IMSA Championship, but he really knows these cars and he knows how to race in sports cars. Do not underestimate him. A real professional driver, as we see the battle here. Car 34 into Mulsanne corner, Graham.
Trouble for the 47 car. That's the Cool Racing car. The 2 cars you saw earlier, by the way, are class-winning cars from last year from LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am, but Cool Racing's number 47.
That's Matt Bell, whose brother Rob is part of our commentary team. He's gone down to join the McLaren team, with which he does so much work. There's Alpine's Formula 1 driver lineup, watching their 2 hypercars. Now, these cars 5th and 6th in the first free practice session. They didn't have enough pace to get both of them into the hyperpole, but the number 35 car there in the hands of Charles Mallacy did make it through into hyperpole. So we know the Alpine, despite only being 3 races old, is a quick car.
Well, but he's in big trouble here. If that was his car we were running on board with, he can't see where he's going. So the oil that we saw from someone's car out there, maybe he's put the windscreen wiper on with, you got solution in there as well. It's not just water. They often put brake cleaner, believe it or not, to try and clean the windscreen. You've got a washer there as well. And if he's done that, all it's done is smeared all of that oil over the screen. He cannot see.
Which begs the question, which car is dropping that much oil? Fastest lap of the race this early on, a 3:30.547 from the 3rd place 51 Ferrari, Antonio Giovinazzi. The 51 and the 83, by the way, will have to serve 10-second penalties in their first pit stop.
Riding on board in the Doctor's BMW, car number 46, one of 2 WRT cars. Maxime Martin, we just rode with him in 12th place, chasing Gregoire Saucy, the car right in front of him. And that is one of our, 11th place for United Autosports in one of their 2 McLarens. And there you can see the outside the top 10, Lamborghini 63 car in 11th, ahead of the 36 Alpine. And further down the order, AO by TF 24th, leading in LMP2 from Panis Racing in 2nd place, and Edex Sport in 3rd. Well, not much has changed at the front of LMP2, but it's been all action at the front of Hypercar. There is the pole sitter, Inception Racing's Frederick Schandorf in the car for the lead of LMGT3, and the JMW Motorsport Ferrari right behind of Larry Tenforder, Ben Barker in Proton's 77 car up to 3rd, and another change going on here. This is Alex Lynn. Look how dirty his screen is, Anthony, in the number 2 Cadillac.
Yeah, and he's following now Sebastian Buemi, who's on an absolute mission here. Buemi steadily making his way up through the pack. He's now overtaken Alex Lynn. He's already overtaken the Alpine. That car is quick in the hands of Sebastian Buemi.
And still no progress from 23rd place from the 2nd tow to number 7.
Trying to figure out what might be leaving the oil. Number 15 BMW was ahead of Alex Lynn until just now.
Copy that, Alex, copy that. Currently P7.
Well, and there's the view again from Charles Mallacy. And Charles Mallacy is actually right up behind the number 2 Cadillac. So has he been picking up oil from the Caddy or from the Toyota?
No, because the Caddy's got oil on it, so it's good as well. He's something ahead of them.
The BMW was the car that has been ahead of them. Toyota's Sebastian Buemi is now.
This is close.
Peugeot under pressure from Hertz Team Jota. This is for 13th place. The Peugeot in the hands of Nico Muller, Phil Hansen trying to go the long way around the outside, and Alex Lynn is really struggling. Charles Mallacy couldn't see much, so maybe he accidentally got by there. Antonio Felix da Costa in the back of the Jota garage, raced with the team last year and desperately wants to be part of this again.
You could just see there the Alpine with the windscreen wiper on, so I did suspect that he had done that actually, and that was visual evidence. He's at it again.
Charles, if you want to put some washer and use the wiper, it's better at flow speed.
It's not working even at low speed. It's making it really worse.
He's going to have to put up with it, isn't he, Anthony?
It's such a mistake. It is, as we watch a close battle in GTs. But just let me finish on that one. It is a mistake to use the washers, like his engineer said, at high speed. It's a solution in there, and all it does is melt the tear-offs that they put over the thin layer of plastic tear-off. It melts the, so it's used really for the wet weather, not for oil.
Yeah, this has changed there, the 44 Mustang, the additional Mustang here at Le Mans goes by the number 46 BMW, tussles all the way down this LMGT3 grid as well.
Yeah, that car being driven by GT ace Chris Mees, who spent so much time in Audis. What a different car the Mustang must be.
Feel free to increase DC gain, start to change roll bars, maybe softer rear or stiffer front.
Oh, Sebastian Buemi under investigation for passing off track at Marshall's post 3, which is the first chicane.
Maybe that was the car I spotted at the start of the race. It wasn't a Jones, maybe it was Buemi. I just saw it out of shot. I haven't seen a replay yet of the start. Oh, was that the BMW going wide out of Tetra Rouge there? Very wide.
Yeah, might well have been. He's under pressure. This is the Proton car coming back. So, in fact, Maxime Martin had got back past that yellow Mustang. And these cars are also different. Mustang front engines, you got rear-ended, mid-engine cars, all sorts of different flat six, V8, V10s, all sorts of weird and wonderful combinations in GT3. They work better in different parts of the track.
Yeah, the Mustang making its comeback to Le Mans for the first time in a quarter of a century, and it doesn't lack the ponies there, does it? Once it's on a straight line, it's just powering by.
Well, look at the top speeds here, over 360 kilometers an hour potentially as a top speed for these cars. Here's the battle for second. Ferrari 51 trying to go up into second place. Antonio Giovinazzi does it.
Let's go forward with brake balance. You can go forward with brake balance, 0.5%.
Now you see, see the 3 red lights on the side of the Ferrari now become 2 as they come through another timing beacon. It's second place. 3 red lights is 3, but Lawrence Vantor in the tow down to Mulsanne corner. He's going to have to be brave to go the long way round the outside. He's not feeling that brave just yet.
Yeah, the Ferraris look quick at this stage of the race, don't they? It's what I thought might happen with their race pace, outperforming where they were in qualifying. So you see the Cadillac of number 3 just dropping back there, Sebastian Bourdais. The Ferrari's definitely on the way forward, as well as the car number 8 Toyota. But Vantor, incredibly fast drive. We saw that in Qatar, the opening round of the season, and he's not going to give up easily, but I feel like he hasn't quite got the speed at this point.
I've got no top speed.
Copy that, copy that.
Yeah, Durrani saying he's lost top speed in the Whelen Caddy. There's Jackie Hicks in the BMW garage.
Yeah, his lap times have gone out a little, but beginning to recover after dropping back sharply at the start of the race and making up time now and making up places is the number 12 Hertz Team Joda car, back up to 17th place.
Top speeds on the straight, 337 kilometers an hour from the Alpine of Charles Milesi is about the fastest I can see on the last lap. That's a pretty decent pace from that Alpine. Back with Manthey Pure Racing, that white Porsche in LMGT3, that is our championship leader. They've had a really strong season so far, and that's Alex Malikin defending 3rd place. Right behind him, Alex Riberas, 27 Harter Racing, the blue Aston, then Marco Sorensen in the D-Station Aston, green and black, and then the Iron Lynx car of Matteo Crissoni. Now, most of these teams are starting their bronze-rated driver, or some of them are starting their bronze-rated driver, like Pure Racing, but right behind, Alex Riberas, Marco Sorensen, Matteo Crissoni, and Danny Juncadella are all pro drivers now. This is the 47 Cool Racing LMP2 car in the pit lane. Matt Bell bailing out very early in the race.
Let's hope that's not the absolute end for the 47. He did bring that car back. You also seen, by the way, the 33 LMP2 car, the DK Engineering car in the hands of Lawrence Herr. That car has been on pit lane for around a minute. My guess is that might well have been a puncture.
Well, Matt Bell has only completed 2 laps and bringing the car in. There's Kevin Estra on the radio with all the Porsche Penske teammates there. 3 drivers in each of these cars. Penske have got 3 cars in their armoury, and Porsche with 6 cars to gamble with. Anthony, it makes sense if the Porsche is quick, and we think it is, having 6 chances to win Le Mans has got to play into your hands.
It definitely helps you, doesn't it? Like you say, you just got more chances. And it's the same for the Cadillac running their 3 cars. Ferrari, you know, they've got 3 cars as well. But yeah, looking behind here, the GT battle rages on. That's what we expect for the entire race. Every time you see the GTs, they're always nose to tail, as we see here the mid-pack in the hypercar category as well. But the Ferraris at this stage really look like they have that race pace. Buemi looks like he's got past the BMW as well, so he continues to make progress. Can anyone match the 329.6 that Nick Nilsson has laid down?
Well, getting closer is Sebastian Bourdais, 4th in the train, 330.9, his fastest race lap. 3:30.8 for Nico Lapierre, we just saw in the 36 Alpine, but he's being towed along behind the back of this little group. There's the 15 BMW, under pressure from the 35 Alpine of Charles Milesi. Milesi's having a great start to the race, despite the fact that he's basically driving squinting to try and see what's going on in front of him.
You've got to ask, haven't you, just how well could he be doing if he could see where he was going?
Well, maybe not being able to see where he's going is helping him as he late lunges people.
Yeah, because he's got past Alex Lynn as well in the number 2 Cadillac. That's a surprise. So Milesi now seriously pressurising the number 15 BMW. Looks to go around the outside. Let's hear some from Buemi.
The brake stand quite high, yeah, they're okay. I'll let you know if they're critical. You're lapping at a similar pace to the Ferrari ahead on softs, so good job. I think the 2 fastest soft cars at the moment.
Interesting. We heard Buemi complaining about high brake temperatures in the 15-minute morning warm-up and whether or not they got too much blanking over the brake ducting. So that's... okay, it's not going to be a long-term problem because in 10 laps they'll be in the pit lane, or in 6 laps from now, so it'll last less than 40 minutes, but you don't want to be cooking your tyres. The reason for blanking off the brakes is to make sure that they stay warm, and that helps keep heat in the front tyres as well. Ferrari 1-2, Porsche Penske 3rd, Caddy 4th, Ferrari 5th, Toyota 6th, and 2 Cadillacs and 2 Alpines in the top 11. So for the new Alpine, that's a really strong performance. They can see 2 Aston Martins have both got ahead of the white Porsche. So Alex Malikin, the gentleman driver, has dropped down to 5th place, 6th place now in GT3, and he's been pressured from behind by Matteo Cressoni in the black and yellow Iron Lynx Lamborghini, side by side, going 3 wide. Around the outside comes the Mustang. He's going to overtake both the Chevrolet Corvette, that's the word I'm struggling for, and the McLaren that was the meat in the sandwich.
Yeah.
Well, didn't get by the McLaren, did get by the by them both. He's trying to get the other McLaren as well.
That was a great bit of race.
BMW 15 in the barriers. Marco Wittmann put the car off the road early in the race in Imola.
So yeah, this is the right-hander before Tetra Rouge. How has this happened as he tries to spin turn the car around? He gets it going again. Now, how much damage, if at all, has that done as Vincent Voss, the boss of WRT, watches on? They run that BMW team.
Well, all sorts of drama going on. You can see Matteo Cressoni coming past Alex Malikin, but down at Cool Racing, Bruce Giuani.
Matt, can you explain what happened? Is it an engine problem? Is it going to be okay?
Well, they say you always need a bit of luck to win Le Mans, and ours seems to have run out before it started. It appears that the radiator has been damaged by a stone on the rolling lap. So from the minute that we started, we were running high on water temp. Then the guys have obviously realised there's a problem and had to box, and yeah, it appears that the radiator's been punctured. So at some point in the rolling up lap, when everybody's weaving, someone has unfortunately flicked, it seems likely at the moment, someone's unfortunately flicked something up into our radiator.
Thank you very much, Matt. Thanks a lot.
They survived 24 minutes, never mind 24 laps with the radiator leaking water. So they're on the back foot to start with. Let's hear from the number 81 TF Sport car.
Yeah, so let's save some energy behind him. So a little bit of lift and coast into the chicanes. No need to attack him too hard. Save energy through Porsche, and we jump them in the pits.
Well, he's behind the dark maroon and white AF Corsa, Spirit of Race Ferrari rather, of Johnny Larson. Further forward, Maxi Martin. You just saw him in the 46 BMW. There's Alex Malikin still under pressure. Right behind Malikin is the first of those Proton competition Mustangs. That's Dennis Olsen in the black car with the gold pony on. Proton running 2 Mustangs in the championship, 88 and 77. BMW 15 reporting that it was a change of brake bias to try and move the balance of the car that caught out Marco Wittmann, and again over the brow through the Dunlop curve. Here we go, down the inside. The Mustang of Dennis Olsen absolutely flying. He's doing a stunning job in that car. carves his way through up into 7th place. And looking back from Alex Malikin, well, it's Malikin's job not to win this race now, but to lose as little time as possible when he's in the car. Every other car in this category has to have a bronze-rated driver as well. Not all of them are in the car at the start. Malikin is, so he's now up against a whole bunch of pros. He's got United Autosports McLaren of Gregoire Saucy. That's the orange and black car. And behind him is the yellow Proton Mustang of Christopher Mies. Mies just showing his nose, and Saucy looking outside, inside. Can't get through there. Good work by Alex Malikin, sitting in the middle of the road, line and length. There's the Iron Dames Lamborghini, and that's right ahead of Maxime Martin now as we continue the battle. That's for 11th place.
Make sure to tell me when the hypercars are going to come up.
Yeah, that's a really valid radio message, because already Maxime Martinez, we're 6 laps in. Surely it's going to be lap 7 or something, or is it going to be this lap when they're catching? Well, we're with the hypercars going onto the Mulsanne straight, and not yet off it at the far end is the entire GT3 field.
I think Wittmann's got a further problem. He's losing further places to LMP2 cars. Just watched him drop 2 further places, so I wonder if he's got a further problem now.
Well, that's the weight of expectations of my €5, having them as a dark horse for victory.
Yeah, it's like 2 different races. When you're in this race you see here with the GTs, with no other classes around you, so you can focus on your own race, and then suddenly this wave of hypercars, and then it will be the LMP2s coming at you as well, and it mixes everything up as we see the BMW number 15 coming down pit lane now. Yeah, has this sustained any damage? I should think it has. Let's have a look. This is just from the rear onboard camera through the left. He's lost it in the left-hander. I assumed it would be on the right, and oh yeah, it was the right front, then the rear hitting afterwards. This is how it looked from onboard with Charles Melesi. Wow, where do you go? You get a screen full of oil, and then the tyre smoke comes at you as well, and confusion down in pit lane for BMW.
Yeah, aim for the accident is always the rule, but you got to have luck on your side as well. Back with the LMP2 battle.
And as we watch that, there's another LMP2 on pit lane. It's the 25 Alcar Pro Racing entry, the reigning champions in the European Le Mans Series from last year. Ollie Colbert has brought the 25 car.
Well, this is behind the AO by TF car. This is IDEC Sport versus Panis. Panis with the blue and gold. IDEC Sport with the Belgian colours, I guess. Red, yellow and black. So Panis in 2nd place. That's Job van Uytert down to 3rd, and Matthias Besch for Panis up to 2nd place.
Yeah, 2 very experienced drivers, Job van Uytert and Matthias Besch. And you've got Oliver Jarvis as well behind. We were momentarily riding on board with Philippe Albuquerque, who is Jarvis's teammate at United Autosports.
Yeah, that lead group at LMP2 very closely matched indeed, and some very quick drivers indeed aboard them. This is one of the Jota cars in between the 2 Peugeots.
Yeah, Peugeot, Porsche, Peugeot sandwich. The first of Peugeots, Felipe Nasser, he's in 15th place. And then I beg your pardon, Nico Muller, and then Will Stevens in the gap in the middle. That's the number 12 car. Seems to be back up to speed. 3 minutes 32.7 compared to 3 minutes 32.8 for the race leader on the previous lap. And the Ferraris are starting to close down a little. Antonio Giovinazzi just 1 second behind his teammate Nick Nielsen, and the GT3 field is right in front of them.
Yeah, this is exciting stuff for Ferrari and for the fans as well watching. So they've displaced the Porsche of number 6 with Laurent Vantour, Kevin Estra's teammate, and yeah, Giovinazzi, who we're right on board with now, is starting to catch his teammate Niklas Nielsen, who I thought for a moment was pulling away from him. Let's have a listen.
Yep, with the Porsche behind is 5 seconds, so keep managing your tire, it's really good.
So both Ferraris are on they started this race on a brand new set of medium compound tyres, and Porsche number 6 as well. But car number 3, the Caddy, with Sebastian Bourdais driving it, is on a soft set of brand new tyres. So that might explain why he's finding it hard to hang on.
all arms and elbows in GT3, and the Ferraris are in there as well. The gap is not 5 seconds, it's 3.5 seconds to third place Porsche. So none of these drivers can afford to lose an instant. Neither the hypercar drivers at the front of the field nor the GT3 drivers. If you slow down and wave people by, look at this, side by side, the Ferrari going through on the dirt on the inside race leader. That's fantastic stuff from Niklas Nielsen, taking the opportunity as the Lexus and the Lamborghini battle, and 51 is tucked up behind, can't get through.
And now Lawrence Vantore is going to be with him at this point. He's 5 cars back in the train. He got a better run into and through. We're going to see again, I think this is the moment where we saw the Ferrari going wide onto the shoulder of the road.
Yeah, and it is a very dirty, dusty, gravelly, full of rubber, muck and broken glass and everything else that you find on the side of the road. Despite the best efforts of the track sweepers, the GTs were 3 wide, and Antonio Giovinazzi just would not risk going through there. Anthony, that's going to be one of the hardest efforts. This is bone dry and clear. When it's dark and rainy, those passes become even more critical.
But this is the hardest point in the race.
Yeah.
Forget about the conditions, the night time. This is the hardest bit for everybody, because you've been used to driving in your own group for quite some time, and suddenly it's cat amongst the pigeons moment, and they're not used to it. It settles down afterwards.
Good work, buddy. Good work. You're doing good laps. It's just going to keep coming to us. Just keep pushing. We're P14 right now. Just stay close, and we'll work on our pit stops here for you.
Yeah, really good advice. Real calming engineering as well. You've almost got to be a driver coach at the same time engineer, and you can tell that relationship working very well in car 311. Pipo Durrani at the wheel at the moment. He's on also a soft set of brand new tyres for the start of this race.
It's 20 seconds back from the lead group. The big change, by the way, through that first interaction with LMGT3 traffic was that 6-second gap from the leader to the third place car of Lawrence Vantore is now down to 2.5. Just goes back up with the last knockings of traffic, just taking the edge off that progress. But here comes the number 3 in the hands of Bourdais. He's the man who's made the best progress through traffic. Ooh. He's now with Vantore.
And he did get by the Astons. I wasn't sure if he was going to lunge them, but he did. Great work by Sebastian Bourdais. So yeah, he's gone from 5 seconds behind Lawrence Vantore to 1.5 seconds behind Vantore. Then 5th place is the yellow AF Corsa Ferrari. 6th position, the better of the 2 Toyotas. And then you can see the Alpine flashing its headlights as the McLaren and the Porsche get side by side. And that is Grégoire Saucy finally squeezing his way back past, or squeezing his way finally past the white car of Alex Malikin. And Malikin then defending a little too hard, now under pressure from the yellow Mustang. That's trying to get through. We're with the Cadillac of Alex Lynn, and he is currently in 9th place.
As one of the Porsches is trying through the Dunlopesses to get through this gaggle of GT3s, but it's held him up a little. So listen to Alex Lynn.
3 laps to go in the stint. 3 laps to go in the stint.
11 lap stint on the first stint, because of course they had to do an entire lap of the circuit behind the safety car, plus they had to leave the pit lane and get round to the grid. So it should be a dozen laps in a full racing stint, or it should be 11 laps in a full racing stint. They'll probably start pitting after 10 here. We might even see multiple teams, some coming in after 9 laps, and the Alpine going the long way around the outside, the number 2 car, and that is Nico Lapierre on Alex Lynn, and he got through. Used that traffic well. Alex Lynn looking to fight back. Nico Lapierre wasn't as quick off the corner because of the McLaren, and right behind is the number 38 Hertz Team Jota car. Phil Hansen looking to pounce as well. Here comes Lynn.
He's going to have to go a long way round. There is traffic in the way. He can't do it there. Has to duck back behind the Alpine. He's under pressure from Hansen behind as well.
Yeah, he managed to get his nose back in front of Phil Hansen's Jota Porsche.
I would say this is Lapierre actually has got the race pace on Alex Lynn, so Lynn looked like he was fighting back with the thanks to the traffic, but it's Lapierre that's caught and passed him. And
we saw in qualifying, Nico Lapierre was bitterly disappointed not to get into hyperpole because the other car did, and he knew the potential was in the car. He was really upset with himself.
They haven't shown that much so far this season, have they, Alpine? But this certainly seems to be a racetrack that's suiting their car better.
pulling together notes prior to this race, I was looking back at some of the performances. They're becoming a lot faster than I expected to do this early in the program with a brand new car. And this is beginning to start to play at a track where you would guess this car has been optimised for.
And of course, when we were in Imola, their attack was blunted because they and the Peugeots and the BMWs are all in a big pile-up at the start of the race, so we never really saw what they were capable of before it went wet. But this is genuine pace in the car, and this rule set allows everybody the same opportunity in terms of top speed, aerodynamics, power output, and so on. That's why we're seeing so many different manufacturers being so close. Look at this. Porsche, Lamborghini, Porsche.
This is close here with the 311 versus the 99 Proton car as they head towards the Porsche curves. It looks like the Caddy just holds on to that one.
The Porsche behind as well. The Proton car, it's a group of 3. So many groups of 3.
The only thing with the Alpines versus the Cadillac is that there's a difference in tyre choice. So the Alpines are on the brand new set of medium tyres versus Alex Lynn, who started the race on a scrubbed set of softs.
Well, the soft tyre is for cooler conditions, the medium for moderately warm conditions, but not really moderately warm yet. So the longevity of the tyre is going to be quite a factor, because almost nobody has really used soft tyres at all in practice, but they have got soft tyres in their allocation for the race. That's what they ordered, so that they can use them during the night of a hot day, but they're going to have to use them at some stage, otherwise they're going to run out of tyres. You don't have a new set of tyres at every change.
734 overtakes so far in this race, and we've had, what, 33 minutes. Well, we've got, looking further back down the order, by the way, both of the delayed LMP2 cars back now on track, 25 back after a 7-minute stop. Matt Bell's 47 Cool Racing car, 16.5 minutes on pit lane, but back into the race, and the 2 Ferraris are together.
Yep, nose to tail, Nick Nielsen leads Antonio Giovinazzi. And this is very telling stuff. And the deal here, Anthony Davidson, is you can't stop your cars battling, because if you blunt the speed of one and lose by 30 seconds in 24 hours, then you're going to feel pretty stupid.
You've got to be careful when it's your teammates as well. With anyone, of course, it goes without saying, so early on in this race, you daren't damage your car or make any kind of mistake. But especially when it's your teammates, and even more so when you're in the lead of the race. But it's great to see them together for our entertainment pleasure. Let's hear from Giovinazzi.
Just be careful with the front right tires in the Porsche. Just be careful with the front right tires in the Porsche. You're doing good. Save some energy. We are well.
He's doing really well. Giovinazzi driving a real blinder at the moment, and he's through into the lead. So I don't know if that was, I don't know if he was allowed through there by Nielsen, but it looks like Nielsen is on the attack again. So I'd say that Giovinazzi's had a go down into Mulsanne, and Nielsen's back around the outside before Indianapolis. This is going to be tight.
This had better not go wrong for the 2 Ferrari drivers. Nick Nielsen on the outside sweeps around back into the lead. And this race, 24-hour Grand Prix of Endurance, is about making it through the 24 hours, but at the fastest possible pace.
Nielsen made the mistake in Mulsanne. We talked about that braking zone being tricky, under immense pressure from his teammate. Wow, I hope this is going to continue for 24 hours.
2.2 seconds separates not just these 2, but the top 3, with Lawrence Vanthoor still well in touch. Further second back is Sebastian Bourdais in 4th. Robert Kubica in the 3rd of the Ferraris completes the top 5 at the moment.
I tell you, Bourdais at the moment has impressed me the most on those soft tyres at this stage in the race after 10 timed laps. He's hanging on to the back of them here. He's obviously done a really good job in traffic. The Ferraris separate once again. Maybe Giovinazzi's had a bit of a think about that and thought, I won this race last year, not by being an idiot. So I'm just going to back out of it.
When he was gifted that position, it was a mistake just off the apex from Nick Nielsen that left the door wide open.
Well, the soft tyres should have warmed up quicker because they're for colder temperatures, so the Cadillacs did start very strongly. The question is, what are they going to be like at the end of stint 2, not stint 1, or stint 3? How long? We don't know. We've got really no data, and the teams are thin on data for how the soft is going to respond to long runs. So that's going to be a learning curve for everybody.
One of the things while we're watching all of this is the energy graphic. Keep an eye on this one. This will tell you, give you a good idea of who needs to pit and when. This is a percentage of energy they've got remaining in their allowance. Meantime, in LMP2, all of the LMP2 cars beginning to come through their pit stop cycle.
First Cadillac is in. I did say that multi-car teams may well short stop one of their cars. Cadillac are running 3. They bring one in a lap earlier than the others. That's after 10 laps. So the remainder are likely to come in at the end of lap 11, but that means it clears just a little bit of ground, a bit of real estate, because when the whole field comes in at the same time, and that's what happens when you start them all with the same amount of fuel and they go the same distance, then it gets very busy indeed.
Yeah, of course, you have your own individual pit box. But it's better, like you say, to have a bit of free space around you. Otherwise, it's a nose-in pit stop, as they say, as you have to drive around the car that you're going to overtake and park awkwardly out of position. The car has to go up on jacks momentarily to get the car square before you can service it. So you want to save that time of that happening. So yeah, teams, if you're running multiple cars, like the 3 cars there at Cadillac, makes a lot of sense to stagger their pit stops.
I'm surprised Penske didn't, but maybe they've got other fish to fry. The white Porsche, Alex Malikin, our championship leader in LMGT3, still hanging on here to 8th place under pressure from Jack Hawksworth. Now, Jack, gold-rated driver from the UK, late edition, was not expecting to race here at Le Mans as recently as last Wednesday. On Thursday, when Mike Conway had his bike accident, then Jose Maria Lopez was moved out of that Lexus and into the number 7 Toyota hypercar. They needed a driver. Jack Hawksworth was the man who got the call-up.
And is one of our 47 Le Mans rookies today. That's an astounding number. That's come, well, not just because of LMGT3, but numerically dominant in those numbers, but a lot of rookies as well here in this hypercar class. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Vantor is putting himself back into this race. I'm surprised and impressed, but we saw this kind of speed from him. Well, we've seen this sporadically through the championship so far, no more so than in Qatar, the opening round. Another high-speed circuit where he drove an absolutely beautiful race. Let's hear from Nielsen.
When do we board? Next lap, you stay out.
So coming into the hypercar pit stop cycle shortly. One more lap for these 2 cars. We've already seen the 311 Cadillac down on pit road.
And a bunch of LMP2 cars are in as well. Their fuel window is just a little narrower than that for the hypercars. And the cars that will go furthest on a tank of fuel are these, the LMGT3s. We're on board with Ben Barker in the Mustang, big American V8 at the front. And of course, a very different V8 and a very different layout in the McLaren with the engine behind the driver's ears. Freddie Schandorf and Ben Barker. This is the battle for the lead in LMGT3.
Could there be 2 more different sports cars around? It's a turbo V8 rear, it's a mid-rear engined McLaren against a big front, normally Aston V8 in the Mustang.
Guess I'm staying in the car, yeah.
Yeah, we do fuel and go. Set.
They can sniff the opportunity to lead this race, no doubt whatsoever about it. Ben Barker, for so many years with Gulf Racing, GR Racing, who are in this race in their Ferrari, now a Ford factory driver, and legitimately so. Look at him, he's all over the rear of the pole position setting car.
And Larry Holt's Multimatic organisation running those cars in association with Proton. Of course, Larry Holt ran Ford GT program. Is Ford looking at hypercar? Of course they're looking. Are they going to press the button anytime soon? That would be a fantastic addition to the field as well. Now we get more pit stops. Number 4, Penske. Number 2, Caddy. 36 Alpine is in. And that's the white sidewall, soft tyre. Yellow sidewall is medium. White soft wall as well on the Toyota. And the red sidewall for the Scorchio, temperatures above 25 degrees of track temperature. We're a long way from that right now, probably getting on for 10 degrees shy of where you'll use a hard. Ferrari, both due to come in this lap. 5%'s not going to get you round, but the Alpine 35 Is 11% enough for an extra lap? It might be.
I think it is.
Have we got a different strategy? A hare and a tortoise in Alpine. Both hares, though, pretty quick.
Well, both a hare and a tortoise. He's managed to get the 11% and still stay in touch with this pack. It's been a cracking run from Sean Lacey. In come the LMGT3s.
Now that energy for our hypercars is internal combustion engine fuel, i.e. petrol, and the electrical charge for the hybrid, both of which need charging. I'm going to come in. Here's the lead. That's your LMGT3 lead. The Inception McLaren and the Proton Mustang. They go out together.
Looked like the Mustang had slightly more speed in the pit lane, so they've completely optimised that process there at Mustang. And when we heard from Ben Barker, who's driving that car, he couldn't have sounded more relaxed about his imminent pit stop.
I would say the word languid.
It's like he's in his road car instead, going to the shops. It's very impressive.
Inception Racing come out in the lead of the LMGT3 race from the Proton competition, number 77 car. Still Frederick Schandorf from Denmark, from the Brit Ben Barker. Larrington Ford in the JMW Motorsport Ferrari in the 66 car is third, and then Ian James in the Aston Martin fourth.
Vanthoor is really pushing on there. I think you just spotted the same thing I did, Martin, through the as they come in, peel off into the pit lane now. All of them there, all of the hypercars, all on that same strategy of around 12 laps. That's what we were expecting.
Yep.
The two Ferraris get very close
very
there.
Close.
But Vanthoor, I think you spotted me in karting, the final corner of the Porsche curves, losing the rear end momentarily there, pushing on to try and do exactly this to close the gap before pit lane entry.
This is a near full field pit stop, because in comes the 83 Ferrari with the yellow nose, in comes the number 8 Toyota, 35 will follow them down the pit lane to Alpine, number 5 Penske Porsche will come in, 38 Hertz Team Jota, 99 Proton, 63 Lamborghini. All of them now need fuel. They all started with the same amount on board, and this is representing a full stint for these cars.
And watch this graphic as they refill the energy quota for these cars. We'll refill to 100%, and when that gets down to 0, they have to be on pit lane. They have to be on pit lane. This is an energy management formula.
I don't know if they managed it that way with the number 51 and the 50, but they came in the exact order that would benefit them in the pit stop. Remember what we were talking about earlier on with cars being out of position and having to do a drive around and therefore a nose-in pit stop? All three of the Ferraris just came in there in the perfect sequence.
If I was reading that graphic correctly, by the way, I think there's been a delay in getting the... There you go. Getting the... Yes, there's been a change here because there's a Porsche ahead.
That's
one of the Ferraris.
Well, that's also going to look like an unsafe release, I think.
Well, yeah, maybe. We'll keep an eye on that and let the stewards decide. It certainly looked like it to me. But as you were saying, Graham, watch the energy going into the cars. I noticed that the number 51 Ferrari took quite a long time for it to start. That was close, wasn't it?
6 Porsche has the lead out of the first round of pit stops. 50 Ferrari in second, number 3 Cadillac in third, number 8 Toyota up to 4th.
3 cars should not have had to brake to avoid that. Looked at the classic unsafe release. The car I was looking at, by the way, as we see a replay of this, is the 83 car that seemed to be, whether or not it was a graphical problem, struggling to get the energy into the car. Let's see again, this is the first 2-3 corners.
Yeah, down in or up into the Dunlop chicane for the very first time. Porsche and Cadillac, the yellow nose number 3 on the front row, but Ferrari pouncing immediately. Riding on board with the 51 car. There's 50 going around the outside, up into second place. There's the 50 car looking back from the Porsche. And it was one of the Jotas that went off on the inside of the first chicane. The Cadillac team couldn't quite believe that. This is the challenge for the lead. And this was all in the first hour of the race. We're 44 minutes in. 50 Ferrari going past the pole-sitting Porsche Penske 963. So the 499P leading there, and back with Sebastian Bourdais. He stayed in the Cadillac, and the 51 Ferrari losing ground because in their pit stop, they spent 10 seconds longer in the pit lane than any of their rivals. They had an issue with the fuel rig.
So much oil. Copy that, copy that. We will report it.
It's coming to the Ferrari.
It's coming from the number 50 Ferrari. Wow, that can't be good. We've only just started the race. In the last hour, you're still going to need oil.
Porsche lead the race. 2 of the 3 Ferraris took 10 seconds too long on pit lane. 2 of them with a 1 minute and 26 pit stop against something in the 1:14 to 1:17 mark for everybody else.
Change for the lead in LMP3. Number 9 Proton competition car of Bent Fiscal. That's yellow and black. The Iron Lynx Proton competition car. In second place, Panis Racing, Matthias Besch. Ollie Jarvis up to 3rd for United Autosports as ever. United so quick in the pits.
Nothing went wrong.
And
Trouble.
there's the other United car.
Trouble for that car. I'll correct myself. The 10 seconds longer was the penalty for the 51 and the 83.
Ah, correct.
For offences earlier this weekend.
That's the Ben Keating car, number 23 from United, and that is Ben Keating at the wheel. Extremely experienced competitor here at Le Mans. This is his 10th start in his 9th different car, and he is an LMP3 champion in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series, so he knows these cars too. It's a rare error from Ben Keating. I can't tell you if I can even remember him dropping a car off the road. We will have a slow zone at the first chicane. Car number 50 will have a penalty for unsafe release, and that will need to be served. There's the 65 Panis car. This is third place. Oh yeah, hang on, we're looking at the wrong course. Second place with 3rd place Ollie Jarvis right behind. 4th place is the cool racing car of Martin Jakobsen, the blue and grey car. But the United car is in the gravel at the Dunlop chicane.
I cannot start the car, cannot start. Copy that. Wait for the marshals. They will put you back on track.
This could be Ben Keating's shortest ever stint in World Endurance and shortest ever race. If he can't start the car, they're going to have to take it behind the barriers, and that will be likely the end of the race, Graham.
Yeah, it is a slow zone coming for that, but it's the 99 Proton car being wheeled back into the garage. A car that was so fast at Spa last month, in trouble early on here at the biggest race of the year, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Under review, by the way, not a penalty applied as yet for the number 50 Ferrari. Looked pretty clear to me, I have to tell you. Let's watch this again. There's the 2 cars holding position because that car had to check up to avoid contact.
Yeah, yes. If there was contact, it would have been the Ferrari at fault there, wouldn't it? So nothing that Cadillac did wrong, nothing that Sebastian Bourdais did right. Actually, he did the right thing and braked a lot to get out of it.
And steered away.
Yeah. And the reason why, of course, yeah, the car 51 and 83 took longer to...
It's the door. The door on 99 that wouldn't close, that nearly cost them the race in Spa last time out. Remember, behind the safety car, Neil Jarney was slamming the door for lap after lap to try and get it to close. It's the same door handle.
Was it that problem, or is there another problem in the cockpit?
Well,
he was certainly looking at the door. I absolutely agree.
He's fiddling with the door, so...
This is what happened to
this is Ben
Keating as he turns into turn 1 and then braking on the way into turn 2. Yeah, we've seen a lot of this, haven't we? Drivers losing the rear end as they turn into turn 2. This happened a little bit later on in the corner, and he will. It's a rare mistake for Ben Keating, and he's going to kick himself for that one.
But the key thing now is, can he restart the car? We heard him on the radio. I can't start the car. Is that car going to get away?
Moment of truth. They're telling him to go, and he does.
Yes, he has. All right, and he'll try and stay off the racing line, shaking the car to try and dislodge the gravel before he goes back on track. Well, sigh of relief for United Autosports 23 crew.
I've just finished what I was going to say about the car 51 and car 83. You mentioned it, Graham. They had a 10-second penalty before they could fill the car.
Correct.
That's why
it was slow going in.
That's why it was slow going in, and that was infringement for a pit stop infringement during free practice. Where they cleaned the windscreen, I believe, on car 51 at least, at the wrong time.
Just saw Christian Reed stomping out the back of the Proton garage. That did not have good body language vibes. Christian Reed is not a man who's easily upset. I wonder what the story is down at Proton competition with that Porsche hypercar. BMW already on the back foot, the number 15 car off from Marco Wittmann. He's only just left the pit lane, but Proton's Neil Jani is in as they come into the first slow zone of the race.
So slow zone we can see in operation here. It's one of a number of interventions that are available to race director. Let's have a listen here to Eduardo Freitas.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slow zone 1 is removed. Slow zone 1 is removed.
Well, it's immediately back up to speed. This is a mechanism that allows race control to intervene if there's a localized incident, not bringing the whole track under full course yellow, not deploying the safety car, but just giving the intervention staff room to work.
Exactly, so the slow zone is there because it's such a big circuit. You can get away with running a slow zone instead of a full course yellow, so you can get on with racing. If it's a lengthy stoppage at one corner or recovery at one corner, you just neutralize. You effectively have a full course yellow just for that one corner, or they can put multiple sectors together as well, as you often see.
Absolutely.
If you're in a slow zone, and just as it happened then, it gets lifted by race director and goes green, you go when you see the green flags. You don't have to wait until you get to the end of the sector before you accelerate.
We'll be talking a little bit about new fans. The World Endurance Championship is here, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. You are all welcome in your thousands trackside and online and watching this broadcast. One thing to explain to regular fans of the World Endurance Championship is we don't have virtual safety car here. We have slow zones, we have full course yellow, and we have a different safety car procedure, which we'll explain if and when we get there. On board now with Sebastian Bourdais. He's hammering along in third place. Porsche, Penske Motorsport number 6, Laurens Vanthoor, under pressure from Nicholas Nielsen in the previously race-leading number 50 car from Ferrari, then Seb Bourdais in the first of the caddies.
And behind Sebastian Bourdais, closing in from behind, is another Sebastian Buemi. Meanwhile, here's the battle for the lead. Nicholas Nielsen steams by Laurens Vanthoor. That's not a performance advantage, that's getting the run out of the second chicane. And right behind them is the Cadillac. Sebastian Bourdais, the yellow nose, is right underneath the splitter almost as they come out of Mulsanne corner, back through the LMGT3 field for the second time.
Yeah, Bourdais would have benefited there because he could attack that corner on the racing line as the other two were overtaking and working their way around the GT car. And behind we can see Sebastian Buemi. We're going to have the two Sebs nose to tail anytime soon.
Who was saying Toyota might lead at the end of the first hour? They're 6 minutes away from having that opportunity. I'm not sure Buemi's going to get all three cars. Look, right behind him is the 51 Ferrari as well. Then the Alpine in sixth place is Charles Milesi, but they're now stumbling over an LMP3 car, and 99's back out and on the way.
Yeah, Bourdais got a much, much better run out of the Arnage there. Couldn't capitalise upon it, though.
Looking down, you can see the Ferrari, red and yellow, red and white is the Porsche.
Sorry, Martin, this will be interesting. They're catching a GT car into the Porsche curves, and they're going to have to slam on the brakes and do GT speed momentarily. Oh, that was too close for comfort on the inside there of the second left-hander.
One line for a GT car through the Porsche curves, undoubtedly the case. It's bottled up the top three.
And that's allowed Sebastian Buemi to be staring at the back end of Sebastian Bourdais' Cadillac as they approach the Ford chicane.
Yeah, that's for third. The Ferrari and the Porsche battling for the lead on board with Buemi in fourth place. That's the top three right in front, almost 1 hour into the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And already we have 4 different brands in the top 4. Alpine in 6th place, making it 5 in the top 6. Fantastic stuff.
Well, the hypercar era, after, well, somewhat felt overhyped for about a year, and none. It's just exploded.
Well, everything has to start with baby steps, and the hypercar did, with only a couple of new machines, with Toyota the only team that had previous experience of a championship. Big moment for Laurens Vanthoor.
He lost the rear end of the number 6 car there. Is that going to give Sebastian Bourdais a run?
It's been my fear with this Porsche. As soon as we saw that hyperpole lap, as good as it was from Kevin Estre driving this very car, I did think you're going to have to drastically readjust it in setup for the race, because you can't take a car that edgy to drive into a 24-hour race. And as the stints go on these tyres, you can see 15 laps now on these medium tyres. The balance of that car, as here comes Buemi behind in the black Toyota behind Bourdais, and a lock up there for, was that Vantor as well?
Yep.
Into the first chicane, in the traffic. Goes around the outside. That might give Bourdais a bit of a run here, actually.
Well, Buemi also is on a soft tyre, so how's that going to play out in this longer run in the second stint? There's Buemi towing up behind, or there's the black back of the caddy rather towing up behind. That's Bourdais right behind Laurens Vanthoor. Then Sebastian Buemi behind him. You can see the flashing headlights of the 51 Ferrari. Behind him, Charles Malaysia in the Alpine. Behind him, Robert Kubica. The top 6 or 7 cars are all together. There's Laura Wontrop-Klauser, the head of Cadillac Racing, watching from the garage.
Yeah, it's the top 10 cars in 10 seconds. Doesn't take much in terms of mathematics to gather what the average gap that is between them. Amazing stuff as we close on the end of the first of 24 hours of this.
Oh, and the 51 Ferrari just had its nose chopped off there by a GT car. Here's our GT3 lead battle, because that's as close as everything else as well. And again, Inception Racing's Freddie Schandorf holding off Ben Barker. And Ben just piling on the pressure, sitting right behind him, pushing, pushing, pushing.
The mark of their speed, by the way, is there nearly 6 seconds clearer. Seb Buemi with Bourdais again.
And look at Laurens Vanthoor all over the back of Niklas Nielsen's Ferrari, and Buemi almost tucked his nose on the inside of the Cadillac down into Indianapolis. Then there's the Ferrari in the Alpine, side by, well, not quite side by side, but nose to tail. And the yellow Ferrari is Robert Kubica in 7th place. He's right in this queue. And there is a penalty for the number 50 Ferrari, our race leader. 10 seconds added to its pit stop. And so that will be both Ferraris then, within the first hour of the race, serving a 10-second penalty.
All three Ferrari. The 83 had one
as well. Yeah, from practice. 83 and 51 had a penalty hanging on. And then the 50 car has just earned another one for an unsafe release ahead of the number 3 Cadillac. So let's hear from our race director, Eduardo Freitas.
Information to the pit lane, information to pit lane. Car 50 has 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for an unsafe release. Car 50 has 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for an unsafe release.
It's always a tricky one, isn't it? When you're the leader, you come in and the others are behind you so close, you always run the risk of having an unsafe release.
Anthony, Sebastian Bourdais only saw the Ferrari at the last moment because he's on the left of that Cadillac. The Ferrari's coming from the right, and you can't see anything behind your head in those cars. So it suddenly appeared across his nose. He did really well to avoid getting hit.
He did. All that experience he's got, Sebastian Bourdais, he used it well.
Nose to tail for the lead cars as they come back onto the Mulsanne straight. They've dropped Seb Bourdais just a little here.
It's in traffic. That's why they've dropped him. It's nothing to do with car speed. It's just through the traffic. I think Bourdais had a bit of a moment through turn 2 and 3, and that's why Buemi was all over him down the hill towards the next left-right sequence. And now look at this. You got the 51 ahead of Sebastian Buemi, and I think again that was because of the traffic. The Alpine's in there as well.
Great run so far from this Alpine. Absolutely mega stuff.
But that was some serious traffic going on, I think, from that sequence through the left of turn 5 through turn 6 before Tetra Rouge. A lot happened there away from the pictures we were seeing.
If there's going to be 3 seconds of video that tell you what the Le Mans 24 Hours it's about, it's the yellow Ferrari, the little Oreca, then the block of flats that was the Ford Mustang coming through behind.
Yeah, it couldn't be any different in size, really, could it, between those cars? But it's effective nonetheless, and it's great to see Mustang having a better race here than we've seen in previous WEC races. Now we've got car 51 bearing down on Sebastian Bourdais. Suddenly, it's all action again. Bourdais got an eye full of the red Ferraris. It pulls to the outside. There's an LMP2 car as well in front. What's it going to be as they head down towards Mulsanne corner? Bourdais not backing down. And it looks like, what a move there from Giovinazzi, round the outside on the exit of Mulsanne corner. Bourdais could have fought it harder, but I feel like he's lived there to fight another day, and that was another wise bit of driving as they're continuously in traffic. It'll be Bourdais' turn again soon, I'm sure.
Here he goes again. Here comes Buemi as well in this three-car battle. Martin Haven's gone to lie down in a darkened room. With David Anderson joins us now. David, what do you make of this first hour of action?
Proper racing, isn't it? Absolutely what sports car racing, what any racing should be about, because everybody is an element of jeopardy here, whether it's to try and pass, whether it's to hang on to a place, and the fact that you've got different brands all going toe-to-toe underlines just how good this is going to be. And in theory, it should carry on like this for another 23 hours. Great racing at the head of the field, great racing across the classes as well, and as ever, one or two hard luck stories having already developed. Toyota coming back into the mix then. Let's listen in.
For info, the top running car 50 has a 10-second stop and go, so we're virtual P3.
Well, you are at the moment. Whether you will be P3 virtually by the time we get to the pit stops rather depends on the cars behind, because Charmelesi in the Alpine is getting closer and closer, and there's all this traffic to dodge around as well. Get past the Mustang through the Porsche curves. Toyota's dropped back a length or two, hasn't it, this time away from the Cadillac, but the traffic through the Porsche curves down to the chicane always will be a factor.
The other Alpine is there as well, Nico Lapia with Robert Kubica. It's a three-car train at the back, it's a three-car train in the middle, and it's a three-car train at the front. This is cracking stuff.
About the Ferrari comment from Sebastian Bourdais, by the way, saying, it's dropping oil. Well, we often do see when you top up the oil to a high level at the start of the race, it's quite common in the hypercar category to see a bit of excess oil getting lost, but it won't continue to happen through the entire race.
One quick update, by the way, the incident for Marco Whitman in the 15, that incident broke the front splitter, required a change of front bodywork. That was done in that early pit stop. The car now good to go. And by the way, having made its regular pit stop, it's now running in 24th position behind the lead two cars in LMP2.
And therefore is penultimate in hypercar, because behind, badly delayed, and back into the pit lane is the Neil Jani Proton Porsche that you were discussing, with the possible door problem rearing its ugly head once again. Right, on board with Charmelesi then. You are currently in 6th place. You're chasing after Sebastian Buemi, and under braking, closing fractionally maybe down towards the approach of the chicane. Buemi in turn has got himself back onto the tail of Bourdais. That is the Proton Porsche with the corruption of that old F80 International livery, and this is still a very long stop. That's more than a door, I would have thought.
I think it's more than a door. We will keep an eye on that. We'll see what we can get to you from the team. Bruce, I'm sure, will be patrolling pretty rapidly there. Meantime, on it goes.
Buemi's on a mission, isn't he? He's caught right up again under braking then for the second of the chicanes. This is lap number 18. And bear in mind, the first round of pit stops came on lap 10, and then lap 11. We're not that far away from another round, in theory. You get on board with Rahul Frey in the Iron Dames Lamborghini, up to try to get past the Spirit of Racing Aston, and does so on the inside. Good past that, going into the chicane.
Yep, that's Iron Dames Lamborghini, now up into 11th place in this 23 car.
That was Ian James that she got past. So James ahead of James. And let's listen in to Rahul Frey.
Radio bad, please repeat.
I will talk later, keep going.
Yeah, you often get a bit of radio dead zone around the back of the circuit, around Mulsanne corner. So if the engineer tries to speak to you there, it's very intermittent. So that's the race engineers. I'll speak to you at another point on the circuit, hopefully when you're not too busy.
Yeah. Please leave a message.
Yeah, so calm there, Rahul Frey. 170 miles an hour.
Now, the battle going on in LMP2, being headed at the moment by Ben Viscal, but then behind there's a whole queue of cars. Matthias Besch second, Oliver Jarvis third in LMP2, Malte Jakobsen is fourth, Job van Aert at fifth. And of course, with everyone having the same base car and engine, it is down to driverability, it's down to the teams and how good they can get the performance out of this, and not to make mistakes as well. Ben Keating, of course, having dropped down after his trip into the gravel. And also Ollie Caldwell and Matt Bell effectively out of contention for now after their early pit stops.
Yeah, losing a lap to the sister car there as they came through. closely matched at the front, these Oreca 07s. And that's the big problem. Any small problem is going to be pounced on, not by one or two, but most of the remaining cars.
This is a good fight, isn't it, between Oliver Jarvis and Melter Jakobsen, the young Dane Melter. And yeah, there's a lot of hype around him, and rightly so. But Ollie Jarvis, it'll be a bit of a lesson for Melter here, watching such a pro like Ollie, and there's a generation gap between the two of them, but the same lap times.
Yeah, Ollie, let's not forget, he was the overall IMSA champion in the final year of DPI before GTP, which is IMSA's version of Hypercar, came to the fray. He's lost nothing of that speed, but Melter Jakobsen is pushing on, and pushing on rapidly. Already the reserve driver for Peugeot.
We understand the first pit stop for number 99 Porsche was the dreaded door. The second pit stop, as we were just looking at a few moments ago, does look rather more serious. But if it's a door problem on your first pit stop and you've got a lot of pit stops to come, then this could be a regular thing. There is normally, throughout the 24 hours, one topic of conversation about one car, and it could be the door in that Proton Run Porsche. Right,
sorry, Dave, that was an early stop there for Paul de Ressa in a number 94 car. They've only done 6 laps.
So it's not a scheduled stop, is it? No.
Definitely not a scheduled stop there.
Right, we'll keep an eye on what's going on with Peugeot. So far, yet to show anything like race-leading form. The original car last year in the mixed conditions shone and led the race, but this car debuted at Imola, the 2024 version of the 9X8, and they're still learning.
I am with Matthias Ossan, who is responsible for the design of this racing car, of the Peugeot 9X8. I know that the target when you had to build this car and design this car was to put together the DNA of the brand and the performance. So how did you manage to do that?
You know, when you start to design a performance car, everything is about performance. But because we are at Peugeot, we start from the beginning, you know, to work with Peugeot Sport Engineer in order to make sure that we are designing the best performance car, but also with all the DNA that we are actually implementing in the production car. You know, that's why, for example, you have the light signature that is easily recognizable as a Peugeot, especially here at Le Mans by night.
So you managed to do that, and this 9X8 2024, did you have some input as well into the design of this evolution?
But you know, there is a strong evolution on this new 9X8, especially, you know, this with this rear wing. So we managed to keep, you know, I would say this kind of feline posture that was, I would say, the strong signature of the first generation of 9X8. And as you can see also here, with this new 9X8, there is a specific livery that we specifically designed for this car, which is plenty of head of lion, which symbolizes, in fact, the teamwork, which is, you know, I would say, the best signature of the motorsport.
At the brand, I know that. And I noticed you had a sweatshirt which matched the car, actually. It's all the same. So thank you very much for that, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Pit stop cycling through. We'd also heard in the background Lawrence Van Thor talking about the Porsche being loose, possibly a legacy of any oil being thrown at him by that leading Ferrari. Graham.
Just a quick update again from Proton. It's the door again. And that happened, and happened quite badly on the safety car in Spa, but now 2 pit stops for the same door mechanism.
Yes, have a look at WEC full access and you'll see the door dramas from Spa. Right, up front, Nicholas Nielsen is currently ahead by 1.8 seconds from Lawrence Van Thor. Antonio Giovinazzi third. The yellow Cadillac you just saw, Sebastian Bourdais fourth, Sebastian Buemi fifth, sixth Charles Malaysia, seventh Robert Kubica. In 8th place it is Nicolas Lapierre's Alpine, 9th of Porsche Fred Makavicki, and in 10th, the quicker of the 2 Hertz Team Jota entries, Phil Hansen at the wheel of it. And 311 that we were just on board with Pipo Derani, is in 11th place. Satoshi Hoshino is being given a drive-through penalty in the 777D station Aston for contravening slow zone procedure regulations, so it'll be a drive-through for the D-Station Aston.
Yeah, just to mark, it will be Satoshi Hoshino's final Mont 24 Hours, announcing prior to this race that this will be his last time here. D-Station Racing have been a key part of the Aston Martin efforts in not just in the FI World Endurance Championship, but also in the Asia Le Mans Series in recent seasons. We're sorry to see him go. We are 10 minutes into the second hour of the 2024 24 Hours of Le Mans. Ferrari from Porsche, another Ferrari, Toyota up into 4th place.
And not only has he got ahead, but he's also being able to stretch that margin now, because once released, he's pulling away. But a very grimy windscreen there.
Yeah, apparently that happened from the Ferrari that Bourdais was following earlier on. And yeah, and he's done the right thing there, not to bother using the windscreen wiper. So that's showing his experience there once again, Bourdais. He's going to have to wait in what, another 4 laps or so until the next round of pit stops where they can clean the screen.
Well, I guess this is the other question. Do you have tear-offs on these screens? Where's the crossover between clean it or tear it off?
You usually use the tear-off when the first stage, when the sun starts to set, but it's not sunny today.
Great work, buddy. Great work. Lap times are looking good. You're catching the 5 cars in front of you. Give us a crypto call when you can.
Now, we know that the teams can do 12-lap stints, but you talk to the engineers and they always will tell you, or many will tell you, that the first stint might be a little bit shorter because they want to get some data back, as that's why we're having 10 and 11-lap stints. Now, game on for second place. Laurens Vanthoor under attack from Antonio Giovinazzi. The lead Ferrari is getting away. The gap was 1.8. It's now 2.5 seconds. But for second and third, Vanthoor versus Giovinazzi down towards Arnage together.
And this will effectively be for the lead, won't it? Once that 10-second penalty gets added to car 50.
Yeah, I'm not feeling good, mate. It's sliding around like crazy. And why did we have on the quick release?
It was too tight with the Cadillac.
Why did we have an unsafe release? Well, because you were released, basically. It was too tight. So
that was either asking the team, how did we get ourselves in that position? Why did you release the car in an unsafe way? Or you could interpret it the other way. Why did I get a penalty for unsafe? Well, I think it was the former,
I'd go with that.
actually.
Yes.
Because, well, it's pretty clear you get a penalty for he knew about the unsafe release. So he's saying, why did
you release me in that way? Yeah. So Nicholas Nielsen also, though, complaining that the car's sliding around. So there might be more to this oil story as the stints develop. They're second and third. That gap's just stretched a little bit over the remainder of the lap, has it not? Because they were almost nose to tail coming towards Indianapolis. The margin has gone up fractionally once more. For the lead, it's down by a gnats. It's 2.3. And then second to third, 1.2. But it means nothing on such a long lap.
There's a 3:31.493 from Nick Nielsen that time around. It is a 3:32.066 from the chasing Porsche.
I'm fascinated to see if you're planning to take this set of medium tyres, as we're on with car 51, we were momentarily there, on those medium tyres. Do you take it into a third stint? Quite often we see at the start of the race, particularly if we've had rain like we had today, on a green track, i.e. the rubber's been washed off and it's all dusty again, you get an increase of tyre wear. Do you risk running a third stint strategy right from word go? We quite often see teams sticking to a traditional 2-stop strategy on one set of tyres at the start of the race. If they're planning at Ferrari 51 a 3-stint strategy on that first set of tyres, you've got to start around about this time, taking it a little bit easier, not over pushing them. And that's probably why we saw him lose out in the high-speed section around the Porsche curves, because that's the point of the track that's going to do the most damage.
Traffic again for this gaggle of cars. The Whelen Cadillac continues to make progress up the order. For me, as we see the two Porsche Penske Motorsport cars weaving through, that's a point I was going to make a little while ago here, gentlemen. Those two significantly further back down the order and have not been in that lead group to this point. Strategy or inherent pace?
I would go strategy, primarily. Pace might be a question mark, but we know that one of the Porsches can live up there. And another one that's kind of in the same vein for me, I know it started at the back of the class, but Toyota number 7 hasn't really come storming through. No. Now, you could argue it is hard to come storming through because the cars are so evenly matched, and there was more traffic for Nick de Vries to have to get through anyway, but that hasn't made the progress I thought it should.
Well, the particular point at which it was frankly odd was not making any progress at all in the first lap and a half. Yeah. Despite the fact there are cars certainly with more pace ahead of him.
Nick de Vries, by the way, though, speaking of him, his average stint so far has been a 3:34.3. To put that in context, Sebastian Buemi in the sister car, 3:34.0. Robert Kubica in the number 83 Ferrari, 3:36.2. Sebastian Bourdais, 3:34.7. Nico Lapierre, 3:35.1. So de Vries is fast.
Yes.
Yeah. You were asking a moment or two ago about Paul di Resta's stint and saying it was short, it was an early pit stop. An incident between him and Eduardo Mortara is under review, and I wonder whether therefore he came in because there was some damage or he felt there was something wrong, and that's why he bailed early from that. So there may have been contact that we didn't see, which was the catalyst for the pit stop.
Yeah, I'd put money on that being the fact that, yeah, that did happen. It obviously happened off screen, but yeah, it didn't make sense in terms of strategy to pit the car after just 6 laps, because now they're at, what have we done here, lap 9 on this set of tyres. Last time round was a 12-lap stint, but you can often eke out one more lap perhaps, because they're going slowly on that first warm-up lap before the start of the race.
They're still on the lead lap, so whatever the drama was, Graham, it wasn't enough to make it a long pit stop. Might have been that a tyre was deflating, changed that, but either way, it was a short stop and they're still on the lead lap.
Absolutely. For me at this stage, 3 factory teams that have got good reasons. We've watched the LMP2 pit stops underway. Good reason to be pleased with where they are on pace. Ferrari is clearly one of them. The other two rather, Cadillac, those cars have been pacey, and for me the surprise package so far, the 2024 Le Mans 24 Hours, without a shadow of doubt, is Alpine. Both of the Alpine cars in the top 8, 6th and 8th at the moment. Charles Milesi, I don't think has been out the top 6 from the start, the very start of the race. As you watch the pit stop underway here at United Autosports.
We are being told that brush between di Resta and Mortara is now being investigated. We've got another rather wayward car there, which is the 35 Alpine, scuttling across the curb. Yeah, Charles Milesi, who is in 6th place, or should be if he gets back on track without too much delay there. This is what he did from the onboard.
Yeah, I mean, it's the beauty of having a tarmac runoff area. If you get it wrong there, you can carry on almost at full racing speed, and he's now under attack from the number 83, is Robert Kubica in the 3rd Ferrari AF Corsa. So yeah, that mistake in the first chicane has put Charles Milesi from being the hunter to the hunted.
Paul di Resta gets a warning flag for his incident with Edo Mortara, but nothing more draconian than that. You're riding with Kubica then, speed building.
Yeah, heading down towards the 2nd chicane. The straight line speed though on the Alpine looks sufficient to hold off the Ferrari. And yeah, Milesi's just got to get his head back together there. You can sometimes pick up the dust and dirt on your tyres, and on an older set can take a bit of confidence away as you lose a bit of grip, and you have to get yourself back into the rhythm, back into the zone. And he'll see the Ferrari behind lurking, but also the fact that he was attacking Bourdais before that happened, and probably it was because he was in the dirty air, travelling so closely as we head into Mulsanne corner. The GT's done the right thing there. Actually very kind on Milesi, gives him enough room on the inside.
John Van Rompuy gets out of the way. Phil Hansen, incidentally, has just done Porsche 38's best lap of the race, and Sebastian Buemi in 4th, lapping quicker than the 3 ahead of him last time. Staying on board with Robert Kubica. He's heading now up towards Indianapolis. Really fast part of the circuit this, as up towards the timing line comes 46 BMW. The WRT car currently is 6th in class, and he has got Maxime Martin at the wheel, and it's being chased by Matteo Cresoni there in the Iron Lynx Lamborghini. The gap between those two as they come across the line is just about 0.8 of a second, and in fact they've now gained a place, because into the pit lane is Gregoire Saucy, and also Christopher Mies is in as well. Let's have a listen first of all though. Maxime Martin is in discussion with the team.
Check the brakes, it's really bad.
Brakes then for Maxime Martin. Into the pit lane comes 85, the Iron Dames Lamborghini. So another shuffle of the order in the LMGT3 class.
Yeah, those brakes, it goes without saying, got to go a long way. So not a great message coming from your driver if they're already asking you to look into that. In the next pit stop, they'll be looking at brake pad wear, checking temperatures. You already see the carbon dust coming off in the pit stop there from the Mustang as the McLaren exits.
That other point there, the 2 leading cars in this class have been nose to tail pretty much throughout this stint, Inception Racing and Proto competition, but 7% difference in their available energy. 7% for the McLaren, 14% for the Mustang. So is that Twinkle Toes Ben Parker working his magic?
Oh, he's got to work his magic because he was relieved of €2,500 for not going to the start drivers briefing earlier on. From the pits, Bruce Johanny, I think, has got door-related news for 99 Porsche. Bruce?
Yeah, unfortunately for the ones that follow the WEC, if you remember Spa, there was drama with the Porsche 1999 door, and unfortunately it's the same problem that happened again. I just spoke to Julian and Lower, and the poor boy is just head down on his desk, and he can't believe it. But yeah, unfortunately it's the door again.
Bruce, thank you very much.
Oh, it's the worst thing, isn't it? I've been there and done that, where you've got problems with the car so early on in the race, and they'll fix it and they'll get the car back out there, and you're driving your heart out, and it just feels like...
How do you stay motivated?
Exactly. It's so hard to stay motivated. You've got to take things from it. So you see a spin around of the car 47 there.
That's Cool Racing's car. The car running last after that early problem for Matt Bell.
Naveen Rao the wheel.
Yep, that's up at Dunlop.
This is how it happened. I'm expecting just like many. Yeah, well, that's actually on the braking in towards the corner. So it's a tailwind into that corner today. Has been all week actually, but it's a stronger tailwind today than we've had. And as the tyres start to age, actually is he just on a pit stop actually? Could have been on cold tyres. Or was that a flying lap?
It wasn't an out lap, so he'd done at least one. But Naveen Rao, the man that runs an artificial intelligence company, finding himself in strife at turns 2 and 3, into the pit lane has come Spike the Dragon.
Indeed has, and has been leading this race from the start. The 99 car, by the way, is back out, but it was 4 minutes more the second stop to fix that door, so another lap lost to that. And it is just that frustrating, almost pointless problem that has no impact on performance whatsoever. It's a mechanical problem.
I mean, we've got all this technology, very clever cars, very clever brains, and it's a door latch of all things.
And it's the same door latch that both of the Jotas have got. All three of the Works Penske Porsches have got. It's a Porsche platform. So I don't know what they're doing there at Proton Competition. I mean, there are fine, like any door, there are fine adjustments on its hinges, and it's clearly something that's carried on from Spa.
Into the pit lane, McLaren 70 that started on LMGT3 pole position. Frederick Schandorf brought it in the lead of the class, as he had been at the head virtually from the get-go. Really good stint. Frederick Schandorf, another of those rather underrated GT drivers. You don't often see him off the racetrack. He is a very, very safe pair of hands, and he's very quick as well.
This would be a great shot to stay with, because that is the car that is contesting the lead. It's a driver change for Inception. I think that's Brendan Arib getting in the car. And if anything, it's the Proton crew who are just a tad ahead here. In comes the number 50 car.
Nielsen in, so is he going to serve that penalty now in this pit stop? I should imagine he will.
It's 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
So he's going to lose the lead.
Yes.
And second at least, and possibly third as well. It's going to be fascinating to see not only where this drops the car, but in relation to when the others pit as well, whether anybody else comes in on the same lap that they're not doing.
Well, Bourdais was 10.2 seconds behind him.
By the way, the Mustang has got out ahead of the McLaren.
Okay. Right, so in this lap, Nielsen, Lapierre in Alpine 35, number 4 Porsche Felipe Nasr, and number 2 Cadillac is in for Alex Lynn. Also, Nick de Vries is in, and you've got Nico Müller in as well.
So this is why he's serving that penalty for this moment here, where you join the fast lane, and Bourdais had to slam the brakes on a clear, unsafe release.
From Nicholas Nielsen's point of view, that he will be unaware pretty much of Bourdais. He is told to go by the car controller. He does as he's told. It's all down to the man at the front with the board. It's his responsibility.
I think you're absolutely right. That was what Nick was asking. Why have I got an unsafe release?
Because he wouldn't know there was a car that close necessarily.
He didn't know. Yeah, I mean, he would have seen Bourdais very close to him, but he wouldn't necessarily known that it was that close when he pulled onto the fast lane. As we now look back at Sebastian Bourdais, with Charles Milesi behind him, who has actually gapped Robert Kubica, hasn't he?
You're right.
He's got genuine pace here.
Yeah, the Alpines are a sort of sleeping giant, underdog, call them what you will. They've got good pace without necessarily drawing much attention to themselves, but a home win would be quite something. Just quickly to say, we've got Porsche back in the lead, Pro Tem. Lawrence Van Thor then in number 6. Graham is currently the race leader.
Absolutely. I'd go further with the Alpine thing. I think there is plaudits to be handed to Alpine. There's particular plaudits to be handed to Charles Milesi, because he has been the gun in those cars. when they've been showing that form this season. Let's just see how long they can go. In the pits now, the Isotta Fraschini. And here's the shock news. The Isotta Fraschini has not been running last at any point this race.
Now, Sharma Graham was just touching on, he is a LMP2 champion of 2 years ago within the World Endurance Championship. So we know that he's good, we know that he's quick. And as there, number 3 heads towards us. Let's listen to Brendan Reed's radio.
Drops of rain around the circuit, so we're just going to use caution, just get a feel for it all.
Yeah, we're getting message that rain is expected in the next 10 minutes, with it coming towards the end of the lap. The first knockings of that.
Oh, good. Great. And this is something else for the drivers and for the teams to factor in. Not only is it very fickle, the weather, all the forecasts that we've had have been contradicted somewhere along the line this week, but you know, rain expected. Light rain, heavy rain, we don't know, nor do we know whether it's going to be all the way around the circuit. So it could well be that you've got a dry section and a wet section, and then what do you do for tyres?
Yeah, I've got the voice of Jason Statham in my head, and he's saying, it always rains at Le Mans.
Right, this is Robert Kubica that you are riding with, and he owes us a pit stop. He's up into 6th place at the moment in the AF Corsa Ferrari. Yellow as opposed to red, threading his way through the Porsche curves. Fantastic section of the circuit, this. And then straightens it up now. Let's see whether he bails for the pit lane, because pit in is to the right. Coming up now as he approaches the Ford chicane. There's traffic ahead. And gone.
Well, just looking at the right-hand tyre there, it looks like he had a little bit of blistering or maybe just pickup. And wonder if they're going to change these tyres in this pit stop coming up. They didn't, did they, on their number 50 Ferrari, from what I saw. So yeah, let's keep an eye on if there's any driver changes going on, and hence tyre changes as well. The tyres look like they're ready down there at Porsche, and it's a set of softs.
So Vanthor out of the lead is in, and a driver change, and you've also got number 51 Ferrari in behind it, so you could have a change between those two in the pit stops here.
Yeah, so you got Lotterer here as we look back at him getting into the car, and they're going to put a set of soft tyres, I believe, on that Porsche, which started on the mediums.
Car to watch the progress of, by the way, is the number 4 Penske Porsche. Now, grazing the top 10, that car was running right at the back of the pack in the early minutes of this race.
Looks like they're going to leave driver in here for the Ferrari 51, so Giovinazzi stays in, and hence the tyres should stay on as well, so they're going to triple stint these tyres. It's what I thought he was doing, because it looked like he had the speed. There's another tyre change down there at Porsche, at Penske.
Softs going on.
So the different strategies start here.
And also in is the Hertz Team Jota entry. That was number 38, so Philip Hansen brought it in, having been quick towards the end of the stint as it got lighter, and the car quickly cycled through, dispatched. So now we need to see where number 50 Ferrari is in relation to 50 and to Porsche number 6.
So that was
number 50.
So yeah, so that was Nilsson just slipping past the number 3 Cadillac there of Sebastian Bourdais. So Nilsson has got his tyres obviously in the window. They're still up to temperature, and yeah, just got past through turn 1 round the outside.
Fuel-only stops for all 3 of the Ferraris.
We said it was going to be close, didn't we?
Oh, yeah.
I said that Bourdais was 10.2 seconds at that point when Nilsson came into the pits, served that 10-second penalty. So he should, in theory, when it all shakes out, be around 4th place. Yeah, 4th place. But others obviously changing tyres, slower stops.
Sebastian Bourdais staying in the Cadillac. Not only was he overtaken then by Nielsen, the gap has grown, but that in part is because after that pit stop he's trying to get everything back up to temperature. The Cadillac comes into the chicane. Some of the teams will tell you can lose around 20 seconds on an outlet without the tyre warmers. Now, did the Cadillac go onto new rubber or stay on its original boot?
I'm waiting for my app.
Okay.
Let's be patient.
We're hanging on your every word here.
It's a couple of minutes after each pit stop, it will update, so I'll let you know.
Right, because it's going to be interesting to see. Right, there is Ferrari 51. Let's go on board.
Okay, so we are now leading the race. The Porsche number 6. Porsche number 6 is changing tires. Toyota behind you didn't change tires.
So the Ferraris jumped ahead into the lead with a shorter stop through not changing tyres. But let's see the pace of the Porsche, because on fresher rubber, that's going to be interesting.
So yeah, the kind of fair fight at the moment is, like Giovinazzi's engineer said, is between yourself and Buemi. But Buemi is on the soft tyre, don't forget. So they're taking that tyre into a triple stint. So this will be really interesting. How long can Buemi hang on to that set of soft tyres?
all of this to be revealed.
He's driven a brilliant race so far, as Buemi, but what can he do with this gap now of 7.3 seconds to that of Antonio Giovinazzi, race leader?
Rain class 1 to 2 is expected in 7 minutes' time. So the teams are being warned about this.
And for the drivers that stayed on their tyres, if it rains so much, you're going to have to put the wets on. They've just saved themselves, what, another 20-odd seconds.
Indeed. So this is the lead car then, 51 Ferrari. Antonio Giovinazzi at the wheel. He is now, having done 24 laps, an hour and a half into the race, and on track on his own. But Peter Dumbrek, it's been a great start to this race, hasn't it? Trading the lead, and already the fascination coming in the pit stops. Or just
yeah, you can. It's almost a repeat of the end of last year's race, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Should rain in 2 laps, starting from Indianapolis. Should rain in 2 laps. Your P3 on track. Next car in front, Toyota number 8 for the position.
Nicholas Nielsen being warned about the rain. Is that a sinking feeling? The engineer says the rain is on its way, or do you just have to get on with it?
Yeah, I mean, it's expected. I think all of the drivers know that it's in the air, it's around us. You'd be very, very lucky for it not to rain during the race, and I think it's pretty much guaranteed it will at some stage. If this rain, if class 1 to 2 is light rain, they might not need to change tyre. It might be just a bit of a drizzle, but if it becomes heavier, then they're going to need to change to wet tyres, and it's difficult to bring 2 cars in at the same time from the same team. For instance, we saw early on for the first stop, Ferrari brought in both cars at the same time, but then on the second stop they separated them by a lap so that they wouldn't have to come in on the same lap again.
Don't want them double stacking if you can avoid it. And Rob Bell, we've also got the likelihood in this rain that's coming of it not being a totally wet track. You've got to sort of cope with a dry section and a wet section, and that again is going to be a key part in what you do with tyres.
Yeah, absolutely. And the drivers are going to have to earn their money here, and ultimately you're relying on information from radar, etc. But you've got to use your sensors as well, and often the problem is you can be at one end of just come out to Tête Rouge down Mulsanne, and it can be dry, and halfway down the straight it's pouring down with rain.
Just had a quick look at number 50 Ferrari. That's the car of Nicholas Nielsen. The team manager of that Ferrari has just been summoned to race control immediately. So they've already had a penalty for an unsafe release. Now the team manager to race control.
I'm not sure it's good to be cleaning. The car is undrivable for 2 laps.
Copy. Don't be afraid on the bars. You can go to front 4, rear 1. Don't be afraid on the bars for the first couple laps, but understood.
Sebastian Buemi talking about number 8 Toyota, currently running in second place, but behind him is number 50 Ferrari, and I do think there's another chapter of that car's woes possibly coming up.
Yeah, so I think Buemi was then talking about the whole cold tyre situation, and actually the engineer saying to him, look, you can change your roll bars to help you out on the first couple of laps, so potentially go a little bit softer just to help you out while you're struggling with the temp in the tyres, and then actually change them back again. So it's great you've got tools in the car to change and help that scenario.
He's not getting away from the Ferrari, is he? So Sebastian Buemi second, and 7 seconds adrift of the leading Ferrari. Now number 6 Porsche that led when it came in, Andre Lotterer is at the wheel. That's gone on to new tyres. So the first problem, Peter, is that he's going to lose a big chunk of time getting them up to temperature.
Yeah, you're right. Fresh driver, of course, as well. Yeah. So it's going to take him a few corners, a few half a lap, say, to really bed himself in. And as you say, he's on fresh tyres as well, so it's even harder for him. It's cold conditions, new tyres. It could be a set that they scrubbed already, which we saw in the morning warm-up. Some of the teams scrubbing tyres, but probably in these conditions, I would think they'd save those tyres because they probably only got 2 sets of them for the night time.
If you use a set of slicks now, and let's say you get 4 laps out of them and then it rains, are they effectively junked? You wouldn't use them again, or would you consider putting those on if it dried out, tomorrow, let's say?
I think they may be forced to use them again.
True.
There's a limited amount of tyres they've got.
Let's push on that Toyota. They are struggling a lot with balance.
nothing is sacred, nothing is secret, is it? Sebastian Buemi tells his engineer something, we all hear it, and that's passed back to the Ferrari driver.
And the other thing we've got to look at here is we're talking about hypercar and the changing conditions, etc. But actually the other thing to consider, certainly in the other two classes, looking at GT3 at the moment, we've got the other thing where some cars have got opted to put their AMs in the car now, whereas some have got their pros still in the car, so that could add to that changeable conditions mix.
Okay, Seb, if rain is to come, we expect it turn 17, turn 18, or turn 2 first. Turn 17, 18, or 2 first for rain.
It's a bit of a geographical difference, isn't there, between 17 and 18 and turn 2.
It's a fair spread, yeah. So what, 17, 18 is down Arnage, is it?
It's towards the end of the Mulsanne, heading down towards the bottom of Mulsanne corner, sort of the kink before the corner itself after the second chicane. But then, or at turn 2, which is diagonally opposite, really.
Don't know what you do with that information, to be honest, as a driver.
Just get on with it, I think, is pretty much it. Right. Anyway, the instruction to Nicholas Nielsen was push, because Sebastian Buemi struggling with balance. He's certainly dropping away from number 51. We'll find out if there's anything else on the back of number 50's team manager being summoned to race control. But there is number 50 bouncing over the curb and putting a lot of grief through the mechanism.
It's never good. It's never good, that sign, when you see that on the TV. Team manager summoned to race control. It's never a good thing. They don't actually want to have a chat and a cup of tea with you. So
exactly.
Yeah, let's see what comes of that. But I can't see it being a good thing.
No, the team manager in question, Batti Pregliasco, who has been with AF Corsa for about 100 years, but has raced Ferraris himself. Track is now declared wet. Rain lights on low mode comes the instruction. Interesting this, isn't it? The Ferrari driver, Nicholas Nielsen, being told to push to go after Sebastian Buemi. I was about to say he hadn't really closed. All of a sudden, coming down towards Mulsanne corner, he does get a little bit nearer. There's a leading Ferrari going through. Antonio Giovinazzi, 7.5 seconds up the road from Buemi. And Nielsen is getting fractionally nearer on this 27th lap of the race.
The Alpine looking quite racy behind as well. Are they slightly closing too?
Yeah, Jean Malaysia's been a bit of a hero thus far, and he might benefit, mightn't he, if these two start squabbling amongst themselves. Look back from the Toyota, that Ferrari is getting closer and closer. Malaysia's had a track limit warning though, Rob, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got to be careful. You know, you don't want to use up your track limit sort of warnings now. Look, these things will happen, but he's got to watch that.
Right, it is now 17:37, about to become 17:38, and the rain was expected a minute ago. Robert Kubica are under investigation for an unsafe release as well.
The rain should finish in less than 10 minutes. The rain should finish in less than 10 minutes. So we go through it.
Copy.
Okay, so the rain to finish in 10 minutes. Not entirely sure it started, are we?
So yeah, I guess if it does come, it's going to be a very short shower, and perhaps it's a situation where you stay on slicks.
And it'll just catch one corner. Yes, the wipers are on and spots of rain on the camera lens. It's round here, isn't it? Porsche curves where it's wet, and they're having to be very, very careful getting around the LMP2 traffic there.
So that's the engineer coming on, basically saying, look, we know it's a short shower. Whatever happens, you know, we're just going to have to live with it. It's not a downpour around the whole circuit, so I guess...
Toyota in.
Toyota in.
Interesting. So Buemi was complaining of balance anyway. You can see it is raining on this section of the circuit. Well, this is not turn 2 or 17 or 18, is it? So that information, I'm afraid, was not strictly relevant. The Toyota team went straight to wets at Imola, and it worked well. Let's see whether it's going to be the same principle here. Let's have a look. The team is ready, and wets stand by, Peter, don't they?
They are, of course. So we've got a split strategy between Ferrari and Toyota. One thinks it's going to be wet, and the other one thinks it's going to dry up quickly and just stay on the slick.
So that's the first car onto wet. Also in is Charles Malaysi, and also in Sebastian Bourdais. And wets are ready for the Cadillac, as you can see. This could be a big gamble. If it pays off, those teams are going to be heroes if the road gets really wet. But from what we're being told from Ferrari, within 10 minutes, the road will be dry again, or it'll have stopped.
And plus, there'll be areas of the track which remain dry.
Absolutely.
So that's going to burn up those wet tyres.
So this could be the wrong roll of the dice.
Well, I think this is a case of if you're going to go out on wets now, you have got to look after them. Because if you go out and push too hard on the dry parts, you're going to just kill them. So this is going to be a test for the drivers of sort of maturity, experience, etc.
Talking of maturity and experience, Bourdais and Malaysia are under investigation for their pit lane behaviour at 17:28. Anyway, we'll come back and see whether there's anything. It's not this pit stop, it was an earlier stop, presumably. There you've got number 9 in, which is the Proton Orica, started by Ben Viscal, and it will either be Matteo Capietto or Jonas Reed to take the car over the class-leading car from LMP2. So this stop shuffles the order yet again, and there is number 50 Ferrari, Nicholas Nielsen, who was running in 2nd place. The gap 8 seconds to race-leading teammate Antonio Giovinazzi, but the order again shuffling thanks to people being brought in for wet tyres. Now, this part of the circuit, you would not consider wets, would you?
Exactly, and actually we know from earlier in the week when we had similar situation to this, where the track was a little bit, or you saw a little bit of rain in the air. You saw the rain on the windscreens, and yet the cars all stayed out on slicks, and they were only, let's say, 4 seconds a lap slower.
Robert Kubica there, hanging on to his 3rd place, squabbling with Andre Lotterer. Kubica 3rd, Lotterer 4th.
Okay, so the Toyota has boxed me and you. The Toyota has pitted. Let us know the situation in this lap. We are ready.
Now the track is dry. It was just from Arnage to, let's say, Sarpit.
Fantastic battle going on here between, as you can see, the Ferrari of Robert Kubica, the Porsche behind him of Andre Lotterer, and Philip Hansen has caught right up in the Jota entry, and they've got traffic to try and get through as well. And it is now very heavy rain near where we are at the start and finish line. So drivers are reporting back that it's dry here or it's wet there, but the pit lane is getting very, very wet indeed, and everybody around us is going for an umbrella.
I was just about to say, I can't believe that the wet is the right call, because looking at the circuit on the TV here, the screen in front of us, it looks absolutely dry. And then, yeah, and Davidson just pointed out to look at, actually, just look out the window, Rob. It's pouring down with rain. So, yeah, that was very helpful to actually remember to look out the window.
But again, it's not wet all the way around. And this was what it was doing yesterday. It had the occasional heavy but very, very brief shower. So now on slicks and on a wet part of the racetrack, they come out of the Porsche curves. Let's see who bails for the pits this time. Porsche in the background went for the pit lane, and up the curb goes Kubica. Andre Lotterer with all of his Le Mans experience then bearing down on Kubica. He threads his way out of the Ford chicane. In has come 51, then the leader is in. Antonio Giovinazzi goes for the pit lane, interestingly. So the lead car comes into the pits. In Imola, it was the Ferrari team that gambled not to go to wets and lost out. We've already seen Toyota gamble, Cadillac gamble, Alpine gamble and go on to wets, and there's going to be a driver change here as well.
I think in this situation, Ferrari just have to cover what Toyota do.
Yeah.
And if they do it, then they should also do it.
So James Collado is going to take over. Of course, this is the winning team of last year, the leading team at the moment. Heavy rain reported at Marshall's Post 7. Right, so those that are on wets now can make hay, certainly at given parts of the circuit, but where it's dry, those on slicks will be able to get themselves back up to proper pace. But it's real heart-in-mouth stuff now if you're on slicks, isn't it?
It is, and it's the last thing. James Collado getting in the car there, he'll be hoping very much that they put wets on.
Yeah.
The last thing he wants to do is get in a car with slicks on and it's pouring down with rain, and he's the one being told, just hang on for 10 minutes, James, you'll be all right. You know, we think it's going to pass.
But I would suspect, Peter, you might agree with me on this, that there's more of the track wet than dry now.
I think it's more a case of that it's so wet here at the pit area that it, you know, even if you've got 3/4 of a dry track elsewhere, it's so wet here that it's probably better just to be on the wets just for this one section, which might be, yeah, 1/4, 1/3 of the track.
But it has actually just stopped raining here, so...
Yes, well, it eased, I think. There are still umbrellas up, but side by side here goes Ferrari and Porsche. To the inside line, look, goes Lotterer. Is he going to go through? He does. He makes the move. He goes by. So Andre Lotterer now takes over the lead of the race, puts himself ahead of Nicholas Nielsen. Robert Kubica is there in 3rd. So Porsche leads Le Mans. Ferrari 2nd and 3rd. And not only has Lotterer got the lead, he's pulled away, hasn't he? That car took on new softs on the last pit stop. So it's a slick-shod Porsche in the lead of the race, and he's using those as best he can where he's got the traction. Change for 2nd. Kubica moves himself up past Nielsen as well now. They tiptoe their way out of Mulsanne corner. But Robert Kubica then, having moved himself up ahead of Nicholas Nielsen, sets off in pursuit of Lotterer, and it looks really treacherous here.
That's heavy rain down towards Indianapolis now, so yeah, I think the wet tyre is certainly the way to go.
Yeah, you can see.
They can't, they're not even flat on the throttle anymore. They're being so careful, especially at this stage of the race, so early. You don't want to throw it off the road. But yeah, they've just opened up and come to a dry part of the track again. It's crazy.
It just teases them, doesn't it? Teases the drivers, teases the teams. They can be on the radio saying it's really wet, I need to box, and then they get to the next corner and it's dry. But Kubica on this lap is absolutely on a mission. He's gone from third to second, and he might well be the leader by the end of the lap because he is right there on the tail of Lotterer.
Of course, he's also got rally driving experience. He's driven all sorts of different cars, F1, lots of rally. So he knows the car under him.
And knows what to do with slippery conditions. So the AF Corsa engineers look on. Nicholas Nielsen falling away a little bit. Kubica dropping away coming out of the Porsche curves. If you're going to lose out to a Porsche anywhere, the Porsche curves will be the place. And Lotterer then accelerating his way up towards the end of the lap. These are the 3 lead cars with 29 laps done at the end of this. Nicholas Nielsen in third place there. Let's listen in.
It's gonna stop at the next lap, mate. It's gonna stop at the next lap.
Okay, so we stay out. What tires are the 83 on?
So into the pit lane comes Lotterer, presumably because he wants wets, at the same point that Nielsen is being told it's going to stop in the next lap or 2.
Again, split strategies, so let's see how this plays out.
I still think they're going to need more rain for these cars on the wet tyres to really benefit. There are wet parts of the circuit, as we've seen, but there's also quite a lot of dry running, and the rain is due to end shortly. So wets are ready for Andre Lotterer. In he comes, and the team will put some fuel in the car, and then they'll go to work on the tyres. These kind of 2-part pit stops. You can't do anything else other than the refueling. Then the other work can start.
So it'll be interesting to see when this car comes out, where it is in reference to where the Toyota was. We knew it came in for wet tyres a little bit earlier, 2 laps earlier.
James Collado, of course, has gone on to wets, and these 2 Ferraris are still on slicks, and Nielsen coming back at the race leader, Robert Kubica. He's the race leader, Kubica, by dint of staying out, because, of course, Lotterer did lead and pitted, and he won't be leader for much longer because Nielsen is all over him like a cheap suit as they come down to the braking zone for the first chicane. Kubica just ahead, but Nicholas Nielsen right there behind him as they thread their way right and left and right again. We've also got Sebastian Buemi lapping quicker than anybody else ahead of him at the moment. Buemi, who went on to wet, didn't he? Toyota number 8, 7th place, but he's lapping quicker than anyone ahead of him as we look at this lead battle. Kubica hanging on to the advantage, but only just.
In amongst all of this, Will Stevens in the Hertz team Jota is in 3rd position, so that's the car that we saw retugged in the last couple of days, up to 3rd.
Yeah, and that's been a slow burn in a sense, hasn't it? They just quietly got on with it over the opening stint and now put it up into, as you say, 3rd. And 4th is Andrea Caldarelli, Le Mans rookie, having his first outing at Le Mans. He is 4th in the better of the 2 Lamborghinis, the Lamborghini Iron Lynx entry. Number 19, Andrea Caldarelli dominated GT racing a few years ago. Part of the Lamborghini family, very definitely. It still looks quite wet down here, but I would say not as wet as on the previous lap.
Yeah, we see the last lap from Robert Kubica, 3:55 versus a 3:54 from Buemi on the wet tyres in the Toyota. So actually a very similar lap time, and if it doesn't rain anymore, of course, it's going to be Kubica who starts to go quicker again.
Yellow flag at Marshall's post 20. That, I think, is Mulsanne corner, isn't it? And so we've got the yellow flag out at Mulsanne corner. We'll try and work out who. Well, he's got going again, whoever it was. So a brief off. Yellow flag withdrawn, green flag shown once more. This is where we stand at the moment in terms of tyres. Softs for the leading Ferrari, mediums for Nicholas Nielsen behind. And there is a Corvette in strife. It has got going from Mulsanne corner and stopped on the run on towards Indianapolis. So the Corvette stranded. Yellow flag is shown. The driver will try to get that car going, and he does so. And also off the road is the 54 Ferrari then. That's the Vista AF Corsa car.
Slick tyres on that car also.
Okay, and it was Thomas Floor at the wheel of the Ferrari, and it was 82 Corvette that was in strife, and he's trying to get going again, and that means that it is the Hiroshi Koizumi car, Koizumi at the wheel of it. But that Ferrari in the gravel might take a little bit more extraction. 77 there, currently 4th in LMGT3. Ryan Hardwick chasing after Rahel Frey, who in turn is going after Christopher Mies, and it is Larry Ten Voorde for JMW Motorsport leading LMGT3 right now. It's all getting busy. That Ferrari, in theory, ought to be able to fire up and drive off, shouldn't it? Because it's virtually on the access road.
Yeah, he should be. He should be, you know, as long as there's no damage, which we're just looking at.
There's going to be, because it was a bit of hip and shoulder that turned him around, the Orica to the inside.
I don't think that's going to be much damage, though. I think that's a question of actually probably just gathering himself together and working out which buttons to press.
OK, so Thomas Floor will try to get going again as soon as he can. Yellow flag, though, is still being shown trackside. As there, look, you've got Christopher Mies, who's dominated GT racing for Audi for many, many years, but this is his first appearance in the Le Mans 24 Hours. It's getting drier, isn't it? These engineers that were saying it's going to stop raining seem to be right.
3:43 from Nicholas Nielsen in the Ferrari, and the Toyota, maybe it isn't through yet, but
3:54 last time. So
yeah, it's not through the start and finish line yet.
No, it needs its next lap to be registered, you're right, because it hasn't got to the end of sector 3, but it's not far away. A 3:53 for Eduardo Mortaro's Lamborghini.
So it's lost 6 seconds to the leaders.
Yeah, 3:49, that last lap for Buemi. So it's advantage slicks again, isn't it? And that's going to really hurt Lotterer, because he'll have only been on those wets for 2-3 laps, if that.
Yeah, that was that might prove to be a bit of an error, that call. If it doesn't rain again, he's going to come back in again for slicks, while everyone on slicks doesn't have that. So effectively, he's cost himself a pit stop.
Yeah.
If it doesn't rain again.
Let's have a listen into number 50 Ferrari then. Second place now.
Now it's starting to rain again in sector 1.
Starting to rain again in sector 1, as right round the outside of the traffic goes Robert Kubica. I know I've used the word already, but teasing just is what that weather is doing. Just when you think it's clearing up, starts to rain. Side by side for the race lead. Nicholas Nielsen has got the run, but he's on the outside line down to Mulsanne corner. Robert Kubica hangs on to it as they go into the kink before the corner, but you've got to be so careful here, Peter, because there are still wet patches around.
Nicholas Nielsen's got the cut back on him here.
So they run side by side, and there is traffic ahead. Who has got the most leaden right foot? Let's see. Nielsen's got the line on the inside. Kubica tries to stand his ground on the outside. They are absolutely toe-to-toe as they come towards us. The two Ferraris with the Porsche many laps down behind them. Nielsen's going to have the inside line for the next corner, the run up towards Indianapolis. But Robert Kubica is going to go and keep the lead round the outside. Fantastic racing between the two of them. And Robert Kubica, very brave indeed. He comes out in front. Fabulous racing.
Seems just to have the edge down the straights, because Nielsen definitely got a better exit out of the corner.
Yeah.
Pulled up alongside very, very quickly, but actually Kubica just managed to pull away, you know, at the top of the straight, and that was the same the last time we watched.
And look at the pace that Neil Jani has got behind. I know he's many, many laps down now, 3 laps down, but he's showing kind of what that car's capable of. Nielsen's going to have another go. Kubica, with his pointy elbows, sticks them out and says, no, you don't. And so yellow Ferrari Kubica, red Ferrari Nielsen, absolutely tied together, and this is fantastic racing, isn't it? 2-star drivers at the top of their game.
To me, it looks like the yellow Ferrari of Kubica has the advantage in the damper conditions, and then Nielsen is that little bit quicker in the drier conditions.
Traffic also to be dispensed with. Nervous faces at AF Corsa that operates all the cars, even if one is under the official Ferrari badge. And there, the gap stretching again under braking as they come now up towards the exit of the Ford chicane. Right, look back from Kubica's car. This, the race leader. He will break the beam this time and put 31 laps in the book, and the advantage, if that's the right word, is 9/10 of a second as they came over the stripe. And that's after nearly 2 hours of racing as they head now up through the Dunlop chicane once more. Kubica up front now. Behind them, Will Stevens is third, but I reckon he might be on wets, you know, because he is not lapping as quickly as these two. Michael Christensen in Porsche number 5 is fourth. Andrea Caldarelli's Lamborghini is fifth. and Sebastian Buemi, his last lap was a 3:50. It does definitely look that at the moment the advantage is to those on the slicks, but if the extra rain forecast comes very shortly, then those that are still struggling on the wet tyres will be given a lifeline.
Yeah, according to our data here, Will Stevens is on slicks. He's on the same set of slicks as he started the race on.
Right, okay, well, the lap times are a little bit slower. We just got a glimpse of Robert Schwarzman getting ready to get on board the 83 Ferrari that he shares with Kubica, who's behind the wheel now, and Yifie, who will be the third man. Into the pit lane has just come Sebastian Buemi and James Collado. So Toyota and Ferrari pit. They were on wet tyres, remember?
Yep, so they've obviously called it to go back to slicks. They're losing too much time, 7 seconds a lap currently if you've got a wet tyre on, it looks like. Yeah. So that decision by Andre Lotter or his team to bring him in and put him on wets, obviously that's cost them a lot of time as well. He was leading the race. He came in from the lead to put wets on.
And it's not that Lotterer is not experienced around here, is it? 3 times an outright winner, but the next surprise, arguably, is that he has also stayed out. He has not said, I need to come in for slicks. He's persevering. Maybe, we're not hearing it, but maybe the radio traffic in that Porsche is stay out because there's more rain coming. But there, look, that's number 4 going from wets back to slicks.
I think because the rain is so patchy and spread around, at the minute they are going off what the radar's saying more than what the driver's saying, actually. So it's an absolute nightmare if you're out there trying to second guess the weather, isn't it? I mean,
it's making for a great race, though.
It does. It's spicing things up. There's people coming up and down the order, but very, very tricky to call the right call.
Where we are, no umbrellas in sight, but it is very, very windy looking out of the window. There, number 7 Toyota is on its way out of the pit lane, and Kamui Kobayashi has taken over from start driver Nick de Vries. Patrick Pilet, by the way, for Vector Sport, leading in LMP2, and Larry Ten Voorde is still leading in LMGT3. And that Ferrari that we saw off the road, Thomas Floor, the car that put him there and is being investigated is a certain number 47 Cool Racing LMP2 Orica with Naveen Rao, who we'd already seen have a spin at turn 2. Then he got involved with Thomas Floor. That is being investigated. But Naveen Rao is having a rather checkered weekend, isn't he?
I think it's difficult. First time here, as we know, and obviously very, very experienced, great teammates he's got. But it's yeah, he's finding it tough. And that car we saw it slow. It had a punctured radiator. It was the first car in the box at all in the race. So yeah, no, it's not exactly going their way, let's say. If it wasn't for bad luck, they'd have none at all.
True enough, yes. So Naveen Rao and Thomas Floor got together, and it is being looked at, but Thomas Floor was on the outside as Naveen Rao kind of slithered into him. Right, Robert Kubica is protected a little bit by the GR Racing Ferrari splitting him and Nicholas Nielsen as they come up towards the timing line. Last time it was a second, it's now 11/10 as they come through. Robert Kubica kind of stretching the advantage, looking a little bit more secure, a little bit.
Again, I think it's a little bit damp through the Porsche curve still. I think we're about to come onto a drier part of the track, and I expect Nielsen to again close back in.
And we know with Robert Schwarzman standing by, Kubica is not that far off a pit stop as the cars then now turn their way.
He's going to get trouble here. I don't think he's getting by, so get ready.
That was brave because he had to use the curb on the inside. Nicholas Nielsen goes through. He's halved the gap already, hasn't he? Thanks to the back marker. And he gets the run now. Further up the road, there is this battle in LMGT3, and it's for second. Christopher Mies versus Rahal Frey. Mustang versus Lamborghini. And a drive-through penalty is being given to Thomas Floor for causing that collision as the lead has changed. Through goes Nielsen.
Okay, we are losing too much time with the rain, with the wet tires. We are going to box for soft.
Andre Lotterer being told, finally, we're going to box for soft. We're losing too much time, as you heard. And just before that, Nicholas Nielsen did it, went through, and he's back into the lead of the Le Mans 24 Hours. But this Inter-Nissan Ferrari fight continues, but in a new order. Nielsen ahead, Kubica now behind him in second place.
Yeah, Nielsen did a really good job of reading the situation there, reading the road, and the traffic just caught Kubica out. Not really his fault. You can't exactly just back out of, you know, or force it too much, so he backed out of Tete Rouge, which meant he had a poor exit onto the straight, but actually Kubica did the right thing. It's just Nielsen read it even better and is in a great place.
That drive-through penalty for Thomas Floor, I'm a bit surprised about, because he was on the outside line. He had to turn for the corner at some point, but he gave the car of Naveen Rao space on the inside, so...
He just get hit from behind, didn't he?
No,
sort of rear side to rear. Well, gone.
From what I saw, he kind of got most of the way alongside him, and then the GT car closed in on him.
Okay. But if Thomas Floor had been shown a blue flag and therefore didn't respond properly, then the bulk of the blame goes on his shoulders. Now, for second place in LMGT3, and this illustrates how well the GT3 concept works, two totally different ways of attacking the LMGT3 problem, if you like. The grunt-and-go Mustang, the rather more aero-friendly Lamborghini, and they've got hypercars threading their way through the mix as well. Let's listen to Car 70's radio traffic.
Be very careful in between the second chicane and Arnage. Very careful.
Ollie Milroy being warned about being careful between the second chicane and Arnage, so still slippery down there. But here, look, the sun's coming out.
Another loser in all that seems to be the 51 cars dropped right down the order, and we did see that coming in, and we said at the time we saw it on slicks when it was pouring down the rain. It sort of came in, we assumed they went out on wets. In fact, they were out on wet, so they've lost a chunk of time as well. So this is having a massive effect on the race, the weather.
Yeah, 51 Ferrari is now on 4 pit stops, whereas the leading cars are all on 2 pit stops. So there was the extra one to change tyres, wrong choice, and a 4th pit stop to change back to what you were on in the first place.
Yeah, he's back on a new set of mediums now, James Collado.
And all that work that Sebastian Buemi did to bring the car up and actually lead the race at one stage was undone by their own choice.
Yeah, whereas number 7 Toyota, Kamui Kobayashi, is just chipping away. A little bit like we've got 1 or 2 of the Porsches that don't look to be that rapid at the moment. They're chipping away, so it is the case for number 7. Right, let's head to the pit lane. Bruce Chouani, Charles Lacey. We'll have words with the French driver right now.
Charles, before the wet tires, an amazing beginning of a race, but you couldn't see anything. What happened?
Yeah, at the beginning of the race, I got some oil on the windscreen. So, and then I tried to do the washer, but it was not working properly and got worse and worse. So I did the whole stint without seeing anything, mainly. Then second stint was quite okay with the medium tires, and yeah, with the rain came, it was difficult to know if it was going to be worse or not. But yeah, it got worse and worse in Porsche curves, and we tried to put some rain tires, but I think it was not the right call. So we'll see. There is still 22 hours remaining, so and car feels good. So we'll see where we are in a couple of hours.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Now, in the meantime, it is Nicholas Nielsen ahead of Robert Kubica. We're on lap 34, and the gap last time when they came past pits was just over a second. Robert Kubica getting set to give way to Yifei before much longer. Will Stevens third. Now, he is a long way back, 26.5 seconds adrift, and lapping on the same kind of pace as Kubica, but they're both being caught by Michael Christensen's 4th place Porsche. That is lapping a little bit quicker now, in 4th spot, as I say. Let's go to Loic Duval Peugeot.
There is another shower expected in 25 minutes, Loic.
Right, more rain in 25 minutes then, just to keep everyone on the toes.
So we can roll those dice again, and anything can happen. I don't think this is the last we've seen of the rain. I think it's going to happen at gradually different stages throughout the race.
Double yellow.
Certainly tomorrow morning is forecast quite heavy.
Double yellow at Marshall's Post 24, and that's where we're heading to, because it is the approach to Indianapolis. So have a look out of the front of the car, well, or trackside now, because they're heading into that yellow zone. Let's see if we can work out who it is that has gone off the circuit. Up towards Indianapolis. Gap comes right down, doesn't it? Nicholas Nielsen perhaps responding to the yellow rather better there than behind him Robert Kubica did, but there's nothing apparent as to why the yellow would be there.
It's quite interesting between these cars as well, because Nielsen's actually on medium compound, and he has been from the start, whereas Kubica's on the softs, but the pace seems actually quite similar.
And this elasticated gap stretching and
double yellows,
closing.
Indy, double yellows at Indianapolis. Okay.
Okay, so that was a little moment ago. They've gone through that corner. They've now been removed as well. Robert Kubica didn't slow down that much.
I guess he used the car. It's always easy to use the car in front as a bit of a gauge, but it does explain what I was saying earlier, why the yellow car of Kubica is a little bit quicker in the damper conditions, because he's got softer tyres. Simple as that.
Indeed so. You're looking back from Kubica's car there. The traffic there is Nicholas Nielsen, who comes up towards the end of lap 34 then. And we've just tipped over, incidentally, a few moments ago, the 2-hour mark. So 2 hours done. The yellow's removed at Indianapolis. Drivers getting set for their, in some cases, first stint behind the wheel. And the leaders go through. And after what was a real battle pack before the showers came, these two, by getting the tyre choice right and reading the weather right, have cleared off into the distance, because you've got to go 26 seconds further back before you find anybody else.
Yeah, I think that's the same in some of the other classes. Just looking at GT3 at the minute, the lead car, the Inception car, that was leading going into all this, has dropped back significantly, but they have opted to put their bronze driver in. So again, I think the weather just thrown a few people out, and if you've got an inexperienced driver in the car, you're going to lose more time in that scenario.
Confirm, box this lap, confirm. Is the track still tricky in some places? We need to pick up the compound, soft or medium?
No, medium, mate. Medium is fine.
So Nicholas Nielsen comes into the pit lane at the end of this lap, and medium's his call.
Yep, you can see he's pulled away again from Kubica. He's very confident on that tyre, as long as the track's dry. If it's that little bit extra wet, you can see he drops back. He's not so confident, but yeah, let's see if this rain comes in 25 minutes, it might be all change again.
Absolutely right. As we've just had Robin Frins, number 20 BMW, do that car's best lap of the race. Number 20 BMW, the art car, chipping its way up the order, sort of flying under the radar as it has all weekend. Andrea Caldarelli has done a personal best sector. Others are doing personal best sectors as well.
So yeah, the Lambos have benefited from that. They're up to 4th and 5th now from way back. So, you know, it's really mixed the order up.
And we've got a Lexus leading LMGT3. Esteban Masson for Acrodis ASP team leads the way. So Nicholas Nielsen coming then down towards Mulsanne corner on effectively his in-lap. From the radio traffic, we're being told that he's going to come in at the end of this lap and go on to mediums. What about Robert Kubica behind? Let's listen into 83 Ferrari.
2 laps to go, 2 laps to go. 50 is informed to full push.
Right, so in lap for Nielsen, 2 more laps for Kubica.
So the question is, what tyre does he go on to when his stop comes in 2 laps time? So we know Nielsen's going to medium tyres, but does Kubica? Because I think in general it's a quicker compound right now.
And could you, assuming the rain does come and you're on softs and you want to stay out on the slicks, does a soft compound give you a better chance when it rains? So maybe the soft is a good option right now.
Yeah, and he might lose, say, half a second a lap before it rains, but then when the rain comes, yeah, he's going to gain all that back again.
Right, so pit stop due for Nicholas Nielsen as they come then down towards the Porsche curves this time. Ferrari 1-2 with the AF Corsa car chasing the Ferrari AF Corsa. In other words, the factory entry ahead of the semi-privateer car of Ferrari favourite AF Corsa, Amato Ferrari's team, the Italian who has specialised in running incredibly successful Ferraris, whether it's been in one make series, whether it's been in GT racing, whether it's been in hypercar, and now look, thanks to the traffic, the gap is down and in comes Nicholas Nielsen anyway. So number 50 Ferrari in, and
to fix that mirror in the car.
Yeah, they need to, don't they? I was about to say the mirror has come loose, but or the screen has come loose, but into the pit lane it comes, and Nielsen on the radio.
Yeah, no problem, mate. Just leave the wheel.
Yeah, mate, we're going to box. We think the soft is a safer choice for the weather that is upcoming. We will put Antonio with the soft. We think it's a safer choice.
Right, so in comes number 50, Nicholas Nielsen, and Antonio Fuoco then to take over and going on to the soft. Not the driver's call, that's the team believing they read this better. Interesting.
Well, also, you've got a different driver in the car. He needs to get up to speed as quickly as possible.
Enough, yeah.
And it's probably the safer call. They've got a decent advantage.
So Nicholas Nielsen, who has done the fastest lap of the race early on, lap 3, gives way to Antonio Fuoco, and that is a very badly damaged car up at turn 3. Is that 54 Ferrari again, the Thomas Floor Ferrari?
I wonder whether we're going to see a safety car here.
We might do, and that's going to throw everything up in the air because there's a bit of barrier damage there as well. It's all self-induced, isn't it, guys?
Kind of looks like it. Is he on his outlap?
No, he's not.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one, actually, but I guess...
spin that way, yeah.
Could that be a legacy of the earlier damage?
Well, I'm thinking it's a legacy of the kink to the right, and he's lost it on the exit of the kink to the right.
I was just wondering whether, after that earlier clash with Naveen Rao, that's done some damage that
possibly
finally has put him off. But the net result is, I think that car's probably badly damaged enough to be out of the race.
I am with Bruno Fama in the pit garage. Bruno, there is a lot happening with Alpine in Formula 1 here in Le Mans, the launch of the new A290, sorry. So competition, but also road cars.
Yeah, great week for Alpine this week in Le Mans with the launch of the new car. A290, the first car of a new era for Alpine, the first car of the Dream Garage. And now here for the 24 hours of Le Mans with the A424, the fourth race of this car only. We can't wait for racing. We know that a lot of things will happen at the race, and then next week, Formula 1, 24 races, a tough agenda, but an incredible project for developing the Alpine brand. Which is really sporty with its DNA, and we are very proud of that project.
I saw Pierre Gasly earlier on. Is he interested in the 24 hours? Are you aiming at some point at putting some F1 drivers here, or is it too complicated?
Both Formula 1 drivers, Pierre and Esteban, were here. I think both are interested, but now. they want to continue in Formula 1 for some years, of course, but I think one day we may see them hopefully with an Alpine.
Okay, thank you so much. Great to see the brand pushing in competition. Good luck.
Thank you.
They want to stay in Formula 1, but whether or not they will do so in the same team remains to be discovered. Right, we have a slow zone out on track because the Ferrari is being retrieved. And the slow zone therefore reduces the pace, but it allows the marshals to work. But it's going to be quite a lengthy one, I would have thought, that, because you've got the car to move, you've got maybe a bit of track sweeping, and there's some barriers to be checked, if not repaired.
Yeah, it's always the carbon all over the floor as well, which can potentially then cause another puncture in another car. So they'll do the job probably, but usually do clear things up very, very quickly here. I don't think the damage to the barrier was substantial. It was more the impact was the energy was dissipated by the tyres he hit. So actually, I don't think that's going to be too long.
Right, in comes Robert Kubica, and he's going to give way, isn't he, to Robert Schwarzman. I think we'd seen him standing ready. Now we need to have a look at tyres, don't we? What are they going to choose? So the fuel goes in first, and what's standing by? Was it soft that I saw? Robert Schwarzman gets in.
I would imagine they'll go on softs just like the other car.
It's got softs on at the minute, and it worked for them, so yeah, I would think that would be the case. Lamborghinis have really benefited from all this. Both of them. They stayed on their tyres from the start.
Yeah, they might not have had the pace, but they've come up the order, and the car needing to go onto its dollies there to get it into position. Something strange arrival into the pits, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, that to go around one of the GT cars, actually, so they had to park at an angle, but by regulation, you have to then straighten that car up before you can work on it, so get that done. It'll cost them probably, you know, best part of 5, 6, 7 seconds before the put. They had brand new mediums lined up to go on that car. That looks like softs on the Kubica car, doesn't it? The 83 Ferrari.
Which is what they'd put onto the lead car, wasn't it, for Antonio Fuoco in 51. So Robert Schwarzman takes 83 into the race. That car came in the lead. Now we will also, Michael Christensen has just left the pit lane. Andrea Caldarelli was third, he is in. So we'll see at the end of this lap if that car comes to the lead of the race. But now in LMGT3, the Dennis Olsen, Mikael Pedersen, Giorgio Roda Mustang is under investigation for a technical infringement. And normally that kind of message only comes up after a race when scrutineering has happened, but a technical infringement, possibly, it's under investigation. Car 88, another one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, that sounds like it could be the way they monitor the torque on these cars. They have sensors on the in the drive shafts on the cars, and that tells the organisers what power output the cars are actually producing, and that's all regulated. So if you have problems with the sensor, you could have nothing wrong with the whole car, but if you have a problem with the sensor, the FIA ACO ask you to come in and fix the sensor, because otherwise you don't know what power output you've got.
Didn't something like that happen to Nick Tandy's Porsche at Daytona, and he lost time, and there was something on a similar vein? It's in the back of my mind. So yeah, it's as you say, very well monitored, and you don't get away with it with all the data and the telemetry that's available to the ACO's technical team these days. Right, the slow zone will at turn 1 effectively start at the exit of the Ford chicane, Marshall's post 35, so you have to start slowing there, the slow zone up round turns 1, 2 and 3. And there is number 50 Ferrari moving itself ahead of the Jota Porsche, coming down now through the chicane. There is number 12, so that means that you're going to have Antonio Fuoco in the lead of the race. Will Stevens still behind the wheel of the Porsche in second spot.
Or is Robert Schwartzman in the lead of the race?
Oh no, he just pitted and left.
Right. Oh, it's not updated yet.
Don't think so, because I would be surprised.
Bear in mind everyone else stopped as well, so
check when they cross the line, but I would have thought that on his outlet that would have put Fuoco ahead. Come what may, Fuoco ahead of Will Stevens, which stopped a lap earlier, and then behind number 20 BMW that we've hardly seen really, but it is creeping into the mix now. So Robin Frins, the very, very successful, very quick Dutch driver at the wheel of it, and has also now, I think I'm right in saying, put himself up past, yes he has, Robin, the Will Stevens Porsche. So change for 4th place. Will Stevens, who's been in that car since the start, dropping back a little bit as Fuoco comes up towards us.
So I think Schwartzman is actually coming into Porsche cars now.
Okay, apologies in that case. Right, so he will still therefore lead the race.
Okay, I'm not going to fight too hard. We're better to go with him.
Yeah, perfect. Good strategy. Stay with him. Still 21 hours to go. Still a long way, mate.
Will Stevens then prepared to let them go, but stay with them. So if Schwartzman has been able to keep the lead, then that's been very, very good work indeed, given how close he was to number 50 Ferrari in their earlier battle.
Of course, 50 had to leave the pits with fresh tyres, fresh driver, cold tyres. You've got a hot lap, a hot in lap from Kubica. So now you've got Robert Schwartzman on a cool lap, cool tyre lap, just trying to keep the distance, really.
And you are absolutely right, Peter. Apologies, he is in the lead of the race still because he's broken the beam and therefore will have quite an advantage over second place Michael Christensen, who will complete his outlap, and then that's going to put Fuoco third.
I don't know.
Some way back.
How did he gain 30 seconds on Fuoco, though? That's pretty bizarre.
It's not anything to do with, no, it can't be to do with the slow zone, because pit out wouldn't be affected by that, would it? Discuss.
Yeah.
But yes.
We need someone clever like Anthony to... Oh, he's not here. So.
It'd be quite interesting to see the pit stop time. We don't have that on our screen. We have the number of stops, but not the last pit stop time. But
it surely had to have something to do with that slow zone in the first sector.
Can't think of anything else. And maybe the 83 Ferrari, but no, that pitted after 50.
That was it. So Fuoco left the pits. Did he leave the pits during that yellow at the first corner and therefore going slower? Then it was gone, and Schwartzman left the pits.
But we still got the yellow there. We've still got the yellow in that slow zone. That's the green at the other end of it. So we'll try and unpack that in due course. But given how close they were, that is a mighty gain, because it's now 6 seconds between the top two and 33 seconds first to third. Number 65's most recent pit stop is being investigated. That's the Panis Racing, Rodrigo Salas, Matthias Besch, Scott Huffaker, Orica. Now, remember number 8 Toyota, Sebastian Buemi is in 5th place. He's about to be 4th by the look of it on Will Stevens.
Kamui, slight rain expected in 15 minutes, but very light, very light. We can stay out.
So light rain expected, as you've just heard, and Buemi gains a place then. So Will Stevens got himself up into contention by when the car pitted and when it didn't in terms of making the wrong tyre call, but now on pure pace it's being shuffled back down the order.
Yep. So I've had a message from someone cleverer than us, Karun Chandok, and he said, yes, the 83 lost less time in the pits because of the slow zones, therefore his gain on track was more.
So Schwarzman leads Michael Christensen by 7 seconds, and the Porsche then, which is number 5 Porsche in 2nd place. That's the car that he shares with Matt Campbell and Fred Makovici, trying to go after that lead Ferrari. 3rd is Antonio Fuoco, then having to make up for lost time. And then in 4th place, it is Sebastian Buemi, ahead of Robin Frins on the track. And then you've got, in the lead of LMP2, Patrick Pilet for Vector Sport, ahead of Clement Novalak in the Inter-Europol competition entry, and 3rd in LMP2 right now, Ritomo Miata for Cool Racing. GT3, it's still the Lexus, Esteban Masson in 87, ahead of Christopher Mies in the Mustang number 44, and 3rd, Rahal Frey in the Iron Dames Lamborghini. So that slow zone still in operation at turn 1. Buemi's going to get caught up in traffic here, isn't he? Coming into Mulsanne corner. There's Robin Frins, who's on an outlap, and he's fallen back a little bit. In fact, he's the one chasing after Kamui Kobayashi at the moment in number 7 Toyota, and he's picking his way through the traffic. So 7, which is Kobayashi, runs 8th, and Robin Frins behind him 9th from Toyota a moment ago. Apologies. So the Art Car BMW getting on with this, and although some of the teams are telling their drivers that there's more rain on the way, race control are letting people turn off the rain lights.
Yeah, it all seems to be settling down now, doesn't it? So weather's seems to have calmed down, and we're going to see probably some quick laps being put in soon.
Car is more understeer again, but maybe it's wind. It's a lot of wind out there.
Klaus Bachler from number 92 Porsche saying it's very windy.
Obviously he's not agreeing with his lunch that he had before the race.
Toyota versus BMW battle here. This is for 8th and 9th places. Robin Frins, we know he's quick. The BMW perhaps not quite as good yet as the other hypercar brands, but the development continues apace. But maybe this is going to be one of those races where it's not about outright speed. If the weather continues as it is, it can be about survival.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say any of the teams did anything wrong there. It's just one small error, or it's, you know, the slow zone at the wrong time or whatever, and you've got a new leader again, and a healthy lead and an extending lead. So he's up to almost 8.5 second lead now, Robert Schwarzman. We know he's on a soft tyre, so he's ready for the damper conditions if they come.
And he's able to extend that margin, isn't he, over Michael Christensen, as you say. You saw the onboard information telling about the slow zone, and there off the road is that Frins in the BMW. That's coming into the Ford chicane.
I think that is a BMW,
It's
David.
the art car, isn't it?
Art car, yeah.
So Robin Frins, who we've just been talking about chasing after Kamui Kobayashi, has got it all wrong, as you can see. And
so he must have lost on the right-hander, and he's clouted the end of the wall, hasn't he?
Thierry Tassin from WRT, not impressed at all. Adam Hardy, who is the chief engineer on the car, will be on the radio, no doubt, to the driver. And that's quite a hit into the tyres, isn't it? That would need to pit, certainly, but it will have to do a whole lap from there to get into the pits, which would be more time lost. And it's just a curb strike, isn't it, that's pitched him off?
Snapped back on him. I think, you know, from what I've seen during testing and qualifying, the BMW is a very fast car, but it just looks edgy.
Yeah, we saw Dries off a few times.
Yeah.
That's, you know, uncharacteristic for all these guys. You know, so it's all well and good having a quick car. We saw Dries top the times at in the first qualifying session. But actually, if you haven't got a car that you can predict for the whole race, then you're in trouble, and things like that happen. You know, I'd rather have a car that's 2 or 3 tenths slow but predictable every lap than like a bullet but hard to drive.
Now, has Robin Frins been able to get away? Yes, he has. You can see the damage, but he's got to do a whole lap to bring that round. It looks like the suspension's damaged.
Yeah, I think that's more damage than it potentially first looked. It looked like that rear right was pointing in a different direction.
Yeah, so it's crabbing a little bit, isn't it? So he's going to do a very, very slow in-lap, and then, so there's time lost here, and then there's time lost in the pits
as well.
Yeah, puncture, you're absolutely right.
In fact, that's likely to shred itself, that tyre.
Well, the team will be looking at this. Adam Hardy will be on the radio saying, just go slow, Robin, bring it back.
It doesn't look like he's going slow.
No, and he's lifting the wheel as all the weight transfers. This is going to be a wild ride on the way in, isn't it?
He just needs to keep his head here. You know, he's made an error. That was purely driver's error there, and he just needs to keep his head and not panic here, which is a very, very hard thing to do.
Yeah, I was just thinking it's easier said than done, isn't it? Because the adrenaline will be pumping. So, number 20 heading for the pit lane. And concerned faces, understandably. That car shown with Rene Rast and Sheldon van der Linde. Right, let's go on board with Robin Frins.
Robin, slow down. You've got no tyre on the right rear.
That's the voice of Adam Hardy saying slow down. You don't argue with Adam. Very tall chap, very successful engineer, was with the Porsche GT squad before going to the hypercar project. He was with WRT in GT racing for a long time, back with the Belgian squad, and telling Robin Frins to slow down because he can see more than Robin will know.
Clearly the car is damaged, but he could make the car a lot worse if he tries to bring it in too quickly.
Very true. Very true. So, having said that BMW was under the radar and chipping its way up the order, scrap that because it's in this game of snakes and ladders, slither down again. So right now, we have yellows at different parts of the racetrack, and we've got Robert Schwarzman leading by 7.8 seconds. But Antonio Fuoco has done a personal best sector 2 in 50 Ferraris. He tries to get back onto terms with the leaders. That great aerial shot looking down on the circuit as you see 311, which is being driven at the moment by Jack Aitken on the tail of Mirko Bortolotti. So this is for 12th and 13th places. Lamborghini versus Cadillac here.
Yeah, both Cadillacs quite far down the order, actually, after their start. They've been sort of my dark horses for the race all week, really. They've been performing excellently, but again, potentially just that weather has impacted where they are. But I think
you're right.
I'd still say let's watch them. They can still be coming back into the fight, and as long as you don't go a lap down, if there is a safety car, basically you get everything back. So just keep on the lead lap and you're still in the hunt.
Into a slow zone here they come. We understand 51 is into the pits. It is. James Collado and Soft stand by. Will Stevens is in. Sebastian Buemi in and away, as you can see, and also Kamui Kobayashi comes in. So the pit lane getting busy once more. And no suggestion of anybody needing wets this time around, now that we have a bone-dry racetrack once again. There is number 12, which Will Stevens has done the bulk of the work in thus far, and blasts away.
It's freezing cold tyres just spinning away.
Blasts away really slowly.
Yes, quite. A lot of energy through it, not much movement. We've got quite a few people under investigation for slow zone infringements. I won't bore you with the list, but penalties might come. If they do, then I'll trot them all out. Away goes number 7 Toyota. That makes a bit more headway than other cars. So Robert Schwarzman, race leader, number 6. Mike is back into the pit lane. That was the one that Lotterer took over on the wrong tyres and had to pit, and is now serving another stop and will be away shortly. So we've got the pit stop cycling through. More worried faces at BMW as they wait for Robin Frins.
Of course, the Toyota loses a little bit less time in the box because it's four-wheel drive and it's able to put the power down just that little bit better. Actually, the Caddy gets away. Well, it's got hot tyres, is it? No? Didn't change tyres.
Right, Cadillac on its way out of the pit lane into that slow zone, so it sort of semi-accelerates. It can go quicker, but has to respect the yellow flag and the slow zone.
Yeah, Peter, you're absolutely right there. Jack Aitken didn't change tyres, so kept softs on board that he had, so that's why he got out of the pits that bit quicker.
That's also a tricky thing, because if you're the lollipop man and you release the car and it's got cold tyres and there's a car coming down, so we've already seen these slow releases, and if the car can't go anywhere, then you end up getting in trouble.
Yeah, the gap you thought was there suddenly shrinks, doesn't it? It hasn't got the momentum to move, Wett's coming off the Alpine, which by the look of it went a long way on those. Mick Schumacher getting in, and he will be on board 36. The Lapierre-Vazevière entry. Very arty shots of the cars getting away from their pit box. In the Toyota versus Lamborghini fight here, the Toyota ahead as they come down towards the chicane. So that is Kobayashi ahead now, Bortolotti. Change between those two.
The Alpine also the losers from the sprinkle of rain. Wrong strategy choice, and it's really dropped them right down as well, down to 12th position.
Yeah, Alpine, Cadillac, Porsche, you know, there were quite a lot of losers, it felt like, within Toyota situation. Yeah, Toyota as well, yeah, exactly. Right, you're on board then with Kobayashi. And he, in turn, trying to close on traffic up the road, which will include Romain Grosjean, who's taken over number 19 Lambo now. And Robert Schwartzman still leads the way. Right, Kobayashi to Bortolotti then. The gap between them only 0.8 of a second at the last timing point. Bortolotti, who was a star for Lamborghini in GT racing, now very much an integral part of this hypercar program, hunting down the car ahead. Next pit stop, BMW receives Robin Frins. Right, how slow a lap was that? Just under 7 minutes.
That took a long time to get back. Must have felt like an eternity for the driver. You've got all that 7 minutes to go around the circuit, trying to stay out of trouble, trying to stay out of everyone's way, and thinking about what mistake you've just made. You got all that time to punish yourself and get back to the box.
And straight into the pit box, so more time lost. That's going to lose a lap, 2 laps. There's a replay of the impact. It's a hard hit, that. And just clipping the curb, car unsettled.
I'm surprised he's able to drive away from it, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a big impact. There's a lot of energy gone through that. Let's see how quickly they get it turned around. But, you know, it does effectively put you out of the race. And then when you come back onto circuit, because, they, you know, inevitably we do see cars always coming back out, you know, as 3 drivers carrying on, knowing that you're nowhere near going to be in the race. It's quite a tricky situation to be in, and you know, you kind of,
your
you're doing your
mentality
best.
changes, doesn't it?
It does. You're doing your best.
Survival then.
Exactly. You don't really want to be there.
So the repair work starts. Damage assessment. How quickly can they get it back out? Wiper on the Toyota as they get up past 31 BMW, which is currently a long way down in class, like 17th, with another of the 47 rookies this year, Darren Lung, the British GT champion, at the wheel of it. But the battle continues then between Toyota and the Jota Porsche. So that's going to be Sebastian Buemi 5th, ahead of Phil Hansen in 6th as they come over the slight crest. And then down now towards the exit of the chicanes and onto Mulsanne Corner itself. Let us have a quick listen to what's going on for Cadillac number 311, Jack Aitken at the wheel of it.
Good work, bud. Peugeot and Lauderer just in front of you are 4th position. Go get them, man.
So Jack Aitken being encouraged along and running in 16th place at the moment.
That's always nice to hear, though. Your engineer coming on, a little bit jovial, just telling you you're doing a great job and crack on. Always quite a nice thing to hear.
Peter Barron, the voice you were hearing, who used to own the Starworks team that did Le Mans 2012 to 2014. LMP2 winners a long time ago. This gap is coming down and down and down, isn't it, between Buemi and Hansen?
So your sector 1, 33.8, top of Ferrari 33.7. So it's looking okay.
And a big,
sector
big
2
move
for Ferrari, 80.9. So, and then the cars ahead, 81.6. Looks okay.
Big move by Hansen round the outside coming into Indianapolis. That was really brave stuff. And the Jota Porsches now just, again, coming back into the mix. I know they're not up fighting for the lead yet, but Phil Hansen, who's come up through the LMP2 ranks to hypercar, now puts himself up into 5th place. That was a nice move. Nice execution.
Yeah, really coming to life there, actually. Looked really racy, did a really good professional job, and they both did, to be honest, because at this stage in the race, there's no point in fighting, there's no point in tripping over each other when you're in the position you're in. Unless it's for the race lead and someone catches you quickly, just let the guy go. So both of them did a good job of not losing too much time to everybody else.
Porsche number 6 of Andre Lotterer under investigation for a pit stop infringement, possibly. And drive-through penalties are now coming for slow zone dramas, one of which is for number 9, the Proton LMP2 entry, also for 94, which, sorry, 95 I should say, which is the United Autosports McLaren, and 94 Peugeot as well. So race control being kept busy, and you're on board with 93 Peugeot at the moment. Mikkel Jensen at the wheel of the car, and that is in 15th place right now. The lead gap, though, Robert Schwarzman to Michael Christensen, is stretching all the time. It's up to 17 seconds right now. This is the number 3 Cadillac that, in the hands of Sebastian Bourdais early on, was in that leading battle pack, but now Scott Dixon at the wheel, way down in 18th place.
Yeah, quite far down, and could be traffic, but pace isn't the quickest either, so got a lot of work to do to come back from there. But you know, with more showers due, anything can happen, and they'll still be pushing on. And actually, as we've said, Cadillacs have been pretty quick all week, so I think we'll see them challenging up through the order, whether they can get to this very sharp end, because the front guys are flying as well.
They lost out again because of the weather and the tyre choice, didn't they? They were sort of dealt a bad hand, if you like, by the conditions, or didn't read it as well as others. We're getting more personal improvements in sectors, Philip Hansen being one of them, Earl Bamber in his Cadillac being another, after that grid drop from the Spa incident that put him slightly out of position away from his qualifying pace. And a reprimand has been offered now to 88 Mustang, the Proton car of Giorgio Roda, Mikkel Pedersen and Dennis Olsen, for that technical infringement we were discussing a little while ago. You're on board currently then with Jack Aitken in 311, and he is getting closer and closer to Mikkel Jensen's Peugeot.
I sense an attack on Mulsanne straight
yes,
coming.
Yes. And then ahead of the pair of them is then going to be Andre Lotterer. So Jack Aitken here could be within 2 or 3 laps a big winner with 2 places gained.
Let's have a look at the straight line speed. He's tucked up in the toe. Can he do much?
Not quite close enough here, as he's going to have to get a run out of the first chicane and potentially then pass down into the second.
Pretty good straight line speed from the Peugeot.
There's traffic up the road as well, which might just influence things.
Yeah, he might have to wait a little bit longer here, actually.
Blue light, blue flag shown to the drivers ahead, but you've got hypercars chasing you down. You've got Andre Lotterer, don't forget, up the road, as well as the GT machinery. Jensen goes by, Aitken goes by as well. And there's Lotterer, desperately trying to get away. He's cleared the Ferrari. That's the car that Larry ten Voorde started, and he's now Sally Joric at the wheel of it, running 4th in LMGT3. So Peugeot goes one side, way wide off the road. Up the inside charges Jack Aitken, and he's getting closer and closer to the Peugeot. But the attack on Mulsanne, not as easy as we might have thought.
No, I think the Peugeot really does have a great top end. It's actually got a great bottom end out of the corners as well. You just see it pull away, and he breaks the toe in a sense.
So Jack Aitken chasing Mikkel Jensen. Let's listen in.
All right, let's go get the Peugeot, buddy. Let's go get him.
Interestingly, though, Jensen, 2 personal best sectors in the first 2 sectors of this lap. So he's trying to respond.
He's got the hurry up, hasn't he?
Yeah, has he ever? But Jack Aitken, net is closer. Getting a tow if he can, heading up towards Indianapolis now. They're not that far adrift of Lotterer, don't forget, in the Porsche number 6, delayed early on.
It may have to be a move on the brakes somewhere for Jack to get by.
It ain't going to come at Arnaud, not quite close enough, but you can see as he is closing on Jensen. Jensen is closing on Lotterer. And in the Peugeot garage, they all look on with great interest, because you're going to get 3 cars together very shortly. Phil Hansen, by the way, has just done Jota Porsche 38's best lap of the race, a 3:30.5. He's quicker than anybody ahead of him.
Yeah, quickest guy in track at the minute, absolutely flying.
So the very quick Brit getting on with the job, as here you've got Mikkel Jensen, who is still just being able to fend off the Challenge from behind of Jack Aitken as they flick their way out of the Porsche curves down towards the Ford chicane, and Andre Lotterer being reeled in by the pair of them. Jensen should be on for a quick lap here as well. Comes into the chicane, sets the car up, goes left, goes right, goes left, then right again onto the pit straight, and look, Jack Aitken is right behind him. Now he can think about the move, Peter.
He can, but I just don't think he's got the bottom end. See that again, the Peugeot just pulls. So handling-wise, I think he's slightly quicker, but he just doesn't have the grunt to get by.
Confirmation, by the way, that 54 Ferrari, our first retirement of the race. So the marker of doom can be used, and it's a Ferrari out of LMGT3 that we say goodbye to after, 2 hours, 39 minutes. It's declared a retirement after that impact.
Very good.
Or not so very good
no.
for them.
Now, Jack Aitken to the Mulsanne straight. This time, I think we sense a move, don't we, Peter?
I think he's going to have to, if that Peugeot's got really good pace down the straight, he's going to have to use GT traffic potentially.
Yeah, I think the same. He's either got to be right on his bumper as he comes out, but look, he's not closing in on him.
It's just not happening for him, is it? But now he has a tentative look to one side.
As soon as he pulls out, he, of course, will lose the pace even more.
Yeah.
Such a frustrating thing as a driver when you know you've got the pace in the car and the car's handled well through the corners. You catch that car with that little bit extra top speed. It's just so frustrating to sit there. But you've got to keep your head and not do anything rash and silly. So
yeah. You're right.
You know,
there's enough traffic coming on different sections of the track where he might be able to outfox the Peugeot and just nip by.
I think that's his best chance for sure.
So down they come towards the chicane. Traffic up the road. Andre Lotterer in the Porsche trying to get away, or at least stabilise that gap. Mikkel Jensen last time through in the Peugeot, doing a lap at a 3:31.5, which is a best lap. Now, Antonio Fuoco, absolute best middle sector time in number 50 Ferrari. So that car getting the hurry up. Further back, you can see here what's going on between Kamui Kobayashi and Romain Grosjean. So there are lots of battles all the way through the field right now. The one that's not taking any part for the moment is the BMW number 15 rather, that's fallen back in the queue, and 20 still sitting in the pits with its damage. Blue flags to the traffic as the Kobayashi-Grosjean fight comes towards us now.
Yeah, Fuoco doing a quick lap, quick sector, and he's on pretty much the freshest set of tyres. Him and Schwartzman have got the freshest set of soft tyres on, so you'd expect them both to be quick at the minute.
Lambo's doing well to hang on to the back of the Toyota of Kobayashi.
Yeah, because they've not really sparkled in the earlier rounds at FIA WEC this year, but there is the Lamborghini. Let's listen to Kobayashi.
This lap, track limit, turn 7. Track limit, turn 7, first call.
Kobayashi gets the message, traffic in the way.
Tête Rouge, your standard place. There's really two places that you get pinged for it. Porsche curves and Tête Rouge are the main points that you have to be careful of.
Mick Tandy has brought number 4 Porsche in, so pit stop cycles through. And that therefore means that Hansen is going to be up to 4th, Buemi's going to be up to 5th, Collado up to 6th, Callum Ilott 7th, the man that did the damage with the number 12 Porsche earlier on in the week. David Irigon, sad to say, is going to be out of the race. Let's see if we can catch up on him with Louise.
Davide Rigon, we have heard now that the 54 Ferrari has had to retire from the race. We saw Thomas in that incident, then we saw what happened after that. This is not what you want to be hearing.
No, of course. First of all, I'm glad, all the team are glad that Thomas is fine, is okay. It was actually a big crash. Yeah, nothing was in his in-lap. I was about to take the wheel. And nothing, he lost the car in T1, maybe it was a bit damp, plus used tires, and happens like this, nothing. Now we try to forget this race, and we would like to now think about Brazil next one.
Of course, and as you just said, you haven't even been in the car.
Yeah, that was a bit bad actually. I think we can show some pace, but I don't think we really had the pace to be on top in this race. I think maybe a podium was possible, but no more. Yeah, of course it was very long. Then the rain will come in the night, and yeah. But it's like this. Racing is like this. Sometimes goes well, sometimes not. Now happy that Thomas is fine, as I said, and I want to really thank all the team, of course, and Vista that did a super job to prepare this race, like always, and Ferrari as well. We were super ready for this race, but it's like this. It is like this, and we look forward.
Sorry, we're talking to you in these conditions. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
So a contented team, and with a 21.5-second advantage, you can understand why the team is contented, can't you? That's looking very solid right now.
Yeah, doing a great job. He's engineer telling him what's going on behind. He did say the Porsche behind was doing 334s, but as far as I can see, he's a little bit quicker than that. But 332 for Schwartzman on the last lap, 332 for Porsche. So his pace is good. Quickest guy in track, Phil Hansen at the minute, doing a great job in the 29s, but on relatively low fuel load. So
what tyres is he on?
He's on old.
Now the Peugeot here is about to go a lap down, isn't it? Because you've got the race leading Ferrari, Robert Schwarzman, getting closer and closer and closer all the time, and falling off the lead lap, never a good thing. But the AF Corsa car, the yellow Ferrari then, storming its way through the order, and now putting a lap on the traffic. And bearing in mind this car started 12th on the grid, it's had a really good run this early part of the race, as others were taking the limelight in the first few laps. The team with Robert Kubica doing the driving for the first couple of stints, just getting on with the job, going up the order, and now that has done the job of putting a lap on the Peugeot. Now, what about Porsche? 99, let's get the Proton Porsche out of the way first of all. Very, very badly delayed after its travails early on. It is in 29th place, it's 3 laps down. Behind is number 5, that's the car that's in second place overall. Michael Christensen at the wheel, and 21.6 seconds, the margin he's got to try and make up against the race-leading car. And he needs to get through the traffic pretty swiftly as well. Number 25 under investigation, and the driver of 25 that has incurred the wrath of officialdom is Matthias Kaiser for not respecting blue flags in the LMP2 entry from Algarve Pro Racing, the former V2V racer and Le Mans Cup racer. So he's under investigation as you look there at Michael Christensen, and behind them Fuoco has done another absolute best middle sector. He is lapping Fuoco faster than the 2 leading cars, so it is Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari in the top 3, but the third placed car, the second of the Ferraris, is lapping quicker and narrowing the margin. It's still 38.7 seconds first to third, but the pace at which Fuoco is going suggests that it will be a lot narrower than that by the time we get to the next round of pit stops.
So we get the chance now to see the comparison between top end, between the Alpine and Earl Bamber in his Cadillac.
That's right, Earl Bamber then chasing after Paul-Luc Chatin, and these two are 10th and 11th.
Again, just not quite able to... He's starting to pull up now slightly, but yeah, it's very difficult to overtake on the straights for the caddies.
It is, isn't it? And the Alpines, again, looking strong. They've had good pace over the course of the weekend. And Paul-Luc Chatin then running, as I say, in 10th place. The other car is 17th, Mick Schumacher at the wheel. And we are hearing rain in just over 20 minutes is due. Look out the window, and it's still breezy, but it's bright enough. Looking a bit sunny. But there's more rain on its way, we understand, to tease the teams, which have now done, up front, at least 45 laps of the race.
Yeah, just what you want to hear as you're getting settled into the race, or you're a driver and you're probably cycling through now in the second stints or so, and I think you're doing a great job. I think it's all going quite nicely, and you hear probably engineers are going to be telling people on the radio that rain is coming and be expecting of it, but we're still seeing a lot of cars on soft compound slicks, so actually hopefully that'll help them out when they're out there.
Jack Aitken, by the way, personal best lap of the race last time through, and such is the pace that he is lapping also quicker than the leaders. I know he's got a lot of traffic to get through, but just to illustrate the point, the Cadillacs have got good pace.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's one thing having good pace, but if you catch a car in front and can't get past it, then you're a bit you're stuck. So sometimes it's better to have a better race car than the actual pace in the car. So let's see how it pans out. But at the moment, no point in having a great fast car when you get to the car in front and you can't do anything with it.
It's something that we've seen quite a bit of in GT-style racing, isn't it? Where the balance of performance there means that you can catch up, but once you get onto the tail of a car with comparable performance, it's really hard to overtake.
Yeah, it's the most frustrating thing, and actually sometimes it leads to frustration, which then leads to a dive up the inside, which then leads to a problem and a crash. So you've just got to sometimes be patient, and what you can do, especially in this race, as we said before, is use that traffic, the slower traffic.
Now battle on track, battle into the pit lane, as in comes Paul-Luc Chatin, and right on his tail is Earl Bamber.
So Earl Bamber's got to hope that their stop is slightly quicker and he's able to just nip by.
Earl Bamber, of course, a winner of the event 2015, 2017, his Porsche days, and there the Cadillac lollipop awaits, as with a nice clean pit lane in which you can arc to the team, unlike the Alpine that has to dodge around a GT car. So that's going to help the Cadillac straight away.
Could make the difference, yes.
So a clean pit stop, and again, that's something that the teams need to factor in, isn't it? I know you have a strategy, but if there's a car in the next pit box, do you risk it, or do you tell your guy to stay out for another lap? Well, on this instance, Alpine brought him in, but it'll have cost them just a second or two, and that could be critical.
Tyres ready there, but I'm not sure they're going to put them on, are they? I think driver stays in, just fuel. Let's see.
But we've been hearing all the weekend about trying to triple, maybe even quadruple stint the tyres, because if you lose 20 seconds on an outlap trying to warm them up, better to keep them on the car, and away goes the Cadillac, and that's just gained a place because the Alpine is nowhere in sight. So away goes Earl Bamber, and they've jumped the Alpine on the pits.
So they didn't take tyres, he stayed on the tyres he was on.
That's right.
And they both had to pit because they were both low on energy, so there was no option. They both had to pit.
So you couldn't have kept him out for another lap with the pit lane being busy.
So that little bit of manoeuvring they had to do on the Alpine in the pits was just enough. It's a couple of seconds, and that's what he's lost by.
Well, we thought at the time it might be significant. There's the evidence after the pit stop. Cadillac jumps ahead then. So you've now got Earl Bamber up ahead of Paul-Luc Chatin, and you're on board with the Kiwi right now, former Porsche factory racer, made that switch to Cadillac. And after his involvement in that big accident at Spa, in a sense, he's got a bit of a point to prove, but we know how good Earl Bamber is. He's won in single-seaters, he's won here twice, he's won the Nürburgring 24 hours, he's won Carrera Cup Asia. You know, he's a very, very accomplished driver. New Zealand, for a tiny little place, has generated a lot of very good drivers over the years.
Absolutely, absolutely. An ex-teammate of mine, Shane van Gisbergen, really flying in NASCAR at the moment. So, you know, he's been an excellent another Kiwi who's done all sorts of driving.
No, you're absolutely right. We have a new fastest lap of the race. Antonio Fuoco, after 46 laps last time through, has done the fastest lap now, a 3:49.2, taking that mantle away from Nicholas Nielsen. So Antonio Fuoco, quickest lap, 3:29.208, 46 laps into the race.
Interestingly, they've chosen to put soft tyres on the car 50. His teammate in the 51 car has medium tyres on. So the 51 is down in 5th place. James Gallardo at the wheel. Just not able to lap quite as quickly.
No, Fuoco, though, we know, is an absolute weapon. I mean, he has always been quick. Single-seaters, GT cars, hypercars. Very, very quick driver indeed. You kind of like the blue touch paper when you put him in the car, don't you? And then you stand well back.
Yeah, and the soft tyres, from what we can see on our data, don't seem to drop off much. They seem to be hanging on in there. So what you might see traditionally is the medium tyre being slightly slower, but better over a stint. But we're not actually seeing that at the minute. We're seeing that the soft tyre seems to be a better option.
It could be that they're going to 3-stint the medium tyre and 2-stint the soft, or it could be that they'll try and 3-stint the soft, but it just, that final stint might not be as good.
There's an incident being looked at between Mikkel Jensen and Hiroshi Hamaguchi at Marshall's Post 35. We've not seen it, but Mikkel Jensen, who dropped back into 19th after his last pit stop, being looked at, as also is Hiroshi Hamaguchi in the McLaren. Antonio Fuoco then, quickest man on the circuit, as the United Autosports McLaren comes towards us. Battle on here in LMP2 as well, which is being led at the moment by number 10, Ryan Cullen, from Clement Novalak. And Novalak, I think, ready to make a move here as the two of them go side by side. Ryan Cullen in the white car, Clement Novalak in the lemon and lime colours, the green and yellow. Nose in front as they come down towards the chicane. Clement Novalak, former British Formula 3 champion, goes through. Good pass, that.
Yep. Pretty standard stuff. Get a good run, get the toe, and you had the inside line for chicane at Mulsanne. So good clean stuff, good racing, standard stuff. He can now get his head down, don't worry about the car behind, and keep pushing on.
So LMP2, which we knew was going to be competitive, we just had another lead change to prove the point, and then not that far behind them is Ritomo Mayata trying to play catch up, and he's getting there. Bijoy Garg is fourth for United Autosports, and Nico Varoni in 183, another AF Corsa car, is running in fifth place. That's the one that he shares with Ben Barnicoat and Francois Perrodo. Ben Barnicoat coming a nice welcome return to European racing, doing like Jack Hawksworth much of his racing, and very successfully so in the States these days. But Ben Barnicoat, much underrated driver, good chap as well, good character. So there's Ryan Cullen, the Irishman, who's fallen now to second in LMP2, and Clement Novalak, who is yet another of the rookies that we've got here this year, 47 of them in total, into the lead of the class. Into the pits, though, comes Antonio Fuoco. So he's had, if you like, that fastest lap as his last hurrah. Let's see what they do, because there are no tyres ready. This looks like it's just for fuel, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. No tyres there whatsoever. Fuel in, cleaner windscreen, and driver staying in too. So that should be a relatively quick stop.
Yeah, it should, shouldn't it? So Antonio Fuoco, who has thus far done the fastest lap of the race, ready to rejoin. There in the pit lane is the so-called Spike the Dragon entry of PJ, Philip Jeffrey Hyatt, the car known as Spike the Dragon, given its colour scheme. And that has just been brought into the pit lane by Patron, by PJ Hyatt himself, the team owner. That car lost a wheel, didn't it, in free practice 2, but has recovered from that little setback. Away goes Fuoco. And with the warmth in the tyres, was able to make good traction away from the pit box there.
And his in-lap was pretty impressive, so he's clearly in good form.
When they make a pit stop, it shows all the best sectors, not on that lap, but of that stint. So it tricks you into thinking that the in-lap was one that was an absolute blistering one, but it shows you the best lap of the stint, and that was for the fastest lap of the race. So, sorry to be a pedant.
Good to know, good to know. I'm sure it was a good lap anyway.
Quite, yes. Now there, having mentioned it, is the leading Lexus from LMGT3, Esteban Masson, bringing the car in for Acodis ASP, Jérôme Policon's team. He's done a good job in that. The Lexus, another car, another brand, good to have on the grid. And also into the pit lane from second in LMGT3, Ahmad Al-Hafid, which means we can't be far off getting Valentino Rossi into the car.
'51 and 50 running together again.
Is that Fuoco getting past Callum Milot there? Oh, he's just come back out. He's just come out ahead of him, hasn't he, in the pits?
I think that's the case, yeah. So,
yeah.
Which means that he's pretty much almost got a full pit stop ahead of the 51, because he's not pitted yet, right? James Calado hasn't pitted yet.
No, you're right. He owes us a pit stop.
So he's just running just behind. So he's gaining time on his teammate.
Yeah, Calado lost out, didn't he, with 2 rogue pit stops, if you like, for tyres.
Yeah.
Once to go onto the wrong and once to go back onto the right. That's where some of the time was hemorrhaged earlier on.
At the moment, we're not really seeing any of those cars who did make those choices and fall back. We're not really seeing them making inroads to the guys at the front, which,
you're right,
kind of means the guys at the front are just pounding around doing a great job. And you know, we know there's weather coming, so I can't see it staying like that. But at the minute, no one's making inroads to their lead.
So 50 Ferrari then, which has still got Fuoco at the wheel. Under attack from Callum Islet, as to a very sunny Indianapolis corner they come. And let's see whether Callum Islet can clear on the outlap that Ferrari. Not yet is the answer. Callum Islet having taken over from Will Stevens. Will was interviewed at the Porsche press conference yesterday, bearing in mind they've had to spend like 3 days rebuilding the car. Will described it as a slight setback. Master of the understatement. Callum Islet now, though, trying to thank the team, if you like, by doing a great job and get the car up one further place. So you're looking at the fight going on here for 5th and 6th.
Another team that's done a good job rebuilding a car is the BMW number 23. Back on track after hitting the wall. Robin Frantz at the wheel. He had a bit of an off at the Ford chicane. Smacked the wall, had to come in. They lost, I think, about 28 minutes in the pits, but they've got the car back on track, position 59.
Yeah, they're currently 8 laps down, so definitely tricky to make that back up. But if you've got the art car, you've got the BMW, you know, you're gonna get back out there and make sure it finishes the race, because as you and I both know, just to finish this race is an achievement. Might not feel like that as a driver when you're banging around 8 laps down, but they've got to get that car back out and make sure it finishes the race.
Back on board with Fuoco. He's not really pulling away from Callum Islet, is he? He's hanging on to him. But a good chance to see the straight line speed in a minute down the Mulsanne straight. There's Islet, he's all over the back of the ice. He was held up by the McLaren. Right, so what's going to happen here?
I don't think he's close enough. That'll be status quo. I don't think anyone got held up there in terms of.
And a Toyota right behind as well. Yeah. So we got Kobayashi just closing in the rear.
Into the race, and the 83 Ferrari is currently leading, and we told you we were going to show you behind the scenes, and Tony Valander here for Ferrari. Sorry, one of the drivers going past there. You're just going to give us a bit of a tour backstage of the garage. So what's around us?
Yeah, so first of all, behind me we have the trailer where is our engineers, technicians who control the car all the time. A lot of controls, a lot of electronics in the car, so there's a control all the time. On my left-hand side here, the big new thing, as we know for this year, we don't have tire warmers for Le Mans. So the drivers need to be really careful when they do their outlap with new tires. So these are the actual tires that are going in next for 50, 51 and car number 83.
And I know that the 51 is actually due in quite soon, so we're going to make our way to the back of the garage. The cameraman's going to catch us up. And just talk us through this process, because then the team have to run those tires through here.
Yeah, that's true. So here we have a small locker for each of the technicians and mechanics, so they can store their own personal stuff in there. A lot of people in these small legendary pit garages of Le Mans. So we have engineers, technicians all over the place. We have more tires inside the pit garage. Ale Pierguidi is looking for the monitors, checking how the progress of the teammates is on track, and very compact. On the previous pit stop, we saw Ferrari changing the rear wing. There was actually issue with one of the LED lights. So a lot of action, and when the pit stops are happening, we need to clear this area. So it's very hectic inside these pit garages.
And as we said at the start, it's not just the 50 and 51 you're dealing with.
Yeah, that's a big commitment from IF Corse, who is the racing partner for Ferrari, but we also have the third car, so the car number 83, the yellow car, the yellow Ferrari, who is actually leading the race. So having 2 cars is a big commitment, adding a third car, a lot more with everything, with engineers, again, the mechanics, drivers, to choose the right driver lineup, logistics, everything. So it's great to see Ferrari doing so well, and we are fighting for the overall win again in Le Mans, so great thing.
Right, the team are all getting ready now, so thank you, Tony. Nice to see you again.
Thank you, thank you.
We'll have another little window very, very soon for more stress in the cockpit.
Battle for fifth place raging between Ferrari, Hertz Team Jota with the Porsche 963 and the Toyota. 3 of 9 manufacturers in the field. Mark Webber, former Porsche factory driver, Le Mans winner, world champion. Mate, do you seriously not just feel it would be good to go and do a couple of maybe dry stints in these cars?
No. Also, I didn't win Le Mans, mate. I was close, but I didn't win it, so correction there. But ultimately, no. I was very happy with the cars I drove. They were awesome. But I think now, my age, mate, my eyes are going. I'm in denial. I need to get my eyes done. I need to get in the gym and lose a bit of mud. So I'm enjoying watching this with a glass of red, to be honest, mate. And here, representing Porsche.
Well, Porsche have got 6 cars in the hunt. Here's one.
Okay, mate, some rain expected in 7 minutes. We'll hit Dunlop chicane first. I will keep you updated. Shouldn't be too bad.
Oh, as the engineer says.
Shouldn't be too bad, yeah. Well, when you're out on track, whatever is forecast and whatever might arrive always seems to be slightly different, I'm sure, as a driver. We were talking about this a little bit earlier on. When it rained in Imola, Toyota went straight for wets, bang, immediately. They went very conservative. Ferrari stayed out and then said, okay, now we have to go for wets. And Collado was begging to stay on the slicks, but they wouldn't let him. At some stage, you have to trust the drivers. Let's see what Toyota say.
Okay, Kamui, box this lap, pit confirm.
The race leader is in, Robert Schwartzman, in the yellow 83 Ferrari. Kamui Kobayashi is due to be coming in, but he'll have picked up 2 places by then. Trying to put a move in on Antonio Fuoco in the Ferrari. Toyota started a long way back after causing a red flag in Hyperpole and losing all its times, but there's no doubting the speed. They are still the benchmark, Mark Webber, really.
They look solid. Obviously, they, as you say, made a very conservative call on that first rain shower, just putting the wets on, which is, again, you know, the right safe call, be on the right tyre in many ways. It's always easy to look like a bit of a hero and end up with the car on the fence on a slick tyre early in the race, which is never an ideal situation. But it's interesting they're going to have to make a stop here very soon, which would be nice if you could stretch your stop. If there's a tyre situation in play in 7 or 8 minutes, it's nice to sync that with a fuel opportunity as well. But obviously, when you run out of fuel, of course, you've got to come in and take some tyres.
2024 Le Mans 24 Hours, the 92nd running of the world's greatest endurance motor race, flagged away by French World Cup winning captain Zinedine Zidane, with Porsche and Cadillac making it a US team front row ahead of the 2 Ferraris. The 51 car that won in 2023, right in the thick of the action. In the early going, Cadillac looked very strong, but it was the 50 Ferrari who took the lead from the pole sitting number 6 Porsche on the first lap. 51 car soon made it a 1-2 for the Maranello team. Ferrari, last year's winners, looking very strong in the opening going. Porsche, with 6 cars in the hunt, knew they had pace. The number 6 had been fastest of all in practice. An early problem for BMW number 15, spinning, not too much damage, but having to make it into the pit lane. Little bit of confusion adding to their dramas. First full round of fuel stops, and the Ferraris coming in nose to tail with the 83 car right behind them. So far, after pre-race rain, it had been dry, though cold and sunny. Everybody on appropriate dry weather tyres. The 2 Hertz Team Jota cars there, 50 released right into the path of the number 3 Cadillac, for which it would soon have a penalty. A rare error for American driver Ben Keating in his 10th Le Mans, in his 9th different car. The IMSA LMP2 champion, rescued from the gravel and able to continue heading towards the 2nd hour of the race. And the number 50 Ferrari coming into the pit lane to serve its penalty for that unsafe release. 10 seconds stationary, but around 40 seconds lost in total. Not the only car in the pit lane at that stage, as the GT frontrunners also made their routine stops for fuel. Wipers on as rain swept into the circuit at the beginning of the 2nd hour of the race. How hard would it be? Could they survive on dry weather slick tyres, or would wets be required? Opinions were split between the drivers. Toyota went early for wets, so too did the number 6 Porsche, but that left the 83 Ferrari out front. See number 8 Toyota, 4% fuel left. The 83 has just stopped. So the Toyota, this is its in lap, and that's where those strategies, it's almost a full pit stop or fuel cycle out of sync with the 83 car. So brief leader, it'll bring it into the pit lane. I know you've got a lot of guests here in the Porsche Centre here at Le Mans. An awful lot of Porsche fans in the grandstands. You know, Porsche looking for their 20th outright win. Great story as well from the start. Roger Penske, I thought that was his first ever Le Mans pole. Turns out that a Roger Penske-driven car was on pole in 1963. What was your dad doing? Well, what he wasn't doing was looking after a young son called Mark.
That's right, mate. Yeah, 73 I arrived, but I mean, Roger Penske, what a legend of our sports. And we've got some radio from the car 83 now, Ferrari coming across.
Okay, Robert, if you can move, brake balance 1% forward, brake balance 1% forward.
That was mind-blowing information. But in terms of, yeah, Roger, it's incredible, mate, what he's done for the sport. Porsche as well, and here's, importantly, race leader in 2. Martin, it's going to be interesting to see driver change, I believe, too. We're going to put Brendan in, are they?
I would think so, yeah, it's about that time. 51 Ferrari also stopped for wets. 12 Hertz Team Jota stopped for wets on the same lap. So too did the number 6 Porsche. So they're all coming in. They're all on their last dregs of fuel. And you've got to look at that 1% of energy remaining. That's very, very finely judged. I wonder if he managed to creep out an extra lap to try and get that car as far as possible before stopping. Like you say, as close to making a decision maybe on the weather and the tyres. But hasn't started raining yet. 51 is in as well. That car also stopped for wet weather tyres. The only Ferrari to do so. This time they split their strategy, unlike Imola where they could have, but committed to a slick tyre, and then as the rain increased, realised their error. Got a lot more room to make mistakes in this race. You know, standard race is 6 hours. You've got a lot more opportunity to make mistakes, but you've also got a lot of opportunity to try and change those smiles, you know, the right way up again by working on the strategy throughout the race.
Sure, and it's a long lap, which can also give you headaches, but give you time to make a decision. As you say, somewhere like Imola, that's virtually a go-kart track for these type of cars, so it's very short and furious. But as you say, you can be a little bit more. You've got to make it's always great to hit a home run if you can on every decision, but you won't get them all right. But you have time to recover. Actually, there's a few small strategic faux pas, or a little bit more conservative approach in terms of keeping the car safe and making sure you obviously keep circulating, particularly this early. You don't use, if you've got to make some wild strategy calls with an hour to go, you're all in for the win, why not? But at this stage of the race, you still want to be circulating competitively.
20 hours, stay where you are, 4 hours to win the race.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Mark Webber, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time. I'm sure you're going to have a great weekend, and who knows, there may be a Porsche on the top of the podium again here in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Meanwhile, 83 AF Corsa Ferrari cycles back to the top of the pile, and the 51 car giving us the perfect indication of just how much grip there is not on stone cold tyres. Now, the rain is expected to arrive again at either end of the track in the Porsche curves and in the pit area. But there at the Dunlop chicane, first thing you do is come out of the pits and you're into a hard braking area at the top of the hill. So, Rob Bell, it's always a bit of a focus for the driver, especially if you've just got in.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we've highlighted that corner. There's a lot of action gone on all week there. I think if I was a paying customer, you know, bought tickets to come and watch this race, I'd be standing there for the race. There's going to be a lot of incident. I think at the moment everyone's being relatively conservative, but later in the race, when you know you're on for the win, you're going to come out there and you're going to have to attack. You're going to have to. So we're going to see some pretty sideways stuff, I think.
Okay, so you have brand new soft tire, some rain expected in few minutes coming from the Porsche. So that's why we switched to brand new soft tire.
All right, coming from a Porsche curbs rather than coming from or coming off a Porsche. So what that message tells us is we jumped too quickly onto wets and put James in the car, and that was not a great choice. You're now on soft tyres, so they will stay hotter if the track gets damp. And that tells us Ferrari are going to try and gamble on keeping at least that car out if the rain is light. And David Addison, those that jumped for wets in the first little shower definitely lost out.
They did in the long term, yes, because it was never fully wet all the way around. So they had a couple of laps or so where it was wet enough at given parts to have an advantage, but the pendulum very quickly swung back to those on slick. So, yeah, lessons learned. What was interesting was some of those that got it wrong persevered, like the Lotter Porsche, for example, for a good few laps too many in my book.
Yeah, that was a bit of almost like a stubborn move. They've made the call, so let's stick with it. But it clearly wasn't working for them. So we saw them eventually come in, but they were losing sort of 8 seconds a lap in that meantime. So 8 seconds a lap for 4 or 5 laps too long actually is put them really on the back foot.
Yeah, 1 lap too long, 8 seconds can come and go. You can lose 3 or 4 seconds easily in traffic without thinking about it in a lap, but 8 seconds is a big margin. Of course, the lap here is 3 laps of Spa, basically, so you have to put that into consideration. If you decide not to box this lap, it's quite a long time before you get the next opportunity.
And you think Spa's a long lap in itself. As you say, these are 3 of them.
Well, it is when you run it, David, but then you ran the long lap here as well yesterday. Now then,
I did.
Alessandro Pierguidi back or in the wheel of the 51 car for the first time, because it was not Alessandro Pierguidi, and usually who started it. It was Antonio Giovinazzi, then James Collado. So they're actually cycling through their driver rotor backwards rather than forwards. And here's an interesting little story. Still the Lamborghinis 10th and 11th. Now, the number 63 car has raced 3 times this season. The number 19 car with the white band up the nose, thank you for that. Their IMSA team have not raced that car in Europe. So this is remarkably good. We saw how fast both Alpines were, 35 and 36, and both Lamborghinis also, really, I think, this is performance that we have not seen from the car at any stage so far this season.
Although in terms of track position, some of that was down to the right tyre choice, so they gained places at the expense of others, not necessarily on lap times, but I agree, they are looking a lot more racy than they were during qualifying or free practice. So now they are looking as though, if reliability is on their side, they're going to be there or thereabouts come the end, if.
We are expecting rain level 2 in Sector 1 within the next 10 minutes.
Well, compare and contrast, Lamborghini, the Iron Lynx Lamborghini team, is new to the top class. They've got a brand new car. Peugeot are in their 3rd season in the top class with a heavily revised car, but with knowledge of how to make it go quickly here at Le Mans. And Lamborghini are definitely showing Peugeot a clean pair of heels. The top Peugeot is currently in 16th place. The slower of the Lamborghinis is 11th, and keep it off that grass. Alessandro Pierguidi playing fast and loose. And we will be joined shortly in the back of the booth, I imagine, by Louise Beckett, because she's just reported in my ears that it's raining in the pit lane. And, of course, she has that allergy to rain, not water. 19 and 63, have they just swapped places? No, Roman Grosjean was ahead of Mirko Bortolotti.
So track marshals putting waterproofs on as well. So obviously the word's got round and everyone's gearing up for what's coming.
Yeah, well, rain's reported at the Ford chicane.
Yeah, for drivers and for fans alike, it was declared a wet track at the start of the race. That means fans are allowed to put on their waterproofs and teams are allowed to use wet weather tyres. The significance of that, the race director declaring it a wet track even though it wasn't raining, is that until it is declared a wet track, you may not use wet weather tyres. It's an odd rule, not quite sure why that ever came into being, but it is a rule that nobody's seen fit to rescind. Meanwhile, Jack Aitken in 311, the IMSA Whelen Cadillac, is piling the pressure on the pole-sitting Porsche, the number 6 from Porsche Penske Motorsport.
And Jack Aitken has been really impressive in this stint. All the Cadillacs lost out with the tyre choice when the rain came. They're rebuilding in the dry, But again, they've had good pace all weekend, and if the reliability is there, they're at the moment making the Porsches not look pedestrian necessarily, but they're giving them a hard task.
Well, what we saw not in qualifying so much, but in the cars that made it through into Hyperpole, was the potential, the speed potential, absolute speed potential. And we, pretty much the only brands we didn't see in were Lamborghini, Peugeot and Isotta. BMW got a car in, Porsche got a car in, actually two, but the number 12 didn't run because it was broken. Ferrari got their cars in. Who else? Toyota got a car in on pace. It didn't last because it lost all its times at the end of qualifying for bringing out the red flags. And Alpine got a car in there. And although not all of the team cars were in there, if one's that quick, then you can rest assured that the others have the potential to be there as well. So Cadillac has the potential to be an absolute front runner, potentially a winner. So does Porsche, so potentially does Alpine, so does Toyota and so on. And what it will come down to is how well you operate the car for the next 20, 21 hours and a bit of good fortune.
Michael, expect light shower and sun after that. Light shower and then sunny.
So look for the rainbow.
Michael Christensen has been falling away, though, from the leading Ferrari throughout this stint. It was close when they rejoined, but the gap has stretched and stretched and stretched. So in terms of pure pace at the moment, it's Ferrari looking a lot stronger than Porsche as far as those two are concerned.
In fact, on the last lap alone, Robert Schwartzman in that yellow Ferrari pulled out 2.4 seconds on the Porsche. Now, again, it's so easily lost that time in traffic. Really hard to keep your lap speed up. Rob Bell probably needs no reminding of that, Rob. Whether you're in the fastest cars in LMP2 or in the GTs, keeping the pace up with other cars whistling around you, or when you're trying to go by other cars, is absolutely what this race is all about.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about being aware, I used to think every time you come out of one of the corners, you look in your mirror, halfway down the straight, you look in your mirror, and just as you're tipping into the corner, you look in the mirror as well, because sometimes hypercars come at GT cars so quickly. It's about just making sure there's no time loss in that transaction between one car passing you and you getting on your way. You've got to be aware, and actually there is a case for sometimes as a slower car, GT car, it's your body language. So if you're just about to turn into the Porsche curves, what's your body language saying? You're giving the message to the hypercar, come left or come right, or don't come by. And you can actually shut the door quite early, but in the grand scheme of things, you'll lose less time.
Peugeot 93, Mikkel Jensen has been given a drive-through penalty for contact with number 95, the United Autosports Hamaguchi Pinot Sato McLaren. So, 16th at the moment is Mikkel Jensen in 93, but he will drop down when he serves this drive-through penalty.
Just saw Bijoy Garg in the number 22 United Autosports LMP2 car in the pit lane from 4th in class. Right behind him, Nico Veroni in 183, the AF Corsa Pro-Am class leader, as we ride again with Jack Aitken. These onboard cameras give you such a great view of life from these cars. The battle for 13th place. Andre Lotterer in front. Don't forget, for the full season entries, points only go down to 10th place at Le Mans, as with everywhere else. You just get double bubble, so there will be 50 points on offer for the race winner, down to 2 for 10.
Small lock-up there by Lotterer going into Mulsanne corner. That's allowed Jack Aitken to actually get the pass done. So that was actually out of, made that small error out the previous corner, just locked up, went wide. And having cleared him, instantly pulls away.
Yeah. So Lotterer has looked, dare one say it, a bit ordinary in this stint, and he has a bit of a moment there, does Jack Aitken. He comes across the traffic, darts past on the inside, but the Cadillac is away and gone. Lotterer, lights ablaze, tries to flash his way then past the back marker, and if he can, bring the gap down again under braking.
Yeah, you could see in Jack Aitken's mirror Lotterer monstering his way through past the GT car. Interesting to see these, particularly the hypercars. The mirror looks like a road car mirror. In the GTs, it is. In the hypercars, it's all electronic. So you get those little sort of markers showing you who's coming where. Green if he's dropping away, red if he's closing, and all the GT3 cars have that rear-facing system as well, in addition to their normal mirrors. But You can see all these little lights flashing here as we ride with Jack Aitken. Bottom right-hand corner of his screen, warning of cars. There's tyres in the middle of the road at the second chicane, so somebody has skated straight on and clumped a tyre stack.
Although, interestingly, no yellow flag has been heralded for it. So now, I thought for a moment Jack Aitken's windscreen was starting to look damp. I think it's just the rubbish that's been thrown onto it thus far, but we are aware that there are spots of rain coming at various places, but it's not amounting to anything yet. And again, to tease the teams, the sun's come out.
Yeah, it's showing on the heli telecam, but nothing actually on Jack's screen. Of course, we saw early on in the race, both Alpine and somebody else had number 2 caddy had a very mucky screen.
Yeah.
These, like a single-seater driver's helmet, will have tear-offs. They'll have about a dozen tear-off screens on top of the glass screen. So that helps with getting rid of the oil and stuff, but also helps to stop damage from stones and rubber and so on getting thrown up on the cars.
Awesome job, buddy. Well done. Next one is your sister, Earl Bamber. About 4 seconds ahead. Go get him, bud. Nicely done. Keep digging.
I think we need a Peter Barron podcast, though. We just thought him on his own. He's great value, and you can understand why the drivers want somebody like that.
Just point out, for those who are new to the sport, Earl Bamber is not literally Jack Aitken's sister. They are not related in any way.
As far as we know.
No. Yes. There's some
The sister car is what was the message. But now we're going to go for a full course yellow, we understand. Full course yellow comes. Wow. So that's our first full course yellow of the race. And for why is that?
Well, now that's a very good question, because for something like a tyre stack, you would have a slow zone to guard the area where it's being applied. Full course yellow.
Did we hear where the tyre stack had been hit? Was it
second chicane?
And we've been through that and not seen it.
We've just seen that, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There was nothing that I could see there.
Okay.
Seems a bit odd.
It does seem a little odd. All right, well, let's take a look at what we can see on the screen, apart from the under 36 Alpine. Our race leader is the 83 Ferrari, currently driven by Robert Schwartzman. He is 28.7 seconds ahead of the number 5 Porsche of Michael Christiansen. Antonio Fuoco is third in the 50 Ferrari. In the pits, from 4th place, is Nick Tandy in the number 4 Porsche Penske. Oliver Rasmussen from Hertz Team Jota follows him in. Puncture left front of the number 34 into Europol car from 3rd place. Clement Novalak pits. Now again, I don't see that you necessarily have a full course yellow for that, but maybe it's got lost a wheel.
Yeah, so the wheel needs retrieving. That's why the full course yellow is there. We are now back to green, so the wheel has been retrieved.
Now, he was not on an out lap, so something else has happened. It might have been his second lap out of the pit lane. We don't have that data, but that's most unusual to actually shed a tyre when it's not on your out lap. So this is Kubish Mahovsky, Vladislav Lomko and Clement Novalak's car.
There's no nut there, is there? So it looks like
machined its
nuts
way
come
off
off at some point. Yeah.
Peugeot 94 going very slowly. That's not full race pace, as you can see from the Porsche. What is he? He's fresh out of the pits. So that is as race pace as he's got in the 94 car, because that will be on brand new stone cold tyres.
That car of Clement Novalak that you've just seen on 3 wheels did put itself into the lead of LMP2 a little while ago, so it's a significant problem, that, for one of the quick cars in class.
And don't forget, into Europol, the tiny team run out of Poland, were last year's LMP2 winners.
Yes, indeed.
So they have plenty to defend. There is 311. And the number 2 caddy that Jack Aitken is being told to chase, his sister Earl Bamber, that's the one with the blue nose and the black tail. So Whelen Engineering, a very big name in lights, emergency lights, runway lights, emergency vehicles. That's where Whelen comes from. But of course, they've been big motorsport sponsors for many years in NASCAR Cup Feeder Series, and also in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series. So pit stop for Nick Tandy in number 4. Pit stop for the Hertz Team Jota Porsche of Oliver Rasmussen as well, the 38 car. 4th and 6th place cars coming in under full course yellow. Now, while they were stationary, everybody else was, at least temporarily, only doing 80 kilometers an hour, so that's going to benefit them. They effectively spent much less time going slowly than would have been the case if it were green. They obviously didn't spend any less time in the pit lane, but nobody else was going at full race pace for at least a minute or so of that. So that really makes a big difference.
We had a look a moment ago on board with Andre Lofterer, who is really struggling. He can't stay with Jack Aitken, and bearing in mind that was the car that started on pole position, thanks to Kevin Astra's lap, it's only 14th. I know it lost time when it was on the wrong tyres, and there's a slow LMP2 car there coming on to Mulsanne, and that is...
Is that the crowd strike number 45 car?
Or the Cool Racing entry that's already had one accident with 54 Ferrari. It's a similar livery on both, isn't it?
Now, interesting, the number 4 Porsche and the 38 Hertz Team Jota Porsche both did fuel only. Boom, fuel under full course yellow, out. No messing around, no wasting any time. That's a really sharp bit of work, both by Penske Porsche Motorsport or Porsche Penske Motorsport and Hertz Team Jota. That shows real savvy on the pit wall. They were close enough to the pit entrance. Box now, get them in, get fuel in, get gone. Never a bad idea to have fuel in the car, and they lost very little in terms of track position. I don't think, actually, that they might even have lost a spot. We'll have to see how close Brendan Hartley's 8 Toyota is to the big back of Nick Tandy. And don't forget, if they haven't changed tyres as well, Rob Bell, then they will have come out on hot tyres and lost nothing in terms of warm-up either. So some really heads-up thinking. If you're coming through the Porsche curves, it goes full course yellow in the pits.
Absolutely. It can make the difference. You know, we've seen cars make the wrong call on tyres earlier, potentially with the wet and dries, and they are, you know, a good element back. Some of them lost sort of 2 or 3 minutes, and that can be the same in that scenario. If you pit in that scenario, you're gaining that time compared to everybody else. So that, I think, we're seeing the cars are so close now that actually we're going to see the race is going to be won by decisions in the pits rather than on circuit. And just going back to Andre Lotterer, struggling a little bit. He's on a...
Oh, 22's looped around. Who's in United's car? And that is Paula... no, that's Nolan Siegel.
Yeah, just into the car, Nolan Siegel. I think it might be his second lap, might be his first flying lap. Certainly no more than a second. So fresh into the 22 after a great stint for Pete Jogard, right up at the sharp end throughout all of that. So that
there was contact,
yeah. 33.
He hit the 33, who may have been checking up to avoid the back of the 47 car.
That's Rennie Bender in the 33 car, and he's lost place as well, so he's gone off too.
Yeah. So that was 3 cars on 3 different laps in LMP2, all coming together. White flag shows that somebody has just left the pit lane in hypercar, and that will be 93 Peugeot of Mikkel Jensen, I think, that's in front of us. So the white flag display being shown on board all the cars as well. That was which of the 2 Alpines? This is the battle for 13th. 600 Lotterer ahead of Paul-Luc Chatin in 35. And Oliver Rasmussen, 38 Hertz Team Jota, and Nick Tandy did lose a lot of track positions, actually. Tandy went from 4th to 11th, and Rasmussen went from 6th to 15th. So they made their stops. They may have needed to make their stops, but they were close enough to the pit lane to make stops under that full course yellow, but didn't save them from being dropped down the order. On board with Fuoco in the number 50 Ferrari. It is Ferrari 1-2, Porsche's number 5 car in 3rd, but Toyota Gazoo Racing up to 4th and 5th. Let's hear what the Ferrari team have got to say.
We are thinking to change only right-hand side. Sounds good to you? Only right-hand side with new soft.
Why new soft?
We can't mix the medium on the right with the soft on the left now. So either we do right-hand side on the soft and you carry on, or we put Miguel with a full set of medium.
Wait a second, mate, because I get lost. Which tires will they cut now?
You are running soft tires, mate. You are running soft tires.
What do you think you're spending?
I think we should give you 2 more soft on the right-hand side. and you stay in the car.
All right, yeah.
Bless him,
Right,
he's been out there. He's been out there so long on that set of soft tyres. He's forgotten which ones he's on.
Yeah, well, hang on. What have I got on now? Why can't I have mediums? Oh, I've got soft on. Yeah.
So I'll let. I've got this app in front of me with the tyre info. So they did put a set of 4 softs on, and he did 12 laps on them. Came in, continued on that same set, and he's done 10 laps on them so far. So they're questioning: should we bring you in, put on just the right-hand side or left-hand side of soft, new, or just one side of the car? And it's a tough call. I mean, nobody's done that yet, from what I can see. But Fuoco is completely confused by it all. Didn't even know that he was on a soft or medium.
And Anthony Davison, that was a multifaceted question. So either we give you left sides only softs and you stay in, or we go for 4 mediums and we put Miguel Molina in. Ooh, who was that?
Full course yellow coming.
Okay, full course yellow coming, and there it is. Right, so that means that the Alpine and the Porsche are likely to be close enough to dive into the pits should they need to. This is where we need the energy graphic to see who is relatively close to a pit stop. 38 has just stopped, 4 has just stopped.
Well, Fuoco, he's done 10 laps, so yeah, we know they're talking about coming in anyway. So if this full course yellow is going to stay long enough, they could win big time from this. Well, because the number 51 Ferrari's only done 8 laps. Yep. Kamui Kobayashi's done 7 laps, and Oliver Rasmussen in car 38 has only just stopped. So yeah, this could really fall their way, and that's probably why we're looking into the Ferrari pits now.
So there's 2 things that could help them here. First of all, if they get into the pits now and the full course yellow is more than another 30 seconds or something, there are going to be people just chuntering around do 80 Ks. But also, when they come out of the pit lane, then they're not immediately much slower than everybody else. That would, you know, depending on how long the full course yellow continues, 51% of energy in both cars, so they don't need to stop.
So we don't know what the incident is. My guess is it's a general clean and tidy up at this stage before we get into darkness. We've just seen 2 of the LMP2 cars off. There may well be a lot of gravel.
Yeah, did you see the mess on the inside of I think you spotted it too through.
There was advertising hoarding down, and the bollards were not as in their prescribed position from the World Bollard Association.
Here's another look at that incident in the Ford chicane.
But that was further on, wasn't it? It's still up here. So I think it will be a general tidy up, whilst there are still good lines of sight in full daylight for the marshals to do so.
Don't forget, last full course yellow, we saw a couple of cars come in for half a tank of fuel. That's why they're not fully filled up. There's the DKR Engineering LMP2 car. And don't forget as well, while we got a chance, we'll tell you about our full access program, which has been filmed at the moment and should be available on the WEC YouTube channel in about 10 days after the race, showing you a lot of what happens behind the scenes. The previous full access programs are all still available to see on YouTube. Here we go, battle for supremacy, 50 versus 5. This is the number 5 Porsche of Michael Christensen all over the back of Antonio Fuoco. Is Fuoco due to pit now, or will it be in a lap or 2? Whatever, Christensen is all over the back of him. So either Fuoco takes left sides only and carries on for another stint, or they're going to put in Miguel Molina with a full set of brand new medium tyres.
Yeah, so he was just at the wrong part of the track, unfortunately. Just going through Mulsanne corner when the green flag flew again. So they'll just take that car now probably to the point where it is on getting closer to 1% energy. I think they would have capitalised on the full course yellow if they were further around the track, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, absolutely. It falls your way or it doesn't, and it fell for the number 4 Porsche and the 38 Jota Porsche. They were close enough to take advantage, but not everybody gets the opportunity.
Lotterer, by the way, who's behind... Oh, he was. This is the overtake. So this was Fuoco getting ahead of Lotterer. So Lotterer has been on this set of tyres for a long time, and they were used as well to boot when you put them on. So they'd probably done just a morning warm-up where a scrubbed set of tyres had gone on. And so he did, first of all, 7 laps on them, came in, continued on, he did another full stint of 12, came in, has gone back out there, and he's on 7 laps on them again. So he's running those much further. Basically, they're much older than Fuoco's set of softs at this stage.
And that's why Fuoco, when he jumped him away from the green flag at the end of the full course yellow, has been able to just build that advantage immediately because he's got more grip.
You can see it, can't you? This, what you're looking at here, is purely tyre age.
Well, and not just age, but compound as well. Don't forget, Fuoco is on soft, and the Porsche is on...
No, he's on soft as well.
Oh, he's on soft as well, okay.
It's literally just tyre age. Two cars that we saw fight it out at the beginning of the race, nose to tail. Neither of them could drop the other. And now you're looking at one pulling away from the other easily. It's just because of that tyre age. It does make that much difference.
How fortunes change. Look where the pole-sitting car is. In 13th place, the number 6 Porsche. And the car that started alongside the number 3 Cadillac down in 17th. That's how the mixed-up strategies have affected the race.
With the 2 full course yellow, we gain almost 30 seconds to the leader. We gain almost 30 seconds to the leader.
That's the kind of message you want to hear. And it does help you sometimes where you are on the circuit when you come into the full course yellow. If you're barreling down the straight and you get a full course yellow and you have to slow down and go to 80 kph, you lose so much more compared to if you're already in a corner going very slowly anyway.
Yeah, or on a slower part of the track. So, for instance, yeah, coming through the Ford chicanes or whatever, you lose much less because you'd be going slow there anyway compared to what you lose at the beginning of the Mulsanne or coming out of Terre Rouge, that sort of thing. So who's due the pits? 50 Ferraris, Antonio Fuoco. One more lap after this, potentially. Race leader 83, Robert Schwartzman. Again, talked about unsung heroes in the number 51 car. Antonio Giovinazzi definitely is a bit of an unsung hero. Robert Schwartzman in the 83 car. Everybody knows Robert Kubica. Not too many people maybe might have been familiar with Ye Yifei, except that he drove last year, of course, for Hertz Team Jota in their cars, but now he's definitely making a name for himself in a Ferrari, and the number 12 car goes off and comes back on.
Yeah, there's Callum Ilott just going in a bit deep into that second chicane.
Drive-through penalty for car number 25 for not respecting the blue flags. That's the Algarve Pro car of Matthias Kaiser. And we also have that incident we saw in slow-mo between the LMP2 cars. That will be under investigation. I sense somebody will picking up a penalty for that.
You mentioned the 25 car. That was a car we saw stop very early in the race, the Algarve Pro car. We didn't see why. I can tell you that was contact with the wall. So there's left side damage of that car, which required front and rear bodywork and a replacement toe link, which they did in 6 minutes, wow, which is pretty remarkable. While we're watching the AO by TF Spike the Dragon LMP2 car on pit lane, another guest has popped in to see us. And it's a name and a company that maybe won't be familiar to a lot of our listeners and viewers, but there's a good reason behind it. Tom Wagner from Nighthead Capital. Tom, maybe your name and maybe Nighthead's name isn't that familiar, but the entity with which you're involved most certainly is, and that is, of course, Hertz Team Jota. What a story so far this week.
An absolutely unbelievable story. As usual, Jota doing a fantastic job representing everyone associated with the team, and I think, you know, particularly as it relates to the 12 car, having an unfortunate mishap and then the team scrambling to literally build a car from the chassis up in 30 hours, which normally takes 3 weeks. It was a Herculean task, and I think really representative of what it means to be a race team.
So here is the number 12 car. This is that moment just a few moments ago for Kalamada in that very same car. Did you have a moment of doubt that they might make it?
No. You know, only because everyone around us was so confident. I mean, I'm the novice here, as you can tell by my accent, but additionally, you know, only having been involved in racing for a couple of seasons now, I wouldn't have had the slightest idea whether or not that was a possible feat. I think it was a virtually impossible one that they made happen.
Now, tell us a little bit about the deal that's made this happen. By some distance, you are flag carriers for this new era of hypercar racing in the World Endurance Championship, particularly because this is not a factory team.
Right.
And it carries on the side of it, I believe, 3 brands with which your company's involved.
That's right.
The very famous brand of Hertz.
Yes.
The less famous globally, but significant in terms of those who are automotively aware brand of Singer, and the globally known brand of Tom Brady.
That's right. I think it's, you know, all of our sport investing that we do, we bring Tom Brady in as a partner. He's obviously got great experience, but what's lesser known is his really strong commitment to developing exceptional culture within an organization. You know, having learned from the very best in the New England Patriots in a period of time when their performance was really unparalleled, and then applying that to other sports organizations. Obviously, Hertz is a natural fit for racing. They were long associated with it. We brought that back in after gaining control of the company. And then beyond that, I think it's fantastic exposure for Hertz and brand building.
Well, we'll come back to you in a moment, Tom. Let's have a listen to what's going on with the number 83 Ferrari.
Okay, Robert, 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. Can we do another stint on these tires? Question.
It depends how slow we are.
Your pace at the moment is very good. Your pace at the moment is very good.
Okay, then how is the car 50 catching so quick?
At the moment he's 20 seconds behind. They gained 5 seconds in the full course yellow.
If the pace is good, I can continue. The tires are feeling quite okay.
Copy. We go for another stint then.
All right, that's interesting. Robert Schwartzman will continue for another stint on those tyres, and actually only 1 car in the entire field, that's the second place Porsche, went quicker on that last lap, but Michael Christen's just pitted that car. For the Ferrari, by the way, just a quick catch-up. Antonio Fuoco out, Miguel Molina in, 4 new mediums on the car, exactly as we heard on the radio, Anthony.
Yeah, Schwartzman's only on his second stint with that tyre, so they can easily get into a third stint. It won't be pretty, but it can definitely do it, and at some stage, you'll have to start triple stinting tyres, maybe even quadruple in the night.
We'll come back to you, Tom Wagner, after having just heard from Anthony Davis, the next Jota driver, of course. He knows all about the little team that could. Tell me a little bit about what attracted you to Jota with David Clark and with Sam Higdon.
I mean, the success in Le Mans over a long period of time in the equally weighted LMP2 class was something that we thought demonstrated their clear capabilities. And our view was that with some stronger financial backing, some capital, some investment, we could make a push to be competitive at the highest level of the sport. And what attracted us to endurance racing was the fact that we've seen a significant rise in the interest in motorsports globally, and we hadn't seen as much of a increased level of interest in WEC, and we thought that was ripe to change. And I still believe very, very strongly that that's the case. When you look at motorsport, or sport in general, what attracts people are 2 things. You have the sense of tribalism, it's a team that you can root for, and uncertainty of outcome. And there's nothing in sport with greater uncertainty and outcome than a 24-hour race where you don't have the slightest idea who's going to win until the very last moment. It is absolutely the most unbelievable event in sports. I really don't think there's a second that comes close.
You led on the debut with the team at Le Mans last year in pretty ropey conditions. Yeah. That was drama.
And I was getting interviewed as we led, and the moment the words left my mouth, we had our unfortunate mishaps. But yes, it was a wonderful experience.
I'll ask this question. You happy with the journey so far?
But we were so happy with the experience and being a customer that we ended up investing in Jota. And I don't think there's a stronger way to represent your commitment to something than actually put your money behind it. And so it's not just us bringing brands that can enhance those brands and provide the much needed publicity. We all know the mantra of racing and/or winning on Sunday and selling on Monday. I think that's very true across not just automotive, but all many brands that can be associated with auto, either directly or indirectly. But Jota's excellence and what they demonstrated to us in their professionalism that first year made it clear that this was something that we could really help grow. And that was the intent behind making the investment.
We just saw another big brand appearing out on track. Now, whatever sphere of sport you come from, Valentino Rossi, like Tom Brady, is one of those household names. I mean, this man will add a third to your gate. Do you think a name like him has that kind of recognition, for instance, when we get to Texas from his MotoGP successes?
I think absolutely it does. I think Jensen Button, you know, a little-known English driver that's in our 38 car, attracts, you know, a great following. You know, just seeing the number of hats and T-shirts that have been sold with his you know, likeness and signature on them is a testament to that. But I think, you know, we'll see more of that. Every F1 driver with whom I speak talks about their desire to race and win Le Mans. And that's, I think, fairly universal. So as we see these more technologically advanced cars in the race and you know, deeper pocketed teams and manufacturers getting involved, I think you'll see, you know, drivers from all different parts of motorsport coming and asked to get involved.
Race leader in the pits, Robert Schwartzman, stays in. So again, that little burst of rain earlier on has slightly shuffled the deck. Not everybody's still rigidly on the same strategy and following the same 12-lap by 12-lap routine. These guys stayed out, gambled that it wouldn't get too wet for the slicks. They won out. 51 Ferrari, number 8 Toyota came in for wets immediately, and they ended up paying the price for that. But we are by far not done. We've barely got to the 4-hour mark, and there is more weather undoubtedly going to affect this race. And as you say, you know, this is a overtime Hail Mary pass winning situation so many times that somebody just comes down with it, and it's boom, everything changes in the last hour, in the last minutes of this race.
Or in overtime, as we saw in Spa, right? You know, it can be an outcome that nobody expects, and that's what makes it so compelling to follow. It's really a neat thing.
Let's hear from the 83 team.
Car 8 coming up behind you, will be for position.
Yeah, and car 8 will be coming fully lit with the afterburners on and with hot tyres. Robert Schwartzman also with hot tyres, did not change, so he won't be so much at a deficit. And in fact, he's already started to just nudge a little bit away from Brendan Hartley in number 8 and Kamui Kobayashi a further 12 seconds back in number 7. So Toyota second and third, but Anthony Davidson, they are closing in on the Ferrari at the moment.
Yeah, Toyota are fast, but Brendan Hartley, who's just coming up to the end of that set of tyres, third stint, he got in after Sebastian Buemi. So this is only Brendan's first stint he's coming to the end of. He's done 11 laps, but he got in without changing, because Buemi was in the car for so long and had the wets on, and they put the brand new set of soft tyres on. They did a driver change without changing the tyres. So he's continued those on. He'll be in next lap.
Paquito Lopez back in the number 7 Toyota garage, where we have not seen him all season. He's been leading the charge in Toyota's other arm, their GT3 Lexus crew, but with the injury to Mike Conway late last week that ruled him out from Le Mans, Paquito, the obvious replacement. He drove that number 7 car last year, and he's back in it here at Le Mans, trying to help the other 2 drivers now with championship points.
Tom, you talked about the decision to invest in this program and now in the team. You're clearly happy with this kind of trajectory. You've been an observer to what we've seen from our perspective, which is bigger and better events, bigger and better grid, more and more fans turning their attention towards it from all sorts of other aspects of the sport. Right. Is that a fair assumption that that's what you're seeing from the assessment?
100%. And I think, you know, it's driven by a couple of things. One, the global physical presence of the race, you know, in different countries around the world, that's critically important. But I think the most important element of pushing WEC into the forefront is all of these manufacturers who are operating at the highest level of the sport. That is, without question, what drives it. Heard rumors of more coming in, and I think that's wonderful. You know, unlike other race series that are resistant to new entrants, I think what makes WEC great is it's wide open, and it wants the competition, it welcomes it, it's better for the fans.
Absolutely right. Talk a little bit about the Hertz aspect of this. It's a very famous brand indeed, a globally renowned brand that your company was a big part in effectively rescuing. What are they getting out of this deal?
Well, I think for Hertz, it's a branding exercise, right? You can't simply have a consumer-facing brand and expect to deliver your products without having any kind of branding. And I think racing is an excellent opportunity to do that. It brings a level of excitement. It shows that you're committed to providing something. But maybe more than anything else, in the context of modern marketing, is that it provides an opportunity to create really interesting content.
That's replay of. Here's another spin, I'm afraid, for the 23 car, but a troubled race, I'm afraid, the Ben Keating car. Final question from me. We don't ask you to make announcements with a convenience here, but it seems to me there is a trajectory. More and more exciting stuff to come?
Absolutely.
Soon?
Very.
Excellent. Tom Wagner, thank you so much. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you. Good luck, guys. Bye-bye.
You too, very much the Victor Kayam approach. They like the team so much, they bought into it, which is exactly what we like to hear. And of course, the F word of endurance racing, Ferrari, is bringing eyes to this sport that otherwise maybe would never have discovered it. Ferrari, with other Formula One teams, gathering a whole new host of fans thanks to Drive to Survive over the last 4 seasons, and having Ferrari making so much of a fuss about their endurance racing, and they really make a fuss about their endurance racing equally as much as their Formula One. Anthony Davidson, that's really driving audience. It's bringing eyes to this sport purely because of Ferrari, who otherwise would just be watching the Grand Prix.
Racing Porsches as well. I mean, you could almost make a movie out of that, couldn't you?
Yeah, well, that's that too. I mean, Porsche got a rich history here, Ferrari too, but it is bringing new fans. 50 car moves up a spot, so that is Miguel Molina on his fresh rubber going ahead of Matt Campbell. How old are the tyres on the 5 Penske car? I'm sure they're at least a stint older. Miguel's only been in the car 3 laps or so
yeah, he's
got
put a
fresh
used
rubber, and he'll be on them for a long while, so he'll end up with the pain eventually.
He's put on a scrubbed set of the soft tyre.
Yeah. Okay, so that's Matt Campbell.
Matt Campbell, yeah.
Yeah. So they're going to triple those tyres. There's Ben Keating, fresh out of his stop-go penalty, and straight through the chicane, on board with Matt Campbell. And this is the whole thing about endurance racing. It is snakes and ladders, it's ebb and flow, it's every other cliche that we can think of. But when you can't just throw tyres at the problem like they can afford to do in Formula One, or like they're allowed to do in Formula One, here it's about maintaining your pace as the tyre wear goes away and as the grip goes away. It's about utilising what you've got in the best manner, and that's why the brains on the pit wall are as important as the synapses behind the steering wheel. It's matching. Look at the performance here. You know, there's the pit stop for both of them, and they have been absolutely pegged on pace, these 2 cars, as they've moved up and down the order. And again, Ben Keating in trouble at Indianapolis. He is having an absolute nightmare.
Not enough rear support.
Copy. Your rear anti-roll bar is at maximum.
Not enough rear support, but he's got maximum rear anti-roll bar. So what he's saying is the car is rolling over on its tyre too much and oversteering. So what are they going to do about that?
Well, I take it that how I read into that message was that, yeah, maximum must mean the most stiff that the roll bar can go. So go softer on the rear roll bar, you get more rear grip, you change the mechanical balance of the car. We often talk about aerodynamic balance of the car, but you can also have mechanical balance, and the anti-roll bars are one of those things. If he was talking about you're already at maximum softness, well, I'm afraid you're just going to have to live with it.
See, in my head, I think if it's starting to roll, you stiffen up the sway bar or the anti-roll bar to stop it rolling and picking up the inside wheel, but you're saying exactly the opposite. You want to soften it off, and what you want is firm damping, soft springing to try and keep the tyre in contact with the road.
You'd be right if you were talking about roll of the car, the rolls, the stability
he's saying
of the car.
Not enough support from the rear.
He means the tyre.
Okay,
he means
got
the
you.
sliding of the tyre. Racing driver speak. Basically, I decode it for you, and the fans listening in and watching wherever you are. That's the racing driver speak for. I basically don't have enough rear grip. And when I'm turning, the rear is sliding, but we saw that, didn't we, with the Porsches? It's in qualifying with that epic lap from Kevin Estre.
And of course, don't forget, with the spec hybrid system in the LMDH cars, that's the Porsches, particularly here, that's the BMWs. The weight is where it is. It's designed to only have hybrid acting at the rear, so the weight is at the rear. The Le Mans hypercars, which is a very slightly different rule spec in the overall hypercar category, they're allowed to have their drive at the front. So they've got their electric MGU, the motor generator unit, which provides drive to the front when you want it and harvests when you don't. So that moves that bit of extra weight to the front, whereas the Porsche here, its MGU is also at the back. So it's a little bit more tail heavy, if not, quote, tail happy.
It's a good point, actually. All cars in hypercar category is 1,030 kilograms. That's the window that you have to be in. They've all got 670 horsepower. That's that window of operation within that balance of performance that we often talk about as the fresh set of tyres there. The mediums go on to the number 6, once race leader, Penske Porsche, and championship leaders as well, don't forget. So yeah, I wonder how that does differ in terms of your weight distribution between the LMH cars, so the Ferraris, the Peugeots, the Toyotas, and the Isotta Fraschini.
And the Lamborghini.
No, because the Lambos are LMDH car.
Yeah, of course it is, yes.
So yeah, the common platform, the Porsche, that's an LMDH, as well as the Lamborghinis,
the BMW,
basically everybody else.
Yes.
Everybody else.
Yeah.
So I wonder how that differs because of that rear motor, the electric motor being at the rear. Does your weight distribution change? Is that equal between all the cars? Well, that bit I don't know.
You struggle to see how it can be, because let's take a look. The Ferrari's got whatever the motor weighs between the front wheels. The Porsche there has got it between the back wheels. So that amount of weight is already at the back.
And it's around 20 kilos.
The fuel cell is behind the driver and in front of the engine in both cars. So you can't move, you can't have like your fuel tank in the bonnet, if you know what I mean. So you can't move that amount of weight, which again is going to be sort of 80, 90 kilos when it's full, down to nearly nothing when it's nothing. So it's battery storage units and so on, you can creep forward, but again, it's that 20 kilo mass difference that you can put at the front in your four-wheel drive car like the Ferrari, and you have to have at the back in your rear-wheel drive car like the LMDH car. So at minimum, there's a 20 kilo weight penalty over your back axle.
Interestingly as well, one thing most people forget in this game where you share drivers. Oh, that wasn't a good sign, was it? That was not a good sign at all from the Mustang
engineer,
garage.
I'm afraid she was saying, okay, that was the universal hand signal across the road for game over, left front corner. So is that a TCA? That shouldn't be anything non-fixable. Maybe she was just saying, okay, that's broken, let's get it out. That's either a steering arm, in which case they'll need to change the steering rack, or a track control arm.
Look at the energy, so much energy going through the front that it's actually affecting the rear wing moving around as well.
Yeah. So why are they speaking German? It's an American car. It is an American car, but Proton is a German team. So Christian Ried's Proton team running these Mustangs. So there's Christian on the right-hand side. So the #1 mechanic with her back to us, clearly, she's the one now who's going to coordinate, rebuild, repair, get this thing back out on track as quickly as possible.
And the well-built guy at the back is Michael Ried. It's Christian's brother, who's the technical director at Proton Competition. He'll be keeping a weather eye on this. Wouldn't be remotely surprised to see him get involved if this is a longer repair.
What a tough day Proton are having. Their 2 GT cars are last in GT. They are 21st and 22nd.
2 of 3.
Yes, 2 of 3. Okay, so one of the regular cars, the 77 you just seen, that was the car that was in the lead early on, and the 44 car, which is the third car, the yellow and black Dark Horse car. And of course the Proton 99 Hybrid had that problem with the door handle, the door refusing to shut, and that's why Christian Ried was stomping off in a state of high dudgeon, because it's a problem they already had in Spa, and it was happening again. And that, as a team boss is not something you want. Drive-through penalty for the number 33 car now.
I'm expecting blue flags there.
Yeah,
for
that's
33.
the DKR engineering car again. Lawrence Hurt, Rennie Binder and Alexander Maxwell, who I don't think's driven it yet, are having a torrid time.
It was Rennie Binder that was under investigation for that. I do wonder whether that had something to do with the earlier incident we saw with the impact from the United car.
Well, that was also being investigated. I think that might be a slightly earlier and separate investigation. But what is going on with Ben Keating as well? The United Autosports 23 car. I don't think I can remember a time, Anthony. You've seen a lot of Ben's races in GTs where he's put a car off the road. That car has been a spinning top.
He was always such a formidable driver, wasn't he, Ben Keating, in the GTs, as you say, Martin, but he's having a torrid time of it today.
And yet, he's an LMP2 champion in IMSA. He's not unfamiliar with the LMP2 car. He knows the car. I don't know. I'm absolutely at a loss. Either that or the real Ben Keating is tied up in a locker somewhere and somebody's in his suit.
The only thing I hypothesise about is that the LMP2 car running here in the Le Mans downforce setup in the World Endurance Championship regulations could be a very different car to what he's used to with those big old wings and the sprint package, as they call it, in IMSA.
And very different temperatures as well here. I mean, this is a long way below pretty much any temperatures you're going to find in an IMSA track. So, no, that's a really good point. I hadn't really factored that in. I think you are probably very right. He's doing all the things that come naturally, and they're not working.
Every car here feels so light on their toes around this track. High speed, the cars don't really produce good lap times if you put too much downforce on.
Well, let's have a listen with Louise Beckett and Kamui Kobayashi.
Kamui Kobayashi, you've just stepped out of the number 7 Toyota. The weather and tyre choice is playing a massive part in this race, and we're so early into it.
Well, it's still a long way to go. We just take a conservative strategy for us, not taking any risk, because as I see, I think competition is quite tight for everyone. And just try to come until tomorrow morning, and we see where we are.
What do you know about these conditions? The rain's coming and going. What's the team telling you to expect?
Well, I think team gave me a lot of information, during running, where the dithering or, some drops, try to communicate as much as we can. So far, it's not really too bad, to be honest. I remember last year was nightmare compared to this year. So, I think still we have come down. And, looks, I have to say, I think most of the challenge part will be tonight. So, yeah, hopefully we manage tonight and we see sun rays. And, yeah, we have to be in good shape. And I think in terms of pace-wise, we are okay. So hopefully we can fight back.
What's the biggest challenge of tonight then?
It's a luck, as usual. Last year I think we were okay, but obviously we haven't done the luck. But hopefully this year, we managed to have a better luck than last year. I don't say best of luck, but yeah, a little better luck help us to make a better finish in the position.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In the darkness, going into a slow zone in the S's last year, rammed from behind by somebody who did not come down to speed correctly and just ploughed into the back of not only the Toyota but a couple of other cars, and that was the end of their race. He was forced to abandon ship because it had knocked on all the hybrid warning lights. So he's hoping for a little bit more luck. The Toyota's showing plenty of pace at the moment, though.
Okay, I'll say plan for this tire is triple stint. Plan is triple stint.
Jose Maria Lopez back in the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing entry, something he did not expect this year. But look at him, he's right on the back of number 12, Callum Island in the Hertz Team Jota car.
Yeah, we've got two battles underway at the moment between Toyotas and Hertz Team Jota. Porsches, Brendan Hartley pulling away from Rasmussen, the 8 from the 38. That's the battle for 5th. Then the battle we're looking at here, which is Callum Eilert in the number 12 car, running in 8th place, trying to fend off the somewhat rampant Jose Maria Lopez in the number 7 car. Two teams there, the 12 and the 7, that have had their dramas of very different sorts this week.
Antonio Serravalle just ahead, the Ray White and blue Isotta gets by the 31 BMW, again different livery for that GT3 car, reminiscent of the UFO Jeans cars of 1980s touring cars, Jeans colours, and right behind Lopez flashing the headlights at Callum Eilert. Eilert's behind the Isotta, that's not going to be as quick as the Porsche, and Eilert will have to find a way by, past the pits probably, and up into the Dunlop curve.
Yeah, Eilert's on a double stint and 3-lap-old tyres at this point, medium tyres. So clearly no match for Jose Maria Lopez's brand new soft tyres. But that triple stint from Kamui Kobayashi, we just heard from him there with Luis, epic stuff. He was blindingly fast. Just to put it into context, on similar tyre ages with Andrea Lotterer in the car number 6, average on his 3rd stint of 3, a 3-minute 34. Kamui was averaging a 3:32.5.
Wow.
Wow.
Just on that final stint of 3.
Oh, look at him there. Lopez being brutal in traffic, straight by the Isotta. Antonio Serravalle wasn't fighting it. For Isotta, it's getting miles under the wheels. It's the first time the brand has ever raced at Le Mans. So it's a big, big deal for a brand that's been moribund since the 1930s and has been revived.
Well, I'm telling you right now, they're running 21st, a lap off the lead lap. I think they're doing fine at this stage. I think they'll be very happy with where they are at this next chapter of their adventure. Look at the other two classes, by the way. Vector Sport, it is that lead LMP2 with Ryan Cullen, the silver driver, at the wheel. 30 seconds to the good from Tomo Miata in the Cool Racing car. Bumped into Milton Jakobsen in the paddock just a little while before I came back on air. He was, somewhat dischuffed. They made the wrong choice on tyres. That cost them that time. They're now powering back to it. It is Valentino Rossi leading LMGT3 for Team WRT. And those cars, gentlemen, the M4 GT3s, have been nowhere this week. And all of a sudden, with the slings and arrows of what's been going on with weather, with incidents, the BMWs are coming back up the order.
Though we talk about race pace and qualifying pace is nothing if you haven't got race pace. And if you've got race pace but can't qualify, Le Mans is the one place where it matters a bit less than anywhere else. Valentino won here last year on Saturday morning in a BMW in the Road to Le Mans support race, and now he's got into the main race, exactly what he targeted 3 years ago when he started this sports car racing travel. And his last lap, 4:01.0, second place, Saliolic in the JMW Motorsport Ferrari, 4:01.8, third place, Yasser Shaheen in the Manthey EMA Porsche, 4:02.7. So the Doctor is lapping between 1 and 2 seconds quicker than anyone else in the class, with the exception of teammate Augusto Farfus in the 31 car, who's just done a 3-minute 59.9 lap.
Well, 2 more 3:59s, and it's both from factory drivers, Danny Juncadella right now, and also Alessio Rivera. But amongst the silver or bronze drivers, you're absolutely right. Last time around, quickest of the lot.
He's killing them. And Danny Juncadella, again, another full pro factory driver in a TF Sport car in the Corvette. He's just done a 3:59.101.
Okay, Brendan, we expect the Porsche head to be in 1 or 2 laps. We expect it to be in 1 or 2 laps. It's light on fuel.
Yeah, copy. He's accelerating away.
Well, that's why, because there's less weight to carry. So Brendan probably a little bit perplexed at why the Porsche can get away from him out of the corners. And there's the answer. He'll be running on fumes in a lap or two. Brendan trying to go inside the 95, beg your pardon, McLaren, and just saw the door coming, swinging closed on him, had to jump the curbs.
That's Lopez, isn't it?
Yeah,
I beg your pardon, yes. Yeah, no, so that was Lopez, you're right.
Yeah.
That's the other Toyota-Porsche battle.
So many storylines in what is this, just over 4 hours of this 24-hour race. Yet so many of these teams showing form and showing it in very different ways at different phases of the race. It's so tough to call who's going to be there into the night, out of the night, and, of course, at 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Here's that fight that Brendan was referring to. So he's got Nick Tandy in front of him in the Penske Porsche. So clearly Brendan has the speed. It's just, as we've seen all the way through this race so far, very hard to overtake. And once again, Brendan has to yield there, let the LMP2 go. And we can hear from Nick Tandy's side now.
Nick, it'll be box this lap, driver change. Toyota behind on fresh tires.
Yeah, so exactly, it was like the message in reverse, wasn't it? We heard that mirrored from Brendan's engineer earlier on, saying that Porsche would do exactly that.
So the unread message there to my ear from the engineer is the guy behind you on fresh tyres, but you're coming in this lap, and that will mean hold him up.
So just
don't let him go. Don't let him go. Blunt some of his speed on fresh tyres on your in lap. Don't let him be faster than you, and then when you're on your out lap, you're going to struggle anyway. But yeah, hold him up. Don't let him go. Don't surrender a position on your in lap. I mean, every one of these, every time you come in and out of the pits, every time you're in the pit lane, you have the potential to lose time. Avoid that as much as possible.
It's 4 hours and coming on for another 15 minutes into this race. One retirement so far. That was after an incident into the Dunlop chicane for the Vista, of course, of 54. Thomas Fleur impacting hard into the barrier. That car is a retirement. There have been all sorts of other incidents of seeing cars tumbling down the order and for the most part recovering back. 2 hypercars out of the top 21. One of them recovering up the order now with Julian Andlauer pushing on hard. Door problems again for Proton Competition. Twice actually spotted the team building up a new door for that car. And the art car, the number 20 BMW. So we're listening with Brendan Hartley.
I think he has a problem. I just saw the car smoking from the left around.
Copy.
Now, is that tyre rub? Is that about to let go? I'm sure we would have heard the Porsche team telling Nick Tandy to slow if they had a low tyre pressure alarm.
I spotted this earlier on where on the Mulsanne straight, as Tandy went out to overtake somebody, the car's sparking heavily. And I haven't seen anyone else do that, so maybe there's something there that Brendan might be spotting, or maybe that's the reason why they're bottoming out so much as Tandy throws the car over that left-hand curb coming into the pit lane. But Brendan would be relieved to see some free air in front now as he comes towards us, crossing the start-finish line.
Nick, be aware the rear wing is loose, be aware.
Oh, car number 4, Nick Tandy, so they will undoubtedly do some work on that car, and maybe that was what was smoking.
Well, they're going to take off that whole rear assembly as they take the tear-off off. You asked that question earlier on, didn't you, Graham? About when do they take that off? It's basically when that thin plastic film gets pitted with too many stone marks. You can clean it for all it's worth, but it won't clean it up. So when it gets like that, the driver will request to remove it.
Or too much oil or rubber. The rubber leaves black marks all over your windscreen. And as we're getting now towards low light, that's when you want to clear it off as well.
The oil will clear off, but it's the pitted nature of that thin plastic that you'll never clear away. So it's at that time you'll take it off.
While we're talking about Porsche Penske Motorsport, the man we see in the garage so much, fun fact from our colleague Jim Roller, who's watching back home, Jonathan Duguid was a long-time Porsche engineer. He won this year's Indy 500 engineering Joseph Newgarden as Tim Cindric was suspended. So a win here would make quite a cool double, Indy 500 and Le Mans in the same season. One of the car engineers here was also working on Newgarden's team in the Indy 500, so there's a potential for him to be part of that double package as well. Spots of water on the camera lens. Now, that doesn't mean that it's raining hard or heavily, but what it does mean is that there are spots of water on the camera lens, and the Porsches both going to go very slowly here because they have fresh tyres, and in the case of Nick Tandy, hopefully a decent wing on the car as well. Now, Mathieu Jaminet now at the wheel of the number 4 car. 38 has taken on a change of driver as well. Oliver Rasmussen is in the 38 Jota car that we just saw leaving. And there are spots of water here. Now, we were told to expect it at 17 or 19 minutes past. It's now 17 minutes past the hour, so it is an hour late, almost to the minute.
Yeah, incredibly tough conditions. Le Mans races like this, cold conditions with no tyre warmers allowed in this form of racing anymore, and it really makes the drivers work for it, especially when you've got a bit of rain lurking around as well. So they're certainly earning their money today.
Mixed class, tussles down the Nordier, the Mulsanne Straight. This is the Edex Sport car number 28. That car has been up in the sharp end in LMP2, now in the middle of the pack, chasing here with Earl Bamber, while the Lamborghini's ahead. That is the battle for 8th position, in fact, with Earl Bamber.
Yep.
And Mirko Bortolotti. And the Lamborghinis, I heard you say this a little earlier, Martin, have just gradually worked their way up, both in the top 10 at the moment, by not being dramatic.
Yeah. Rule 1 of Le Mans, stay out of the pits, don't hit things. Okay, they've ticked both boxes so far. And again, you know, we were briefed by the FIA and the ACO's technical commission yesterday, and they were saying that this whole rule set is designed specifically to try and give each car the same maximum potential. How much you get out of that is entirely down to the team and drivers, and at the moment the Lamborghini and Iron Lynx team are doing a great job. Zach Brown from McLaren at Toyota. Matthew Marsh in the background there, old friend of mine.
So tell me all about these LMH rules then. How do you do it, Toyota? You go front motor, rear motor?
Well, we are promised, by the way, that we will get a couple of guests in from McLaren during this race, so we should be able to speak to Zach breakfast time tomorrow morning, and we should also have Michael Linders from McLaren Automotive and to talk about McLaren and aspirations.
Now, let's assume for a moment, without any confirmation, that McLaren are about to push the button on a hypercar program. What McLaren do with racing is sell customer racing cars. Are they going to do that better with a Le Mans hypercar or with an LMDH package? And do they feel that they're more likely to A, have customer sales, but B, have a potential winning car as a Le Mans hypercar or an LMDH? These are things that we need to hypothetically put to the boss.
I can tell you right now, no matter what it is that they do or don't do, there is not an aspiration for a customer hypercar program.
Okay. All right, that's interesting, because half the thought here, whoa, look at the closing speed of Earl Bamber's caddy on the Mustang. Half the thought here about hypercar was that when your manufacturers arrive, like Porsche, they will bring customer cars with them. I can't imagine that there aren't queues of teams who want to run a privateer Ferrari, for instance, but whether that's possible, we'll have to wait and see.
Box this lap, driver change to Alex Palou.
There is a massive problem with that. There's no space for them. You know, this is the astonishing moment we are with sports car racing, even with the grid expanding, as we now know it will, next season to a maximum of 40 cars from 37 this year, even with the mandate that every factory must enter 2 cars if they're going to be fourth season contenders. There is going to be remarkably little space for customer teams to come and play with the WEC.
And does that mean even at Le Mans, or at Le Mans, will we see an end to LMP2 for a moment, while maybe hypercar expands to bring in customers from the hypercar field?
Well, let me tell you what Pierre Field has said publicly, and I checked it, that he was happy that this was a correct translation, the French media, is that they are evaluating the potential to introduce hypercar not into the European Le Mans series because it's full, but to the Asian Le Mans series for potential customer teams.
Wow.
Because that is where the marketplace is in Asia, that customers there are keen on those brands. Whether or not that is deliverable, whether or not that could be successful, is quite another story, but that absolutely is something that's being evaluated.
As we watch on El Bamba, it's on that lap 11 out of 12 where they've all been pitting. He did manage to actually eke out an extra lap earlier on when he was first in the car. Managed to do 13 laps in his first stint of this triple. So, yeah, we're expecting him in this lap.
When we saw number 8 come in, I think it was number 8, its energy was down to, I think, either 2 or 1%. And I did wonder at that stage, did that manage to creep an extra lap out? Have either of the two Toyotas managed to creep another lap on fuel in their last stint or so? You can see the Toyota now up behind Callum Eilert. And a disappointing performance so far from the two Peugeot. Jean-Eric Verne is in 19th, 94. Loic Duval is in 20th place, and that car is about to go a lap down already. So, yeah, 4 hours, 4.5 hours in almost, and both Peugeots are going to drop off the lead lap. Now, we are hearing reports of rain on the Ligne Droite des Unaudières, or the Mulsanne Straight, if you are not a French speaker. In comes the number 2 caddy. El Bamba will hand over to Indy 500 winner Alex Palau.
I've just seen the Peugeot sparking as well on a similar part of the track where I've seen Tandy's car spark away before. So it must just be that crown in the road that they're crossing, causing a bit of the, I'm guessing, titanium skid block on the underside of the car.
El Bamba and Paul-Luc Chatin for Alpine in the pit lane at the moment, and they will drop a big handful of places down the order. Again, not everybody took wet weather tyres when it rained earlier on, and as a result, the few that did are on a very different strategy because they will have fueled at the same time. Never leave the pits without adding fuel to the car. Let's get back to Jose Maria Lopez and the attack on Callum Eilert.
Peugeot is not for position. Peugeot is not for position.
Yeah, so as he's stuck behind the Jota car here, he can't find a way past it. He can see the Peugeot catching, and that's just the engineer saying, "Don't worry about the car behind. It's not actually fighting you."
Yeah, they had just gone by him as well.
I'm with Sebastian Dreven, the head of performance and simulation here at Michelin. And Sebastian, simulation and these conditions are a big part to play in this year's Le Mans.
Exactly, yeah. You know, it's always difficult to predict the weather. Though, thanks to simulation, we are able to try different conditions by simulation. And this is how we define the warm-up and how we design tires to better anticipate the warm-up. So yeah, but it's always a bit difficult, especially when there's wet and cold, and yeah.
Tick, tick, that's all happening. So how do you work with the teams to make those decisions or tell them what you find or what you predict or what you expect?
So it's a long-term partnership with all the teams. So we prepare ourselves during simulation, during test events. We try to go in different conditions so that we understand better how the tire works. And now I think we were prepared to a lot of situations. We will see how it goes, though. It's always a bit complicated. The target now will be to try to use the soft. And I mean, even the medium, if we can warm them up and keep them hot as we can. So obviously there's one thing which is very important, and for us is to keep safety as much as possible, and we will try to make longer stints, so we'll see.
So the big question is, when do the teams have to decide what tyres they're bringing to Le Mans, because there's got to be a cut-off point, and what have they gone for? Because I can't imagine many have asked for many softs.
So yes, it's a little bit before, obviously, because we have to produce tires, so it takes time. I can answer you very accurately on this. The thing which is very important right now is that we have a lot of tires, in the box here, and we are ready to support our teams.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
It's a drinks bottle and there's no liquid of the wrong type going into the Ferrari's engine. We have 4 hours and nearly 30 minutes on the clock here, so 19 hours 33 minutes remaining in the 24 Hours of Le Mans 2024. And Ferrari number 83, Robert Schwartzman, leads from Matt Campbell's Porsche, Brendan Hartley's Toyota, then the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, the Toyota of Jose Maria Lopez, and the Porsche of Callum Island. So 3 brands in the top 7, 3 Ferraris, 2 Porsches, 2 Toyotas. And in 8th place, the Raging Bull, the Lamborghini of Roman Grosjean, ahead of Filipe Drugovich in the better of the Cadillacs, the 311 car. But Lamborghini with a car in the top 10 and one just knocking on the door in the form of Mirko Bortolotti. What a start to their first ever Le Mans in the top class the team is having.
Big twitch there over the curve for the number 15 car. Just to repeat, Anthony, start of this race, we saw a Cadillac and an Alpine absolutely plastered with oil, and we've just seen what could be quite an interesting moment on pit lane for the number 50 car. These themes develop over a long time in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and I'm not absolutely certain what we've just seen on pit lane might not be a theme much later in the race.
I'd like to hope it was just an innocent refill of oil, but I have a sneaking suspicion it's a bit too early in the race to be seeing stuff like that going on. I've experienced this as a driver before. Let's see what they do with the car 83. If they do have to put oil into this one, and again for the car 51, when that comes into the pits, maybe not this time around, but the next pit stop, we'll keep an eye on it. That oil cylinder that gets attached to somewhere close where the fuel goes in, that 100% synthetic biofuel, by the way, that goes into all of these cars here in the World Endurance Championship and at Le Mans.
Yaffe taking over the leading car from Robert Schwartzman after an epic triple by Schwartzman.
So that's the fuel hose on there.
And there will be tyres, but there is no oil going in.
It's the 50.
So anyone that followed that 50 earlier on in the race were getting their windscreen splattered with a lot of oil, and they've just had to refill that. You do the maths.
Second place Porsche in the pit lane. Matt Campbell stays in. There'll be no tyres. He's on the white sidewall softs, so fuel only. Wash and brush up. Why are they cleaning the rear wing? To make sure that there are no errant bits of rubber or anything that is disturbing the airflow and critically here at Le Mans, causing drag. Drag, my friends, is not your friend. It's like pulling a parachute around.
Back in the days, back in the days of the fuel lift and coast, it was automated in the LMP1 cars when I drove the Toyota, and I had a bit of a touch with another car, and a bit of bodywork on my car got flicked up a bit. Suddenly, I couldn't see it, but suddenly the automated lift and coast points were way earlier than usual.
Because you were not getting the downforce and it wasn't slowing down enough, so you had to lift and coast earlier.
No, I had too much drag from this bit of bodywork that was suddenly in the wrong position. Caused too much drag, the car using more fuel as a result.
Gotcha.
To punch it through the air. That's how critical the drag is on these cars.
I was thinking it wasn't slowing down so much. That's 63. That is the better, was the better of the two. That's Danny Kvyat straight out of the pit and straight into the gravel. Oh, Danny.
Well, that was about 2 or 3 minutes ago, Marshall Post 3, but he has got it going again.
Yeah, Bortolotti had just come in after a pretty decent triple stint, handed over to Danny Kvyat. And we've talked about these cold tyres, and it's only going to get harder and harder for the drivers the later it gets in the day, and the colder it's inevitably going to get as well. So they're going to have to learn from that. Other drivers watching on as well will be seeing, you learn from other drivers' skirmishes, and you try to build a picture before you head out there yourself.
It is Toyota Gazoo Racing lead the 24 Hours of Le Mans as we
Is that for the first time?
I think it is for the first time. Certainly while I've been in the booth for the first time. The number 8 car in the hands of Brendan Hartley.
Lots of nodding. David Addison's just arrived from dinner, which reminds me, it finishes in 28 minutes, just as we come off air, and he's nodding as well. I think that is the first time that Toyota has led here at Le Mans. Here comes the 50, whistling by. The number 5 car, Matt Campbell fresh out of the pits. Miguel Molina, of course, took on those tyres 3-4 laps ago now, so he's getting on for a third of the way through the stint and is fully up to temperature.
Did you say it's the first time Toyota have led this year at Le Mans?
Yeah.
No, Buemi earlier on led the race.
Did he? Okay.
So it's just this cycle we're going through. The Toyota, they lost about 1 minute and 40 seconds earlier on in the race. If you haven't seen that, we had a bit of rain. Toyota came in early. They went on to the wet tyres. It wasn't the right tyre to be on because it started drying up, and the teams that suffered on the slick tyres and persevered actually came good for them, and Toyota ended up losing around, that 1 minute 40 seconds. So now they're completely out of sync with everyone else. So once in a while you'll see the Toyota, as Brendan is at the moment, pop up to the top, but they're not kind of officially leading the race. It's not a genuine thing. They're due a pit stop, and then they'll be back in their kind of, should I say, rightful position as when it all shakes out.
Yeah, but it might all shake out like this. No, because there's no guarantee that we're going to get back to somebody on somebody's fuel strategy coming good at the line. I mean, there's absolutely nothing now that you can even remotely use to guess which of these brands is going to be on top. With rain, with weather, with incidents, with slow zones, with safety cars, with everything. It's such a lottery.
Well, they'll basically have to find 1 minute and 40 seconds from somewhere. That's all I'm saying. That's what they are genuinely behind.
One slow zone. That's all it takes, isn't it? One slow zone, or somebody else in front having a spin. That's Kvyat again.
No, it's not.
And
it's
it's
the other
19 car with the white nose. You're right.
And he's just kept that from a major incident with the tyre wall. Did brush the tyre wall.
You know what that was, don't you? That was me bigging up Lamborghini right there.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah.
And this is another driver. So who was that?
Matteo Cairoli.
Yeah, because Grosjean was in before him, and he had just done his triple stint. So Lamborghini on the same. There's so much on the same strategy. Both fresh drivers have got in and binned the car.
Yeah, well, that's possibly not on page 1 of the team playbook, but yeah. So they. Yes, we don't get one separating from the other because, he's dropped it off the road as well.
Yeah, we're just trying to keep this fair. You're going to have to bin the car as well, and then we'll just crack on. And
I can't wait for that radio message to come over.
It is Danny Kvyat and Matteo Cairoli on his outlap, so they both did it on their outlap.
Different outlaps, it has to be said. Oh, no, yes, it was. Different outlaps. They pitted a lap apart. Danny Kvyat binned it last lap and Matteo Cairoli this lap.
The one other thing was we see the 83 car being tracked by the Toyota car behind with the AFA at the wheel for the first time, I think, in the race. That sort of confirms that he won't be in the car at midnight, which is the point at which he turns 24 years old.
Which is the point at which all the Chinese audience finally go, it's 5 in the morning, I can't do this any longer. He's going to have his birthday on his own. Well, I don't know. They might reverse their cycle. It's unlikely, but I think you're absolutely right.
Well, technically...
Could quad?
In terms of Chinese time zone... Well,
he's already...
I'll have a look.
It could work out.
It could work out.
They're 11 hours ahead of us. It's already tomorrow.
He's already 24.
Yeah. This is... Oh, no. Is El Bamba still in the number 2? I don't even really want to look. No, it's Alex Palou. He's just taken over, hasn't he, a couple of laps ago. So Alex Palou, the double Indy 500 winner, just finding a little less room than he was hoping for on the run down into Arnage.
I was with George Kurtz. Had a bit of a strike on his CrowdStrike car there.
Luckily not too much carnage, so that's good. 99 still circulating. That's the white car with the green highlights. Oh my goodness me, that's the number 3 caddy. That's a proper rallycross moment and a good square slap on the barriers. Box.
what I want to see is it still steering straight after that pretty hefty hit.
That's Renger van der Zande.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, because that
was quite a slap, wasn't it?
I've hit that barrier before. I know exactly how that feels, and it can easily bend the toe on the front end.
Well, let's hear what they say.
Okay, that's all right. We'll fix it up.
See? That's what I love about race engineers. I've been off, guys. I've been off. Don't worry. We got this. We got you. Don't panic.
Calm.
Come back slow. Calm, Seb. Yeah, we need the T-shirts. Jose Maria Lopez in for his first racing pit stop in hypercar this year.
Good to have him back, but Mike Conway's so unlucky not to be racing here this year.
100%, and real sympathy for Mike. I mean, that's nothing that anybody wants, and the irony is that Pachito was out cycling with him when Mike went down. I'm absolutely not making any judgment on that. But Pachito, not only, by the way, has he not had a race in this car, he was only called up on Thursday of last week, so he's not had any of the long practice runs. He's not done the 30-hour test and all the other yada, yada, yada that's preparation for the race. He's been parachuted in. Now, sure, he drove the car last year and he won't have forgotten it, but nevertheless, I would think you would like to be a tad more prepared coming to Le Mans than he had the time to be, but no question, he's going to do a good job for them.
Well, he's brought the car in a top 10 position. At the moment, Toyota still lead. I think this is Brendan Hartley's in lap, is that correct?
Well, in fact, Pachito came in from 4th, and yeah, Brendan should be in on this lap, I think. 74 laps, but don't forget, that car pitted more times than most others, because it did take on wets.
Yeah,
that was the Toyota that did take wets.
Brendan's on lap 12, and that's when they've been pitting, so he'll be on his way in.
Renger van der Zande makes it back to pit lane with his somewhat battle-scarred Cadillac. So that's slap into the barriers.
If he's got away with that completely, without any external damage to the car, bodywork, and without any tracking issues as well, and he's a very lucky boy.
Well, he deserves a bit of luck, because he was the one that was sitting aboard the number 3 car and became a passenger in Spa last year and had a big head-on shunt on the exit of Eau Rouge, so he deserves a little bit of luck.
It's so easily done.
Allard Kalf wandering across the front of shot there, reporting here for Dutch TV, another driver who's had plenty of races here at Le Mans.
Just through the Porsche curves, have a listen to this. So yeah, it's just a corner where you were barely lifting off the throttle in karting, and that's where Kamui Kobayashi lost all of his lap times in qualifying by going off there, and he had a fast enough lap to get through to hyperpole.
Yep.
It's now a brake and a downshift in race spec.
Yeah, he definitely didn't lift, did he? Damaged decal on the number 3 Cadillac. Anthony's looking at me skeptically. Well, they've waved him off again. He's gone. He's out and done, Renger van der Zande. So, yeah.
Build him strong in America.
Yeah, built Ford tough, that caddy.
It's that Laura One Truck Klaus I can hear rushing towards the booth.
Rotating.
With a baseball bat.
Hey, it's you know, I think it's a very valid use of somebody else's slogan. 51 is in from 2nd place, 8 is in from the lead, 12 is in from 4th, and that means boing, 83, the yellow AF Corsa Ferrari of Ye Yifei bounces back to the top of the pile. And we continue our rotation from Alessandro Pierguidi back to starting driver Antonio Giovinazzi. And it will be Giovinazzi, I was going to say, who takes it into the darkness. What are we, 8:40? It won't really be dark until about 11 p.m, although the clouds will hurry the light levels down. The cameras will make it look darker than the naked eye. So he might not quite get full black. And that means that it will be James Collado who takes over the car, having driven it in the daylight, and then heads into the darkness.
Just watching the other classes too as we watch the 51 car power away from the latest pit stop. Vector Sports Ryan Cullen, by dint of good reliable running, good fast running, and the right tyre choices at the right time, holds a 53-second lead in LMP2 over Lorenzo Fluxa in their 37 Cool Racing car. Nolan Siegel 38 seconds back, but catching last time around 5 seconds quicker. In LMGT3, it is still Valentino Rossi leading the class on its debut here in the 46 Team WRT BMW, but being caught by Joel Sturm in the championship leading, the WEC championship leading Montai Pure Racing 92 Porsche. Yasser Shaheen is aboard the second Montai car, the EMA branded car. That's the number 91 car and is 5 seconds back.
And 10 seconds behind him, Sarah Bovey in the Iron Dames Lamborghini in 4th place. Out goes our Qatar winning car, the number 6 machine. Porsche back on the hunt. And by the way, when the 51 Ferrari came out of the pit lane, the speed with which the number 7 Toyota Jose Maria Lopez went by him in the Dunlop curve, it looked like one of the Patrie de France fast jets whistling by. It was the approach speed was ridiculously different. But here is Ye Yifei in the lead for the AF Corsa Porsche team.
There's a strong chance, Graham, it could be somewhere close to his birthday, from his birthplace in China right now. If it all depends on what time of day he was born, basically.
I think what I'll do is I'll go and ask him.
We'll ask him afterwards. Yeah, retrospectively.
Super kid, by the way, before we go any further. I do recall in the lead up to him joining the Hertz Team Jota efforts, a couple of comments from people connected with the team that weren't that convinced about his talent. They were soon able to reappraise that. Right now, he is a top prospect in sports car racing.
Yeah, it's 2:43 in the morning where he was born. So yeah, it could be. It all depends on when he was born, basically. Yep. What time of day?
Yep.
It could well be his birthday right now.
Right now.
Chinese TV audiences, as we watch the battle for position between the Porsche and the Caddy, are used to seeing Chinese athletes winning in sport. They do not understand why a Chinese Formula One driver is not winning, is not the best in the world, because all the Chinese athletes they see on TV win because they're the best in the world. What they might have with Ye Yifei is a driver who might be the best in the world here at Le Mans. I mean, if he wins this year's race, his life will be all but intolerable in China, because he will suddenly be vaulted into this massive recognition with 1.6 billion people that he has never had before now, and that no racing driver anywhere has ever had before now. That would be just an astonishing thing for the TV audience in China.
What must be like what it's like for you in one of the nations that does box
Very
racing.
much so, absolutely. Whoa, look at this. The caddy on the outside, Filipe Drugovic, and going around the long way, Kevin Est, not taking no for an answer. That's absolutely take no prisoners racing by both men, and the potential for contact there was so high. That's brilliant racing.
And both on their outlaps, by the way.
Ridiculous stuff.
Yeah, respectful driving from both of them. And Filipe Drugovic, a very experienced driver, F2 champion, of course. And Kevin Estra, well, don't need to sing his praises at all after that. Everything he's done so far in sports car racing.
Mega job, mega job. Let's keep pushing, code to 0 and push.
Code 2-0, presumably. Oh, Alpine facing the wrong way, 35 or 36.
No,
what colour are the mirrors? It's 35.
It's not facing the wrong way, it's smoking. Yeah. That is big trouble for the 35 car.
Well, they've had 2 endurance tests with the team, and that's Ferdi Habsburg jumping away. Is it red? No, it's green. You can see the green light inside.
I think that's done.
Yep. They've had 2 30-hour or 2 24-hour attempts. One, the car broke down. The second, they had an engine failure. That's really tough for Ferdy, returning to the team after injury in testing. And again, the logo's there, not just Alpine, but Alpine Renault. That is the brand that won here back in 1977.
Oh, that's gone in a big way.
Yeah. That has all the hallmarks of going no further. That's a lot of oil, or possibly bits of metal in the cylinders.
Slow zone coming for this incident to recover that car.
But the good news is he is very close to the tow-away runoff area, and that is at Arnage.
It shows every sign of being our second retirement of the race after the 54 Ferrari.
Here's Ryan Cullen leading in LMP2 for Vector Sport. And the slow zone will go all the way back to Mulsanne corner. Why? Because marshals will be rescuing a car at nearly the fastest part of the track. Let's hear from the number 12 Hertz Team Jota.
Callum Eilert bringing the number 12 Hertz Team Jota in 9th at the moment, but I bet that sounds good right now, doesn't it, considering where we all started at the beginning of this week?
Yeah, I mean, the team's done an amazing job to get the car even in the race, and it's great. It's handling well, and we're chipping away at it. I think we had a bit of a tough start. We had a few issues that we needed to work out, but the car's good now, and we're working our way through. So let's see how it goes, but no mistakes, and try and get closer and closer to the top 3.
It's great to see you up there, but we've got to say something about all these guys behind you and what an incredible effort they made. Just tell us a little bit about the journey they've been through.
So obviously we had a crash on Wednesday night. At that point we had to see what was damaged on the car, and unfortunately after a lot of inspection we found a little bit on the bottom of the chassis. They had to strip that chassis, wait for a brand new one. Thanks to Porsche for organising that. That'd been an amazing help as well. And then it was full steam ahead. I think they had maybe 4 or 5 hours of sleep across the whole car build. We got to shake down across on the airfield, which I heard is quite a rare occurrence. It was great for publicity, but I don't want it again. And they stayed in the rain for that and then made sure everything was good. We had a couple of things that needed ironing out, but what an amazing team. Honestly, I'm so grateful for what they've done, and they're amazing supporters.
This story and this journey so far has been incredible, and hopefully speak to you later.
Yep, let's see. Thank you very much.
Good reasons as well. So the end of the road for Ferdy Habsburg in the number 35 Alpine, and I had my facts slightly wrong. Too young to actually have been here in 90. I'm not actually too young to have been here in 1978. I just wasn't. It was 1978 that Didier Pironi and Jean-Pierre Jousseau won in Le Mans in the Alpine Renault, the 3rd year of that car's campaign. Beautiful open white, yellow and black long-tail sports car. Absolutely stunning thing. Of course, with a 1.5 litre V6 engine that later went on, or that was already being used by Renault in the build-up to its Grand Prix debut with the turbocharged RS01. So into the retirement books goes our second car, the marker of doom. I am wielding it now because I don't think 35 is coming back from that one. That will be our second retirement of the race.
Yeah, really disappointing for Alpine. They showed such great speed, didn't they, especially at the start of the race. And also for Ferdinand Habsburg as well, who has missed,
two races.
2 races, isn't it, actually?
Yeah.
Imola and Spa in the World Endurance Championship due to an injury, a back injury that he sustained, so in a testing crash, I believe. So, yeah, it was great to see him back, but unfortunately wasn't to be for them.
Indeed. So 1 bullet left in the Alpine gun. Here comes one of the 2 Lamborghinis that have been climbing the order. They're both hit literal trouble.
If this slow zone continues for any longer, so Loic Duval is the only driver, he's on lap 11, only driver near a chance to come into the pit to benefit from this slow zone. So yeah,
Van Dorn is, apologies, has been in and is now out again. So Stoffel Van Dorn just out of pit lane.
Oh, sorry. So yes, they did. Yeah, they did pit. I've just seen it pop up on the what you've spotted on the time screens, Graham. I've seen it on the app that I have here. As we got the number 155 Speed of Race Ferrari with a nose change or splitter change.
It's a full clip on the Ferrari 296. It's quite an impressive piece of kit. As you can see, everything. And well, we may have some more dramas coming for the second Alpine as the bonnet put back on, the front bodywork onto the 155.
Radio message from the Alpine team. Now, I'm not sure if it was driver to team or ship to shore, shore to ship, but an urgent alarm. Christian Reed, Proton team principal, 2 of their 3 GT3 cars are the last running cars in GT3. 44, the guest car, and the 77 full team entry. That 77 car that had that steering issue has not yet left the pit lane, Graham. That's been there a while.
That has been there a while. The 88 car also on pit lane. Remember, they've got a P2 car, and there we are.
There it is,
P2 car
with the boy Jonas, one of his boys, Jonas Reed, at the wheel.
Yep, so he'll be keeping a weather eye on what's going on there. And this is actually in a battle. Jonas Reed getting onto terms here with Francois Perraudot, looking for a bye. The car co-branded with Iron Lynx.
Raced last year in the European Le Mans Series in LMP2 to cut his teeth, and now here he is in LMP2 at Le Mans. Matteo Caroli on board the number 19 Iron Lynx Lamborghini. Claudio Schiavone, the founder of the Iron Lynx team. Andrea and Giacomo Piccini, the racing brothers, are now essentially running the team. And of course, Deborah Meyer on board with her Iron Dames program, joining up with Iron Lynx to run those cars. It's a very ambitious and really well-run team. And the way that they have managed to get these Lamborghinis to Le Mans in such good fettle with such a young car, very impressive indeed. Shows their ambition and their ability.
Here comes Jean-Eric Verne in car number 93, slips through on the inside of 19. And as they exit this corner, the slow zone has now been removed. So no need to slow down and hit the full course yellow button that limits the car to that 80 kilometers an hour. Oh, Lopez under investigation for that slow zone procedure.
As is Giacomo Petrobelli, who's into 4th place now for the JMW Motorsport Ferrari. That could be expensive for either or both of them if that comes back around.
He's dropped down to 4th because Sara Bovi was 4th and has moved up to 3rd place for the Iron Dames. Team WRT, Il Dottore, the Doctor, Rossi Fumi, whatever you like to call him. Valentino Rossi still leads from Yasser Shaheen, now up to 2nd for Manthey EMA. That's the orange and black Porsche. The Iron Dames in their magenta and white multi-liveried Lamborghini in 3rd from Giacomo Petrobelli. But if Petrobelli picks up a penalty, that will be a stop and go, and that will cost him the thick end of a minute.
So closing in on the end of the 5th hour here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Lamborghini with the number 20 BMW art car behind it now, and that car is still a couple of laps down, but here we go, another battle for position. This is number 2, Cadillac Racing. Kevin Est goes by.
Yeah, that's Alex Palou at the wheel of the number 2 Caddy, who we ride on board with now.
Now, he's only recently taken that car over from Earl Bamber, so did he get fresh tyres? I'm pretty certain they will have given him fresh tyres. In fact, he's getting close towards the end of a stint. LMP2 leader in the pits. This is the Vector Sport car number 10, Ryan Cullen, and that will cycle the 37 Cool Racing entry to the top of the pile. Lorenzo Flusser.
Stefan Raquelme's been plugged into the number 10 car. We say it's been fast, it's been reliable, and it got a mighty leap up the order by the team calling for the right tyres at the right time. Another go under investigation, by the way, for the slow zone. The Isotta Fraschini in the hands of Kawatana Bennett.
So much has to go your way in this race, doesn't it? You can bring the best drivers, the best car, the best team, and if the weather doesn't break your way or trouble in traffic comes your way, then there's not much you could do. And I think the experienced teams really recognise that. Palou, again, on the run down to Indianapolis, got a great run on Kevin Est. Don't forget, Est was really brave around the outside last time we saw them battling, or him battling side by side, but Palou comes right back past him.
Yeah, Palou now on lap 6 of this stint, and yeah, he's on a used set, so a scrubbed set of the medium tyre. So I think he was still getting up to speed himself when we saw him being overtaken by Estra, and also the tyres obviously warming up. So Estra's on a lap and a half, a stint and a half old tyres at the moment. So yeah, he's going to naturally just start falling back from Palou, but made the use of warmer tyres, I think, and a driver that's getting up to speed when he made the pass. So that's what's going on here with this scrap. Oh, and the car spun there in the Porsche curves.
There's trouble, I think, for the Iron Dames. I think the Iron Dames may be in trouble.
Oh, that's not good. It is Sarah Bovey. 3 orange lights means third in LMGT3. Car's stationary. Want to see those lights going on and off as she gets it restarted. Little bit of damage on the left front corner. You can see a bit of the tape from the wrap flapping around there. That's not starting in a hurry. She's already dropped down to 6th position. Let's get down to the 35 Alpine garage. Louise Baguette. She's got a chance to talk to Paul-Luc Chatin.
Paul-Luc Chatin, the face on yourself and everyone in this garage just goes to show the feeling within the team. None of us want to see what we've just seen out on track.
Yeah, it's really difficult feeling, to be honest, for all the team. It's really cruel because we have done a major job since the beginning of the week. We show that Alpine have done an amazing job during all the development phase to give us a really strong car, and we shows all the weeks that the pace was strong. But after we need to accept, you know, it's motorsport, it's mechanical sport, and this kind of stuff can happen, so it's hard. But there is still the sister car with amazing driver, with Nicolas Lapierre, Mathieu Valsevier and Mitch Schumacher. And I'm sure that all the team will push even more for them. We are a team, you know. Unfortunately, it's not for us today as the car 35, but I really hope that the car 36 will be able to show to everyone that Alpine is doing a great job. And as we said before the event, it's a year to learn for us. So the goal was to continue to learn. We learned a lot, even in difficult moments like that. And I'm sure we will come back stronger next year.
We saw the pictures, but what was reported back? What was the issue?
Sorry?
What was the issue?
I'm not sure at 100%, but to be honest, it looks like that the engine blew off, unfortunately, and I don't know the reason. We had no warning. The car was running really well before that, and it was just accident. So we will analyze it later, and I'm sure the team will be able to fix it and to come back stronger at the next event.
Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Paul-Luc Chatin, his teammates, and half of Equipe Bleu. There's the other half, and while that interview was going on, we saw the replay. Graham Goodwin, it was not an error by Sarah Bovey. She was properly clumped by a speeding Porsche.
That was a big hit. We're very lucky. We've got the Lamborghini back onto pit lane. Didn't manage to spot, I'm afraid, in that moment, just exactly which of the 3 factory Porsches it was.
It was one of the 3 Porsche Penske Motorsport cars, so there will be drive-through penalties for the number 7 Toyota, the number 11 Isotta, and the number 66 GT JMW Porsche. 4 infringements in the slow zone, and we will wait and see, because somebody on site in the Porsche curves, one of the marshals, will have certainly seen whether it was 4, 5 or 6 who made contact with the Iron Lynx, the Iron Dames Lamborghini. Sarah Bovey did make it back to the pit lane. She's gone back out on track, but oh boy, the gap that the Porsche was going for no longer existed when he got there. On board with Dries van Toor, chasing is Mathieu Vaxivière. BMW, brand new car to WEC this year, though it raced last year in the IMSA Sports Car Series in North America, being chased by a brand new car, period, the Alpine.
It's a good run at the moment from Dries van Toor. He's been the hammer man in that number 15 car, has gone through on the 36 Alpine and is now chasing down Renger van der Zande in that number 3 Cadillac. Another one, by the way, that's been in trouble and very lucky to survive it. Bit of good news on the Iron Dames. That was, what was it, 1 minute and 43 seconds on pit lane. They're back out and running.
Well, that's ridiculous, because a normal driver change pit stop would take very nearly that time, so clearly very little needed doing. I wonder whether she did get a new set of tyres. It is still Sarah Bovey, so Sarah Bovey's still in the car doing her time. So too, by the way, since the start of the race, is Ben Keating. Now, the minimum drive time in the 24 hours for a bronze-rated driver is 6 hours.
Correct.
Ben Keating can't do it all in one go, can he? He can drive no more than 4 hours in a row.
4 in any 6-hour period.
Right, so we are now 5 hours and 2 minutes into the race. Who else has been in that car? I'm not quite sure. We have to. I'm sure they know what's going on. Let's ride on board with Valentino Rossi. Peter Dumbreck right up behind a rival in a very different looking kind of car in terms of the Mustang.
I'm pretty certain we've seen Felipe Albuquerque in that car at some point in this race, and I've got a funny feeling we may have seen Ben Hanley as well. But what have you spotted, David Addis, on that one?
Well, the Ben Keating car, when he went off into the gravel,
yes,
a piece of gravel got stuck between the alternator belt and the pulley,
right,
and has done it. And it's been in the pits ever since. So I think that car's pretty much retired. It's not been nominated or declared a retirement, but I think it has effectively retired because of that damage that the gravel did when it got where gravel shouldn't go.
Horrible look for the 23 car, which was, I think, by anybody's money, one of the favourites for the LMP2 Pro-Am class, and I think quite fancied as well to be further up the order than that as things actually evolve in this race. Also back on the microphone, it's Peter Dumbreck. Peter, you've been watching from afar.
Yes, bits and bobs. Yeah, I think it's quite impressive that, okay, they're on a different strategy, but that both Toyotas have come back into the race, although we've just seen that one of them's got a drive-through penalty, so that's going to drop that back down again.
Yeah, we've got now the 83 AF Corsa car leading the race in the hands of AEFA. 17 seconds ahead. Looking here at the LMGT3 graphic, and this is on board with Valentino Rossi. The doctor is in the house. He's in the BMW. He goes through the same point where Sarah Bovey got the impact from a Porsche, and it was another Porsche passing it by there, but with no contact this time. Valentino Rossi putting in a storming run. He's at the moment 1 minute and 20 seconds ahead of Joel Sturm.
That is impressive.
In the Montai Pure Racing Porsche, the second Porsche in the hands of Yasser Shaheen. That car 25 seconds further back. Worth saying, by the way, in a point of history, fewest GT class Porsches in this Le Mans 24 Hours in this century.
As a thought for you, the aggressive Porsche against Sarah Bovey was Mathieu Jaminet, who is under investigation.
Number 4. Well, and rightly so from what we saw. It's certainly worth an investigation. We only saw one point of view of it. It warrants another look. And having had the opportunity, almost by accident, to see exactly what systems the stewards have here, to actually observe in pinpoint accuracy using GPS technology, they will be able to determine who was at fault for that one.
How many of that leading group are still kind of on the same strategy or pitting round about the same time? Because with all of the earlier stops for tyres and having to come and change from the wrong back onto the right, it's broken everything up a little bit compared to the first round of pit stops.
It is a bit of a mishmash. You've got the magic box in front of you, Pete. I'll let you crunch those numbers and come back to us with that one. But
annoyingly, though, they're all in a jumbled order.
Yeah, I think the reality is they're certainly not all pitting in the same 1 or 2 laps. And what that is giving us is an opportunity for these cars to close and pass and then be repassed. We're going to get into the night here. It is not going to be in any way straightforward. That period of time, David, where we got that burst of rain and several of the teams opted to go for the wet tyres, and it proved to be a mistake because it dried too quickly, has mixed things up in all three classes.
I heard you touching on Valentino Rossi a moment ago, leading in LMGT3, a much more rounded driver, Valentino Rossi. Every race he does, he learns a bit and gets better, but of course he comes here as a class winner last year in that Road to Le Mans race, and of course he's a double winner now. One last year, one this year in GT World Challenge Europe. So he's not that motorcyclist now racing cars, he's a GT race winner. And
loving it, and I'm sure he's loving this event as well. And the crowd here are loving having him here, and they're certainly loving having him leading this race. The 46 car, 37th overall, leading this new for 2024 LMGT3 class, BMW Lead Le Mans.
Indeed so, whereas the hypercars are having a pretty torrid time, aren't they? Robin Frins lost all that time earlier on with his accident, and Marco Wittmann had a spin in 15 very, very early on in the race. And 50 is bound for the pits, we understand. So Miguel Molina at the wheel of number 50 out of second place is due to come in, we are told, on this lap as we go on board with Yifei in 83, having taken it over from Robert Schwarzman, who took it over from Robert Kubica. And the Chinese driver, another single-seater gun, comes out of the second chicane.
Yeah, last lap, by the way, from AFA and from Miguel Molina in second place. Identical to the 1000th, 3:31.746 for both Ferraris. They pressed that button on the dash.
Yeah.
But they're 15.5 seconds apart, with Matt Campbell in the chasing number 5 Porsche a further 8.5 seconds back.
But then it's Toyota number 8 of Brendan Hartley, which is still looking strong, isn't it? Even if it's not spending all its time running up the front, it's kind of always there or thereabouts. It's certainly not one to rule out. Again, you talk to some of the sages in the press room, and they've got their money on number 8. It is a head-in turn of 51 of Antonio Giovinazzi, and to round out the top 6, Norman Nato, and a drive-through penalty for Mathieu Jaminet for the incident with Sarah Bovey. So it's little things like that that can lose you the race as well.
I'd like to have heard that radio communication actually after that, because
I don't think the one from Sarah is going to be broadcastable. Yeah. I suggest to you that it would have been high-pitched and unpleasant, and correctly so. It did look like a big hit. As I said, from what we saw, we may well get that clip again. From what we saw, we're lucky that that car was able to rejoin, get back to the pits and rejoin the race.
We have had it confirmed that the Ferdinand Habsburg Alpine is a retirement. No real surprise in that, but the team have confirmed it as you ride on board with Kevin Estre, then the hero of Hyperpole. But he's got to be really heroic in this, hasn't he? Because this car is only 8th. It's still on the lead lap, but it's 2 minutes and 14. It's therefore the better part of a lap adrift of the lead.
Absolutely right. This battle between the Porsche and the Toyota. 6 car in the hands of Kevin Estre, closing in on Jose Maria Lopez. This is a battle for 7th position. Ahead of them, by the way, a further 10 seconds to the good is the better place in the 2 Jota, Hertz Team Jota cars. The 12 car, Norman Nato. Well, you know, we're into, what, the 6th hour now. That car that was a literal bag of bits just a couple of days ago, contesting a top 10 place here at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Let's hear what car 6.
We can see some late front lockup. Recommend 1 click rearward on Bilat.
Setup adjustment, but Kevin Estre is about to make his move, isn't he, on Jose Maria Lopez, who tries to pick his way through the traffic, diving down towards Mulsanne corner, and Kevin Estre decides discretion is the better part of valor there and slots in behind Michael Wainwright in that GR Racing Ferrari. Both of the hypercars dive out of the draft to get through the traffic, slot back in, a little bit of a toe, pull out again, get through. Estre has lost a couple of cars' lengths, but he's still in the hunt, isn't he?
Well, that's the kind of move, probably, Peter Dumbrecht, that you might have actually put on that Ferrari maybe in the last hour, but not here.
Yeah, I think Lopez is a wily character. He's been here, you know, many times. He's just back in this car, having supposed to have been in the GT car for Lexus. So he's been promoted back up into the number 7 hypercar. But he knows his way around, and he's not just going to give that place up easily.
No, absolutely right. As into the pit lane has just gone, as predicted, number 50 Ferrari. So that puts Matt Campbell up into second, Brendan Hartley to third for the moment. And this battle heads now up towards the Porsche curves. We also understand that number 5 is going to be in this next lap, which is Matt Campbell at the wheel of the car in second place. And again, scything through the traffic is the Toyota in the hands of Jose Maria Lopez. This is where you've got to be so brave and committed and trust the back markers.
The other man who's been in and out of the pits is Valentino Rossi. Just waiting for him to clear the next timing sector, because he's going to be in very close contention now with Joel Sturm in that Chasing Montai Pure Racing number 92 car, the Lithuanian flagged entry that leads the championship at the moment in the WEC. They've been very strong indeed, and it's
also just done the fastest lap, so he's really pushing on.
Yeah, he is.
So let's wait till they do clear the long sector 2 to see exactly where that battle sits.
Joel Sturm, rookie here. Valentino Rossi, rookie in the 24 hours. And then Yasser Shaheen in third spot. So
all 3 rookies then in the battle for the top 3 positions in this early stages of the race.
It's one of the beauties of LMGT3. It's brought so many new names to Le Mans. Even people like Christopher Meeks, who seem to have been around forever. And it's his first Le Mans 24 hours.
Kelvin van der Linde, another.
Exactly.
Sheldon van der Linde, another. And it's not just LMGT3. With many of the factories turning to their GT factory drivers to populate the driver squads in hypercar, we've got all sorts of people that you would sort of expected to check the history books and see them appearing once or twice, that no, they're part of, what is it, 47 or 48?
47 in the end, yeah, rookie drivers. So it's an impressive number, and it's also interesting to see which drivers have been 2 or 3 times before, because if they're in LMP2, often they kind of fly under the radar a little bit, but they've got the experience. 38 goes through, which now is Jenson Button at the wheel, the Formula 1 world champion, and he is hunting down Dries van Thor in what is really the surviving BMW hypercar, because the second one, after Robin Frins's zealotry, is down in 36th. Into the pit lane comes the lead car then, 83 Ferrari. Yafei will lose that lead to Matt Campbell. Now let's see whether he's going to stay on board. Looks like he is. No tyres ready, so this should just be fuel.
It's a good stint there from the AFA. Cycled back round to the lead he inherited.
This car was 7th at the end of the opening hour. Into the pit lane also comes Matt Campbell, so the top 2 come into the pit lane. But 83, from not really drawing attention to itself in the week, well, there it is. It's up at the front, and it has led at the end of the previous 3 hours.
Well, Robert Kubica, a known quantity. AFA showed his mettle last year at Le Mans and through the season with Hertz Team Jota. And Robert Schwartzman, yet another young man looking to make his mark in sports car racing.
Schwartzman had this great bit of audio last year in the last GT World Challenge endurance round. We had a late race safety car, and he got on the radio and he said, who am I chasing? And the answer was Lukas Stolz, Mercedes, to which Schwartzman said to the team, is he any good? This is multiple race winner, title winner, Lukas Stolz. Schwartzman, no idea of the company he was keeping, but he's a very quick driver.
Spent some time with Ferrari last month at Maranello with some media work before the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And one of the nicest stories to come out of that is confirming their intention is this 83 squad will return unchanged next year. So Kubica seem very much as an elder statesman helping their young talents who they see as being the future of this hypercar program at the factory level.
Yeah, Robert Kubica has, as you would expect, been very impressive in that car, but so he should. He is up against some very good drivers, but we always knew in Formula 1 that he was a star. Let's listen in to the lead car now, Brendan Hartley's Toyota.
Okay, Brendan, both cars ahead have pitted again. You are in the lead of the race once more.
Now, fast forward this, assuming that we didn't have any more rain to affect things, or safety cars maybe, would that Toyota be in the lead when the checker flag came out, or would it, on the cycle of pit stops, have fallen back in the traffic?
Well, that's too hard a bunch of maths for me to do at this time.
Well, it's impossible because we don't know about safety cars, do we, or the rain or anything like that.
But I think, as we debated a little earlier, it is on a cycle, and we're going to get to that stage of the race, because we always do, when we start counting back rather than forwards, and that's when it certainly seems to take on just a different complexion. There's a quick sight there with the one change for the 83 this year. We'll have a listen into what they're saying first. I'll explain what.
Okay, so this will be again 12 laps.
So confirmation of that. What you saw, by the way, is he flashed the headlamps at the LMGT3 cars ahead, is the one new thing on that car apart from the livery this year, and it's those two central endurance lights just underneath the number panel in the nose. They weren't there last year, and they're very, very effective.
We were also watching Valentino Rossi getting passed by Joe Sturm, so that was a position change for first position in GT.
Indeed so, and also a few minutes ago we saw Renger van der Zande running wide, didn't we, coming out of the Dunlop S's and clattering the guardrail. Well, on his last lap but one, he did the car's best lap of the race.
So it's okay then?
It's okay, everything's pointing in the right direction. And now that he's taken a layer of paint off one side, it's lighter, so it's clearly quicker.
But it was quite some...
wasn't it?
It was quite some thunk on that area.
Big old whack, absolutely. Right, so Brendan Hartley leads the way, and a personal best first sector time now as he tries to position that car to hang on to the lead after its next pit stop.
So Toyota from AF Corsa, the 83, the privately entered Ferrari, then the 50 factory Ferrari, the first of the three Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s, and therefore the first of the Porsches, the third Ferrari, all three Ferraris in the top five still, then the first of the Hertz Team Jota cars, which astonishingly is the car that was rebuilt this week after the accident for Callum Ilott. The number 7 Toyota, so both Toyotas in the top 7 and looking strong. Then the 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car, the 311 Whelen Cadillac, the number 3 Cadillac, the one that David's just been talking about, and then the 11th place car is the 38 Hertz Team Jota car in the hands at the moment of Jenson Button, Mathieu Vazevière in the surviving Alpine after the retirement of the 35 with what looked like an engine failure.
And those two spins that the Lamborghinis had have now put them down into 17th and 18th places. Remember, they were quite well placed early on, but that was largely because they got it right, Peter, on the tyre core at the right time. Now you've kind of gone back to pure pace. They're not looking quite so hot.
That's it. They need another little sprinkle of rain and another good strategy call to bring them back into the race, which we do expect a bit of rain overnight, possibly. Yeah. So things might spice up a little bit. I think the leader, Brendan Hartley, is probably due into the pits within a lap or two as well. So that will also cycle the 83 car probably back into the lead.
Now on board here with Valentino Rossi, the car you're going to see ahead is the 92 car. Joel Sturm is just extending that lead. Are we going to see the first Lithuanian flagged winner at Le Mans? Because that's the country that Pure Racing hail from. Porsche, of course, and the Montai Racing crew that are just so effective with these 911s in previously GTE, but now GT3, LMGT3 format. But he's not letting it go, is he? Valentino Rossi pushing on hard.
Using all the track and a little bit more.
He's a fast learner, though, and he's had some expert tutelage in this car, particularly from Maxime Martin over the last couple of seasons, and you don't often see Valentino Rossi making mistakes. He's built up the pace, but he's never been a rock ape. He's never been throwing it at the scenery in the World Challenge races, whether it's been in this car or in his first season with the Audi. And there is the brains trust, if you like, behind the pace of Valentino Rossi. Maxime Martin, Spa 24-hour winner, former factory driver for Aston Martin. He's been at BMW either side of that sojourn with Aston, and a very, very quick and a very good, safe pair of hands as the BMW goes a lap down on the hypercars there.
So Brendan Hartley continues to lead the motor race for Toyota Gazoo Racing in the number 8 car, but is on a different strategy, pit strategy to the chasing Ferraris. The Ferraris certainly here, gentlemen, seem to have the pace.
I'm with Mike McGregor, Endurance Programme Manager for Goodyear. Mike, now Goodyear this year are supplying to LMP2 and GT3. That's an enormous feat for you to supply to.
Yeah, it's a huge step from where we've been in the past. I mean, supplying 39 cars is the most Goodyear's ever done in its history. Scaling up our operation, our track support, and having to look after all of those cars in the right way with the right tyres has been a real challenge.
And we've already seen it, we've said it before about tyres here in particular. How is that affecting the Goodyears and what the teams have chosen?
Well, I mean, obviously, we're the first tyre manufacturer to go down to single specification slick and wet. And we saw when we had that shower earlier, some teams interrupted their triple stints, pitted for wets, but actually some teams stayed on slicks. And that seems to have been the big benefit to those teams right now. But we've already got some of the GT3 teams going beyond 3 stints. So in the first year on these new tyres, it's a big thing for us. And we know from LMP2 in the past, we can do as many as 5 stints. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
And particularly overnight?
Yeah, obviously as the temperature starts to drop, you know, it's going to get a little bit more difficult for some of the drivers, but we know with the tyres they should be in a good place.
So can you tell me what the weather's going to do over the next 20 hours?
Well, this is my 19th Le Mans, and I still can't tell you now which is the best weather forecast, but I know the conditions are going to be changeable.
All right, thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Down to Mulsanne corner. The headlights now starting to have more of an effect in all of this, piercing the darkness. The Cadillacs, though, they went well last year, didn't they? And they've shown good pace this week. They need to get a bit of a wriggle on because the opposition is overall tougher this year, so you can't stay at the same pace. You've got to up your game. They're still there or thereabouts, though.
Yeah, third last year with, I think it was Richard Westbrook's car. So we know they're capable of it. You're right, though. I think the ultimate pace just might not be quite there, but as the race evolves, there is a chance they will increase pace and get on terms with the Ferraris and the Toyotas.
Nico Lapierre ready to get aboard the 36. I guess this is the question. We know that these cars can be mildly developed, and we've seen that with some of the hypercars already. Cadillac have taken a different path here. What they've done is they're trying to optimize the package they've got. They're learning what they can about what the car can and can't do. Some software changes with that car. They're finding pace. They're finding pace deeper into those stints, and the results are beginning to come. They've not necessarily had the discipline, and they've not necessarily had the luck, but what they have had is pace.
5.5 litre V8 makes a great noise, that Cadillac engine.
Sound of freedom.
Absolutely. Those together with the Mustangs is just an audio heaven, that. Right, number 8, Brendan Hartley, still leads the way. Let's listen in.
Also, you can tell Rio, I prefer to be more close on DC. I didn't really like it when I opened it more. And if you lock rears on the slow speed corners, you have more, like you have less traction. So try not to lock the rears on the low speed.
So this is Brendan Hartley getting Rio Hirakawa ready to get into that car, Peter.
Yeah, it's always good to have a little bit of information from your teammate, just to, you know, if there's something a little bit strange on the car, it's good that you know about it and you don't have to learn firsthand. So Brendan talking about the rear locking, I'm guessing on the brakes into the slow corner, so just to watch that downshift, watch that braking, just bleed off the brake as you get closer to the apex so the rear doesn't lock.
Apart from telling Rio Hirakawa not to do it, what else can they do? I mean, is this something that is going to be there all race, or on a pit stop, is there anything they can do to tweak it?
Well, obviously there's the brake bias. It could be, though, it's the regen into the, you know, the lifting coast. It could be something to do with that. So, yeah, it would be something specific to that car that they all know about anyway.
Stoffel van Dorne in Peugeot number 94 has done that car's best lap of the race. Every Belgian I talk to tells me you pronounce the E at the end in exactly the same way that you don't when you drink Lef.
Right.
So it's Van Dorne and Lef.
Got that. But the significant thing about the pace of that car, you're absolutely right, David, that is the fastest lap of the race, the 3:32.006 for that car. Compare that to the fastest lap of the race overall, which was done on lap 46 by Antonio Fuoco in the 50 Ferrari. That is almost 3 seconds quicker.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit depressing for Peugeot. Steps are being made. I don't think the steps necessarily are great enough, and they're kind of a year behind the 8 ball anyway, given that they ran a different car last year.
Quite right too. So they are learning this car, they're learning it rapidly. The next throw the dice here, one of two things. It's one of the things I'm going to ask Peter Dumbreck, and when Rob Bell comes back on in just a few minutes' time to start to think about is, we're going to get into the night and the cooler air there, and then if we do get concerted rain, we saw it last year at the Le Mans 24 Hours, where all of a sudden the form was turned upside down. Peugeot came back into it. Peugeot led this motor race before a bit of a hit with the barriers.
But the opposition, like with, oh, hello, damage on. Which one is that?
That's the 4.
Is that Yamane from touching the...
I think it was.
Possibly right.
This is the hit. There.
Wow.
Yeah, on Sarah Bovey's side, she wasn't doing anything wrong there. Yamane was just not leaving her quite enough room. That is a normal overtaking manoeuvre around the outside, but you've just got to leave a bit more space.
Where could she have gone? You know, she was virtually on the edge of the road anyway. She couldn't just disappear. No.
Yeah.
Right, lead car currently is 83, as we've just had 51 make another pit stop. You've just seen it blast away. So now, of course, the traffic becomes just a constant issue, doesn't it, all the way through. Almost every car you come across, you're having to think about whether it's a battle or whether it's lappery. We're getting 1 or 2, not only better lap times, but better sectors. Van Dorner is still on the money, you know. He's just done another personal best sector in 94 Peugeot. It's a long way down, as we've been saying, but the pace looks pretty decent.
Well, you know, it's so obvious to talk about it, but there's 18.5 hours left of the race, and you know, anything can happen, and there will be cars in front of them. If they survive and get through the night, there will be cars in front of them that encounter problems. So I think from Peugeot's point of view, yeah, they're probably not going to win the race, but if they could get one car into the top 5, that would be pretty spectacular.
Just going back a conversation or 7, Ben Keating is no longer shown as being in the pit lane but on the track, which is good news. But the 77 Proton Mustang that looked good early on has been in the pit lane for a long, long time. Now, that's Zach Robichon.
That's the one we saw come in with damage to the front right corner.
Right.
And the number 1 mechanic didn't look to me to be that confident there was an easy fix. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to say my farewells for the time being. Before we do, just want to remind people that if you are looking for more entertainment of this sort, and either in taking a bit of a break away from the TV and, with whatever device you've got, keep an eye on some of the fantastic stuff that's coming out from the ACO, from the FIWC, and from this race and around it on all the available social media. Remember too, not just that the highlights programs are becoming online in the days to follow, but the full access program. We've seen so much drama, gentlemen, in the first, 5.5 hours of this race, and you'll get a completely different perspective of it through the full access program that should be online under 2 weeks after this race. Always worth a look. Fantastic insight into this multi-layered sport.
Another car that's starting to work its way back into contention is the number 7 Toyota, isn't it? Because that hovered around 5th at the turn of the last hour, half an hour or so ago, but now it's sort of plateaued in 8th place. But it's finally made some progress, Peter, from the back of the hypercar grid that didn't really look to be happening on the first stint.
Yeah, obviously that was a car that Kobayashi was driving in qualifying. He had the off whilst he was on for the fastest lap, so he missed out on the hyperpole, missed out in qualifying altogether, had all of his times taken off of him. So they're basically playing catch-up and bringing that car back up. They're back in contention. They've also had the issue that during the last drop of rain, both Toyotas went onto wet tyres, and Ferrari pretty much got their strategy correct by staying on the slick tyre. So it's all kind of coming back to them again now. Every time they come up the order, they fall back, and they're coming back again. And you know, we've got predicted rain in about half an hour's time, so it all might change again.
We understand as well that there's some debris on the track between turns 10 and 11, just to keep people on their toes. You're riding here with number 15 BMW, the car that spun earlier on, Dries van Thor, who's been the real gun in that car over the week. He is now trying to wriggle his way up the order. The target, Renger van der Zander's Cadillac, that he's got to try and hunt down.
No, I was just thinking, did he spin, or was it the number 20 that... So it was the 20 that went... Oh, they both spun.
Yeah,
All
Vetman
right.
spun that early on, and Frins crashed number 20.
I see.
Vanthor has now cleared the Cadillac of Renger van der Zande, so that puts Dries up into 13th place. But Rob Bell, we've been looking at these BMWs, and I think both you and Peter have said in the past they look really edgy cars. They're not a comfortable ride.
Yeah, it does appear that way, and you know, we've got really experienced, fantastic factory drivers in those cars, and we've seen Dries Vanthor off twice, both at Indianapolis.
Correct,
wasn't it?
yes, indeed.
You know, I don't remember the last time I saw him make a mistake at all. So clearly a car that was savagely quick. It was at the top of the order in qualifying before Hyperpole, obviously. So it's clearly got the pace, or had the pace, but obviously just quite a handful.
Well, when you get a chance to see the BMW, you see the movement of the car, and it just looks a little bit more, as we talked about, edgy. And the other cars sit down a bit more and just grip up and drive out. You see with the bumps there, and yeah, that's Alpine now, isn't it?
But that Cadillac behind, okay, it's just been caught and passed by the BMW. That was in that leading group in the first stint. So, again, I'm slightly mystified by the Cadillacs. Either they're running to a very happy pace and they'll wait and see what develops, which I'm not convinced about, or they just don't have quite the ultimate speed, because that BMW has been able to catch and get through and pull away. And van der Zande, not that long ago, was doing the car's best laps.
Yeah, absolutely. They just seem to be just hanging on to the top 10
yes, you're right.
around, rather than making progress.
Yeah.
Where we see the strength clearly of the Porsche, Ferrari and Toyota seem to be in a league of their own.
I think another important thing to mention is that each different car is on a different strategy tyre-wise, and possibly even a different tyre. So medium and soft being used. If a car is on a soft tyre, obviously you're generating a bit more grip, but if that car on the soft tyre is on the third stint, the tyre tends to wear down a bit, and then a car on a medium tyre would have a bit more grip at that point.
Just had a switch, as you've seen, between the two Hertz Team Jota Porsche 963s. Jenson Button goes ahead here of Norman Nato. So switch between the pair, and that is for 6th and 7th places. Jenson Button flies, so to speak, and he is up at Indianapolis, having gained 1 spot. And with just over 5.5 hours of the race done, 2 confirmed retirements. The number 35 Alpine out of the race, the car of Paul-Loup Chatin, Ferdinand Hasbo-Charmelaise.
And now the other one.
36 is in the wars as well. Oh dear. The other retirement, just quickly to mention, the Ferrari that Thomas Flor crashed. Francesco Castellacci started it. Davide Rigon denied the opportunity to drive after Thomas Flor's accident, so it was out of the race with floor damage, one could say.
Very, very good.
Good night.
Very good.
He's here all week, tell your friend. This doesn't look at all promising, does it? This, I fear, could be exactly the same situation that the sister car had out on track.
Yeah, that's, you know, when you come in, you take the engine cover off. You know, at this level, when the cars are so reliable now and quick, as soon as you feel yourself as a driver being pushed back into the garage and the engine covers off, it's pretty much game over. I mean, you can go back out and circulate, and of course it's worth going back out, because actually, if you get lucky with the safety car, which bunches things back up again, that can put you in the mix. But the minute you go a lap down, you're not getting that lap back.
But in days of yore, you know, you could have a long pit stop, almost guaranteeing that somebody else would have a problem, and you could come back from it.
Yeah, maybe even when I first started doing Le Mans, sort of mid-2000s, yeah, that is the case, but it was the case, but certainly not now.
Wasn't there a year when Corvette was so far and so dominant ahead in GT, they parked them for nearly an hour or so and were able to come back out? The dominance was such, and the opposition had fallen apart to the extent that, you know, they could basically do a full service, clean the cars. They could have so much time in the pits.
Rub salt in the wounds of all your competitors.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, look at us, chaps. Yeah. Right, on track, let's have a quick word about LMP2, because Stefan Raquelme now leads for Vector Sport. He's taken over from Ryan Cullen. Second is Lorenzo Fluxer for Cool Racing, and Bijoy Garg third in the sort of healthier United Autosports car. And in other news, Rob, your brother's not last anymore.
Yeah. I had a few messages from him. Yeah, he's not having a good day.
Is he not?
Yeah,
Imagine.
he's not having a good day. He's not feeling very well before the start of the race. They've had a bit of a torrid week.
Yeah.
Just getting, again, what we talked about earlier. They had a car that they felt was relatively quick, but it was just a handful to drive. And we've seen it, unfortunately, we've seen it on telly quite a bit, having strife, you know, going over curbs, etc. And it was just a handful in the slow speed stuff. So yeah, they're trying desperately just to carry on, get the experience, keep going, because you know that's what you do. You've got to get the car out there.
And off goes 24. That is David Heinemeier Hansen in replay, and others just clobbering the car. Oh, an open door. It's not just Porsche 963s from Proton. Even the Panis Racing entry can have the same sort of problem.
Yeah, you could see actually the top of that, the door just looked like it hadn't been shut properly.
Yeah.
But
well, the team are ready with a new door. So that's going to be an unscheduled pit stop, isn't it, for 65 to bring that in, because they can't really leave it out to the end of a stint, I wouldn't have thought.
Don't think so, no, absolutely. But we found this before in many cars. As a driver, sometimes you get out, or driver helper, get out and slam the door. It's actually the worst thing you can do. You should just shut it nice and calmly. Don't slam it, and it should be all right.
That is Hiroshi Koizumi off the road.
Strange one, he should really have just... That's at the chicane, isn't it? He should have just carried on, gone through the tyres instead of driving through the gravel like that.
Yeah, bit of rallycross.
Indeed so. Right, Panis Racing are ready to receive 65. Who do we have in that car? Scott Huffaker, and in he is. So let's see what else they do. If it's an unscheduled stop, you've got to try and use that as best you can. So fuel, possibly tyres, will they change driver? We'll find out in a moment as he makes that long, long run up the pit lane. Gives you an idea of the length of the pit straight here.
I don't know how easy they are to change quickly. I know some of the GT cars, it's literally just on 2 pins. So you can open the door, pull it up, and that's it. It's in your hands, and you can swap it within a matter of 10 seconds or so.
Oh, it's just closed now?
Oh, no.
No.
That looks all right. Maybe it's just a bit of WD-40 on the latch. Let's see. There's no panic, is there?
No.
I think it's coming off, isn't it?
Let's have a look.
I guess.
Oh, you know, you're right. You've got the WD-40 out.
I guess at the end of the day, you've only got a certain amount of people who can come over the line to do the pit stop. So if you're doing fuel, you've got to have that element of people over the line.
Here we go. So this is how quick you can change a door.
Now we know.
Yeah. And while you're watching this, let me just quickly mention that Yefe, in the lead of the race, has just done the cars, not the races, but the cars' best lap, a 3:29.9. That's only 7/10 off the best lap of the race. So now it's getting even cooler and possibly helping the engines. We might be on for happy hour soon and have some good laps. Now it's looking a little bit more of a scramble to do this operation, isn't it?
It is, and actually, yeah, this is not a quick, not their fault, of course, as pit crew, but this is not a quick change at all. But let's just, you know, they'll be just thinking, just get it out, and like I said, don't lose a lap. That is the key. Do not lose a lap.
So they're trying to fix the door and make sure that it will open, that it will close, and isn't going to pop open once again. What was that implement?
So I think that's the safety set, the safety structure
that
all cars have got to have for side protection.
Quite right. That slots into the door.
Yeah.
So it's not just put the door on; it's kind of build a door at the same time.
Yeah, I'm surprised that hasn't been pre-done. To be honest, I don't know why you'd have a spare. I don't know why you'd have a spare door and a spare unit. You know, because that's no good to you. You should be
connect
on
part A to part B
before you're getting ready for the. There we go. Seems to have been fixed.
Absolutely.
Probably cost them what, 45 seconds to a minute.
We're also hearing that there are some spots of rain falling around Indianapolis. Thinking of cars with door problems, this was the one that had it early in the race and at Spa, the Proton Porsche. And the lead car, 83, you've just seen in the replay, coming to its pit box. And some images of the teams hard at work during the early part of the race, cleaning the screen. Drivers like Sebastian Bourdais here getting ready to jump back on board. And the drivers having to squeeze themselves into these narrow, tight cockpits. The Lexus that led its class LM GT3 early on, that car's now fallen away somewhat within the category.
Really impressed with the 83 Ferrari. Sort of all week, it's not really been as quick as its teammates. You know, the factory cars, as in the red cars, as I would see them, have really been to the fore, and that's just been a little bit behind. And as that hit the front of the race, I, to be honest, expected the 50 and the 51 to swamp it, but actually it's held its own and is now putting in quicker laps.
Absolutely. The Aston Martin here from the D Station team, which is a long way back now. Marco Sorensen has got to work his magic. The Aston Martin media team in the press office hoping for great fortunes because they have with them, and I kid you not here, their lucky baguette. Apparently every time Aston Martin has great success at Le Mans, they have this baguette that lives in the press room with them. It's not the same baguette year after year. It is a fresh one, although it's getting less fresh as the race goes on, but they believe it will bring them good luck.
They used to have a horn, a French horn. Did you get the French horn?
Excuse me?
That was a trick of the light. It was an early morning thing, Rob.
12 minutes, we expect some light rain starting from after second chicane, Busan to Indy.
Going back a conversation, I can understand Aston Martin and the lucky bread if you had Bertrand Baguette driving for you, but no other reason really.
Stop now.
I was hoping it doesn't get a stop and go penalty. I'm sure it'll slice through the field.
Boom.
Right, fine. Let's get back to the plot. Some great images in replay here of cars attacking different bits of the circuit, and that super slow-mo, which gives you a real indication of what the car goes through. Engineers hate these shots, don't they?
Yeah, they do kind of show off all the stuff that you don't want to see, the flex and body roll and tyre squeal, sidewalls really struggling. Yeah, you get all of that.
Right, the Iron Dames Lamborghini that lost time early on when it was Jaminade is good to go. It was Sarah Bovey, wasn't it, that
was driving
had the
and
incident,
changed.
and
yes.
Michelle Gatting is on board.
But that's not just going back out again, though, is it?
No, that's its next stop. It pitted afterwards, and that's the next scheduled pit stop, if you like. It went off the road, but it was lucky it didn't get into the gravel. So once Sarah had sort of caught her breath, she was able to get going again.
And to be fair, you can't see much. The wheel arch is slightly rough, but there's not that much damage on it. In fact, I think the Porsche came off worse.
Yes, I think that's a fair point, actually, because we've seen bits of it hanging off, and the Lamborghini has survived. It lost time, but it could have been a whole lot worse. So the car is back on track. LMGT3, Valentino Rossi leading Joel Sturm, as Tom Van Rompuy, who we also saw going through the gravel, walks away. Richard Lietz is third on an outlap. Ian James in the Heart of Racing team, Aston fourth in LMGT3, the expat Brit. Then it's Francois Heriot and Darren Lung is sixth in his BMW. So the Iron Dames, therefore, 12th after that off. TF Sports Corvette. Still takes some getting used to saying that, doesn't it, after all the years Tom Ferrier had with Aston Martin, but away blasts the car.
Talking about horns, actually.
As you were.
I'm obsessed. Tom Ferrier has got the Corvette traditional train horn here.
Okay.
The dinner horn. Right. So we do hear that at, is it 12 or 1 o'clock every day?
This is true.
Out on fresh tyres, of course.
That was close.
Nearly got hit in the back, didn't he, there? And that wasn't the Corvette driver's fault, was it?
No, he was just going out on fresh tyres. So he's cold.
Cold tyre, yeah.
He's got to overslow it. And the car's obviously, the Toyota there, just getting caught out, not expecting them to go that slow.
And there's good timing. You just dispatch 81 and in comes 82. So you don't need to double stack, but you have still got them pretty much on the same strategy. 82 is a little bit further back. Hiroshi Koizumi, after his trip through the gravel, has just brought that into the pit lane. There is 31 BMW, Darren Lung at the wheel of it. This is the car that's another kind of retro livery, not an art car like the hypercar, but a retro livery based on the Luigi Jeans colour scheme that ran here to 8th place back in 1977 when Spartaco Dini, Pierre Giordone, who is here running the operation, and Jean Zonsevel were the drivers, and that is not a good sight either. That is the, well, it says Proton Competition Orica. I was thinking that was more Iron Link's livery, but it is the Proton Competition car, and it crawls to a halt, brings out a yellow. Who's at the wheel of that one?
Reed, I think.
You're quite right, Jonas Reed, son of team owner Christian Reed.
Yeah, lost power. Doesn't look like he's touched anything. It all looks in place and doesn't look like he's got any flat tires. So it's just purely loss of power.
So he'll try and do a kind of Control-Alt-Delete, won't he, and get going, but
looks like his lights are off as well, so he's probably power cycling, isn't he? But that might be electrical rather than anything else, or he's just power cycling the car, which is, if you've got a problem, sort of Control-Alt-Delete, turn everything off and see if it comes back to life again.
Fifth in LMP2. Into the pit lane now comes the AO by TF entry of the team owner, which is PJ, Philip Jeffrey Hyatt, down the pit road. In this car known as Spike the Dragon for its colour scheme. And on board in number 7 Toyota now, Jose Maria Lopez at the wheel, and he's on the back of Norman Nato. He's alongside Norman Nato, and he's going to go through as they get into the braking zone for the chicane. Nicely done. So Toyota gains a spot. Yellow flags out on the pit side of the circuit, but on the other side of the circuit, everything is looking pretty good and fast. Toyota looking very good indeed at the moment.
Sarah Bovey, you've got out of the 85 car, a difficult one.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, the beginning of the race was pretty good, and the job was done by everybody. A bit unfortunate to have the contact in the Porsche corner. Obviously, I knew the prototype was on my left, but I think there was just not enough room left, and the GT cars, we are moving a little bit there. It's every lap like that. The rear's moving a little bit, and unfortunately, we had a contact. Luckily, it looks like the car is not too much damage. We just lost a little bit of time restarting the car, but yeah, it's never fun. But I'm glad that at the end we don't have too serious damage. And now Michi is in the car, and I hope we can have quite a race.
Now tell me about all the post-its here behind you.
Yeah, it's we are so proud to carry this project, to carry the dream of all those kids and all of our fans. Yeah, it's a true privilege, to have this with us, and yeah, we just want to fight till the end to show that when you dream it strong enough, everything is possible.
Good for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Around the outside, and you see the damage on the side of the Porsche, and as Peter rightly says, that's in its pit box now, having that damage sorted, because if it's damaged any of the lights and the lighting in the number panels, that's got to be sorted out for the night part of the race.
Yep.
And rain is expected, and we understand from Louise Beckett in the pits that there is rain starting to fall. So rain and dark, the perfect combination, not. And there in the replay was the external view. That's the damage to the Porsche. And look, off comes the number in that panel.
And they'll have to fix that wheel arch, that rear wheel arch as well.
Yeah.
Well, I think they just taped it up, which I think is acceptable in the rules.
If the scrutineers are happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be honest, I thought that interview would be a little bit more fiery. She was maybe had it been, 30 minutes ago, then it would have been more fiery. She's calmed down since, but yeah, you could see by her steering wheel she had a little snap of oversteer, and I think Yamini was too close regardless, but yeah, she sort of moved with the snap of oversteer, and he was just at that point on the outside.
The teams are being warned that rain is due in 4 minutes. We understand already, as I say, there are spots falling. This is a rather sorry sight, isn't it? Because number 9 being pushed away is looking like its day might well be done. That slow zone then, just neutralising that one section of the circuit. You have to slow, you can't overtake, of course. It allows the race to carry on, albeit under controlled conditions, while the marshals move that car out of the way.
And any car that needs to do a pit stop around this time, of course, can potentially gain some time.
Yeah, it's not quite as bad, therefore, for number 4 Porsche, is it? It's lost time, granted, but it could have lost more had it been a completely green lap.
Of course, if you do need to make a stop now, what's your what tyre are you getting on?
Very good point. Very good point. Number 6 Porsche, you just saw there skipping over the curb, Kevin Estre, running in 9th place. That wasn't even on an outlap. That was a mistake by Kevin Estre.
I think what we saw earlier was people going on a soft slick seemed to be like the go-to for
I think you risk it as much as you can. Obviously, they've got, as you touched on earlier, they've got their weather predictions. They've got, usually each team has got someone who's watching that all the time with the radar, etc. So they sort of know pretty much what's coming. we saw that Ferrari called it perfectly, but Toyota made a mistake of it last time.
Yeah.
So it looks like he sort of bailed. But is it wet there? Is it raining a little bit, and that's why that happened?
Possibly.
Yeah, you can see the rain falling down. So yeah, I think he just got caught out a little bit too late on the brakes. Slightly damp conditions.
He was also right on the tail of the number 2 Corvette of Alex Palou, and perhaps a break too late as well as being caught out by the wet. Anyway, Esther will recover from that, no doubt. So now we not only have to worry about race order and pit stops and tyres, we also have to try guessing which set of headlights we're looking at as the cars head towards us at different parts of the circuit. We'll be experts by the dawn. Number 6 Porsche then, Kevin Estre, you're on board with him?
Or you think it's difficult for us? Think about the GT drivers who are out there, and they've got these big bright lights coming towards them, and it's very difficult to then tell how far away they are.
And indeed, which set of lights are you fighting against? Do I let that car by, or is that in my class?
Yeah.
And, yeah. Right, into the pit lane comes 50. Out of second place then, Miguel Molina. Spots of rain on that camera lens as well. So darkness and rain. Oh, joy.
We do have different coloured headlights, though, don't we, still? That was always a thing, but it used to be GT, yellow, and P1, or hypercars it is now, would be white. So they've got some idea, but it's just the closing speed. It's so hard to judge when it's just 2 dazzling lights behind you.
And you as a GT driver are trying to drive your own race, not spend all of it looking in the mirror waiting for the next and the next and the next car.
Okay, that looks like proper rain down there now. That's Indianapolis, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, umbrellas are up and the road has got a completely different sheen to it, so absolutely wet. Right, this is going to be lively,
so
isn't it?
that Ferrari that's in the pits, they look like they were putting another set of slicks on it.
Might not be the right gamble, therefore. Heavy rain reported at Marshall's post 30. Quick look out of the window, what do we see? No brollies up over here yet, so it's possibly heading our way. And, of course, here, coming out of the run towards the Porsche curves, you're approaching a slow zone. And we understand that slicks are still being put onto cars in the most recent round of stops, so
Maxime Martin just got into the Team WRT BMW and put slicks on.
It's all right, he lives near Spa. He'll be used to these conditions. Won't phase him, will it, Rob?
No, not at all. Not
Right,
at all.
so they're the soft ones, they are, aren't they? They're white. Are they white-walled?
Oh.
Well, it's medium that's come off.
We'll be able to tell on our...
We'll check it in a minute.
Any minute now.
Yeah. So the team's trying to work out what's the best option. Cadillac think it's wet.
So still dry there?
Yeah. And
same situation as last time, isn't it? Part of the track's dry, part of it's wet.
Yeah. So that's Nicholas Nielsen, who is on an outlap, and the weaving was to try and get some warmth in the tyres.
So if this is a 2-car team, 2-car factory effort, do you send one out on one strategy and one out on another? Is that a thing just to cover everything off?
Probably yes. And in a way, you've got a third option, haven't you? Because AF Corsa run these cars. AF Corsa runs the Kubica Schwarzman Yayif entry. You know, it's a Ferrari in all but the factory tag. So you've always got that as well as a backup.
Yep.
And a little bit of a twist as well. You've got Nicholas Nielsen just left the pits. When we had our last rainfall, it was him in the car then as well.
Yes,
so he
was.
cycled,
yes, right.
and he felt, right, okay, good, I'm out of the car. That was quite stressful. He's got straight back into the car, straight into the rain again, but at least he knows what he's doing.
Straight back into more stress.
Yes, Rain Man, Nicholas Nielsen almost. Yeah, so you put him in the car.
That's a lot of rain, yeah.
It is. Oh, you can turn off the engine note, can't you? And it's a lot heavier than it was before. This is what has been predicted for days, and it's finally come, I think.
So they've got, they've got the wet tyres. So it could be they've got super lucky earlier on or made the right call, but they might have made the wrong call this time.
What we might also start seeing now are more people going off the road, because depending on your level of bravery and how warm the tyres are, I mean, Nicholas Nielsen now on an outlap, on slicks, and on an increasingly wet road. He might be coming back in.
So number 2, when that fueling stops, yep, I think they're going to put the wets on.
Yep. Okay, so number 2, 8th at the moment. Let's see, and the Porsches are in as well. Look, that is number 6 and number 4. The Cadillac might vault up the order as a legacy of this. We've got a yellow at Marshall's post 25 now.
Pure timing, isn't it? It's literally 5 minutes difference, and you know, you've not quite called it right, and yeah, slows it. I mean, that helps Nicholas Nielsen to stay on his slick tyres.
The slow zone.
Yeah, because then he's not going to lose time through that zone to the wet shod cars.
But when he's going slower, he's not getting heat into them.
True.
That is a big thing, because if you're out there in these conditions, if there's no standing water and you've got a hot tyre on, actually it's sometimes not too bad.
But
if you go out on a cold tyre or have to go in the slow zone or safety car, whatever, and they get cold, it can cost you then 20-30 seconds a lap round here.
And he's on an out lap, so there's not that much temperature in them. So,
isn't it?
Yeah. And we understand the rain's going to stop in 5 minutes.
Wow.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Right, into the pit lane anyway comes the race leader. Yayathe is in.
I'm glad I'm here. Saturday. It's not raining in here.
Lovely and warm in here.
There's no stress. You don't have to worry about what shoes to put on or anything, do you? The settings are good for the end of the race. So slow zone, that is why everybody's going slowly. You can see how much energy there is in the cars in that leading order. And this is the view on board with Nicholas Nielsen. 95 in the gravel. I did suggest a moment ago.
You want to go backwards, mate.
Yeah.
Okay, come on.
That's Hiroshi Hamaguchi, the Japanese driver. I did suggest we might have cars going off the road now. It's happening, isn't it?
It's suddenly got very dark as well, that cloud over the top of us.
Hamaguchi gets away, and Valentino Rossi, having brought 46 into the lead of the class out of the car, he will be able to have a word in a moment with Louise Beckett, because Louise has caught up with Valet in the pit lane.
Valentino Rossi bringing in the 46 WRT BMW. That was an awesome run from you.
Grazie, thank you. I enjoy a lot. It was my first stint, so I have a bit of pressure, but you know, I feel good with the car. We are not the fastest on the track, unfortunately, but we have a good pace. We are quite constant. Also, with the used tire, we can keep the pace, and the car give good feedback also in the fast part. Also, you know, this condition that is a little bit wet like this, but it's good. We are very happy until now, because anyway we can fight for the podium. This was the target. Now it's a little bit early for understand. Looks like that the Porsche is very strong, but we are there.
You've been to Le Mans before, obviously, but how is this one for you as a rookie in the 24 Hours of Le Mans?
It's great. It's a great feeling, because it's a special race. It's a special track. You have a lot of different cars on the track, so you have to manage a lot of things, and also you enjoy when you drive, because it's very fast. You are always fast, and it's good.
Good to hear it. Thank you.
Grazie. Thank you. Ciao.
Away with him, because he is enjoying this. It's not easy, but he's signed up for the long haul and he is enjoying it.
Yeah, I've never heard him any sound anything other than that, to be honest. With a lot of cars off now.
Yeah. Just missing the braking points and sliding straight on.
Down at the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight, slippery surface flag out as well. As you see there, 99 Porsche go through, trying to recover after its earlier delay. Jean-Eric Verne is under investigation in Peugeot 93 for slow zone infringements. Neil Jani is up to 20th place in number 99, but the downside is that the car is still the best part of 4 laps down, which you're never going to get back. On board with Nicholas Nielsen then, who is running in 3rd spot in number 50 Ferrari. And he's trying to find a reference point. Comes through the chicane.
He's super gentle on the car.
But he's on slicks, don't forget.
He's on slicks, on probably the dampest part of the track right now.
Bit braver here, but no, that was very cautious through the chicane, wasn't
Such a difficult thing to know. Like, you're on a straight here, and do you say, well, yeah, I can go flat, but one little spin up on the rear at high speed, and you're going around, and you're going in the wall, and you're probably going out the race.
It feels so slow when you're in there, though. You feel like, oh, I'm braking way too early here. But then you still get to the corner, and as we saw, he actually struggled to get around with any sort of pace at all.
Toyota on wets, easily overtaking.
So that's Hirakawa going by.
Is this payback for the earlier bit of luck or good judgment from Ferrari? And this time, well, to be fair to them, he was the first of the front cars to pit during that rainstorm, and they just didn't quite forecast how. But then again, you know, we've got to get to the end of the stint. If he stays out and it dries, you might see him come back, and those cars on wet tires need to stop.
There's quite a lot more rain in a lot more places now.
I would agree. But they had that pit stop just before it started to set in. Heavily. It's horrible here. Absolutely horrible.
He's surviving now.
Now, is Nielsen going to risk another lap? Or is he going to come in? There'll be some radio traffic in the system, but on this part of the circuit, this is not a nice car to drive, is it?
No, there's lots of short shifting going on. Everything he's doing gently. He doesn't want to hit the brakes hard. He wants to hit the brakes gradually and gently. When he's picking up the throttle pedal rather than slamming it on like you can in the dry, he's really, really feathering it on. That's really, he's doing a good job. Whoa, that looks horrible.
Jenson Button under investigation for a possible slow zone procedural infringement. Wets standing by in number 50 garage, Nicholas Nielsen's garage.
Yeah, he's not far from the pits now.
No.
So
let's see what he does.
Kind of looks like he's not going to pit this lap.
It's so tippy-toey, though, as you've been saying. He's up the curb, which is treacherous and wet, and he can't just bury his foot on the throttle. Comes up to the end of the lap, then he's approaching that imposing Module Sportif building in the distance. And there are cars ahead, the pit lane beckons, he stays out.
Hang on a minute, was that not yellow? Why did he... He looked to be catching those cars awful quickly.
Well, it says green flag on the timing screen, no yellows shown. I think that was just a very nervous Am in a GT3 car.
I see.
Oh. This is brave, really brave.
Yes. This could go down in you know, YouTube history of being some of the best onboard wet weather motoring, like Glenn Seaton's Bathurst 1987 efforts. But right now, that's the order. But all eyes on this fourth-placed Ferrari. Nicholas Nielsen at the wheel of it. That last lap was a 4:27. So slicks on a wet road is about a minute a lap slower than the absolute fastest lap.
Well, there you go. That pit stop is done in that time, right?
Yeah.
And what we saw earlier, when teams and cars did lose that time with putting the wrong tyre on, they didn't make it back quickly at all. This could be watching, you know, the point where they lose the race.
This is the other Ferrari that also is on slicks and is hemorrhaging places and time. So at the moment, both of the factory Ferraris look to be in real trouble because they're on the wrong tyres.
But the 83 came in and stopped. What's the 83 car on? I'm guessing they've put wets on.
Robert Kubica got back on board it, I can tell you that much. Looking to see whether Giovinazzi's going to come in.
Yes, wet tyres,
yeah.
Wets on 83.
They're on the right tyre again. Wow.
And yet, you know, it's AF Corsa across all cars. Right, Ferrari in, and that's 51, isn't it? Except those aren't wets. 51 is in. Antonio Giovinazzi is in, and we await to see what genius idea they're going to come up with for tyres, but the obvious answer is wet.
Well, if I'm the driver, I'm really hoping that the engineer comes on the radio and says we're putting wets on. You know, the last thing you want to hear is you're putting slicks on. And why would you take the slicks off if they've got some element of heat into them? You're just going to put a cold slick on. Although
a cold soft slick, a cold soft slick. So was he due a stop anyway? That was only lap 9 as far as I can see.
So that's too soon by about 3 laps. 12 laps to a stint is what they should be targeting. But what was he on when he came in? Mediums?
Mediums, yeah.
OK, so if you put softs on and the rain goes away, it's a kind of halfway house for a few laps. And then hopefully, if the rain's not going to last for much longer, you might be OK.
They're convinced, aren't they? I mean, I guess on the radio, they're talking to Nicholas Nielsen saying, it's OK, mate, it's OK. Just like last time, just survive and it'll dry up.
It's fascinating, though, this, isn't it? And the relationship you as a driver have to have with the engineer. And, you know, do you trust him? Does he go with what you want? The dialogue at high speed to try and come up with the right answer. It really is very, very interesting indeed. The underlines the teamwork.
Here Still taking it easy, though. He's not flat down there. He's not taking any big risks.
you can understand why, can't you? Slicks on a wet road.
All you've got to do is be on a downshift on that white line, and if your rear wheels just snag for a second, that's it. You can just be turned around so quickly.
Yeah. No, Nielsen has been looking impressive in the way that he's driven the car in far from ideal conditions.
Very, 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 just mature. Very, very good way.
Let's hope I'm not putting a sort of curse on him by saying this, but the very, very successful Ferrari GT star. It looks really wet on that part of the run, doesn't it, from Arnage up to the Porsche curves, like horribly wet.
So we get an idea this time on lap time, if it's any quicker than his last one, 4:27.
Toyota looking concerned. Let's go on board with Nicholas Nielsen and eavesdrop to the conversation.
It's raining on the back stretch still.
Yeah, another one more lap, it's raining, and now it will decrease. Just survive and stay out, we'll be okay.
Survive for one more lap.
That was what I thought he might say, survival.
Yeah. And Hiroshi Hamaguchi's McLaren has a 20-second penalty to serve at the next pit stop for an unsafe rejoin, and a big, big lose there. That is number 30, the Duquesne team, Orica, which so nearly got T-boned in that spin. And it was John Falb at the wheel of it, and another one spins into the pit lane. That's 37, which means that it's the Cool Racing Fluxer Jakobsen Miyatomo car. Fluxer brought it in and spun in the pit lane.
So, yeah, going back to the 50, he's losing about 30 seconds a lap at the moment. So if he stays out, he's going to lose best part of 2 minutes, but then he hasn't got to stop again. Potentially, if it doesn't rain again.
Well, yeah, and that's what they're banking on.
But that still for me is a net loss.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it might be slightly different for the 51 car, but same difference, really. Really, they should have just called it early and split the strategy, as you said. Get one car on wets, one on slicks.
Yellow flag, Marshall's post 26, which is Arnage. You're riding on board here with Robert Kubica, and he's on wets. And there's a lot more commitment, understandably, and he's able to push a lot more in this car than we've seen in the factory Ferraris on their slick rubber. There's a yellow at 17 Marshall's post now, and it's been removed at Arnage, so whoever went up the escape road has got away with it. This is where Robert Kubica needs to make the most of the wet tyres on the wet road and try and stretch that gap.
About to put a lap on that other Ferrari in front, is that right? What is that?
Yeah. It's a Ferrari. I think it's 51, isn't it? I can't quite see.
Or is it the 50?
It will be 51, I think, Giovinazzi on an outlap.
Yeah, on an outlap, yeah.
Who's further down the order.
Of course, on an outlap on new tyres.
Yeah. So that puts 83 a lap ahead of the factory car. Let's listen to Kubica's traffic.
So, and the update question.
At the moment your pace looks good. 51 in front of you, just exited pits on new softs.
It was cutting.
Car 51 in front, just exited the pits on new softs.
So that car is just overtaken. Was on new softs, so warm wets versus cold new softs, advantage wets.
Yeah, it is at the moment. I mean, I guess if it doesn't rain again, that car might well come storming past you, but he's put a lap on him. You know, the risk element as well, you've got more risk.
This is on board number 60, which is the Iron Lynx Lamborghini that charges the wall. That's a big hit. And that's done some front damage to the Lamborghini, and it was Claudio Schiavone, part of the Iron Lynx management, that has been at the wheel of it. And a full course yellow is called for. That's our second one, isn't it? And so at 22.09, full course yellow for number 60. He was caught out by the rain, wasn't he?
Yeah, but yes,
is he
absolutely.
on? What is he on, tyre-wise?
Not too sure, but a lot of steam coming out of that. I do wonder if there's sort of radiators at that end of the car. I wonder if he's popped some pipes will have come off. It might be spewing liquid, so that might actually stop that car's race.
Yeah, I think you're probably right in that. So now you can see there number 50, Nicholas Nielsen. He's trying to get warmth in the tyres. There's debris on the road in the darkness as well. Very brave Marshall, legs it out. And he's thankfully able to pick up the enormous bit of bodywork.
Easy.
Stay, hang on a minute, chap. yes, let the cars go, and then you can do your next bit of bravery. But I know that sometimes the camera foreshortens that, but that was a bit close.
I don't like seeing that at all. It scares me, yeah. Don't like that.
Let's listen in again to number 60.
Gearbox is not going.
Gearbox is not going. Probably a legacy of the car being charged into the barrier. That would have done the gearbox a lot of good, one fears.
Did it connect on the rear as well, or is it just on the front?
I think it did a bit to the back as well. So Iron Links, Iron Dames, Garage, they've also lost the LMP2 car they have a connection to, the number 9 Proton entry that stopped a little while ago and caused that slow zone. Now it's Lamborghini number 60 is in the wall. So it's all starting to unravel a bit for Iron Links / Iron Dames. On board with Nicholas Nielsen. So full course yellow means you slow all the way around the lap. That does tyre heat no good at all.
No, but it also negates the fact that he's on the wrong tyre. So actually, he'll be sitting there now thinking this is fantastic for me.
Because a full course yellow is better than a slow zone.
Correct.
Yes.
For him.
Exactly right, yes.
Not
yes.
for the competitors who are on wets.
We did see a little while ago number 36 Alpine in its garage, and we feared, didn't we, Rob, that it might be a repeat of 35. 36 has been retired, so both Alpines gone.
Okay.
Before 11 p.m. So one assumes that was an engine-related drama as well, but it's out of the race.
I think prior to the race itself, I think they pretty much knew that their engines were their weakest point, and that if the car was going to go, it would be engine-related.
This is Claudio Schiavone trying to rejoin.
Okay.
If you can drag it back, then we'll see what they can do, but this is not an easy operation.
Remove the gearbox emergency. Remove the gearbox emergency. Okay, and now trying to shift down.
So the engineer talking Claudio Schiavone through the process of trying to circumnavigate the gearbox drama. The race direction team looking on. We're still under full course yellow, so everybody goes slowly. Therefore, there's less risk to Schiavone, to other drivers, and should we require them on track, the marshals. But
the thing is as well, the people on wet tyres, even if the track dries, they're negated. So I think the net loss is to the two AF course Ferraris in this, no matter how you look at it.
I think it is overall, absolutely. But as it stands at the moment with the full course yellow, it's helping them, as in they're not hemorrhaging time right now on track.
And we don't know how long this full course yellow is going to last for, and we don't know what the next bit of weather is going to be, whether it's worsening rain or it's drying out. Here, Ford chicane, that doesn't look too bad, does it?
Yeah, you're right. But so as each lap passes, or you get closer and closer to the end of your stint, and everyone has to stop anyway, and then you make your choice on what tyre you go on.
Don't you love races like this? No, say two drivers. Absolutely
I used to
not.
hate it. Absolutely.
You got no sense of adventure, Rob.
No, none.
Right, full course yellow, our second of the race, as the drivers then come over the line. Race order, just to confirm, 83 Ferrari, Robert Kubica leads. Second, number 5 Porsche has crept up there, almost unnoticed, Fred Makovici at the wheel. And third, number 8 Toyota of Rio Hirakawa. Fourth, number 50 Ferrari, Nicholas Nielsen. Fifth is number 6 Porsche. Also, that car has suddenly come alive. Lawrence Vanthoor is at the wheel, the start driver. 6th, number 12, Jota Porsche, Norman Nato. 7th, number 2, Cadillac, Alex Palou. 8th, number 7, Toyota, Nick de Vries. 9th, number 38, Hertz Team Jota Porsche, Jensen Button. And in 10th place, 311, Cadillac, Pipo Derani. In 11th, Dries Vanthoor's BMW. 12th, Sebastian Bourdais' Cadillac. 13th, we go green, incidentally, Antonio Giovinazzi's Ferrari. 14th and 15th, the Lamborghini hypercars of Daniel Kvyat and Matteo Cairoli. Matteo Jaminet is down in 16th place after the damage sustained, and he has dropped a lap. Right now, we are the leading 12 on the lead lap. That's all. We're back to race conditions, but we also have a yellow flag at Marshall's post 33, which is at the very end of the lap.
Yeah, just after the Porsche curves.
All right, Nicholas Nielsen still persevering on the slicks. Let's listen in.
I lost everything on the tires, mate. I don't have anything.
Yeah, we know. We are checking.
Lost everything under the tyres. All the grit,
tyre temp.
Yeah,
I would imagine tyre temp. You know what you can do as a driver in that scenario is under safety, full course yellow. Yes, you can't go fast, but you can keep your foot, you know, riding the brake a little bit just to keep warmth through the rim of the wheel, which then, you know, finds its way into the tyre as well.
That's the replay of Schiavone, getting it wrong, losing it, charging the barriers, and he has got going again. Hence, we've gone back to green flag conditions, and that was how it was seen from behind. Big whack, external view.
Traction control not catching that one.
Oh, you're right.
I mean, the other thing is he's exited the corner with just a little bit too much lock on. He should just try and straighten that wheel out and use all the track available.
But it's an odd place to go off that. You don't often see cars at that point. Further round, maybe, but not there.
Yeah,
anyway.
Yeah. As Peter said, if you've got, you know, a bit too much throttle on slicks, on wets, you can lose it anywhere, pretty much, to be honest. True.
I am with Pierre Alves at Michelin here under the tent where all the tires are being prepared. Pierre, can you just tell us about the process here under the workshop?
So here there is no surprise, you know, we receive at the moment used tires that have been used by all the cars, the hypercar. And after here we are taking the old tire, the used tire, and we fit a new one, so to fit the tires on the machine. And after we inflate them up to 6 bars maximum to the tire to be in the right position. And after we are balancing it to make sure that there is no vibration when the tire is on the car.
Okay, now the weather is just changing. We've seen some rain coming in. So how does it change the strategy of work for you and for the teams?
So for Michelin, you know, we're working very closely with every car manufacturers in hypercar. So we have everything ready all the time in the garages. So we have the slicks, the 2 compounds, the 3 compounds available, and also the wets. And we see that now the conditions are changing. So probably the team's going to request to fit a little bit more wet tires than expected.
Can you tell us what strategy and what team are doing right now? I guess not.
Yeah, it's quite, you know, it's always easier to know which strategy it was the best after, because before, you know, it's a gamble also from the driver. So now I think we saw that the drivers have choose to use wet tires because we have quite a lot of rain and water standing on the water on the racetrack.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that, and we're going to catch up later to see how the race comes back.
Thank you very much.
The 2024 Le Mans 24 hours and contact there. That was 23. Orica being turned around by Maxime Martin.
Yeah, you've got a situation like that where Martin, I don't know who's driving the P2 car,
Ben Hanley.
Okay, he's a good driver, but perhaps he's on slicks and Martin's on wets, and he's just got more grip. And you know, the P2 driver's not expecting a GT driver to come back at him like that.
Sure. So Maxime Martin hits 23, number 60 goes into the garage.
A bit clumsy by Martin, I have to say. You know,
he's not like him, that.
You know, you know it's wet. You know some people on slicks. You can clearly see the car in front struggling, and he's just rammed him, basically.
James Cottingham is under investigation for a full course yellow possible infringement. James Cottingham, another of the Le Mans rookies this year. Let's listen to Kubica's radio messages again.
Gearbox alarm. I don't know what it is. Probably temperature.
Yes, no problem. Keep pushing, keep going.
A gearbox alarm then for Robert Kubica, the race leader. The team say keep pushing.
Engineer didn't seem that fussed.
No, and presumably they'll have telemetry, they'll be able to identify what that problem is, and if they don't think it's an issue, crack on.
You sometimes have parameters for the alarm to come on that are a little bit unrealistic, so it's overcautious, but actually what it does is means that everyone's aware of it. There's probably a big light flashing on the telemetry now, but then they can look into it further and go, actually, it's only 3 degrees above the parameter we set it at, so actually we're all right, which sounded that they were basically saying, okay mate, crack on, thanks for letting us know.
Bit worried again about the 99 Proton Porsche, with work being done underneath. That lost laps early on with the pesky door, remember? And back to the garage it goes. Carl Watana-Bennett also under investigation, the Isotta driver, for a full course yellow possible infringement. That's number 7 Toyota. 8th, Nick de Vries, one of the 18 ex-Formula 1 drivers on the grid. Next time we have a full course yellow, we can play name all 18, kill a lap or two.
I think I get 5. 6. Although there is a massive chart behind you with all the names on, so I'd have to look at that.
Now, 311 is Pipo Derani. What's he doing for tyres?
How do you think the tires are? Can we go to slicks? Can we go to slicks? Copy.
2 laps away from slicks then.
So the only hypercars on slicks are the 50 and the 51. Everyone else is on wets.
Bourdais just put slicks on.
Okay. But from what we just heard from Pipo Derani, the road is starting to shift back to slicks.
Yeah.
So the time lost, they might be able to get back. The really interesting one in all of this is going to be Giovinazzi, because he needs to get back on the lead lap somehow, doesn't he?
So when you're in that situation, I think sometimes you can throw the dice, you can take the risky calls because you've got nothing to lose.
Yeah. But the reason they're in that position is because they made a risky call.
Yeah, they threw the dice at the wrong time.
Yeah, well, you may as well carry on.
Well, yeah,
keep throwing. All your chips are in, then you may as well
You've got to win sometime.
Double down.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be interesting, as I say, to see what the chances are of that car getting back onto that lead lap. We'll come back to that in a moment. Let's listen to Bourdais.
Okay, set your bars, set your bars.
Talking about the roll bars there, each car's got the ability to soften off the roll bars. Cool conditions or hot, if it's a well gripped up track, you might run a stiffer bar, but in a wet condition or when it's a bit slidey, you'd have a softer bar to help you gain some more grip. And obviously it's still a bit damp out there, so it might be soft at the moment, but as the track dries, he'll be able to stiffen the car up.
On track, Giovinazzi is coming out of the second chicane, as coming through Mulsanne corner is the lead car. That's the amount of real estate that Giovinazzi has got to get back and then overtake to put himself on the lead lap. So we need to start looking at lap times soon, between 83 and then 51, to see if he's catching.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Nicholas Nielsen last time around, 3:56. And okay, I think we had a bit of yellow in during that time as well. Did we? Maybe not, but...
no, we did, you're right.
The fastest car on wets was 3:50, was it? Yeah, or 3:49.
Getting replays of more people going off the road.
That's a close one. Oh, you've just about got away with that.
Did it. Well done. Right, so last time, Robert Kubica did a 3:52, and Giovinazzi a 3:56 on his slick tyres. So it's still advantage to the wets at the moment, but that might well shift.
One more lap, it might change.
But as I say, not only has Giovinazzi got to have the road come to him, then he's got to be lapping quicker than Kubica, and he's got to pass him. He's got to somehow get that lap back. That's the really interesting point for the next half an hour or so, what progress he can make.
And the thing is, we're coming close to the end of the stint anyway, where they have to change tyres. So, yeah, Ferrari have definitely lost out from this.
The factory Ferrari, yeah.
The 50, the
yes,
51.
yes.
The 50, I think the 83 is just going to, if you can just do another 2 or 3 laps on these wets and then box and go to slicks, it's like perfect.
Yeah.
Could not have called it better.
No, indeed. Yellow at Marshall's post 25, and that's the reason, because off the road is Bourdais. Now he's on slicks. He's just gone onto slicks.
Cold slicks, yes.
Thankfully, he's managed to hook up reverse and the car isn't beached, so he's able to quite quickly get back on the road.
So that's Indianapolis, slick tyres, catching out Sebastian Bourdais. So we'd heard from another Cadillac driver, the road was about 2 laps away from being slicked. Bourdais went early, if you like, and this is how he got there, Peter.
Oh, he's got super lucky there.
Has he ever?
Well, apart from not being beached, he's not in the wall either.
Whoa, look at that. Let's listen in.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
You're all right, man. You're all right.
Yeah, lucky not to get beached, lucky not to hit anything. Save of the day, arguably.
Or have anyone hit him, because there's a car just behind as well.
Anyway, he's back on track, and the bespectacled Frenchman then, study of concentration, tries to make amends. That car, don't forget, has also fallen off the lead lap. And that will not have helped life either with that slow lap time just put in. 311 has just pitted Pipo Durrani, so I wonder whether they are going to put that on slicks, having just seen Bourdais not quite get it right.
I think the right call now is, though, if you're pitting, it's got to be a soft slick.
Yeah, because the road is coming to you.
Regardless of whether you've seen people fall off or not.
Sure. Number 5, Porsche, which was second, has now pitted and drops down accordingly. Slicks again. The wet's off, slicks on.
Yeah, soft compound.
But Porsche going on to wets, again, that's worked in their favour because we've seen number 5 and number 6 both get back up towards the pointy end of the order. So, yes, Ferrari, certainly with 51, has been the big loser. 50, it's still there or thereabouts in 4th, but 51 losing a lap in this stint, that's been the big loser.
Yeah, but car 50 is 1 minute 50 down.
It is. It is.
But I don't think we've seen the last of dodgy rain, dodgy conditions. So, you know, I think this is where you've just got to keep your head as a driver, keep your head as an engineer. Yeah, we've talked about rolling the dice, but maybe don't do it too much. And, yeah, stick to your guns and hopefully the race will come back to you.
Maxime Martin, Ben Hanley both being looked at for that incident we saw a little while ago. More bail for the pit lane on an ever-drying circuit now. So, again, a reasonably short, sharp shower, wetting different parts of the circuit to differing levels, giving the pit lane, the drivers, everybody really, a total headache of what to do. Heading up there, look through the Dunlop chicane onto the Dunlop S's. I didn't realise until Friday when I ran around this place just how banged that section of the circuit is, but when you're going very slowly, you're aware of it.
Yes, and very quick.
Yes.
When you're going very quickly, you're very much aware of it.
Right, Nick de Vries down towards the chicane and to the pit lane. The Toyota is 8th on this in-lap, so cycle through for another set of soft slicks, we presume. Also in is Jenson Button behind him. And Mathieu Géminet, number 4. So that car, after being involved with the Iron Dames Lamborghini, has lost a big chunk of time. It's off the lead lap and down in 16th place. The number of cars on the lead lap has really dwindled in this last hour.
So what are we down to? 12, did he say? 12 on the lead lap, was that correct?
It was 12. We're down to 11 now. And that's slightly corrupted because of these pit stops for the moment. Slicks for Toyota. That car's not, as I said earlier on, it hasn't come storming through from the back of the hypercar really as one might have anticipated, but it's still in the mix. And it will rejoin still with Nick de Vries at the wheel of it, the former AlphaTauri Formula 1 driver. It's another one to add to your list.
And the lead car's still out there. Ah, lead car's in the pits.
It is now. Robert Kubica in.
Yeah. So they could not have timed it any better.
I mean, yeah, they are just going perfectly right now. And good stints by Kubica, who's going to stay in the car, by Robert Schwarzman, by Ye Yifei, as Martin Haven was saying earlier on, the Chinese driver who is the real deal, was very good in single-seaters, but has really stood out in sports car racing. Now, drive-throughs to the Isotta, and also James Cottingham's McLaren for full-course yellow infringements.
Kubica's stopped early, though.
How many laps did he do?
Lap 7.
OK, now that is early.
So he's done 7 laps, so he's probably lap 8.
But 12 to a stint, yeah, it is in much earlier. But if the road is drying, then he perhaps needs to bail.
And the good thing is that they're keeping him in the car as well, so the driver who's going out doesn't have to have the 50-50 scenario. He knows where the wet patches are, he knows where the dry is, where to take a risk and where not. So it's good that they've kept the set. Oh, he's just as I say that, he drives off the track.
In from second place, now number 8, Ryo Hirakawa, who doesn't feel like he's been in it for that long. Blast away. This might be the same thing, that the wets were just losing their edge and they had to shorten the stint.
Yeah, exactly the same. He's done 7 laps, so lap 8 for him.
So it's a tyre-induced pit stop, that, not with in terms of a puncture, but just we're on the wrong set, we need to change because we're going to hemorrhage time. OK.
So Nicholas Nielsen moves back to second place, but of course, in about 3 or 4 laps time, he's going to have to pit as well.
Yes. And also Giovinazzi goes back on the lead lap, but he's owing us a pit stop as well. So that car will...
Not as, so he's on lap 6 right now, so he's halfway through his stint.
Yeah.
So if he can make up the time now with a hot tyre and pull far enough ahead of the guys just coming out on these cold slicks, then he could potentially bring himself back onto the lead lap.
The last lap of Kubica, which I know is a bit of a road because he came into the pit lane, was a 3:58. So in terms of competitive amounts of the lap, it would be a little bit less than that, whereas Giovinazzi's last lap was a 3:47. So the first flying lap for Kubica relative to Giovinazzi's pace will be very revealing indeed. This is the orders scrolling through on the screens all at the moment. You can see the leading car in LMGT3 is number 46 BMW. Maxime Martin under this Damocletian investigation for the contact with Ben Hanley. LMP2 is being led by the Vector Sport number 10 Orica that Ryan Cullen has been keeping at the pointy end of that class. Stefan Rakelmi is in it, and Patrick Pilet is the third driver. Second in the class, Malte Jakobsen for Cool Racing, and third, Bijoy Garg for United Autosports.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Maxime Martin's going to get a penalty for that, isn't he? He's going to get some form of drive-through.
I think so, yeah. So that's the classification. Only 3 confirmed retirements. 1 Ferrari out of LMGT3 and both of the Alpine hypercars. And for both of them to have gone even before 10:30, that's not really great for Alpine's management to be here to see. It's not great for a French crowd. That's a real kick.
Yeah, they've certainly got a little bit of work to do with that to, you know, at the end of the day, it is endurance racing, so you've got to be able to finish the race before, you know, it doesn't matter how quick or slow you are. But, you know, all of these test programs, you put the work in, you do the testing, you go endurance testing to check all your components, but then the minute you come racing, it's just a different kettle of fish. You cannot, you can't simulate racing, you can't simulate the curbs, the hitting people, all sorts, it's different.
But they didn't even get to 6 hours, which is a kind of standard WEC round. I'm not trying to be a pedant, but, you know, if you're going to be in an endurance championship, reliability is absolutely key, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know Le Mans is a special case, but you ought to be able to do the minimum race distance, as it were, for the other rounds of the championship. So next, going on to 38, Jensen Button stays behind the wheel of the car and charges away, tries to throw some warmth through the tyres. We keep mentioning this tyre warmth element. If you've recently joined the coverage, welcome. Why are we banging on about tyre temperatures? It is because this is the first year of the event that tyre warmers have not been allowed. And Murphy's Law also says it's the coolest that it has been at this race for many, many years. It is not a warm weekend. It's not only been raining at times, it's been pretty chilly all weekend.
From a driver's point of view, that, you know, when you hear no tyre warmers, you just, you know, you think, why do we have to have no tyre warmers? You know, we are at this circuit, you know, trying our best. As a driver, purely driver, I do understand the other reasons, but purely as a driver, Pete, I'm sure you'd agree, you just love tyre warmers. It's so much better.
Yeah,
safer.
Absolutely, yeah.
I know that one of the arguments to remove tyre warmers is cost. The flip side of the coin, cold tyres, is safety. Which trumps which?
Yeah.
And if you put the car off and smash it up, that cost
as well.
Cost is way more than.
It's a fair point. 3 wide in the traffic. Look at that. Breathe in. If you see a car breathe in, you know it's tight. I think it just happened. The hypercars on the prowl.
Jensen Button having a moment, of course, just out of the pits. Just as we've said, you know, cold tyres, long straight, no heat, and slightly damp.
Thank you, Jensen. You couldn't have timed that better to illustrate the point. Well done. You must be listening to us. So that car...
A bit of weaving now, trying to...
Yes.
But the thing is, there's only a short, a very thin line of dry track.
Jensen Button in 12th place. That's a great shot, isn't it? You see how narrow the road is and how dark it is as well.
The first sector must be drying up quite nicely. A couple of green sectors for a few GT cars. So actually,
who's that one going by? Is that? What are those lights? Is that the BMW?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was one of the BMWs that ran wide as well.
Number 20. Remember Robin Fritz crashed it earlier on. He's now having to have the
almost like a touch, or there was a bit of a wiggle in the back end, then, was it?
was at the crest of the road, just having a bit of a...
Yeah, bit loose.
Let me just finish my Robin Frin sentence. Rear drive shaft, rear brakes being changed on number 20 after the crash earlier on. And there is 15 with massive damage at the front. Dries van Thor, for the 3rd time this weekend, has put the car off the road. That looks terminal, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, I think that's the car we saw a minute ago that just ran straight through the gravel. So he had a problem of some description. And he's
cold tyres.
He's got a big problem now. He's on an outlap.
You're right, yeah.
He's on an outlap.
Cold tyres, that's what it is. He's just taking the wets off, put the slicks on.
This is on board.
I know, it was a touch.
You were right.
It was. That was a touch with Kubica.
Wow. Well, that's going to get looked at, and the mirror falls down, or the screen falls down, and Van Thor, like, what was that?
That was well spotted, Peter. It was just, you saw it, we were on board the Ferrari at the time, and as he was passing, there was the slightest little wiggle.
Disbelief. He just can't believe what's just happened.
He has just been knocked out of the race, hasn't he? A totally committed Kubica. A yellow flag is out, and I think they realise that's game over. That can't be driven back, can it? With that front left wheel at that angle, that's done.
Absolutely not.
So, BMW, race winners in 1999 in the top class. Both cars have crashed. One is still going, albeit badly delayed and more repairs needed. But as far as 15 is concerned, that looks like it's game over.
Yeah, down at Mulsanne as well, furthest place away possible. So, in terms of drivers got to get out, get himself back. Yeah. Disaster.
It is, but will Kubica get a penalty for that? If race control have another look at it, we'll get another replay, I'm sure.
Well, they're certainly going to look at that. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. What do you give? Does something like that warrant just a drive-through or a 10-second?
Our first safety car of the race. First safety car of the running of this year's Le Mans 24 Hours. And, of course, under the safety cars, there are 3. They'll all be picked up around the circuit. Once the incident is clear for the restart, they'll all be put behind one, and then all the gaps will come down. So this now is going to be really interesting as they clear the 15 BMW out of the way.
And I think it could be very good news for the 51 car, who went that lap down, who now is back because they pitted more recently. They're back on the lead lap. Certainly a different complexion of the race. We'll see how it all works out.
That's not good news.
Smoky, in fact, there's a lot of liquid all over the front of that. So what's up the front of that car that's
Radiators.
smoking? I see.
That is steam, that is radiators. That looks like, usually that's a result of some front end damage. And I think the bumper looks like it's down on one side as well. So that, I don't know if he's had a little off and kissed the barrier, or...
It's Brendan Arib that brought it in. And that does not look good. This is going to be a long stop, isn't it?
Yeah. I'd like to see a replay if we could see that.
And those are the concerned faces at WRT. So, as we were suggesting, with the conditions, suddenly lots of teams in drama. That was the pole car out of LMGT3.
That's incredible, the speed that they could just disassemble that front, have that whole front off the car.
And the safety car on track then, because not only is there a car to be retrieved in the darkness, there's debris as well. So there'll be an element of clearing the track here, won't there?
Yeah, looks like he's hurt himself.
Yeah, he's limping, isn't he?
Oh, caught that a little bit too late. We need to see that from a little bit further back.
That's massive, massive impact. And Dries van Thor complaining that his left foot is hurting, but he's out of the car. He'll have a trip to the medical centre to be checked over, but that's very, very bad news indeed. And the BMW out of the race then. Blue impact light on inside the car, but we know that Van Thor is okay and out of it. But yes, it rattles its way over the bollards, parks on the inside of Mulsanne corner, and there is Dries van Thor walking away, and a trip to the medical centre beckons. There is the end of the race as far as the BMW crew is concerned. Let's listen.
Okay, we're back in this thing. We're going to all bunch right back up. Good job, bud.
That was the folksy tones at Cadillac to say that Pipo Derani, thanks to the safety car, is now back at the races. But
That's the way this race works. It's,
Exactly.
Some people are unfortunate and they come across trouble like that, and then other cars suddenly get brought right back into the race. 311 being one of them, and the 51, I think, being the other.
Somebody's pain, somebody's gain. So that now brings up onto the lead lap, 3:11 again, and back at the races. Now we'll start to see where different cars are around the different safety cars, but they all end up behind one in the end, ready for the restart. The 70 Inception McLaren is almost finished the rebuild, ready to go back out in double quick time. Robert Kubica under investigation, as is Dries van Thor for that incident. No surprise from what we've been saying, what we saw, but just to make the point, Robert Kubica and Dries van Thor under investigation. Well, there's no penalty that can be offered to Van Thor. They're out of the race, penalty enough. But for Kubica, something may be in the system. We'll wait and see.
So the important thing to remember here is that while all three safety cars are on track, you're able to go to the pits. But when it comes to one, you're not allowed to enter the pits.
Well, while we are under safety car, let's take a chance to look at some features and behind the scenes from earlier in the week. Louise went to visit Total Energy.
I'm with Thomas Fritsch, a technical director from Total Energies Motorsport. Now, biofuel has been with WEC and Le Mans for quite a few years now, and you've worked really hard with all of the teams to make sure that it was the optimum fuels for the performance.
Yeah, sure. It's now the third time we are doing Le Mans with this 100% sustainable fuel, Exilium Racing 100. We are very happy about that, and yeah, long work to get the perfect formula, but I think we can say that we found it.
And before we talk about what you're doing actually here, let's talk about there's 62 cars. They run for 10 hours of practice before we even do the 24-hour race. That is a huge amount of fuel that you have to bring here, manage, distribute. So how does that all work?
That's a long work, because we start 1 month before, just starting delivering the fuel in the underground tanks of the old paddock, under the pit wall. In fact, the fuel goes under the pit lane and gets to the pump in every garage. So the overall amount is 300,000 liters of fuel for the whole event.
Goodness, that is incredible. So you must have to refill at some point.
Yeah,
right?
Last night during after the hyperpole, we brought 2 big trucks and we top up all the tanks.
Incredible. Now here we are in scrutineering. This is where you test the fuels when the cars come in. So just explain that process to us, what you're doing here.
In a few words, it's like, after a race, like every sport, it's like anti-doping testing. So we check if the fuel is exactly the same that we deliver to the competitors, to be sure there are, of course, no cheating.
Okay, so go ahead.
So basically we use this machine called a gas chromatograph. We take the fuel sample from the car just after the race, and we put it in that machine that is a 50 meters long, very, very small column, like a air, in fact.
Right.
And that allows to separate all the molecules from the fuel. So that's called a fuel fingerprint. And we are able to compare the fuel sample in the car and the fuel as a reference from our factory.
What's the minimum amount of fuel you need in a car? Because obviously some of the tactics here are to run the car as light as possible. So what's the minimum amount you need to be able to take these tests?
For this analysis, it's very low, because we take this 100 milliliter sample, we transfer into that, but finally in the machine, it's a needle we inject, so it's 0.2 microliter.
Okay, so they can really push it.
Very tiny amount. And we can detect lower than 0.1% contamination in the fuel.
And that was my next question then. What happens? What is contamination and what happens?
Contamination can be several stuff. It's called cheating, but we never, of course, observe that because, we are in Le Mans. But it could be some mishandling of the fuel or some stuff. The only thing we are here as a fuel analyst, fuel specialist. So we test the fuel, we make a report to the steward, and we let the steward handle the sporting issues.
Lovely, thank you.
Safety car on track at Le Mans, and it is Ferrari in the lead. Robert Kubica, the man behind the wheel of the lead car, but there is an investigation into the contact between him and Dries van Thor, which has put Dries van Thor's BMW out of the race and been the catalyst for this safety car. Remember, the hypercars all on Michelin tyres. Soft, the white walls, mediums are the yellow walls, hards are the red, and we've seen quite a bit of the blue-walled wet tyres. But now, everybody's got rid of those again and are looking at using the softs, the most popular, the quicker compound, now that the road is dry once more. Pit lane opens, traffic accelerates away. On board with Nicholas Nielsen. So the Ferrari, fourth when it came in, still very much in the mix. Of course, we talk about Ferraris. You've got the factory Ferraris, run by AF Corsa, 50 and 51. And then the privateer AF Corsa Ferrari, and that's the one in the lead of the race. And they have been really good on getting the tyre call exactly right, whereas 50 and 51 haven't quite nailed it as well.
But, yeah, absolutely right. But now, with this safety car, it doesn't matter. It's, you know, all bets are off, or all bets are on.
Nicholas Nielsen then has just left the pit lane. The most recent conversation was this.
The target now is to save fuel and save energy. We save fuel, save energy, okay? And we wait for the merging. We wait for the merging.
The merging being when the three safety car lines become one. Three safety cars are used to neutralise the race. Gaps between safety cars are necessary for the marshals to clear the incident. Pit stops are allowed. And then, as Rob was explaining, once the incident is clear, we have one line, pit lane is closed, and that's ready for the restart, effectively.
But then you can get a pass around in that scenario. So the pass arounds only occur when everyone is in one line.
Yeah.
So yeah, so basically, if you're a minute, 2 minutes down even on the leader, you're suddenly going to be right on their tail.
And here, from another angle, is that touch. It wasn't a big hit, but it was enough, and look at the damage it's done.
Kubica was very close to the Porsche, and maybe he felt that, oh, I'm by, and yes, he snuck by, but he did move right.
Yeah, Van Tor stayed straight.
Could there have been any, for want of a better word, aero wash from the Porsche against the Ferrari? No?
Not that much, no.
Okay.
Unless there was a slight touch with the Porsche on the left, and that's what made him go right. I don't know.
But it wouldn't be the airflow from the Porsche, no, okay. So the BMW is craned away. That's number 10 that was leading in LMP2. Stefan Rakelmi has brought the car in, and that will go on to slicks from wets. He met those wets last a long time, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I don't know what. Of course, we've been focusing on the Michelin runners, but we haven't really looked as to see how long does the Goodyear last. It might be a wet that lasts a lot better into a dry track. So that might well have been the right call. We're not too sure on that.
So up the pit lane he goes, and the lights are on red. So that means that Stefan Rakelmi, the Monegasque driver, will have to wait at the top end. Maxime Martin will get a driving standards flag for the incident with Ben Hanley, but no more than that. He has got away pretty lightly, I would suggest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's lucky. You know, he didn't judge the car's pace in front and rammed him.
I think he went into a gap that started to close more than that, and I think that's probably what they've deemed that as. There was space, he went into the space, the gap started to close, and...
I'm a bit surprised at that, though, because ultimately, look, we all know Maxime's a fantastic driver. He wouldn't have done that on purpose. That is not the case here. But the reality is, he's put another car out.
Spun another car.
Yeah, spun another car,
and it was 30 laps down anyway.
You know what, though? If you are one of the stewards deciding these things, they try not to take into account, like we'll see with the BMW in a minute, they try not to take into account the end result. They try just to focus on what actually happened in that situation. If one car, so with Kubica, we'll see what happens, but he might just end up, if he's going to get a penalty, it might just be a drive-through 10-second stop and go, something like that, and you'll think, well, that's not harsh enough, but he's made a mistake. But and he's ended someone's race, but you're not supposed to look at those final outcomes.
The penalty should be for the move, not the outcome.
Exactly,
shouldn't it?
yeah.
Because the move is the move, irrespective, if you like, of the net result. So there, waiting to go, Stefan Rakelmi. He has just lost the lead of LMP2 now to Malte Jakobsen in the Cool Racing number 37 entry. Up into 35th place overall, and now 14th in LMP2 is one M. Bell. Does Big Brother approve?
Well, yeah, look, Matt will carry on with the job in hand and crack on. You know, it's quite clear they're not going to win the race or get a result, but, you know, they've all come here to race, so they're racing, you know, and I'm sure he'll enjoy the experience.
Now, Robert Kubica has some explaining to do.
But the guy had for 2 sectors, for 2 kilometers blue flag, and he pushed me for the GT twice. While I was taking GT, and we have like side draft, and the car moves slightly to the right, and that's why we crashed.
Okay, copy.
It would be nice, Stuart, look what happened out of the garage, I mean out of the pit lane. He was just in the middle of the road and he was racing me and he was pushing me. For the wet patches, I had to let him by because he pushed me to the wet. And time after, he pushed me into the GT.
Copy.
But it doesn't matter what Vantor did earlier on in the lap. That's not the move under investigation, is it? The contact is what they're looking at, irrespective of the history.
Yeah, to me now, it seems that he was annoyed and he moved purposely to the right to say, hey, come on, mate, what are you doing?
He's almost talked himself into trouble there.
Yeah, almost.
Stop talking. Yeah, stop talking, get off the radio, say nothing.
Yes, hang up now, Robert. So, we've had, as you can see, plenty of overtakes through Hypercar and LMP2, and this then is our first safety car period of the race. There is not only, of course, the car to remove, but the track to sweep and possibly also barrier damage. And 15, we know, is a retirement, so it's another one for the marker of doom to annihilate. Right, you're behind the safety car then. You don't know how long this is going to last. What does a driver do?
Save fuel and energy, as we've been told. I mean, the important thing as well is, you know, you try to keep your tyres warm, but running at that speed, it's difficult. But yeah, a bit of weaving, as Rob mentioned earlier, it's quite good to keep your foot on the brake a little bit, heat the brakes up, and that heat dissipates into the rim and then into the tyres, so that also works.
And I think sometimes as well, it's just trying to keep concentrating, because I find sometimes under slow conditions where it's all quite easy, you know, you haven't got that adrenaline rush, you haven't got that razor-sharp concentration. Actually, it's quite easy to make an error.
Right.
You know, if you come through a corner and a few cars have checked up a bit and you're not concentrating, it's quite easy to ram someone up from behind. So, yeah, you've just got to really pay attention.
Number 6, Porsche, Lawrence Vanfor, 5th. Let's listen.
Is there barrier damage? Because I see trucks, repair trucks driving here.
Yeah, it looks to be. It's I think it's Robert Kubica in the straight line that push your brother to the barrier. Your brother is fine, just the car is done, and yeah, he hit the barrier, so they need to repair it.
That can't have been an easy message to deliver, to say to somebody, your brother's been involved in the accident.
Well, yeah, but he wasn't that concerned because he was asking if the barrier was broken. He didn't ask if his brother was all right, did he?
Not that we heard, no. Don't forget, at the Nürburgring, they clashed with each other, didn't they?
I think he's been told his brother's fine. He's aware his brother's fine. And what he's actually asking is the barrier damaged? So what he's really asking is this going to be a long safety car?
Yeah. And I think it's going to be reasonably long, yeah. So, I mean, it could even be the best part of a stint, couldn't it? Therefore, all those stops that happened just before, your tyre really will be stone cold, because you're then going to have to come in, get fuel, then go again.
Let's have another listen to 311. It's up into 10th place now, Pipo Derani's Cadillac.
It's so cold, starting to drop by a lot.
Understood. You'll have plenty of time to warm it up.
And there is number 60 Lamborghini still being repaired after Claudio Schiavone put it into the barriers in the wet. So we are heading towards 11 o'clock. We're heading towards 7 hours of racing being completed here. And it remains Ferrari in the lead. Robert Kubica ahead of Fred Makovici in Porsche number 5. And then Rio Hirakawa's Toyota number 8 in 3rd place. The Heart of Racing Aston to the pit lane. That car 3rd in class. Ian James, patron, the man that owns the team, the expat Brit, he's brought it in. And they can take their time over this pit stop to a degree as we are under the safety car. Wait for the next line to go by before they can be released. And when that car does venture back out, we'll see where it is going to slot in class, because it was just ahead of Jack Hawksworth's Lexus and then Michelle Gatting's Iron Dame's Lamborghini. Screen cleaned on the Aston. Meantime, it is proper dark now at Le Mans, isn't it? The light has gone. And although the rain for the moment has disappeared as well, so is much of the temperature.
Yeah, track temp's down to 16 degrees, which is about as cold as we've seen it all week. Air temp 14, so it's pretty chilly out there.
Nick de Vries, 9th in the Toyota number 7. Let's listen in there.
Nick, I just want to rule out that we are limited in fuel, so let's really make sure we save energy and fuel here. Just a reminder on the restart procedure. So once the incident is cleared, we will merge all to one safety car, and then everybody will restart in one block. So we're gonna be all together with the hypercars until position 12. Currently we are P9. Obviously the restart will be, people will take risk, and we need to stay on the safe side for the restart.
It's a point well made, isn't it? Because everybody is going to be together, and there's more chance of an incident when everyone's bunched up.
On not so hot tyres,
Sure.
so you get to the braking zone into Dunlop, say, and there might be some locking up and some running wide.
So just the 17 hours and 2 minutes to go of the 24 hours, but it's been a lively start, that is for sure. Across the line comes this safety car pack. So it is Ferrari, Porsche, Toyota, Ferrari, Porsche, Cadillac, Ferrari, Porsche, Toyota, Cadillac, Cadillac, Porsche, Lamborghini, Porsche, Lamborghini, Peugeot, Peugeot, Isotta, and then still classified 19th, but out of the race, BMW, so that's going to bring up into 19th place the delayed Proton Porsche Neil Jani at the wheel. So the field up through the Dunlop S's. Driver change in 46, that is out, presumably Ahmad Al-Hati in, but we'll check in a moment. There's another safety car pack heading out of the S's.
Le Mans in France, and trouble for the 77 Ford Mustang in GT3. Left front wheel not doing what the driver wanted, a broken steering rack. That is a long job to replace. The team set 2 with a will, but 2 hours later it remains in the garage and not quite ready to go back out on track yet. No other damage whatsoever to the car, and no damage for this gravel trapping moment either for Danny Kvyat, leaving the pit lane, out of the pits, straight into the gravel in the number 63 Lamborghini. Trouble too for the number 19 car, also out of the pits and into the barriers at Tertre Rouge. Both cars survived, but for Ferdi Habsburg, returning to the Alpine Renault team, no such luck. His car expiring down at Arnage, a terminal engine failure. Alpine Renault, the winners here in 1978, but on their return to the top class, the 35 car out before dark. And even almost as the car was being craned away, more trouble for Sarah Bovy in the Iron Dames Lamborghini. The car that was up to 3rd in the GT3 class was clattered in the Porsche curves by, ironically enough, the Porsche of Mathieu Jaminet. The Penske driver would later serve a penalty. Fortunately, Bovy was on her way with no major dramas shortly afterwards, but a big impact. It could have been so much worse. Jaminet, the guilty party, received a penalty. Bovey continuing in the race with her teammates. But for the second Alpine hypercar, critical alarms in the cockpit and the end of the road. Once more, their new engine in their new car had had enough. A disappointing end for the French team on their first Le Mans in over 40 years. And then rain arrived for the second time, once more scrambling the order. Straight in for Wets, the number 83 car of the race leader. For those who stayed out on slicks, it was not easy going, as evidenced by the number 95 McLaren spinning at the Dunlop chicane. Safety car remains out even after Schiavone's car made it back to the Iron Links garage for a ground-up restoration, and the number 15 car out of the race. Part of the reason for the 15 car being out of the race is that the left front wheel was essentially ripped off the car, but the severity of the impact also triggered the impact light in the windscreen, which means that the driver must go immediately to the medical centre. So even if the car had been outwardly pristine, the severity of the impact means that the driver is taken out of the car and the car therefore is retired on the spot. So the marker of doom will be my first small entertainment, although it's not much of an entertainment for BMW. Oh, David's beaten me to it already. He's taken that small joy from my life. The number 15 BMW is out of the race. It joins two further hypercars that are out of the race. The number 35 Alpine, that blew its engine quite spectacularly down at Arnage with Freddie Habsburg at the wheel, and then critical alarms came on in the cockpit of the number 36 car, almost literally on that lap, and it too was parked for examination, and very quickly the hand run over the throat showing that it too was out. So both Alpines out just as darkness fell, and our third hypercar out is the BMW from the M-Team WRT car number 15. So two Alpines, one BMW out. The other car that went out a little earlier on, quite a lot earlier on actually, Thomas Floor, driving his own Vista AF Corsa Ferrari number 54 car, had an accident going up to the Dunlop chicane, spun onto the right-hand side, clattered the barriers, and that was the end of him. Cars that have been in for work include Proton Competition's number 77 Mustang, which 2 hours later is still having its steering rack changed, and the Inception Racing McLaren. Oh, that's nice. Support for the Toyota team from back home. Not quite sure where home might be for Patrick 28, but lots of homes, I'm sure, supporting them. But the Inception Racing team, Brendan Iribe is still in the garage, but I gather from our correspondent on the site, Bruce Joanny, that things are going back together. That was a clatter on the left front corner of the car, which caused significant damage. We could tell it was the left side, because they're also replacing the driver's door mirror there. Riding with Joel Sturm, Manthey Pure Racing are points leaders in GT3, and that car is, woo! Ah, there's a sort of video replay that a steward is going to want to look at, Anthony Davidson. A view of that contact, the tiniest touch between race leader Robert Kubica and Dries van Tor in the number 15 BMW that clattered the BM off the road and out of the race.
Well, all I can see is that Dries van Tor didn't move the steering wheel to the left at all, so he's holding it straight the whole time, doing the right thing. Car completely on the edge of the track, eyes wide in disbelief, hands up in the air. What on earth happened there? Race leader was the car at fault there, in my opinion, and I'm sure the stewards are going to see it that way as well. They always look at who was to blame for two cars making contact, and I think it's 100% the fault of the race leader, Robert Kubica, there.
Yeah, we actually heard on the team radio Kubica coming on afterwards, trying to sort of explain to his engineer and the team why it wasn't his fault. And what he kind of said was, as he'd come at the beginning of that lap, he'd come across Dries, and he felt Dries had been a bit aggressive towards him and put him on the wet patch, etc. But it kind of just made it look like he was pointing the finger at himself again. He almost was saying, well, he did that to me then, and I did that to him then. But he was claiming sort of a bit of innocence. But for me, as you said, Dries van Tor didn't move and Kubica came across him.
Cause of the collision, that's all they look at. It's a very matter-of-fact process. It's almost as if you just got to imagine the computers making like it's based on AI technology. The way a computer would see that is cause of collision, it was car 83.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
René Rast at the back of the garage watching on as the number 20 BMW art car essentially is getting a lot of cleaning. Now, this car's had its fair share of woes. It is WRT's only remaining hypercar BMW. And this, of course, is the, whatever it is, anniversary of the Williams-built BMW V12 prototype winning here at Le Mans. There's the stage that will be keeping us awake throughout the night and has done for the last couple of evenings. And the marshals and the drivers, because it's handily been sited right next to the biggest team campsite in the campus. That needs a bit of a rethink. It's not me, it's Valentino Rossi who's going to be the one they listen to on this, though.
I genuinely have been not kept awake at all. So I don't know where I am.
Well, that's because you're in your mum and daddy's nice motorhome, and we're in some very small caravan. My caravan, I did fear at one stage you might actually fall over. We're so close to the stage. Anyway, moving on to the race. Safety car remains out. So our crews are going around behind 3 different safety cars. The safety cars are not scrambled to pick up the class leaders or anything. They're just scrambled and they pick up the very first car that gets to them. So going round behind safety car C is the race leader, number 83. That's actually also the longest queue. I believe going round behind safety car B is the number 51 Ferrari that had dropped off the lead lap. And for them, and I think for this cruise car, 311, there's a chance that they will get a lot closer back up behind the leader. The reason is, when we are finished with the barrier repairs and we are ready to go back to racing, all 3 safety car queues will be merged behind safety car A. Safety car B and C will pull off, and I will slap David Addison firmly around the chops for his troubles. But when safety car A has everybody behind it, then any car in any class that has its class leader behind it in the queue will be waved round to go and join the tail of that safety car train. So once we've got one queue of safety cars after the merge, we get the wave by. Why do we have a wave by? Well, imagine this. Imagine that you are 10th in your class and most of a lap behind the leader. Imagine then that you're behind safety car A, he got caught by safety car B, and then that big gap closes right up, and suddenly your race leader that was maybe a minute behind you could be the very next car behind you and immediately have the chance to put your car a lap down. So anybody in any of our 3 classes in the long merged safety car queue, when that happens, when the barrier repairs are done, who has the race leader of their class behind them, not the overall race leader, their class leader, you will get the wave around. Now, again, you think, well, that's a long convoluted, it was a long convoluted sentence. What it actually does, it takes less than a lap of Le Mans to wave everybody around for them to catch up, because it worked last year, well rehearsed, everybody understands the rules, hopefully everybody understands the rules, and hopefully also when the 2 safety cars, safety car B pulls in at Arnage and safety car C pulls in on the Mulsanne straight, the crews behind them will know or be told by their teams to catch up safety car A's queue, and then once we've merged, we can wave round, and then at that stage we're ready to go green, green, green.
The only time, of course, where we won't have this procedure is within the last hour to go of the race, where they'll stay behind the individual trio of safety cars.
Yes, if there is a safety car situation in the final hour, then there will be 3 safety cars, and when we're ready to go green, they'll all release their cars at the same time. So
we've got someone coming into the pits here. I can't quite see who that is at the moment, not on our timing screens. But basically what will happen here is if you come into the pits under, say this is safety car B, for example, you have to wait until safety car A that's behind it will come past, and you wait till the whole gaggle of cars come past you, the next, so you see that car pulling into the pits, they've got to now wait until the next safety car comes around and the whole stream of cars, then you go and join that safety car queue. Doesn't really matter because you're going to all join in one safety car A at the end of all of this process once the track is clear.
But what it does mean is that nobody at the front of a long safety car queue can duck into the pits and have effectively a free pit stop. So what it means is there are longer stops. We already saw WRT changing the brakes on their GT3 BMW. Brake change there going on for the Vista Ferrari as well. Here's James Collado shaking his head about something.
Must have just lost at Snake again.
So for a lot of the teams, it's hurry up and wait, but the safety car is starting to get long enough now that they are starting to think of doing other housekeeping. 54 is out, the other Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. 55 continues. Sweep up operation, the man with the flamethrower on his back, that's actually just a leaf blower, the big motor. So he's not actually going to set fire to anything, he's just clearing debris off the track. And it's a great opportunity for the race director to employ marshals to go into, particularly at places like the Dunlop chicane, which is just a rallycross stage covered in gravel after the first couple of moments of the race.
Deploy the marshals, not employ, because they're all volunteers.
Yes, exactly.
And we should never forget that. This race, or any motor race for that matter, wouldn't happen without the volunteers that we have here at Le Mans. And yeah, they do an amazing job. And right now we're relying on them, and also the dedicated crew repairing that barrier. That's what we're all waiting for. And we've had, it's not the first time, I don't know if you mentioned this already, Rob, when we were away off the mic, but see the barrier on the right-hand side. We've seen this happen already this week with a support, the Road to Le Mans support race. Damaged the barrier, and it took a long time. Well, Freddie Mercury gets to work.
I was going to say, where's the I Want to Break Free soundtrack? But this is the attention to details of the teams. They're hoovering up bits of muck and gravel out of the garage as well. So they don't want to add anything to the car when it comes into the pit. That's the 31 BMW garage. 46 still in the race, and in fact 46 is currently lying second in LMGT3, and the 31 car is, I've got number blind, it's 47th overall, which is 12th, 13th, unlucky 13th in class. Robert Kubica, well, I don't know what radio traffic there might be going on that we're not party to, but I suspect that his internal monologue is probably not entirely a happy one. They've had a charmed race so far. First rain, they stayed out on slicks, gained a lot over those who went for wet weather tyres, like the number 8 Toyota, like the number 51 Ferrari, particularly among their closest rivals. Second rain came when he was auspiciously positioned on the track. He was able to dive into the pit lane, losing very little time, got onto the wets and managed to build up his advantage. And Rob, you know, all of the cards played nicely for them here, but that contact is going to undo at least some of that.
Yeah, not only did they put the wets on at the right time, which was coinciding with the pit stops, it couldn't have been better. They actually then, the amount of time I think they did 8 or 9 laps, and the perfect timing again for slicks. So they absolutely got it perfectly right. A little bit of the luck of the draw, but absolutely nailed that. And then, yes, we are sort of waiting, looking at our screens, expecting some form of... I personally think he's going to get penalised in some way. Having said that, look, they've had a great race up to now, and if it's a drive-through, it won't cost them the race. It won't cost them too much, so let's see about that. But so far, they've been the class of the field, or the luckiest so far.
Yeah, and some of that, you know, you can't win Le Mans without luck. You can't win by not preparing and not having a good car and not having a good team and all the other stuff, but you do need luck on your side as well. As we always say, Le Mans chooses the winner. Look at the support that they have got here in the Iron Dames garage. Their livery, incidentally, was created by the imaginings of some school children a few weeks ago. It was essentially draw the job you would like to do, whether it's mum or teacher or airline pilot or race driver or whatever, and those were created as little memes to go on the car. So an awful lot of support here. Essentially, as I say so often, they've got 50% of the global population rooting for them, and the other 50% is spread around the rest of the field. And in fact, probably there's as many young boys watching the Iron Dames in action, thinking, actually, that's such a cool team and such a cool livery that they ought to do well as well. Here's the 46 BMW WRT car that we were talking about. Amanda Harty up. That car second place at the moment, ahead of the Lexus of Jack Hawksworth. Now, the 78 car was the one that took a shunt up the back, wasn't it, in the very early, it was in morning warm-up, wasn't it, from Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota, and that had to start from the pit lane. It is still going, but Lexus have turned their fortunes around, turned their performance around, let's say, since the season opened in February in Qatar, where they were absolutely nowhere, had no performance, and were essentially just pinball buffers for everybody else bouncing off them and bouncing them into the gravel. And here they are, car genuinely on pace in the top 3. And Anthony, that's them now starting to learn how to fulfill the potential of the car. It's not that they've got a performance break in any way, it's just that they're starting to learn how to operate the car.
Exactly, and you can be running that car elsewhere as well, but running it in a different championship under tweaked rules and regulations, subtle tweaks, can have a big knock to any team running in a new championship. So let alone a brand new car. Yeah, we expect things to shake out in a different way as the championship continues. And you're right, we turned up in Qatar and they were nowhere. Yeah. And the drivers found the car very difficult as well. In a circuit that really doesn't challenge all aspects of a car's agility, I must say. It's a very singular track and just built of medium speed corners.
The left tire pressure is quite low.
Yeah, copy that, mate. Copy that. Not a lot we can do about it, and there will be everybody on the same boat at the restart. Once I know a bit more, don't worry, I will allow you to work on your brakes and work on your tires. For the moment, focus on energy save.
Yeah, it's still a long way, I think, for the barrier.
Yeah.
I check every lap, it seems that they have to remove everything first, then change it, and they didn't remove anything yet. Or only one part, so it's going to be quite long yet.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. It is a very lengthy barrier repair job going on. So good advice from the engineer, Bertie, to Norman Nato, saying just you focus on the energy saving. Is one thing Jota are really good at as a team. You do that job, I'll let you know when it's likely to be. Basically, when we start forming the one safety car, then you can start working on the tyre warm-up.
Also, it's flipping cold. Where's the heater controls in this thing? Because the track temperature is 16 degrees, Anthony. The air temperature is down just in double digits. So it's going to be a cold night here, and that's before it gets raining again.
It's quite interesting, though, that conversation's been had, and what they're saying is, look, don't worry about tyres for now. We are so needing to save every ounce of energy that we don't want weaving, we don't want throttle or brake any more than we have to. So you just tootle around as slow as you possibly can to save energy, and then once we get probably to that point where we know we're going to merge, then we can start warming tyres and brakes and just using that little bit more energy. So really focusing on what procedure they've probably talked about before the race and had briefings about. So yeah, good detail there from Jota, as you'd expect.
He's done 8 laps so far, and driving around at this speed, they'll easily go beyond the 12 that we know the car's capable of. So yeah, plenty of time still before it gets anywhere near having to come into pit for fuel. Is Norman Nato in the number 12 at this stage.
Yeah, and he's on the right tyre, he's on the soft. I'm guessing, in fact, we're looking now, most of the cars, or if not all, are on the soft tyres. So, yeah, he'll have ample opportunity to warm them up.
Yes, I mean, the fact that we're running the soft tyre in, I say, the heat of the midday, the less Arctic conditions of midday, surely means that they'll all be pushed onto that soft tyre all the way through the night. We can hear from Nick de Vries.
Sorry, say again. Rear anti-roller is stuck, question?
Yeah, I'm trying to get...
Okay, Nick, try to work on your steering angle to unlock it, and if it's stuck in position 1, try to push it first forward and then pull it backward.
So I don't know if you remember, Rob, driving with the old school cars where you had a mechanical brake bias adjustment and it was done via a cable. And if you touched the brakes whilst you were trying to move that brake bias, it would kind of wind itself up or down in the wrong way. A very undigital analog process.
Yeah,
it's a very.
I don't think it's the same in this car.
Well, you laugh, but the brake bias, no.
No, but
the anti-roll bar, yes. You got one for the front, one for the rear. So it does happen in these cars, believe it or not. As sophisticated as they are, it's a very mechanical system, that anti-roll bar adjustment. So
the engineer was basically saying, give it a wiggle.
Exactly, yeah, a bit like tapping the brake pedal on a mechanically adjusted brake bias setting. You can tap the brake pedal, which kind of is linked to that cable where you operate the brake bias from, and it might free up sometimes. So it's the same kind of thing for them in these cars with the anti-roll bar. And you know, they've got quite a big range on there, actually. So it's a very usable tool, front and rear, in terms of where you can change the mechanical balance of the car.
Is that the engineer's equivalent of, have you tried turning it off and on again?
Pretty much.
Yeah, it is.
It's the control-delete process for roll bar settings.
Yeah.
Big moment there for the 77 Proton Mustang. It reappears on the pit apron. It is 25 laps behind the next closest car, Ben Hanley in the United Autosports 23. It is 55 laps off the leader. So how far behind? Leader in the category is 12 laps behind the leader, so it is 33 laps down in its class, having had the steering rack rebuilt now, or replaced. Honestly, you could probably have driven to Dearborn and got one and driven back in the time that it's taken, so it is clearly buried deep inside the chassis somewhere.
We're just seeing a few teams like JMW here changing their discs, their brakes, sorry, so discs and front pads, which is a really good idea because of this safety car. However, what it does mean is, if at the end of the race, because it's quite early to change brakes at this point, so if at the end of the race it's a close one and they're in the mix, they're going to have very, very old, so they're going to have 16-hour-old brakes. So actually, at the end of the race, they might not be as racy because of that.
The problem is anybody who isn't changing now behind this safety car either needs another long safety car barrier repairs or is going to have to do it under green and is going to lose a lap at least doing so. So doing it when you can, on the understanding that anybody who doesn't do it is also even more urgently going to need brakes the next time there's a hold-up in proceedings. It's like taking on fuel, isn't it? It's a bit more of an insurance policy.
Just one question, Rob, before you answer Martin's question on the brakes. So the GT cars today, is it possible to make it through the race without a change, or do you have to?
No, a race like this, you'll be changing front only, normally only front axle. So, yeah, rears seem to last quite well.
Have you seen any gravel on the track?
There is a bit of gravel in North and in Mulsanne, but they were cleaning it.
Copy. Ford and Mulsanne, but they were cleaning it.
There is also gravel in Dunlop.
Copy. Ford and Dunlop and Mulsanne, but they were cleaning Ford and Mulsanne.
Yeah, the one that is still there is Dunlop.
Copy, thanks. Race control was asking.
It's quite good actually when race control, they do listen, they scan the radio to all the cars, and so feedback from the driver, basically, yeah, you're doing a good job cleaning the track, there's one more section to go, and that's at Dunlop chicane.
It was probably a message on the Discord, so Eduardo's using Discord to talk to all the teams at one stage, going, would anybody like to give me feedback from the driver on a good job they're doing? Here's a new one. We're not in Australia, so there's no kangaroo on track, but marshals are reporting a dog on the track around Marshals Post 10, which is the first chicane on the Mulsanne Straight. So you saw there the safety car rules. 3 safety cars used to neutralise the race. They remain out for barrier repairs. The cars there is indeed a dog. Well, It is never a good idea to bring animals to the race, and that's a really good reason why.
Well, it might not be people bringing animals to the race. It's that back straight there is in amongst
houses and a restaurant, and yeah.
And maybe because the noise has died down slightly behind the safety cars, it's then less scared to find itself on the racetrack. It's not scared away by such noise anymore, but...
Either way, it needs to be caught, doesn't it?
Well, here's a very succinct way of saying what I was explaining, taking about 40 minutes to do. That cars who are ahead of their class leader will be waved by, reducing the gap within classes at the restart, but also stopping anybody really losing laps because of the safety cars. And that's been an issue in the past with the 3 safety cars, is that depending on where the leader gets caught, it can really mess up your race. Final stage, safety car turns off the lights after they've merged and waved by, and we will go green. Pit stops will be allowed after the first green flag lap, so you must cross the start-finish line, otherwise you will come into the pits with the pit lane open. Pedal Mafia, that's a group of cyclists that Ollie Milroy is a part of, and that is the Milroy family in the garage with the Inception team. Damage to the car driven by Brendan Iribe is now fixed, and they are back out on track. You saw JMW Sally Jolich in the pit lane. That car has now left. We also saw the 46 BMW coming in. So Ahmed Al-Hati drops out of safety car B, and will have to wait until safety car C comes around before he can rejoin in the back of that queue. And that is the queue that actually has the race leader in it. And he just rejoined. Okay, so he's gone to the back of safety car B, in fact, so he must have dropped off QA.
And we must stress as well that this isn't, all this delay is nothing to do with the safety car procedure. We're waiting for the barrier to be repaired.
Correct.
We are expecting some very light rain in 10 minutes.
Very light rain in 10 minutes. Well, that's possibly not going to hurry us back to green. More work going on the 20 BMW Art car. And that, again, I think, had a steering issue after contact. So it's not been BMW's week in hypercar. The number 15 car was very quick, got into hyperpole. The 20 car didn't. But unfortunately, its race has not gone well. Now, there are 2 arms to WRT here. All of them feature a lot of former Belgian racing talent, or Belgian former racing, old racing drivers. In the GT category, the guy who looks after proceedings there is Kurt Mollikens, and he is with Bruce Ioani. Kurt Mollikens and the legend that is Mr. Pierre Dudonné are running those 2 BMWs. And the other 2 cars, well, Vincent Vos is at the top of the pyramid there, and of course Thierry Tassin, our regular listener on the pit wall, as we discovered when we were at Spa, sending Bruce down to find out what was going on from him. And he said, I knew you were coming because I'm listening to the commentary on my headset. So there is no escape when we make glib comments about teams. Quite often they come back to bite us. So safety car remains out here. Just a little note on the weather, Anthony. I was just showing the boys a few minutes ago, track temperature is down at 16, just above 16 degrees. This time last year, after 8 hours, track temperature was still 24 degrees. So 1 degree lower than the ideal starting temperature for the hard tyre, which is above 25. So they were then in medium territory. We are very much in soft tyre territory here, but the teams will not have an overabundance of soft tyres because it's rarely cool enough in June in Le Mans to require them.
Exactly, so they've all been pushed towards just running the medium and the soft, as you say, because the hard tyre just isn't in the operating window and won't be. I fear for them for the remainder of this race, as we see Ben Keating there in the United Autosports, number 23, back in the pits and a rear end change. He gets going again. And,
taken over from Ben Hanley, who brought the car in.
So what he'll have to do, see the red light on at the end of the pit lane, and he'll be waiting there now until safety car A, which is currently going through the Porsche curves. So he turns the car off and waits for that safety car to come past, and he'll join the back of that. But yeah, they're all, at least the hypercar drivers, have the opportunity for, it seems now, only 2 compounds, and they're going to, after the night stint, be drastically running out of the softs.
They will probably be praying for a bit of rain. Philip Albuquerque debriefing with Ben Hanley. They look all smiles. Ben Keating's had a torrid time in the car, been off a few times in it. They got a stone in the alternator, which required a bit of a long strip and rebuild. Safety car will enter the last lap under 3 safety cars. We therefore are done with our barrier repairs and ready to start merging. And safety car A now coming out of the Ford chicane, so it is about to start lap number 112, and this will be the final one with 3 safety cars, Graham Goodwin, before we go for merge.
We do indeed. We'll merge onto the single safety car. Pits will close, and then there will be a pass around as and when required. And that's the celebration of that news in the middle of the circuit. Everybody eager to get back to...
Well, at least they're setting
racing.
off all the pyrotechnics while we're still awake, which is, you know, a joy.
Handy, because it's actually outside your caravan.
Yes, I'm hoping that it hasn't caught light by the time we get back there. However...
It'll have gone out by then.
That gravel trap, which is part of the Baguette circuit, the final couple of corners on the Baguette circuit, is just behind our TV compound, which is why you can hear it all quite clearly over the microphones in the booth here. By the way, before we go back to racing, quick mention again for the WC app. If you have not paid your £14 or euro equivalent or dollar equivalent, why not do so? Hello, Duncan Vincent, friend of the family, who's sitting at home watching with a nice tasty lagerita. He's watching the show. You can too. You can get an enhanced timing system feed out as well on the app, which you can then stream onto your TV alongside, or your other device alongside the pictures. You can watch live coverage on the app as well. And don't forget, of course, on the YouTube site, not only can you go back and watch all of last year's Le Mans 24, in about 10 days time you'll be able to watch all of this year's Le Mans 24 Hours as well, and full access. Cannot recommend highly enough the full access programs. I don't make them, so I can recommend them. I don't voice them, so I can recommend them. They are a great view that we never get of the things that go on in the garage and behind the scenes. Some interviews with drivers and teams. Anthony had the sit down with Tom Christensen and Valentino Rossi a couple of weeks ago, and that is on the last of penultimate one from Imola, wasn't it? But there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind. You just get to see team and driver reactions to what's transpiring on track, and actually that is educational and informative as sometimes watching the action itself is, watching teammates snigger at their own teammates' misfortunes or acts of daring do. So it's called Full Access, and if you go to YouTube and go to the FIA WC site, search for that. I promise you, you will want to subscribe. It is really, really must-see viewing, and the Le Mans Full Access should be out in around 10 days' time. So the boys who are filming all the way through the week and the 24 hours have got an awful lot of footage to try and compress into a 1-hour show. It's going to be mighty.
So, still behind the 3 safety cars. Safety car A now just clearing, in fact, on its way down to the second chicane on the Mulsanne. It would appear that Fido has been recovered from the Honorier.
Not Fido Dido, who made an appearance a few years ago on What Car Was That?
There you go. And this is the fireworks show from Martin's caravan. And in the background there with neat synergy to the commentary team we've got here this year. Simple Minds concert there in the infield.
Don't you forget about what you came in the room for, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a glittering prize. Yeah, it's that time of the morning again.
It isn't.
Quite yet, it's early yet.
It isn't.
So,
7.5 hours into the race and 16.5 still to go. So we have gone 1/4 distance and a little more, but the first safety car of the race.
What's just going to note, by the way, we saw Ben Keating look a little bit frustrated in the car as he was leaving. I think that was a front clip change for that car, a rear clip change rather for that car, rather than just taking it off, doing something behind it. I think they changed the rear clip. But Ben was clearly just frustrated with what has been a pretty difficult race for the 23 car by anybody's measure. A squad that we would have expected rather more from, but they are a very distant 15th and last running car in LMP2. We've lost one car in P2, Jonas Reed, in the number 9 Proton competition car out of the race, as are 3 of our hypercars, the 15 with Dries van Teur at the wheel of the BMW after contact from and with Robert Kubica. And that car very firmly out the race after solid contact with the barrier. Both of the Alpines out of the race Saturday after showing very well early on. The 35s in the hands of Nicolas Lapierre retired in the garage, 36 are in the garage, and the 35 retiring down at Arnage Corner, both appearing to be with mechanical failure. And then the first retirement came for the 54 car. That's one of the 2 Vista AF Corsa full season WEC Ferrari 296 LMGT3s. Thomas Fleur with heavy impact with the barrier just before the Dunlop chicane.
That was the number 9 Proton competition LMP3 car, was it? The one I've just...
Or was that just the rear of...
Gallantly waved the marker of doom through?
It's retired.
Yeah, it is shown as retired, but... what was that then?
That's
Cool
Racing.
Back in the Cool Racing car, okay. Why did the number 9 car retire?
I don't know, I wasn't on duty at the time.
It stopped, says David Addison. Just failure to proceed, Porsche curves, stop dead. Okay, Vector Sport are in, they are still going, so we have lost the number 9 car. And Jonas Reed, Macho Capetto.
Hopefully we're going to get some
all out of action.
Some chat with Vector Sport. I think Bruce is down there and hoping to get hold of the Monegasque Stefan Riquelme, who's just out of the car.
Right, let's catch up with Bruce Ioanni in the pit lane with Stefan Riquelme. One hour, the safety car has been on track, and we are showing you the regulations here for the pass around. Anybody who is in the merged safety car queue ahead of their class leader will be waved round to join the back of that queue. So at the front of each class will be the class leader. Unfortunately for Stefan Riquelme and his crew, Bruce points out that having changed onto slicks, the rain has now arrived. Mind you, it's not the entire field now on slicks. I think everybody did get to that stage. So they've been trogging around on their slicks, which have been getting steadily colder and colder and more mahogany-like. And now a light sprinkling of drizzle has arrived.
The other thing to point out, by the way, this stage of the safety car procedure is pits are now closed. So once we get to the stage where the merge begins, pits will be closed. The theory being that they've all had an opportunity to fuel.
Right, they are not going back, as we were told they would, to a single safety car this lap. Yes, they are. Safety car B has waved by its queue, although it seems to have gone past Arnage, and safety car C has also waved by its queue, but safety car A, which is, if you like, the safety car, i.e. the one that comes out of pit lane, is waiting for everybody else to catch up.
Just to say that it feels colder now on pit wall. Air temp 14, track temp 14, so lowest all week.
Lowest in living memory, actually, 14.
Just the message you want to hear when you're about to try and catch the single safety car A on your very cold slicks with rain coming down.
And again, 24 degrees of track temperature at this same time last year after 8 hours of the race. So, yeah, it's bitter.
So now the game is catch the safety car. Catch the safety car from safety car B. Those cars at the moment just coming through Dunlop.
Dear Dad.
The safety car A is heading down towards the first chicane. Meantime, safety car B coming through the Porsche curve, so a little way before they catch up. Once that is there and secure, and Eduardo Freitas and his team are happy, we will start the pass-by.
Right, now, one of the questions that we were trying to figure out, and our GPS wouldn't allow us to track, is where, behind which safety car was the 51 Ferrari? And I think...
It's behind A.
It is now, but the leader was behind safety car C and has been released. So that means that, among others, the 51 Ferrari will get the wave around. So it had briefly gone a lap down in the carambolage of the last rain shower, but has come back onto the lead lap, but it will now be waved around, so it will remain on the lead lap and will not be in danger of immediately going back off the lead lap.
I think the answer is every car in hypercar, bar the number 5, will get a wave around.
Yeah, they were all on the lead lap, so yeah, they'll remain. Whoever was on the lead lap, basically, before all this safety car situation happened, will be back on the lead lap if they weren't due to being split by the 3 safety cars and the pit stops and all the waiting for the other ones to come by. We don't need to care about any of that. The most important thing was, were they all on the lead lap before the safety car came out? I think all of them, like you say, Graham, bar one, were. So the best thing is, the race is back on, because they're all going to be bunched up again. They might have a few P2s and GTs in amongst them all, but they're effectively much closer now than they've been since the very start of the race.
They'll
and
be
all on the same
seconds
lap.
apart rather than minutes.
Yes.
Well, my apologies, because I've just seen out of, as the cars just separate a little, the 8 will not get away by either, because that is close enough. So there are 3 cars that are catching the safety car A train. That's, well, it's the leader, the 5 and the 8 are the only cars effectively right now on the lead lap. That will change as all the rest of the cars are waved by safety car A and will rejoin the back of the queue.
You don't have to be on the lead lap to get the wave by.
No, you don't.
So 311 and 94, which are not on the lead lap, will also get the wave by, because the race leader is, or their class leader is behind them. So they don't automatically get waved by enough to come back onto the lead lap. But again,
you're overcomplicating a really simple process. They were on the lead lap, they're still going to be on the same lead lap.
Yeah, but they're not on the lead lap, but they are waved by, so they're not in danger of losing a second lap immediately.
There's going to be very few LMGT3 cars waved by, because the 92 car is actually very close to safety car A.
Yeah, in fact, it might be the first car in the queue.
It could well be.
The GT3 leader, I think it is, Manthey Pure Racing's Joel Sturm. So, Paul de Resta just studying the rules again. Hang on, but what if we're not on the lead lap? Do we get him? No, you
Paul
get
is absolutely on it. With my time working with him in the F1 on Sky, my time with him, he was so on it as a pundit in terms of rules, regulations. He was like having a team manager, race team manager within the... It was impressive. So absolutely, he'll know exactly what's going on here.
Somebody needs to.
So we're close now to the final cars, the final group of LMGT3 cars to merge with the queue. That is all going to happen on the run down to Indianapolis on this lap, and I'm sure very soon we will see the instruction to start the pass by.
The answer to the question you have yet spoken, Anthony, is it's a restart. Why has Ben Hanley got his helmet back on when he's only just got out of the car? It's a restart. The car might be coming in again in a lap or so if there's some unfortunateness. And as David Addison is banned from saying, cautions breed cautions, safety cars breed safety cars.
I was waiting for it. You haven't let me down. The Martin Haven bingo strikes again. And my son listening at home, I'm sure he's just put a big cross through that one.
Got that one.
Tick.
Hello, Rowan.
So yeah, I mean the cars are now they're going over the 11 lap mark for drivers that have stayed out there conserving the fuel, like we heard from Norman Nato's side of the garage at Jota. Yeah, he's now on lap 11, so yeah, he's still got range, definitely still got range because of going so slowly and doing his job, saving the fuel. Their biggest concern, as you can see there, is that stuff falling.
Well, now, they're potentially going to have to make a tyre choice earlier than quite a lot of their rivals, aren't they? So if it suddenly dumps, then they're great because they're at the end of a stint anyway, but they're going to be pressed to make a choice in a lap or two that they might not want to have to commit to in 3 or 4 laps.
And making a choice based on drivers driving really slowly under safety car conditions. They've got no feel for the track.
True. But they will have a feel for how hard it's raining in places. It's not raining hard, but it is raining. It is light rain, class 1, which is as limited rain as possible. Due to the last 20 minutes, the message said, well, it's already been half of that 20 minutes. And look at the pictures from the heli-telly. There's not an awful lot of rain in the air, so it may well be that it's drying already. And in that case, then Norman Nato and Hers Team Jota might dodge that particular hard choice bullet.
Not at 14 degrees it won't be. It will not.
I mean the air,
yes,
rather than the track.
But on the track, I suspect, as we were talking about last time we were together on air, at that kind of temperature and with not a lot of wind out there.
There is quite a lot of wind.
Oh, there is.
Yes.
Right, well, it's going to stay wet in parts of this track for quite a long time.
Well, it depends how wet it is. Again, it was light rain as opposed to just sort of airy-fairy drizzle, but the track is not streaming wet like it was the second rain shower when everybody dived into the pits. Manthey Pure Racing leading in GT3. And again, it doesn't matter who's behind you if you're a class leader. It only matters who's in front of you in the queue. Safety cars called safety cars. Yes, they do indeed. And particularly now with a lack of heated tyres, with darkness and with the cold, and drivers all with a twitchy trigger finger, or whatever the driving equivalent of that is. They're all desperate to get on with it, and particularly those who are well placed. Actually, equally, particularly those who are really not well placed. Everybody will see the restart, Anthony, as an opportunity to try and gain some ground on their rivals.
Absolutely, and it's such a nerve-wracking time for the teams as they rely on their drivers at this point to tell them, to inform them about how the track condition is now, and the drivers are relying on their team to tell them, well, what's the rain intensity likely to do and the duration. So together, you have to work as that team, that combination, to try to make the right choice in terms of what tyres to be on. But like I said before, driving around at this speed, incredibly hard to get a feel for what's the best tyre to be on, because at these speeds the car feels quite grippy. As soon as you press the accelerator and you're unleashed from that safety car, suddenly the thing feels ever so wild, and your wheel spinning everywhere and sliding around, and your heart sinks and you think, oh, why didn't we put wets on?
It's not the 92 by the way behind the safety car. It's the 82. So that is certainly one GT car that will definitely get a wave around.
But 92 is right at the front of that queue, isn't it? So it's not like the whole field gets away by, and that will shorten things a little as well, because they'd be the slowest cars to catch up to the queue.
also another thing about driving around at this kind of speed, it allows the rain to settle more on the track without cars driving around flat out and spraying it up into it. Exactly. So the track it could possibly be the wettest it's been so far.
Etienne Masson's seat being prepared, and there he is in the background, ready to take over at the Lexus team. A Codis ASP, very experienced GT3 racing team, but for much of their life, it's been impossible to say a Codis without saying Mercedes at the end of it. So the Lexus, very much a new car to them. Work going on here.
That's just happened. The 81 car just come in. That's come in for emergency service.
Yeah, and quite some work going on there as well, I'm afraid.
So this is what they're all looking at on their phones.
Weather radar. Yep, weather radar. Robert Kubica, our race leader. Still no word, by the way, about the investigation into his contact with the number 15 BMW.
I think you'll get that when we get back to Green Flag Racing. Yeah. They'll want him to respond to that when we've got clear and running. Prepare for pass around. You can see the length of this queue. Yes, we've lost, what, 4 or 5 cars in this race. Still 58 cars running, albeit a couple of them in the pit garages at the moment. One from TF Sports with dramas as yet unknown. And the 20 BMW, the last surviving BMW, didn't look great to me. Again, part of the good news is that possibly only one LMGT3 car is going to get a wave around. Not quite sure how many LMP2 cars are ahead of that class leader, but there is quite a bulk of hypercars in front of the yellow AF Corsa Ferrari of Robert Kubica, so those will all be getting the wave around. However, they are, of course, going to be, in theory at least, the quickest cars to get round to the back of the queue, although they're the ones that will potentially struggle most with the cold tyres, and that will blunt their pace. But either way, we are now in stage 3 of 4 pass around, so at some stage I think we will see the race leader up behind the safety car, because there's a whole queue being waved by already.
Keep an eye on the conditions and take it easy during this lap. We want energy. If you can put energy, we're happy. You can get a bit of tire temp. In the meantime, pay attention with the track condition.
That helicopter shot was very informative. You could see a string of red lights and then a little black space that was ahead of the safety car. And then you could see other sets of red lights. Look, the dark gap halfway down the straight, at the front of it is the safety car, and he's waved by everybody now that needs the wave by. So all those red lights higher up the screen, that is the field that's been waved by the safety car. So the wave by has happened, and the safety car queue looks like it's about 10 cars long now.
But he's picked up the overall race leader.
That is happenstance. It could easily have been the GT3 leader.
But the GT3 leader was ahead of the race leader. 100% in that queue. Absolutely, definitely was. The 92 car was definitely ahead of the 83.
Right. On our GPS, there is no sign of either the LMP2 leader or the GT3 leader indicator in the cars that are being released. So he must still be in the queue, but it's all so truncated, it's hard to see.
These rain conditions will last for another 15 minutes.
Quite a long 20 minutes. That's the sort that London Transport is using to measure the gaps between tube trains. Not barrier repairs, still more fireworks going on. And there is still a bit of drizzle coming down, Anthony Davidson. So less than ideal conditions from which to be going about your business from behind a safety car.
Unfortunately, it means it's going to take a longer time to catch the safety car, because they can't, they're crawling around in the wet on slicks, and cold slicks at that as well. The message we heard from car 50 saying we need energy, well, they're basically talking about the SOC, the state of charge of the battery, so they want to try and charge the battery up as well in the meantime.
And how are they doing that then?
Just by using the brake pedal more, kinetic energy, and not using a lot of throttle, which they won't be anyway. Half throttle as well can help to recover the energy that way into the battery, and also just putting energy through the brakes, through into the tyres, so you're trying to heat up the air inside the tyres. It all helps. But that message meant we want energy. It means we want to boost the sock.
Do you use throttle and brake at the same time to get that front axle regen while you're using the internal combustion engine to sort of push against it? You know what I mean?
You can. That is one way. That's a mechanical way of doing it for the driver. But there are switches that you can change on the steering wheel to basically put the engine into more of a charge mode.
Gotcha. And this, of course, is the front motor as well as the internal combustion engine on the four-wheel drive cars, the Le Mans hybrids. Presumably a similar system, even with the LMDH cars, the Porsches and the like, BMW.
Would you like some good news?
Have you got good news?
I've got 2 bits of good news.
From David Addison?
No,
it seems unlikely.
One from David.
Given his heritage.
Confirming that the Iron Lynx number 60 car is back in the race after that contretemps with the barrier. 51 minutes on pit lane. The other good news is the 81 car. We saw that in the garage from what we think was emergency service. That car is back out on track as well. Proton Competition, the 77 car, by the way, 3 hours and 27 minutes for that fix.
I even have that written down on a piece of paper here because I made a note of that because I knew at some stage we would want to know. 3.5 hours to change the steering rack. It's clearly not a service item.
No.
And that was the car we saw way back when the front left was kind of like wobbling around. It wasn't the wheel, it was the suspension. Obviously caused a lot more damage internally.
We saw the number 1 mechanic making that's a rather large problem. International sign language.
International sign for the job's not a good one.
This is the signal that pass round has been completed.
Hurrah! Fireworks to celebrate. Don't expect this every time pass round is completed, by the way. This is...
Get expensive, couldn't it?
Very slightly. Also, everybody will be mutton at the end of it. AF Corsa leads from the number 5 Porsche from Penske. Toyota in 3rd, hello. AF Corsa's Ferrari in 4th, Porsche 5th, Cadillac in 6th. So what you got is Ferrari, Porsche, Toyota, Ferrari, Porsche, American car, Ferrari, Porsche, Toyota, American car, Porsche. So just outside the top 12 is the remaining healthy Lamborghini, although both are still going, 63 and 19. Neither, unfortunately, of our Alpine hypercars is still in the running. The Peugeots are both still running, but at the tail end of the top 20 and some way away from points at the moment.
Message from friend of the show and last year interviewee on the show for the centenary edition, Martin Short, who is listening in, watching in at home. Says he's enjoying the coverage. What a race. Not there. 20th anniversary of Roll Centre Racing here for the first time. I didn't think he was that old.
Friend of the show? Oof, that's stretching it. 20 years since Roll Centre came for the first time. Of course, they finished 2nd overall.
They finished 4th overall.
4th overall, yes, that's right. With their Pescarolo. So, 25th anniversary, by the way, of BMW winning it with with our safety car, with our driver advisor, Yannick Dalmas.
50th anniversary of the last Matra win.
And the 100th anniversary of Bentley's first win.
Absolutely. You're skating over the question about how old Martin Short must be by now.
Skating right over that. That's thinner ice than I care to venture onto. Martin Short, newly found bobsled fanatic as well.
I've heard this.
Yes.
Yes. Dear me, it's a new level of insanity there for the ex-Roll Centre Racing boss.
Well, the next stage is we get him in one, and then all bets are off.
I believe there is something of watch party Shea Shorts with much of the crew of the original Roll Centre Racing. So, boys and girls, and it was very much a boys and girls operation. Hope you enjoyed this. Enjoy the rest of the race. There's a lot more to come.
Absolutely.
Hopefully, fewer fireworks.
Right, pass around should have almost been completed. Beg pardon, pass around has been completed, but as the safety car comes into the forward chicane, the cars that passed around have not yet got to Mulsanne corner. It is taking a long time to get them there, and that's because it is so cold and so wet. Again, this is not the procedure, this is the weather. Were it dry, even in the dark, they'd be joined up by now. It ain't dry. not quiet either. You see what I mean about trying to sleep through this nonsense?
This is the family pack from WH Smith. It's quite good, isn't it?
That's the full 50 quid's worth from Fireworks Are Us.
And the award at the moment for the driver that's gone the furthest, by the way, for those of you who are interested, Antonio Giovinazzi, 19 laps.
19 laps for Antonio Giovinazzi.
Wow,
Featherfoot
okay.
Giovinazzi.
Yes, he is. 81 had to go into the garage to replace the nose because of a light panel. So the mandatory luminescent panels, which carry the number, not the position indicators, but the light panels. Some of them are in the door of the car, some of them are in the nose. The door of the Corvette is far too cut away. Now that, ladies and gentlemen in Belgium, that is a croque monsieur, not your toasted sandwich.
I think that is famed Jota caterer Matt Sankey's work.
That indeed is a croque. David Addison has a private message for me, and it is, and that was the first out of Martin dealing with my barrier damage. David is off to bed, everybody.
You do me. Now the fireworks are finished.
Yeah, now the fireworks are finished, the stage can really kick into life. So still wet out on track. Not an awful lot of spray in the air, but I'm sure once they are released to go green, there will be. You see quite a lot of rain still drifting across. It is quite breezy. It is cold. If the temperature's still 14 on track, I would be very surprised. I would think we are in danger of dropping into single digits of track temperature.
There are moments in my retirement when I really miss being out there.
This not one?
This ain't one of them.
Car 5 is P2, 1, 2, 3, 4 cars behind. Car 5 and 8.
It will be disaster. Because here it rains, but the tires are so cold and on the straight line it's acting damp.
And this is what everybody is facing. He at least has very little moving metal in front of him. You can see he's pulling out in the safety car queue to try and estimate what there is and how he's going to deal with them, because of course we will go green at the line. Nobody can pass anybody, no matter how slowly they're going in front of them, until they have passed the start-finish line. And still, the LMP2 cars and the hypercars that had a wave around are coming out of the Ford chicane. The safety car is at the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight. This is now the third lap of wave round, and they have not caught the safety car.
It's streaming wet. The tyres are stone cold.
They basically can barely go faster than the safety car at this speed.
Again, best laid plans of mice and men. To reiterate what Anthony said a few minutes ago, this long safety car is not because of the safety car procedure, it's because of barrier repairs. This 3-lap long wave around is not because of the procedure, it's because of the weather.
Told you it's Candy Crush.
Whoa.
They weren't all looking at the radar after all.
Boom. See, that's a software engineer if ever I saw one.
Strategist, I think.
Winner, winner, Candy Crush chicken dinner. Interesting. Up at the top there, you can see the cool seat inserts for the Ferraris. Now, all 3 Ferraris are using them. Instead of just a foam seat with a bit of tank tape on, they've got hollow channels inside, mesh on the driver against the driver's back that allows air to blow through. When you're on board with the Ferrari, you'll see a hose coming from the top. You can't see it in this car, but you can in 50 and 51. Hose coming from the top of the windscreen that ducts the air through into the seat back, which is then circulated behind the driver. The end result of which is, in a hot race like Qatar, if you're using that cool suit, you get out and your back is still dry. If you're not, and James Calado didn't, he lost 10 kilos.
Wow. You were saying about the...
How much is dried up? Yeah.
No, they're saying about Giovinazzi and that 19-lap stint, 20% of his virtual energy tank left, as against 50 plus for more or less everybody else, with a couple of exceptions to the 40s.
They are very, very out of sync, aren't they? But he's doing a great job in. Please go green. I mean, he must be busting for a wee as well, never mind anything else. 15 BMW, a very sad sight. They're not going to get the opportunity to celebrate victory here at Le Mans after on the 21st anniversary of their win with the BMW LM V12. Did I say 21st? 25th. Yeah, of their win with the BMW V12 LM. It is still such a beautiful car. I was coming past in the paddock as I was coming to the booth before the race. Whap, whap on the V12. Oh, what a gorgeous thing.
Some track updates, please, for Will.
It's fully wet everywhere, so yeah, wet condition. There is not one single corner where it's dry, so he can use, as I say, full wet line, especially in the Porsche, to avoid like the inside line to cross back in exit.
Copy that. Copy.
All right. Why does Will need to know? Because after this lap, we go green, and after that lap, Will's getting in the car because they're going to put on wets. It is wetter than it was. We're not Otter's Pocket territory yet, but it is definitely not slick weather, and not ice-cold slicks that have lost any semblance of temperature. I would love to see a tyre temperature monitor on 2 or 3 of the hypercars to see what little temperature they've got in these tyres. Anthony, normal operating temperature would be sort of 90 plus degrees, getting close to 100.
Exactly.
Again, if they're in double digits, if they're any warmer than the track temperature, then the driver's done a great job.
Problem is, you know, they can do all they can at this stage on the brakes, trying to overslip the tyre and wheel spin the tyres in a straight line. Is usually in dry conditions, when the track's very grippy, it's hard enough. You do all you can in the car to build the temperature. You see it on your dashboard. This is what Norman Nata was referring to earlier on. He's saying, I can see my tyre temperature. They're really low. What can I do? And at that time, his engineer said, no, don't worry, we'll build them up later. But I mean, that's in optimal conditions. It's hardly possible to build them up where you'd like. You see the temperatures creeping up single digit by single digit after half a lap. Now, I can't imagine you'll see any increase in temperature.
The safety car train is now at 1, so now the option is, with pass around concluded and the field is merged, for race control to determine when we go back to green flag racing.
So if I'm in the car right now and I'm thinking, it was okay for slicks earlier on, it's definitely not now, can I pit?
No.
No.
Pit lane is closed until after the first full green flag lap.
It said under emergency conditions. Is that an emergency condition?
No, emergency is if you have damage or are on bingo fuel.
And I think that's completely correct.
Yeah.
What's the penalty if you did pit?
Drive-through. You have to pit again immediately. If you short fuel, you have to come in immediately and do a full fuel stop.
This is
immediately.
This is going to be treacherous.
Yep.
And we're going to see, with all jokes aside, Martin, to steal your line, it won't be long before there's either a full course yellow or another safety car. Cars will be spinning around, I'm convinced by it. This such difficult conditions. Supposed to be hearing from Sebastian Bourdais.
Green now, they're gonna get another yellow right away.
Yep, copy that. That's what I thought.
If they go green now, they're going to get another yellow right away. Exactly what you just said. So at this point, you're the strategist, Anthony Davidson. If you've got 2 cars in the fight, do you risk bringing one of them down for emergency service?
Well, that's why I asked. You slap a set of wets on, you swallow that drive-through, but at least you survive.
The 51 Ferrari, you surely would at this point.
Or if you're Peugeot, do it. You're not going to win the race in the dry. They've shown they haven't got the speed.
Safety car is coming in this lap. Yep. We're about to see whether or not anybody decides to throw that dice.
Lights off on the safety car. Safety car boards remain illuminated all the way around the circuit. They will see green at the line.
It is the 92 car, the LMGT3 leader, the first car behind, or was behind, the safety car. We're about to go back to green flag running.
I thought that was Manti EMA there. Maybe not. However, number 5 is well up in the queue. Fred Makovici, second in hypercar. The race leader is the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari. And as
we have got people coming in.
Yeah.
And already a car spun on pit lane entry. That's how what it is.
Is that a Porsche?
Good luck, everybody.
I think that may be the race leader. Another GT3 has gone around.
Leaders go green, or the leaders behind the safety car go green. With Fred Makovici, they are obeying the rules.
Leader overall in the pits.
Well, we were told clearly that you could not come in off the back of the safety car queue unless it was an emergency.
I mean, I'm wincing. You don't know what this feels like. This is... I mean, absolutely, it's like walking on ice. It really is. The skill needed.
I drive on ice all winter on unsuitable cars with summer tyres on from a rental desk. So I've got a slight idea, but yeah.
Porsche lead Le Mans, meanwhile, by the way. The number 5 car has gone through to lead with the 83, the 8 Toyota, 50 Ferrari, the 6, the 2, the 51, the 12, whatever else is happening, they're coming in.
Right, in which case, have we actually not understood the rules? We did ask, and we were told it has to be after the lap that the safety car is released.
Well, it went green and they're allowed to pit. As soon as it went green.
They haven't gone green. They've pitted where the track is yellow.
This is disaster for the 8 car because he's finished his pit stop, but he can't be released because so many cars are coming down pit lane. He's lost about 15 seconds.
But he's gained because he's on wets on the leaders.
Yeah.
The problem is, if you come in from behind the safety car, you are pitting when the pit lane is closed because the track only goes green at the line.
You have to do it. You have to come in and put the wets on. I mean, the leading cars are only just coming to the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight. That's how slowly they're going.
Safety car procedures under review. I am assuming that, and again, unless I misunderstood, and we did ask a number of times, that everybody who's now stopped will get a penalty, which is essentially almost the entire field.
So it looks at the moment 5 of the 311 are the 2 cars in the hypercar field that opted not to stop. We'll see how this one actually emerges. Meantime, I was correct, by the way. The 92 Porsche was the one in the gravel at pit in. That's dropped from the lead of the race to 12th. So the Codis ASP Lexus leads Le Mans.
So here come the wet runners. Catching the cars on slicks. This is how it happened, coming into the pit lane.
Yeah.
For that Porsche 92, to the left, to the right, over the curb, and that was just enough.
Curb.
It's all it takes to unsettle the car in those kind of conditions. It's the right line in the dry, and you use that curb in the dry.
So,
yeah.
Klaus Bachler brings the car out. The car didn't make it to its pit stall, but into the gravel trap. And took a while to come out of that, lost 11 places with that fumble. Jack Hawksworth leads the class from Michel Gatting in the Iron Dames Lamborghini.
Riding on board with Fred Makowiecki, number 5 Porsche, still on that soft set of tyres. They've done 15 laps. Well, listen to this.
The stop, please confirm.
If it stops to rain, we can stay like that.
Well, the other point to make here is he still hasn't passed all the traffic from a safety car queue.
So he's saying if it stops raining, I'm happy to stay out here, but...
So coming up to the Porsche curves, this is usually where you're in 5th gear on entry. At around in the dry, you'll probably be doing about 120, 130 miles an hour. That's not anywhere near 100 miles an hour.
It's not even 130 kilometers an hour. So, and of course, at these speeds, no aerodynamic grip whatsoever. which means that it's putting even less pressure on the tyre.
Oh, that was close. And it's those kind of corners where you can have that kind of moment, and this is some skillful driving from all of them.
And he's not getting close, as Graham points out. He's actually being dropped by the GT cars, which have got ABS and traction control.
And you know, you were stressing about the Toyotas, car number 8, I think it was. They're now at Mulsanne corner. It wasn't long. Sorry, Arnage. It wasn't. It was at Arnage. Now, car 8, Rio Hirakawa, is massively catching, and Fred Makawiki continues.
They're committed now. They've got to stick with it.
Our sector 2 with wet tires is 19 seconds quicker than Porsche 5, so wet is the right tire at the moment. 2 seconds quicker than the 83. 2 seconds quicker than the 83 in sector 2. Good job. 19
seconds quicker in sector 2 between this, I think, is the LMGT3 leader ahead of him here.
Yeah, that's the Codis ASP Lexus of Jack Hawksworth, and the race leader cannot get by him. He can't go as quick as the GT3 car in these streaming wet conditions. He might get by on the Mulsanne, but he's got to come out of Tertre Rouge quickly enough, and that's not guaranteed either.
The cars that actually opted to stay out are at the end of the Porsche curves or further on. The cars that stop for wets are coming into the Porsche curves. They're closing very rapidly indeed.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, let's see. I haven't seen any images if the rain is still coming down or not. It doesn't look that wet here on that part of the track. On the
lot of spray.
Yeah.
Lot of spray.
It's hard to tell, isn't it, in the dark? That's the problem, and it's the same for the drivers. Fred Makawiki, onto his engineer, saying, yeah, if it stays like this, I'll be able to survive. Yeah, but we saw this in Imola, didn't we? You can survive out there. We saw both Ferraris, but the Toyotas were taking 20, 30 seconds out of them pretty much every other lap.
Absolutely.
The same thing's going to happen here.
Well, he has still got not got past Jack Hawksworth. They've both passed the number 60 Iron Lynx Lamborghini.
Pipo Derani, who stayed out, has been caught by Laurens Vanthoor, who came through the pits and took wet weather tyres. This is Robert Kubica.
On the wets. Look at the difference.
On the dries.
Robert Kubica is on the wets.
Yeah, he didn't pit. While we're watching this, let's get down to the pits with Bruce Giuliani. He's at with Norman Nato at the Jota team. All right, we don't have Bruce and Norman. I think we need to find out as much as we can from the teams, because the Jota cars did pit.
Yeah, so cars, I don't know, we're still waiting to hear from Bruce. So cars on the wet tyres at the moment. Car number 50, car number 8, car number 6, 51, 7, 38, 83, the car we're riding on board with now, number 3, number 2, 12, 63, and 19, 93, so both Peugeots, 93 and 94.
So the only 2 cars in the lead group that aren't are the number 5 and the 311.
Okay, so number 5 is ahead of us as we ride with Robert Kubica, and he is closing fast on the lead Porsche, Fred Mako.
He's taken 10 seconds out in this first sector. He's taken 12 seconds out in the second sector. He's now 10 seconds behind him on the road.
And look at the difference of speed there into Indianapolis. That's really impressive, but we're hearing that rain is already stopping. And they're only a lap in, or 2 laps in now, to their wet tyre stint.
But I think the difference from earlier on, now it's dark and the rain really settled on the track under that safety car period. I believe, and from my experience as well, it will take much longer to dry now than it did previously in the race.
What I am impressed about so far, though, is that having rolled the dice, Mako and the number 5 team are sticking with it. Let's not commit and then go for wets, because that's double loss.
So we've seen in the pits, you know, it's going to take them, it will take you a minute and a half to come in, change the tyres and get going again.
Change, as long as you don't now lose
a minute and a half before the track dries, you're still quids in.
Listen to how much quicker he's going already on this little section here. Now, it will still be wetter in other places, but they've still got potentially maybe another 7 or 8 laps in this stint, and that might be just enough for him to come back.
My gut feeling is car number 5, they've got it wrong at this stage.
So 83 on wets behind you for position.
You repeat?
83 behind you for position. 83 Ferrari on wets.
Yeah, by the time he completed the message for the second or third time, he was probably all over him, never mind behind him. So the 83 went by. So Porsche Penske Motorsport, Fred Makovic, probably a third of the track now is manageable, if not quick. But Kubica, yeah, he's going to pull away here fast.
He was 36 seconds quicker on that last lap.
Yeah.
And the car behind, Hirakawa, was 39 seconds quicker on the last lap than Fred Makovic.
And so, importantly, is Lawrence Vanthoor in the 4th place Porsche. So he too is nearly 40 seconds quicker on the correct tyre than the number 5 car of Fred Mako. Mako must keep it on the island. He must not drop it. Even if cars are going by him now, as the track starts to dry, how much longer in the stint? Still a lot of laps potentially in this stint. This could come back to him.
It could. He's now down to 3rd place. Ryo Hirakawa has powered by. He's 10 seconds behind Robert Kubica and was 3 seconds quicker last time around.
And of course, in these kind of conditions, going slower, you'll be doing more than 12 laps.
Yeah. Ye Yifei, you just saw watching there with Robert Schwartzman, their teammate. Robert Kubica was the race leader, has now dropped down to 3rd place, although not on timing and scoring somehow. Car 83, 30-second stop and go, and that is for that contact with the Iron Dames.
So it's going to hand the lead of the race again to Toyota. With that penalty, I think we have to agree that's correct.
So here is Ryo Hirakawa. Pushed so hard in last year's race, didn't he? Trying to catch the Ferrari, made a mistake in the dry conditions in desperation to try and close that gap with car 51, and now he's up there once again on the right tyre this time.
That's going to give him the maturity to deal with this year's race so much better, isn't it? You know, the fact he's been able to process it and put it behind him and continue to improve his pace in the car and his composure in the car over the remainder of the season last year and this, yeah, he's not going to make those mistakes again in a hurry.
You'd like to think not, and well, Toyota given him the best possible chance right now by sticking him on the right tyre. Yes, they had their problems in the pits, but it was worth taking that risk, worth swallowing that pill, because look at the advantage at the moment the wet tyres have got.
Let's have a listen in to Ryo Hirakawa's number 8 Toyota.
Car 83 ahead has a 30-second stop-and-go penalty. Once it serves it, you will be in P1. You're position 1 now.
The other quick thing to add here is look at the terminal speeds through the speed traps. 315 kilometers an hour last time around from Ryo Hirakawa. Fred Makovic, 254.
That's because he's having to lift off and brake so much earlier. It's not about top speed, it's about where the beacon, where the transponder is. What's the word I'm trying to use?
You do well.
The timing line. There we go. Yay, the timing line. So there's a sensor on the track, the timing line, and basically he's lifting off and braking way before that timing line, whereas the guys on wets, they were able to keep powering on, obviously, up until that point a bit later and achieving VMAX of the car.
Yeah, Makovic is doing 254. The other two cars on wets, 38 Phil Hansen, 311 Pipo Derani, the Porsche and the Cadillac, both 2:57.6, exactly the same terminal velocity there. Well, not terminal velocity, but exactly the same velocity through the timing loop.
Well, you did deserve 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Shake head all you like.
Yeah, it is cause of the collision. That's the only thing the stewards will look at. Cause of the collision was car 83.
6 goes by the 5 as they cross the line to start lap 120.
So it's a change for effectively second, although it is currently third. We're already removing 83 from the equation because that 30-second stationary plus the trip through the pit lane, which should be about another 34 seconds, will leave them a long way back.
But you know what?
That looked like a handful.
30 seconds, as we've seen, can be won or lost in a full course yellow. Where it happens to you on track, it can be definitely won or lost in a slow zone, whether you're in it or not. If you have a pit stop when there is a slow zone, like car 83 benefited from, don't forget, earlier on. So it kind of levels out in many ways, this race, in the end. You can see the speed difference here. Between the Toyota and I think that was the Lamborghini, wasn't it? On that, or no,
yeah.
is that Porsche?
I think what we can be sure of is that topsy-turvy drama is never going to be too far away in this race.
Nick de Vries, by the way, is piling on the pressure as well. He's going to be the next car to pass, and by now will be past Fred Makovic, and will be up into 4th position in the second Toyota. So both Toyotas now in the top 4.
And Ryo Hirakawa, who was given the message when he was 9 seconds behind, don't worry, you're leading this race anyway because of the penalty coming 83's way. It's now 6.3 seconds.
Yeah.
You can see Fred Makovic there struggling to stay ahead of the 50 Ferrari and the number 2 Cadillac.
So Lamborghini and a Ferrari together on track. They're on different laps by the look of things. Also, by the way, while we're watching this ball of spray, Milton Jakobsen leading LMP2 for Cool Racing in the 37 car from Fabio Scherer, one of last year's race winners for Inter Europol in the Nielsen Racing 24 car at the moment, 2nd place and right with the young Dane. Closing in on both of them, by the way, and charging in these conditions, Ben Barnicoat in the AF Corsa 183.
And that 183 leads the Pro-Am LMP2 class as well. Fred Mako now down to 7th, was the leader at the restart.
Yeah,
still on slick tyres, everybody around him on wets.
Yeah, now 50 seconds behind the leader.
Keep the faith, boys and girls, keep the faith.
This could go any which way, couldn't it? And it's still tippy-toe stuff, and an incident is just a minor mistake away here for any of these cars.
And as he came out the corner, he was being shown the blue flag. A Peugeot is going by him, and that will be 94 Nico Muller. Now that is not for position, nor is that's the 99 car, and that is way back.
Yeah, lost all that time with door problems again.
Look at the speed difference around Indianapolis. And still the track, as we suspected, just it's taken an age to dry up. And that last lap, he was 32 seconds slower than both Robert Kubica and Ryo Hirakawa at the front.
Start to be on dry line.
Copy, Fred, copy.
3 cars with drive-through penalties for safety car procedures. 23 United Autosports car, that's the Ben Keating, Ben Hanley, Philip Albuquerque car. 65.
That's Palace Racing, that's the LMP2 car that led the race earlier on, down in 11th now. And 78, which is the Codis ASP Lexus, just taken over, by the way, by Kelvin van der Linde, who's on his way out of pit lane.
That's the one that has had 0 luck so far this race weekend, but 5-second margin between Robert Kubica in the 83 Ferrari and the hard-charging Ryo Hirakawa. Toyota will go 1-3 when the penalty is served by Robert Kubica, and don't forget he has 3 laps in which to serve that drive-through penalty, or stop and go.
Lap times are coming down, and coming down fairly considerably from around the 4 minutes to 4 minutes 2, 3, 4 to 3:55s now.
And Fred Makovic, 4 minutes 30 compared to 3:58 of the race leader, 3:55 of the Toyotas. So 3:55, 35 seconds slower. Yeah, that's the Duquesne Engineering car. And that does not look like there's been any damage, but Is that going to be a full course yellow? Is that going to be a local yellow? Or is that potentially going to be a safety car?
Don't often see that from an LMP2 car at all.
I was going to say, that's a really rare sight.
Incredibly rare sight.
I don't think I've ever seen a P2 car do that.
No, and that is at the entrance to the first chicane. Yeah, fire in the airbox.
In the airbox there. Is that... It looks like an engine failure, but is the debris in the airbox?
Has it just overheated after an hour behind the safety car and finally gone, nah, okay, I can't do this?
Was he still on slick tyres and going really slowly as well on top of that safety car period? So basically the car's not getting fed enough cooler air going through it.
No, I think he had made a stop. He has made 14 stops. Some of the LMP2 cars have only made 12. So Jean-Baptiste Simonard, JB Simonard, rallycrosser and Porsche racer. Unfortunately, that is the end of the road for Duquesne. The fire in the airbox is flames coming up through the induction system, so it was backfiring. It may just be an electronic glitch that is firing off fuel in the induction system.
Yeah, it's a slow zone they've created there with that board.
2017 was the first year we saw the Gibson-powered LMP2 Formula. I think in that time, Anthony, in racing, if I've seen 2 or 3 major engine failures to that engine, that's as many as I've seen.
That is definitely the end of the road for Duquesne, and hopefully the onboard fire extinguisher will save the car. Not sure there's any saving that power unit. Wisely stepping away.
.7 seconds now the lead gap, with Ryo Hirakawa closing in on Robert Kubica, who is doomed to lose that lead with a penalty he must take very shortly.
Well, so they're 32 seconds, or Robert Kubica is 32 seconds ahead of Laurent Vanthoor.
Well, that's going to go as well, isn't it? It's going to be behind Nick de Vries, because you're going to come in and get out. So he's going to drop at least to, what is that, 4th position?
Yeah, pit lane loss alone just on a drive-through is going to be at least 20 to 25 seconds.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to drop down to probably 7th place when he arrives after this. The slow zone isn't going to help him any. Here he comes now to take the penalty.
Will lose the better part of a minute, and a minute behind him would be 7th place 51 Ferrari James Collado.
Ryo Hirakawa and Toyota.
And not a bad time to do it as well with the slow zone out there.
Yeah. Could be worse. I mean, they may have caught a break there. And,
they've mitigated the problem, basically, by stopping now under the slow zone.
And it's those little twists of fate that can make the difference. And something tiny is going to make the difference in this race. Nobody's going to win this by several laps.
See, so Ryo Hirakawa just coming into Tetra Rouge now, so he's coming into the slow zone.
Yeah.
So your competition are slowing down while you're stationary.
So the 30 seconds... is probably actually not going to exist at all. It's just the 23 or 24 to drive through the pit lane.
At a guess, I'd say maybe 10, 15 seconds instead of 30, thanks to that slow zone.
Yeah. Of course, he will hit it unless it is removed before he gets there. But you're right, it does negate some of the effect of being stationary.
The 6th place he's emerged in. Because, of course, they've gone by, but now won't pull away as far as they would have done.
Indeed.
That's the
exactly.
Isn't it?
Yeah, the competitor. Oh, who was that going through?
That looked like a Lamborghini.
Yep. That's the Lambo. So 19 and 63, both still circulating for Lamborghini.
So you'll see as they come out of this section here, they're going to slow down before Tetra Rouge. You can see the lights in the distance, and there's your slow zone.
And also we will see white flags being displayed because one of the Manitou snatch vehicles is now on track to lift the Duquesne car out of the way and remove it to a place of safety.
That, by the way, will become our 6th confirmed retirement. There were, by the way, 3 more penalties issued.
Still smoking away, look.
It is, that's...
So yeah, that's down into the first chicane, hence the slow zone coming out of Tetra Rouge all the way down that Mulsanne straight before you get to that first chicane. And with heavy machinery out on track, it's always going to be safety first.
Not the easiest place to recover this car from. So that Manitou is going to have to, I think, go into the first chicane where the next gap in the barrier is, Anthony. Not going to be able to lift it over the barrier from there.
And possibly even cross the track to the other side.
Yeah.
I can't remember where the point. I think it's on the other side of the track once you're at this point.
I thought there was one extreme right.
Oh yeah, there's the orange barrier just to the right-hand side. So, oh, and one to the left. So they've got choices.
There you go.
Either way, it's not going to make it back into the race. So you're released here with Alex Lynn. We're on board with him now on the wets. Just 5 laps, you can see on the graphics below. And released out of that slow zone.
Should say, by the way, both of the Ganassi run Cadillacs, the ones that run under the Cadillac Racing brand, in the top 10 at this stage. They're in a pretty strong first half, at least, of the 2024 24 Hours of Le Mans. Peter de Brek rejoins us into the wee small hours. Peter, any takes on what you've been seeing from what you got from afar?
Well, yeah, it's been fireworks up front, hasn't it? Especially with Kubica Ferrari, that touch. I think, yeah, to be fair, it had to be more than a 10-second stop and go. It was. He didn't mean to hit him, but he certainly moved his car in his direction into the car 15. So, yeah, with the Cadillac, I think you're right. They're just slowly getting on with it, making progress, and we saw the same last year, if you remember. They were sort of thereabouts, and then gradually just crept up and finished 3rd place overall. So, I certainly wouldn't count them out.
I think it's a matter of, well, we did see them pushing on in the first part of this race. Since then, they've been sort of holding a holding pattern, Anthony, the caddies. The 311 has been bouncing up and down like an excited toddler for most of this race, down as far as 15th, 16th, 17th, and up into the top 4 or 5, even second, albeit slightly false reading when it carried on through on the wet tyres.
Well, they were nearly on pole position and hyperpole in the dry. They were right up there at the sharp end in the dry at the start of the race. It was only because of the topsy-turvy conditions that separated the field and took them away from that leading pack. But thanks to that last safety car, they've all been pushed together again, and they seem to be, yeah, the pace seems okay. It's not quite as good as the Toyota, maybe a second or so away in these conditions. But I do believe in the dry, they've got the pace to mix it with at the sharp end.
They seem to have the pace to have a battle with one. They don't seem to have the pace to close a larger gap.
True.
Well, we've got a 12 cars still on the lead lap. All 3 Cadillacs are part of that dozen.
That's the important thing, isn't it? With the safety car rules as they are, and we've just witnessed that firsthand, it's more important than ever to stay on the lead lap, because it means you will get bunched up behind that safety car again if it comes out. But you're only going to see safety cars if you've got barrier repairs happening. So you can even have a car on fire, like we've just seen, and they're still not going to put a safety car for that.
It's going to be a slow zone. So Ria Harakawa leads for Toyota in the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing.
And the big thing we have to watch out for here, and there's 3 of us here. We've got David on the right-hand side. You can be involved as well. He's not on air at the moment, but we'll get him working for us to make sure we see who is still in the slow zone when it gets lifted, or who has just passed it, because that's going to determine who wins and loses big time. I mean, you're talking tens of seconds worth, possibly, between car 83 and Rio Hirakawa car 7, maybe Laurent Vantor or Nick de Vries in the other Toyota, sorry, Nick de Vries in car 7. One of them, there'll be a winner or loser here.
Yeah. Let's have a listen to what's going on aboard the number 2 Cadillac of Alex Lynn. They take away the...
Still slows on 3, still slows on 3. Be clean with the racing line, be clean with the racing line. Peugeot behind is complaining.
Also, maybe Peugeot complaining that there's a bit of weaving going on. I have seen that, not from the Cadillac yet, but I have seen that earlier on in the race. I think it was one of the McLaren in LMGT3 earlier on, where they were weaving around to try and break the slipstream. But you've got to be careful because the driver behind can complain, and if you're spotted doing that, you might get the black and white flag and maybe a bigger penalty if it's too extreme.
As we can see, Duquesne, the 30 car, the car with the fire just on the entry to the first chicane on the Mulsanne underway, and will not be too much longer before it's in a place of safety. So a quick run through as we're in this slow zone with the other classes. Cool Racing still lead, by the way, in LMP2. Milton Jakobsen from Fabio Scherer in the Nielsen Racing car, and Ben Barnicoat now up to third, with Dewey Delatraz also closing on that group. Those top three, by the way, separated by under 6 seconds. Monti Pure Racing are back to the lead after being as low as 12th, having spun into the gravel as they came in to put the wets on the car. Proton Competitions number 88 Mustang is second for the Monti EMA car, the second Porsche, so it's Porsche 1-3 of Ricard Lietzi, and James in the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin fourth. Speed of race, the 155 Jordan Taylor in his first starts in a Ferrari. He's next up ahead of Ahmed Al-Hati for Team WRT, the 46 BMW, and the 87 Akonis ASP Lexus. Aboard Alex Linz, number 2 Cadillac.
Vision not that great, is it? Look at his windscreen. He's struggling a bit with his vision there.
Yeah, it's just that combination of the grime from the wet conditions combined with the oil still floating around. We know that car 50, who he's behind, of course, actually needed oil earlier on. So I still think they're spewing oil with car 50.
How are the conditions? Is that still greasy? So far the wets are still looking faster.
Yeah, I think 2 to 3 laps.
Yeah, copy that. And with the slow zone, the one on slicks are losing temperature, so it's helping us also.
Yeah, so number 5, the sister car of that one, or one of 3, with Fred McAweeke still persevering on those slick tyres.
You've got to say they've dropped the ball, surely.
Yeah,
He's
now gone beyond the point. If the wet runners wanted to come in and put slicks on, he still won't beat them.
That side.
It's gone over, what, 1 minute 50 seconds now.
Well, to give you an idea here, Lance Vanthoor, we just heard, 5:07 last time around. Fred McAweeke, 5:28. So dropping another 20 seconds on that lap. Slow zone procedure, by the way, will end in 15 seconds. So this is the point to take a look. And at the moment, the vast majority of the field in hypercar are nowhere near that slow zone.
Oh, that's going to be okay. So that's fair enough. Then none of them will get hit by the slow zone this lap around, as car 8 just comes through the Dunlop chicane now. The leader of the race is gone now. Yeah, slow zone's lifted. So yeah, so as it stands, that car 83, it was a full 30 seconds that they lost in that stop and go. They didn't win by it being a slow zone, because they all kind of went into it together and exited it together at the same time.
There's one car that did make up some time there, and it's this 311, the 12th place car, in and out for what looks to me to be probably a fuel-only stop, but that arrived at the slow zone just as they lifted it and is still on the lead lap. Might well have saved it.
The impressive thing here, Hirakawa over Laurent Vanthoor in the number 6 Penske Porsche. It's an 18.3 second lead. And both cars pitted on the same lap.
Oh, trouble. It's the 46 car. It's Ahmed Al-Hati. This is the car he shares with Valentino Rossi in the gravel. And this car was in a very good place. It was, I think, up in 5th place in LMGT3, but it's off the road. Mali driver, what happened here?
That is properly beached, isn't it?
Right, it's going to need assistance to get out.
You've got to think the tyre's just behind him, the banner's off it, so he's maybe touched the wall as well.
Lost
just,
it under the bridge.
I wondered if he got tapped, but he didn't. He just lost it, didn't he, as he rejoined and turned left.
I lost it. I lost the car.
There is damage. It's not huge damage, but there is damage to the front of that car.
Yeah, I think that would just be a front end change, won't it? Hopefully, I mean, he's stuck in the gravel. That's the most disappointing thing. If it wasn't the gravel there, it would have just been a front end change. He could have carried on going, but this is it's turned into a really costly mistake. But I don't think the geometry will be damaged from that on the front left. Hopefully not.
And we're going to be into another slow zone now for this. Does that affect the lead group? Again, it does not. They cleared it before that came through. So number 5 car, Fred McAvicky, finally has to give best to the conditions.
The thing is, he's likely to go back out in slicks again. You know, he's lost all that time, but they're going to just leave those same tyres on, aren't they? And fuel him and go.
Yeah, it's the fuel that he needed because he had done 22 laps on that set of soft slick tyres.
Precisely right, Peter Dumbreck. Away he goes on the same sets of slick tyres. No respite whatsoever then for Fred McAvicky. He will stay on the lead lap though, and we'll go straight into a slow zone.
That's properly taken him out of this race, isn't it? That strategy call to stay on the slick tyres. Not this moment right here, but when they didn't come in and pit with all the other drivers and teams that decided to go onto the wets.
You're listening to what's going on with Ahmed Al-Hati.
Okay, Ahmed, you are stuck in the gravel and you have water leak. You have water leak. So I think the radiator is damaged.
That's
Oh
terrible.
my God! No, not again! Come on, guys! No, no! Oh my God! Just slipped on me.
He knows.
Okay, Ahmed, you did the maximum. The conditions were very difficult. Okay, wait for the marshal.
We've all been there as drivers, haven't we, Peter? We know that feeling well.
Slick tyres on the car, very little grip. He'd just gone through the chicane. He knew, yeah, he's just trying to feed the power on, and the rears light up, and you know,
gone.
In a second he's out.
And he knows it's a long way back with the water leak. I think that car may be done. Look to the faces of the WRT mechanics. It's been a long day for them so far. Will Stevens in car 12 under investigation for a slow zone procedure. That was that would have been the previous slow zone, wouldn't it? Down to the first chicane. 46 car in the air. How serious is the water leak? They'll be seeing that presumably on the telemetry.
Yeah, you're not going to get very far, are you? I guess if you've lost the majority of the water, as despite these cold conditions, the engine's going to overheat in no time at all.
Well, that's the risk. Does he continue to get back to the pits just in the hope that it doesn't overheat and risk the engine?
I suppose you could go some distance, stop, turn it off, wait a little bit, cool down a bit, restart it, carry on a little bit of a distance. You know, you've got to try to get the car back. It's Le Mans. It's what happens here.
It's that first car thing, isn't it? They always had some kind of quirk. I was talking to a driver that finished 4th at Le Mans about his first car, Tim Sugden. He had a BMW. He said he could only ever get 20 minutes at a time in, so he used to keep a stock of magazines on the front passenger seat because he knew he'd have to wait till the car cooled down.
What type of magazines? Oh, Autosport, you mean? Oh,
almost
okay,
certainly.
Yeah.
Or something better. There you go. It's 13 minutes to 1 o'clock. Happy birthday, by the way, to Ye Fei. By the way, he is now 24 years old. Toto Gazoo Racing still lead this race. And
so is that Alex Lynn going by the Ferrari there?
He did. Good spot, Peter.
Well done.
So hopefully the oil will be less of a problem for him now.
That has been race-long issue for we think for the number 50 car. We've seen that car refilled at least once with oil, and we've seen at least 2 cars behind it with, well, emulsification all over the windscreen. But that's been from the very start of this race. It seems that the number 50 car's been losing we think, oil. And there was I think you called it an oil bomb, didn't you, earlier in the race?
That's what the team's got, yeah, oil bomb. So they just
basically pressurised.
Preloaded, pressurised system. The oil goes in at a rapid rate, so it doesn't cost them too much time in the pit stop when they have to do it. But that car is clearly losing oil, and you wonder if the problem, I mean, it's not going to go away. How much worse is it going to get? They often get worse as the engines get older during the length of the race.
We'll say, by the way, the slow zone's still in place. 46 car has not moved yet. And the longer that goes on, the more it looks as if the water loss for Armin O'Harty's car, the car that he does share with Valentino Rossi, may be done. Great battle here between Alex Lynn in feisty form.
I wonder if Alex Lynn got the jump on that slow zone
on the
effective restart on the exit, and then you had all the traffic there as well, and there's a bit of a melee going on. I think Fuoco got a bit caught out there, but the two clearly got really similar pace.
We're going back to full green in about 20 seconds, and still the 46 has not moved. It's not good news. Leading car in LMGT3, by the way, is still the Porsche, the Manthey Pure Racing Porsche. Quite the comeback from a car that was in the ground and down to 12th.
So Rio Hirakawa is just coming out of the Dunlop. No, he's just coming into the Dunlop chicane, and yeah, the slow zone will be removed at 49.30. Yeah, we've gone past that now. So yeah, Rio just gets away with that one. That was getting pretty tight. So because car 6, Vanthoor, being the 15 seconds behind him, could have benefited a couple of seconds there, but Rio just about got away with it.
So look what's going on with the 51.
So we will have to pit between 4 and 5 laps. Do you think will be time for soft?
I think so, yes.
You had a track limit warning out of karting. Track limit warning out of karting. Can you repeat your answer about the soft?
So pretty clear to me. He said he thinks so, yes, for softs to be the next option for the 51 car.
So a couple of laps for Collado. They're on lap 9 at the moment. So the couple of laps to decide. Now we've removed the slow zone, we'll get an idea. So I'm watching Fred Makawiki, who's our best candidate to see how the slick tyres perform in these conditions. We'll have a look next lap.
Yeah, I think soft,
Copy.
I mean, if there's no more rain forecast, then of course it's just a matter of time before they, in their next stops, are going to go on to, they're forced onto the slick tyre as the track continues to dry. But unfortunately for Collado, he's just ahead of most other drivers, I believe, at this stage in terms of the fuel, in terms of when he has to stop. So yeah, they've got to make that decision.
And hearing
quickest.
No more rain forecast in the next hour at least. So it should improve gradually.
Fred Makawiki, first sector, 53.5. First sector, Hirakawa, 38.4.
Wow.
Is it really ready for slicks?
Well, Collado was asked in 3 or 4 laps time, and I think his answer was based on that.
He got his crystal ball out and then, yeah, made a quick decision.
But you're right, it could be the first half of the track or the first quarter of the track is wet and the rest of it's a bit more dry, and you might see Makawiki have quicker sectors for the... Okay, second sector wasn't any quicker, but it wasn't as bad. So let's see what the third sector's like.
Yeah, so it was a 91.5 second sector for Makawiki compared to an 85.5 second sector for Hirakawa, race leader. So a little bit better in sector 2.
Dry line you can see.
It's coming, it's definitely coming, and that's what Collado's feeling. So he will be thinking about the next 2 or possibly 3 stints coming up when you put the the slick tyres on, not necessarily just this next stint coming his way.
Yeah, he could be perfectly timed. If he's got another 2 to 3 laps on this tyre, this could be perfect for him, because by then, and with no more rain, it will be a slick track.
Actually, they're all in a very similar situation. Fuoco as well, 10 laps he's got on the board. Hirakawa, 10 laps as well.
Let's have a look. I've got it with Tota.
Okay, 1.5 seconds up on car 6 behind in sector 1. Good job. Feedback on track condition when you can.
Yeah, getting better.
So track conditions improving. They must.
3:51 last lap from Rio Hirakawa.
And what's the response going to be from Lance Vanteur? 4:13 the previous lap.
So 3:51 total lap time by Hirakawa, and Makawiki on the slicks, a 4:12. Getting closer.
Vanteur, meanwhile, drops 1.4 seconds on that lap to the leading Tota. Nick de Vries, quicker than both, closing 11.5 seconds back from the second place Porsche.
I think Makaviki's problem is he's about to go a lap down.
Yeah, that's because he's done a pit stop already.
Yeah.
So the others are due to stop any minute now. So they crossed the line. So they're now lap 11. Driving slow, you'd have to say they're going to do about, what, 13 laps in this stint? Possibly 14. Driving slower helps save the fuel, of course. Less time on full throttle.
Was that a car parked on the inside of that corner? We got a yellow flag out of there?
That's quite possible in the 46. Still there. That car still shown as being stopped. It has been a pretty horrible day for Team WRT, losing the 15 to that clash with the 83. Robert Kubica taking that 30-second stop and hold for the contact with Dries Vanteur. Oh, trouble for the 14. That's the Dragon, who's aboard the AMITF car. It is Louis Delatraz. I think he's had a moment. I don't think he's back up to speed yet either.
I think he might be on slicks, that's why.
He is. You see the graphics at the bottom there on the 30-lap-old slick. So yeah, a mistake there by.
That's
well, another one off as well.
That's the 45.
Just can't accelerate out the corner. Did you hear that? Just every time he's trying to get on power, the wheels are spinning around. And yeah, for all these drivers on the wet tyres trying to assess the circuit right now, thinking, yeah, it'll be okay on the slicks, their eyes are going to be as wide as saucers when they go out there and actually put a cold set or ambient temperature set of slicks on.
But in these conditions, by the way, the two fastest cars in the race are two Cadillacs. Alex Lynn, 3:49, catching the three cars ahead of him. He's fourth place. And Sebastian Bourdais at 3:49. Drive-through penalties for car 4, that is the Porsche. Car 12, that is the Hertz Team Jota Porsche. And car 23 for slow zone procedures. 23 is, of course, the much-delayed United Autosports USA car, currently in the hands of Ben Hanley. Car 12 in 10th is in the hands of Will Stevens. And car 4 is a little way down in 17th. That's in the hands of Felipe Nasr. So we'll listen to what's going on with Hertz Team Jota and Will Stevens.
3 more laps. I think we're quite close to go back to the slicks. What do you think?
It's super hard to tell out here. Obviously it's dry in places, but it's super difficult to see where it's dry or not.
Visibility the problem then. He can't quite see that the track's dry enough or not.
Sounded less convinced than James Collado, didn't
Definitely,
he? Definitely, yeah.
I think you've got to kind of go on the lap times a little bit. So, as we said, where's Marco now? 3:57, so he's 7 seconds off now. So
Yeah, it's got to be then, isn't it?
It's within 2 laps, it's going to be a slick track.
Yeah, so they said, what, 3 laps for Will Stevens? He's done 11. So, yeah, they're all going to be... Yeah, I mean, they're all on the same, aren't they? They're Bourdais as well, he's on 11. Alex Lynn's done 11, so... yeah, 14 laps. It's going to be, instead of the usual 12, thanks to these conditions. But it's coming with Fred Macko's time there at 3:57. He's into the 3 minutes. So, yeah, it's definitely improving all the time.
Ben Barnicoat, by the way, on pit lane from 3rd place, having caught the lead 2 cars. And that's the 93 Peugeot going around. Same place as we saw the 2 Orecas have a problem.
Yeah, Nico Muller at the wheel of the 93.
It's been a quiet day for the Peugeots, and there's the 14th moment. That's the replay. Wild spin and recovery from Louis Delatraz. It was seconds later we saw the same for the 45. Slightly less dramatic, but another pirouette. Closing in on 1 AM. Here is the leader in LMGT3, the 2nd place car also on pit lane, so the 92 Porsche and the 88 Mustang, 11 seconds apart.
Klaus Bachler at the wheel there. I mean, I know Klausy firsthand. I've seen him as a teammate, and I know how fast he is in the wet. And you don't really want any other driver in your car in wet conditions.
I'll tell you something, Klaus Bachler, he's had a quiet time for a few years, Peter, but he seems to be back in favour right now, and I don't think he's ever driven better.
Yeah.
He's been extraordinary in the WC this year. Bringing on this Pure Racing team, it's a tight-knit trio, and ready to do great things, leading the championship. Solid results everywhere, all 3 drivers.
I'm going to say goodbye for now.
Night.
See you at 5 o'clock, everybody.
Thanks very much indeed, Anthony Davidson. He's going to go off and not sleep in a caravan, buy a fireworks display and a drone show and Simple Minds. And we'll continue in just a moment with myself, with Peter Dumbreck, and returning David Addison. But while we wait for David to sit in, a couple of impressions of where we've been over the last 5 minutes or so, as we're getting back to what you were describing as being principally a slick track.
Yeah, for sure. I think we are now at that point. I think pretty much every car now is thinking about making that pit stop, whether it's scheduled or not. I think they lose too much time not moving to slick tyres now. So last time around, let's look at our yardstick. All right, Makoviki's not passed the line again since he did his 3:57.
And we've got another yellow flag out at Marshall's post 3. So the Dunlop S's at the start of the lap has caught out somebody else as the temperatures drop. Although, as you made the point, the road is drying. There's no more rain in the air. And the slick tyres, the way to go. Fred Makoviki's Porsche then having lost chunks of time by staying out on the wrong set, and finds itself now elbowed back down the order to 11th place. It's not the only team, Graham, that's called it wrong on the tyre choice and wrong tyres, wrong time, but it's another one that's tripped over itself in a way.
It is, and it's been a sort of a season like that. Imola was the classic example of it, where perhaps unusually, Ferrari making a mistake on data they trusted and admitting that mistake, admitting that they trusted the data for far too long, and completely, I still to this day, I'm completely unaware as to why they didn't split the strategy and save their race there.
Yeah.
So we'll listen to what's going on with James Collado.
83 will box the lap after us, so we'll be free in the pit lane. We'll be free in the pit lane.
Oh, through the gravel. Okay. Gets away with that.
Andrea Bertolini looks on, but that was a bit of a scare they could have done without. So it is at the moment Toyota 1-3. Now, I know that this is partly dependent on other pit stops, but the cars that have been there or thereabouts for the bulk of the race so far, driving their own race, not worrying about everybody else, suddenly find themselves looking pretty strong.
Stay out of trouble.
Yeah.
Keep to your plan. Make the good calls. Make them stick. Use the strategy where you can, and they've been rising like the cream to the top.
There's nothing I have written against number 8 in terms of a drama or a problem. The only thing for 7 was a drive-through earlier on when Lopez committed the sin of going too quickly through a slow zone. So, yeah, you know, they're not getting it wrong on tyres. They're not going off the road. I'm knocking on wood here. But it's all so far so good for the Toyotas. That said, we've only had 9 hours of the race, so there is a long, long way still to go.
Peter Dumbrek, you've been watching this for most of the 9 hours of running. If you had to put that money down, and I know as a Scotsman you're not likely to do that, just exactly where would your pound be?
Oh, I still think that one of the Ferraris...
They've got the pace.
I still think if they make it clearly into the daytime or the morning, I still think the Ferrari. But yeah, I think it'll be a replay of last year. It'll be Toyota versus Ferrari at the end. That's what I think.
Toyota's charge last year, blunted very substantially by that shunt, completely luckless shunt for Kamui Kobayashi, with the car caught out coming into a slow zone, and then Kobayashi impacted heavily from the rear, putting that car out, and then Ryo Hirakawa attempted to catch the race leader, putting the car on the wall in the late stages of the race.
Okay, James Calado out on slicks, cold slicks. GT car just coming up behind him, going to go by him probably. Difficult times right now, just trying to get off that wet patch onto the dry stuff, get some heat in those tyres and get them warm. So Fred Marko, where is he now? 3:51, 11. So 2 seconds down on Ryo Hirakawa, who's on wets now. So this time around, this lap should be the lap that he goes quicker than the wet runners.
And he desperately needs to try and claw back some of that lost time. You're on board with James Calado, you're 9th. There's traffic ahead. He disposes then of the slower car. He's on the Mulsanne straight now, heading towards that first chicane. And as he does so, looking there at a troubled Ferrari, Graham. That is limping on. It is indeed 66. That's the JMW car.
That car has been a major player in this race so far, but has been dropping down the order of late, and there's big trouble by the look of it for Sally Jolic.
It's going to come to a grinding halt by the look of it. He needs to get off the track there, doesn't he? Because he's going to end up, if the car expires, he's going to be perilously close to the edge of the road and on the racing line. So Sally Jolic, well, it doesn't really peel off, it just coasts to one side. And the white flag comes out. He wants to try and, if he can, restart it, obviously. But what we need to know is why the car has lost power and ground to a halt. That's a bit like we saw for the number 9 Proton Orica from LMP2 about 3 hours ago. Yellow flag is shown, and there is a stranded Ferrari.
He's almost back to the pits. It's terrifically hard at this point. You can see, I've got it, I've got it, I've got it.
Can I take issue with this? When you say nearly, that's about a kilometre away, because I thought yesterday when I got there, I've nearly finished running this lap, and my Strava said, you've still got a kilometre and a bit to go. It's not as close as you reckon, Goodwin.
I don't know. It's quite quick in a car.
Well, not Sally Jolic's Ferrari, I'm afraid, because that ain't going anywhere, Peter, is it? He still can't coax it back into life.
Yeah, it looks like he's doing his full system reset, trying to fire the engine up and stop, start. So we do see the slick shot Fred Marko car now setting the fastest time. So you see all these other cars coming for slicks now.
So the fact that he went sooner does give him a kind of lap's head start, and his tyres will be up to temperature a lap ahead of all of this lot as well. So he's got 2 laps to make some hay.
He gains, what, 30 seconds on a car that's leaving the pits now on cool tyres,
But he's lost a minute, 2 minutes.
It was the wrong call.
It absolutely was. Rain lights may now be switched off, so that's as good an indication as anything that there's no added problems in terms of the moisture on the surface.
I love all these apps that have been telling us it was going to be wet on Friday, not really, and rain all the way through the race. Far from it. We've had some rain, but it's not been constant at all. Slicks for 83.
Aren't apps rubbish? Just weather apps.
Wasn't there a year that Peugeot did a deal with Meteo France to be the like, official weather forecaster, and it was all going to be perfect, and strategy and weather was going to help them beat Audi, and then Meteo France went on strike, and that completely scuppered the plan.
I have nothing to say on that front. I think
how very diplomatic of you.
If you're attempting to kind of make some kind of point about our good friends from the wonderful country of France and striking, I'm having
I was purely trying to, as you see, a spinning 1:37. I was just trying to make the point that no matter what you do, or you think you've covered in this race, you can be tripped up. 37 has rotated, as you see. That's the Cool Racing Fluxa Jakobsen Miata car.
That was the leading car fairly recently. That's only very recently been handed over to Ritomo Miata.
5th it was, 6th it is. Through the wet gravel he goes, wrong way, spins it round.
He's got no other option, has he?
No, he hasn't there.
So that's 3 of our remaining 13 competitively running LMP 2 cars that have had a spin in about the last 10 minutes.
And that's that car's second spin, because Fluxa had a spin into the pits earlier on. And there is, I think, Salo Jolic's car that has crept a little bit further. But of course, while all this is going on, it's becoming ever more of a hazard. At least it's not on the road, but he's hemorrhaging laps.
He is down now to 18th in class. Has been as high as 2nd, I think. I think actually led at one point, the GMW car.
Well, Larry Tenvoorde was behind the wheel, most likely.
It's within a lap, by the way, of losing another position to the recovering Inception Racing McLaren. But this is horrible moments. And having stood trackside, you think, OK, he's all right, there he's in a race car. Being that close to cars going by at that speed is terrifying.
Yeah. Absolutely, and especially when you are powerless.
Absolutely.
You know, you're trying to do what you're doing. You are. I mean, he is a reasonable distance away, but you are still at the mercy of other people not making a mistake.
At least he has lights. That's what I would say.
Yeah, true.
He'll be pretty tied up with communications back and forward to the pits, trying to get that car going again.
And this Sally has been racing a 296 in GT World Challenge Sprint, I think, this year.
With Charlie Eastwood.
So he will be reasonably familiar with the systems, and the car is moving. Come on.
But it's moved already to get there. Now he needs to keep it moving. And the other danger here, Peter, is that he's also got to go across the track to get into the pit lane. Now, that speed, such as it was, that's going to be very dangerous.
It certainly is, yeah.
And it stopped again, as you can see. You don't need me to tell you that. But
yeah, he seems to be able to get it going and then move, say, 50 yards forward and then stop again.
It's almost like he's doing it on the starter motor. I'm sure it's not that, but it's that kind of impression. So the yellow flag vigorously waved.
And if you're all screaming at us at home to say, it's the hybrid, you don't have a hybrid system on a GT3 car.
No, exactly.
And whilst the 296 road car does have a very effective hybrid, the 296 GT3 is not permitted to use that technology.
Now, we're going to have a slow zone, obviously. Race control have tried to give Salo Jolic time to get the car back. Clearly, it ain't going to play, and so we're going to have a slow zone. But the marshals are then going to have to be either able to push the car across the track to get it into the pit lane, or it'll have to be towed across when there's a gap. So this, we'll have to wait and see the length of the recovery before that slow zone is going to be able to be rescinded. Prepare for slow zone at, well, now basically the slow zone is enforced, and you're on board with James Collado, who finds himself in a gaggle of traffic. But remember, this isn't a safety car, it isn't the whole lap, it is just this one isolated section of the racetrack, so that Salo Jolic's Ferrari can be removed. It's a very, very fast part of the circuit. There's the last thing you need is a stranded car.
Absolutely right. At least every little stagger away from that corner, he's a little further away from major risk, and certainly in more line of sight, which might help a little. But by now, everybody out there will be aware of exactly what is happening and where. On board and looking back from James Collado's number 51 Ferrari. He's running in 7th place. Robert Schwartzman now aboard the AF Corsa number 83 car, which is the car ahead.
And don't forget that around about 8 p.m. we were getting very concerned that that car had dropped off the lead lap.
Yep.
And it has, as you can see, got itself back onto the lead lap, and is now back at the races once more.
It's still, you know, I tend to agree with Peter. If we can get back to a full dry track, and we've got two of those Ferraris, in good order when we get to the morning, they've got the pace to attack without a shadow of a doubt. At the moment, for me, the strongest package out there is the Toyota.
Yeah, which has just quietly got on with the job, as I was saying a few minutes ago. It's done nothing to draw attention to itself for the wrong reasons. It's drawn attention to itself by being quick.
The only time they got it wrong was that first sprinkle of rain, and they chose the wet tyre, and it was wrong, and they stayed on the dry. But what that did is it gave some of the other teams confidence to do that. And when the heavier rain came, Toyota still changed to the wet and got it right that time. Then Ferrari got it wrong, and that's why you find Toyota up there above them now.
I mean, the only other thing that happened, of course, was on that last round of stops when the rain came. They couldn't leave the pit lane because there was that queue of traffic coming past, so they lost a little bit of time in that. And yet the cars are still first and third. So Toyota, Porsche, Toyota, Cadillac, Ferrari, 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 Porsche, Cadillac. Porsche is your top 10. You're riding with Antonio Fuoco. And there are drive-through penalties coming for number 70, which is the Inception McLaren, and also 311, which is the Cadillac of Durrani, Aitken and Drugovic for overtaking under the safety car. And at the wheel of 311 is Pipo Durrani in 12th place, but a drive-through to serve.
That could get them quite close to being the next car to drop off the lead lap.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the risk for the 311 car. It's shown pace, just not sustained pace through this race. But again, coming back to what we were saying in the first minutes of this race, the first hour of this race, the first several hours of this race, we've got multiple cars from 4 different manufacturers on the lead lap.
And one of them, the number 2 Cadillac, Earl Bamber at the wheel of it, 4th. At the end of the first hour, that was 13th. Yep. So there's another car that has chipped away, and also partly by the dramas for others, found itself moving up the order, which is one of the ways that you can get a good result out of this race.
But it's again, something we see with this hypercar class is they can fight, and they can fight back, and we can get racing. And yes, the rule set helps at times with that, but once you've actually got the cars back into a pack, you're going to get a race. It's not going to be simple. It's not going to be, oh, that was way wide.
It was. That was a Ferrari at Arnage.
Behind the Cadillacs, that's the 50, isn't it? That's Bamber and Fuoco.
But that's a proper battle now. That's a second and a half's worth of a gap. And the way that Fuoco is going suggests that it won't be long before he makes a move. It won't be on this next section because the yellow flag is there. They're preparing for the slow zone, and they come into the slow zone now. So Fuoco not able to make a move until he gets to the next green flag section of the circuit. It must feel like you come to a walking pace here, Peter, from the speed you do into a slow zone. It's a massive stop, isn't it, really?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's still doing 80k an hour, but from what they were doing, you're right. Again, it's it's
one of the Penta Porsches number 4, isn't it? Yeah.
That's the delayed car.
Nick Tandy.
Nick Tandy's back aboard the car, is he?
So hang on, they were into a slow zone, and he just. Is that what happened there?
I think Nick was going to slow later than the LMP2 car and got caught out.
I think he might be in trouble for that.
Yeah, possibly so, actually.
That slow zone's been there a little while.
Yeah.
And doesn't it extend back before the Porsche cars as well?
There's certainly yellow flags. I could see the yellow flag on the inside of the track there.
Right, that's one for race control, potentially. So, Le Mans winner Nick Tandy getting himself in a little bit of strife. There is Salo Joric's car that's going to have to be cradled across the track, and that didn't look very good there.
It's just as well that broke before it picked the car up.
Yeah,
imagine it was in the air and then dropped.
So
that may well be the end of the race for the 66 car.
And he's looking that way, isn't it? To add to Duquesne, BMW, both Alpines, the Proton, Orica.
And quite probably the 46 BMW M4 as well. That car has not moved. So unless Ahmed El-Hati is able to effect some kind of running repair and get that car underway, which looks increasingly unlikely, I think that car's done.
The team manager of JMW being summoned to race control immediately.
It's quite possible that Salo Joric is listening to what the team are telling him and not what the marshals are telling him.
Okay. Go with that as a thought, certainly.
But this is, said earlier in the race, 15th of appearance for JMW Motorsports in 16 years. And just 1 year where they were not invited. And this, by my reckoning, their 5th different racing platform, 5th different racing car in that period of time. 1 year with the Aston Martin, but a 4th generation of Ferrari GT car for Jim McWhirter and his faithful band.
Tom Hodgson, the team manager, who will be heading up the stairs. Sean Galisle, number 31 BMW, he's under investigation for the slow zone procedure. And this is the Peugeot making a real mess. 93, Mikkel Jensen.
There's a kiss with the barrier, but how bad was that?
I think he got away with that.
I think he did.
Fairly light. And in that position.
Whoa. They might have been contact, you know, from the car on the inside of him there.
That's been a part of the circuit that's caught out a lot over the weekend. It makes you realise that Renger van der Zande, when he had his dramas up there in the daylight in number 3 Cadillac, he got away pretty lightly.
Just worth running through where we are with the GT cars. Had a couple of dramas for those. It is still, well, in fact, sorry, it's the Monte car now. It's now Porsche 1-2. Richard Lietz and Klaus Bachler 1-2 there. Mikkel Pedersen third for Proton competition, which, unlike every other year in about the last 2 decades, isn't a Porsche. It's a Mustang, and that's a great run for the Mustang to this point. Gregoire Saucy in the United Autosports McLaren, and that one rising up the order as well, the 59 McLaren for United. Iron Dames, they've been around the top 5 and still are into the nighttime hours. The 85 Lamborghini in the hands of Michel Gatti now, and then the first of the 2 Lexus cars, the 87, on the debut for this brand at Le Mans. Esteban Masson is back into the race there. Nico Pino with the second United McLaren. That's 2 United McLarens in the top 7. Spirit of Race Ferrari in the hands of Jordan Taylor. Alex Riberas in the first of the 2 Aston Martins. 27 car is 9th. And completing the top 10 is the second Lexus, now in the hands of Kelvin van der Linde.
Can I suggest that the Heart of Racing Aston is a bit disappointing?
It's been up as far as 2nd or 3rd in the hands of Ian James earlier in the race, but it was one of my picks to be right up there. Hasn't really shown the bite, the sustained pace that we've expected of that car. Continuing up the order, by the way, in LMP2, AO by TF, Louis Delatraz, we saw him have a bit of a whoopsie earlier. He's actually leading the race now, as we've worked our way through the pit stop cycle. Ben Barnicoat back aboard the number 183 car and 2nd place, although a minute down. So my guess is Louis Delatraz must owe us he does owe us a pit stop. I can see that now from the what we've got on the timing screen. Patrick Pilet for Vector Sports, a car that has led the race, is in 3rd place.
Although Ben Barnicoat, just to go back to your point, is lapping a chunk quicker than Delatraz anyway. So Barnicoat is hustling on, as you would expect. Away goes the UA McLaren number 59. Gregoire Saucy at the wheel of it still, no driver change there. So we've still got this slow zone out on track with the Ferrari being recovered. Sally Jolic looks like it's going to be retirement, because even if the car carries on, it's out of the reckoning. It'll have lost so much time.
And it's had outside assistance now as well, which is not helping the case.
No.
So did rather look like electronic problems for that car. I'm Dames. Michel Gatti with her windscreen full. That was a
Lexus going off. One of the 2 Lexuses is.
And this could be for position, actually. It is for position. Esteban Masson in 4th place, and I know Michel Gatti would quite like that.
Yeah, in a way, they're lucky that car's still in the race after the contact with number 4 Porsche earlier on, but Michel Gatti, Sarah Bovy and Rahel Frey, all quick drivers.
They are indeed, and they've been a bit of a force in European Le Mans Series and WC racing. Loads of luck this season, all of it bad.
Yeah. But isn't it good to see the Lexus doing good things in Europe, in the WEC? We know that they're good in America because Ben Barnicoat and Jack Hawksworth have done great things stateside, but the Jérôme Policon La Côte ASP team, new to the brand this year, moving away from Mercedes in GT3 terms, now getting a real handle on the car. Well,
we know from conversations my colleague Stephen Kilby's been having with the Codes ASP squad and with TMG and TRD, they've been helping them along with this effort.
Yeah.
It's been a bit of a battle to tune this car in with the electronic suite for LMGT3. It looks to me like somebody, is that a birthday maybe?
Yes, I would go with that. Cake and pretend blowing out of candles there. So, happy birthday, sir.
Indeed.
Your present is there's a pit stop due within 14 laps. And Michel Gatti then pressing on. This car 5th in class.
Yeah, and still getting onto terms with Esteban Masson, who clearly was under a little bit of pressure. Didn't take advantage by the off-track moments. Actually, if anything, he's pulling away a little here from the Lamborghini.
He is following another car, but on the timing screen, there's nothing in front of him.
It's the GR Racing car. I spotted that as they came through Arnage in that moment. So the GR Racing car, which in the hands of Daniel Serra is down in 14th place, is a lap down.
Serra's a quick driver, winner here at least a couple of times, right?
Serra has
Aston Martin and Ferrari. He's won here.
Daniel, oh sorry, I thought it was Serra. I thought you said Serra.
No.
Yeah,
Serra.
He is one of 2 drivers that have won for 2 different factory teams in GT Pro. The other one being Jimmy Bruni, more recently. But yes, you're absolutely right. One for Aston Martin, then again for Ferrari. Jimmy winning for Ferrari and Porsche.
Slow zone lifted, so green flag all the way around the circuit. Battle on here for 4th and 5th places then. Earl Bamber in the Cadillac, but he has got the ever-fiery Antonio Fuoco right up behind him. And the move, Peter, is about to come, I reckon.
Pick a side.
Oh, it's close.
GG.
And there's just about Ferrari's width on the inside line, but Earl Bamber braves it out, hangs onto the place. He's under big, big pressure. Fuoco looking the quicker, but we know that Earl Bamber knows how to defend.
And we also know that it's slightly wet offline, so I think he just decided to back out of that one. Otherwise, it could have been a big off.
So heading up towards the Porsche curves now. And as they do so, battle for 4th and 5th places. They're on the lead lap, remember, so it's a significant switch, battle this, as they come up towards us now. Mechanics looking on in the pit bunker as Fuoco blasts on in pursuit here of Earl Bamber. The gap's stretched a little bit over the last couple of corners there, so interesting to see where the Ferrari has a strength and where the Cadillac has a strength.
I think you're right, Peter. I think he took a breath there and thought, no, this is not the moment. Risk against reward didn't quite add up at that moment for Antonio Fuoco, and that perhaps shows that his approach in this programme is maturing. No doubt whatsoever about his speed, none whatsoever. He's been the gun in Ferrari across this, and if anybody was going to set a pole position time, you can be usually pretty sure it's going to be Antonio Fuoco. There has been a couple of occasions when perhaps choices were made that on reflection you might have thought weren't his best, and that showed a degree more maturity, and that's good news for the programme.
But it's always good to have Italian teams, Italian drivers in a championship like this, because you need that sort of brio that Lancia used to bring all those years ago. It's really good now that you've got so many different Italian teams and different manufacturers. You know, you had that spell when it was only Lancia, for example, in Group C. Now you've got, in the equivalent of hypercar, you've got a Ferrari team and a Lamborghini team.
There are millions of people watching and listening to this broadcast and going, who are Lancia?
Yeah, quite, sadly.
But great to hear, by the way, that Lancia as a brand is coming back to rallying with the Epsilon. But, yeah, it is one of the features of this hypercar class, with the depth we've got with the manufacturers. We've not just got the battle for position here, we've got battles between the national brands for multiple countries, BMW versus Porsche, Lamborghini versus Ferrari and Isotta Fraschini, Alpine versus Peugeot, at least earlier in the race we did. And then as you look into the GT classes, Ford and Chevrolet, you know, Aston Martin and McLaren, wonderful.
Here comes the move. Fuoco round the outside, down up the inside into the chicane. He gets it slowed down. Just makes the corner. Peter, that was really brave.
It was very brave. I think what I found out on my little lap thing here in front of me is that they're both on different types of tyres. I believe that Fuoco is on a medium tyre and the number 2 is on, Earl Bamber is on the soft tyre.
Yeah. Okay, well, Bamber is not going to let this go because he's fighting on the outside line.
Which is why this area down here and towards Porsche curves, which is the wetter area, before we saw Bamber pull away from him. So if Fuoco can stay in front now and just maintain that gap, when he gets past the start and finish line, he should be able to pull away.
Let's see what Bamber can do then, heading up towards Indianapolis. Again, he gets a toe here, he gets a run. He's going to try and get that place back. There's just about the width on the inside line. Fuoco on the outside, he might get boxed in by the traffic here, and Bamber has read that beautifully because he's gone through, he's put the move on him, except that he's the one that gets stuck in the traffic, but at least he's ahead of the Ferrari.
Great stuff from this pair. It's been clean as a whistle so far. Keep it that way, boys. And not only that, he's put the GT car between himself and the chasing now, Tony Fire.
He will not like that, Rally Fuoco, at all. 3 more drive-through penalties to be talked about. So 94 Peugeot, the 92 Porsche, that is the second place car, Manthey Pure Racing, and car number 31, which is the surviving WRT BMW M4, all for slow zone infringements. Sean Galal at the wheel of the BMW at the moment. 94 is in the control of Paul di Resta. Right, there's Bamber being brave, just getting around the outside of the traffic.
Well, we do know he's brave.
This is very true. Fuoco likewise, so he doesn't need any second invitation to clear the back markers. Look at that from Bamber. There is no hesitation at all. He knows he can't afford to hesitate. He's just going to push, 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 and again, just gets into the corner and leaves that back marker between him and the chasing Ferrari.
So car's length or two ahead. Here comes Fuoco.
There goes Bamber up the road, and the margin between them as they went over the timing line was just under half a second. That is how close it is, as up front it's still Buemi from Vanthorpe, from Kobayashi, and then this mega battle for 4th place.
Great stuff between this pair. They are dropping back a little from the 3 ahead as a result of this battle. So for now, we'll just revel in this cracking stuff between the 2 of them.
They are dropping back, you're right, but equally Buemi is being caught by Vanthorpe and Kobayashi, only by a little, and it could be down to traffic, but he is being caught slightly.
Maybe he's got a good run again here into and through Tête Rouge, and I think he's going to get the run on him here, Peter.
For sure, I think he's going to have this go easy, round the outside. He can then pick his line, pick the driest line into the next chicane. And this time he has to break the toe of Bamber and just get away from him enough that he can't come back at him.
But it's easier said than done, isn't it, given the grunt of that Cadillac out of the chicane. So Ferrari goes ahead up into 4th place, Antonio Fuoco. And now on this next run to the 2nd chicane, this is where he's got to be on his toes and try to get away. But Earl Bamber staying with him and staying in the draft.
Got a great run through the final part of that corner. It was a good run from Fuoco, slightly better, but only slightly better this time from the Cadillac.
Right, to the 2nd chicane they come, but the gap has widened a little bit, hasn't it? Here, you're on board with Antonio Fuoco. Trouble is, back markers are up the road, and that might just enable Bamber to come back at him.
Yeah, we do know that from the Mulsanne corner, the next corner, that's Bamber's strong point. So if Fuoco can clear this one and the next car,
I think he can,
and get on the brakes in a nice, clean manner and try to maintain that gap on Bamber, now he might have a chance.
Yeah, now he's got his best chance. It's another part of why this hypercar formula is working so well. These cars, including, as Peter was saying just a few minutes ago, the fact they're on different compounds of tyre, delivering their performance in very different ways for almost identical lap times.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing in this, is there, between the 2 as they accelerate now up towards Indianapolis. Once more then, speed building, really fast part of the circuit, this.
Now the fastest part, of course, of this Circuit de la Sarthe. And through Indianapolis, where is Bamber? Still in his wheel tracks. How close? Not close enough this time to make the move. So we've had, between the 2 of them, I think I'm right, 5 positional changes in the last 3 laps.
Yes.
Fuoco's been by him 3 times, and Bamber's been back twice.
I think it's inevitable that position will stick, though, sooner or later.
It could well be now.
Meantime, Lawrence Vanthorpe is still hustling on and continues to lap quicker than Buemi, and that gap is down to 1.3 seconds. Now, don't forget, Porsche number 6 started from pole position. Estra did the time, Vanthorpe started it, and we've not really had much cause to discuss it for 9.5 hours, but there it is in 2nd place and closing on that leading Toyota.
Under 2 seconds. Under 2 seconds is the gap at 1:31 in the morning.
So there's the Toyota just up the road. Down they come then. So Vanthorpe has been in the car for longer than Buemi has over the course of the race. They're on the same pit strategy. They both stopped 6 laps ago. And 1.8 seconds at the last timing point, the margin between the two. And over the last couple of laps, Vanthor has been a little faster. Interestingly, and again, this might be traffic, Peter, but Kobayashi third, falling away from the top two and being caught by the Fuoco and Bamba train, because his lap times are about 4 seconds off theirs.
Yeah, you do wonder whether, I mean, to be 4 seconds off like that, you think that's got to be traffic. You can't be that slow unless there's an issue with the car. But I'm sure we'd be hearing it on the radio by now if there was.
PJ Hyatt climbing aboard the 14, Spike. Just getting sad news, I'm afraid, from Team WRT confirming the 46 is out of the race.
Oh dear.
Following a small mistake after the Dunlop Bridge. The 46 race is over. Ahmed is okay, is back with the team in the garage. Comes a message from Emma Ladiman at Sport, sorry Emma, at Team WRT. It's going back a bit. Gutted for Ahmed Al-Hati. Very sorry indeed for Valentino Rossi and his legion of fans. That car had been a factor all the way through, and rather sadly, thousands are going to wake up tomorrow morning to find no 46 car on the leaderboard.
And the Rossi fans will all blame Ahmed Al-Hati for being the man that put the car off. He will not receive an Al-Hati welcome, therefore.
Oh dear, oh dear.
It's early or late, depending on which way you look at the clock.
It's getting that wee small hours where things appear on TikTok.
Now, I'm still concerned about Kobayashi, so we need to keep an eye on this. His sectors on this lap have been a little bit better, so maybe we do put it down to traffic. But Antonio Fuoco behind is on another mission. Equally, Vanthor L has got designs on getting onto terms with Sebastian Buemi. It's also up to Lawrence Vanthor to uphold family honour now, with Dries having crashed out of the event and that contact with Kubica, which gave it 83, the 30-second penalty.
Yeah, it's always easier when you've got the leading car, you know that's the leading car in front, and you're using him as your kind of buffer, and you can just get your head down, watch where he brakes, maybe just nibble away and then close in gradually. So he's in a good position, Laurent.
Yeah. Earl Bamber, by the way, is still with Antonio Fuoco. When I say with him, there with him, 0.4 of a second back. I'm just going to make a note, because I think Concerned About Kobayashi makes a great title for a book at some point in the future. I'm not quite sure what it's going to be about, but it's a great title.
I'll workshop it over the rest of the race.
We should.
That almost allows me a plug for my book that is now available on sale in all good retailers.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, which is this?
It's called The Immortals of British Motor Racing.
Really?
Yes.
Is it good?
I think it's fantastic, but if you buy one, you can tell me.
Right.
DSC can review it. But it's honestly, it's a genuine. I'm not winding you up when I say this.
It's an absolute banger.
It's a good read. Yes, out now.
Rollicking good read there, David Anderson, on the book The Immortals of British Motor Racing by, checks notes, David Anderson.
Yes, but Concern About Kobayashi is your latest Japanese spy thriller.
I think that could be very good.
Now, further back, what are we going to do, if anything, to get 83 back into the mix? Robert Schwartzman in the car that led for the bulk of the race, actually, thus far. At hours 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8, it was the leading car. That's now 90 seconds away from the race lead. I know it had to serve the penalty, but slow zones helped negate some of that. But it's still not making amends for lost time earlier on. Replay here.
Oh, grounding out heavily there.
Was that a Ferrari or a bit?
That was a Ferrari in front, so that's like Earl Bamber behind.
Trying to have another go at that?
Yeah, I put my teeth back in. hang on a minute.
It was Fuoco bottoming out Earl Bamber's view of it. Yes, indeed.
Paul Di Resta under investigation for a slow zone infringement. The 94 car, though, it has to be said, simply has not yet been a factor. He's the first car, by the way, off the lead lap now.
Yeah.
That's significantly off the lead lap.
And also off the lead lap, both Lamborghinis, the other Peugeot, the Jack Aitken 311 Cadillac, number 4 Porsche of Nick Tandy, the Isotta, and the Proton Porsche, which has been off the lead lap really since the start. Yeah, the Whelen Cadillac is a relatively recent drop off the lead lap. That's the last one that did feature there. The Proton competition car, of course, had those problems with the door early on. For the second consecutive race, 2 lengthy stops to get that fixed. A 60 car, something of a survivor. Claudio Schiavone back aboard the car now.
after he recovered the car back from impact with the barriers.
This is Rasputin, isn't it, this Lamborghini? It won't die. They can't put it down. Whatever happens, it battles on. Staggers out again. But fair play for keeping it in the race.
It's like so many things in life, dear me. Don't say anything about politics, Graham. Don't say anything about politics.
So the Lamborghini that lost the best part of an hour earlier on after Schiavone put it in the wall and had all that frontal damage. It is Matteo Cressoni at the wheel of it, ready to go back out.
Just taking a look into the top three, by the way, now. The 95 United Autosports McLaren. I think that's a switch between, because it was Saucy, wasn't it, and the 59 that was in a good position a little earlier in the race.
But we have just had that make a pit stop not that many laps ago.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say, it's another race where the growth of this programme for McLaren, in particular for United Autosports, is beginning to take shape. We saw, obviously, the Inception Racing car on pole position after a magnificent hyperpole lap from Brendan Arieb. That car, I'm afraid, way down the order now, 18th after trouble early on. Needed attention to burst radiator, wasn't it, for that car?
It was, and it was caused by the rain and Brendan Arieb overshooting the chicane. So he thought, right, what I'll do is go up the escape road. That'll be fine. I can just get through the gap in the tyres. When he turned, there wasn't enough grip. And he hit the tyres and damaged the radiator. So he thought he was doing the right thing, and then something else cropped up to ensnare him, if you like.
Yeah. He should join the Iron Dames. He's got that kind of luck. There you go. But there's several reasons why he can't.
I was going to say, I don't know how to break this to you, but there is one fundamental biological problem that stands in the way. We are now looking at the race having run for 9 hours and 38 minutes, and it is Toyota in the lead with the gap hovering around the 1.9 second mark. So although Vanthoor's had a couple of laps where he's brought it down, Buemi is responding now because his last lap was slightly quicker than the Porsches.
Yeah, it has been about that mark for what seems like 3 or 4 days now. But they've not managed to make an impact on each other. Aboard now with Alex Riberas, the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. This is going to be a very significant team next season. We'll talk about that in a moment. He's right with Nico Pino for third place.
And Peter, we're getting now in the middle sector a number of drivers, largely in LMP2, granted, doing personal best sector times.
Track drying, cool weather, hot tyres. The cool weather obviously makes the engine that bit stronger. Sector 2 is generally the straights, isn't it? So yeah, they're just thundering down the straights with a bit more power and able to do their fastest sectors.
Just a quick moment, by the way, to go back to a chat about the Heart of Racing. Peter, you've been a pretty key part of the team that's been helping the development of the Aston Martin Valkyrie over the last how long?
Oh, since about 1974.
It's a spectacular car, and of course the LMH, the hypercar version of that car, very significantly different than the road-going version of the car. Just tell us, how excited should race fans be about the car debuting next year in the WEC? 2 cars now confirmed for Heart of Racing. And, by the way, the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship with the first confirmed LMH car, albeit a non-hybrid car. It looks fantastic. It sounds even more fantastic. It's absolutely ideally suited to this, isn't it?
Yeah, and when it was announced, what, 3-4 years ago,
yes,
and then got withdrawn and then re-announced, I think everyone breathed a sigh of relief that it was actually going to come back.
Yep.
I think, I know that it's been a major job, an ongoing job back at Aston Martin to get this car ready. So they've got another 12 months, but, you know, they've got to get it out. They've got to do all this endurance testing and make sure the platform's strong enough, the engine's strong enough to last for 24 hours. They've got to pretty much detune the engine as well, because it's
How do you take 400 horsepower out of the engine?
Exactly. So the plus side of that is that generally if you drop horsepower out of an engine, you make it stronger, you make it more reliable, so they have got that on their side. But they've got a big 12 months ahead of them to get it ready and you know, to bring it racing. But 12 months from now, when we're here and Aston Martin's on the grid with 2 cars and everyone else hopefully is still here as well, it's going to be an even better race.
It's a fantastic moment in history of this great race right now. We have never had the depth in numbers of factories at this great race. It's only getting better. And the other factor that was announced, David, just a couple of days ago, is that the rules are going to be extended by another couple of years, which means that 1 or 2 other manufacturers, brief yellow flag by the way in the Ford chicane, now have the opportunity to determine whether or not their business case stacks up, because it could be a 2 or 3 year program rather than only 1 year program.
What's been the catalyst for it? Why is hypercar so much better than any other rule set to have tempted the manufacturers in?
Principally cost control.
Right.
And the thing that I think put people off in the middle years, if you like, of what were spectacular cars in LMP1 hybrid, and we saw it with the ill-fated Nissan effort. If you join late and you're trying to attack the efforts of teams with the capability of Audi and Toyota and Porsche, you're going to have to do the same thing but better, with less of a lead in to do that. And the only way other than that of doing it is to do something bonkers.
Is it also the fact that some manufacturers have made customer cars available, like Porsche, sort of echoing the old Group C days?
I think the problem is going to be, and Peter just edged towards it, you know, with the advent of Aston Martin, there's not going to be space for them in a World Championship. So you've got to start to think about what is the next phase of this journey. We're going to get a brand new LMP2 formula. That plan has changed completely in a matter of days and weeks, not weeks and months. So that is yet to be determined. LMGT3 already is a smash hit and will remain a smash hit. This LMGT3 formula, the way in which the performance is monitored, that will grow in popularity amongst other championships for sure. But then it's a matter of how do you accommodate if you start to get to the stage where cost control is maintained and the supply chain is better managed and logistical costs come down and the number of teams grow that want to run these fantastic cars as private enterprises, where is the space for them? And the answer is there's precious little of it. We have 4 of them here. I don't think we can have 4 of them next year.
And also, as you say, LMP2 is another discussion point. We might come to that in due course. As away goes 83. And a replay here of Earl Bamber getting involved with back markers.
That's the Isotta.
Yeah, getting crowded up. The Isotta gets turned round, and Earl Bamber might have a case to answer there, Peter.
Yeah, I think you've got to say that he was a bit ambitious going for that move. He's got a proper hurry up, of course, but
stayed out the barrier at least.
Yeah. Again, you've got to put that down to Earl. He's just been a bit too pushy there.
John Calvene at the wheel of the Isotta, which was never a factor anyway, and that's not helped its case, being tagged into that spin.
But still running, and you know, this is early days for this programme. Michelotto designed and built car with an HWA built engine, Isotta Fraschini branded. And there was nearly a tag there between one of the Lexus, and there was trouble, 2 cars off, and I think there's also somewhere in the background there potentially a LMP2 car involved there too. Double yellows at Marshall Post 11 as a result of that.
It's not liquid down by any chance, is there? Because all of a sudden it just seemed to catch a lot of people out at the same time.
It seemed to be a P2 car getting involved. It's a 155 car there that's involved, and that car was running 5th in the hands of Jordan Taylor. There seemed to be an LMP2 car that tried to make the move, couldn't quite do it, checked up, I think, may even have run straight on, and that caught out the cars behind.
Right, well, Jordan Taylor's going to try and get himself out of the gravel.
There's the P2 car going straight on.
And then bang, 155 was accosted by McLaren. It's 59. One of the UA cars, you're right.
It's Gregoire Saucy. So these are the cars that were contesting 4th and 5th. And in fact, Jordan Taylor was ahead of that McLaren coming in, so he'd just taken that place. But now he's in big trouble. But that was all triggered, I think, by an aborted move from an LMP2 car.
And maybe Gregoire Saucy kind of was judging the braking on that and failed.
Yeah, you got a good point. Now Jordan needs to find that reverse, get the car started, get it in reverse and pull out of there that gravel, because if he goes forward, he might well beach himself.
Yeah, the rear wheels are on hard standing by the look of it. It's just as you say, trying to select reverse gear. Jack Aitken, you're riding with. Yellow flags then up at the first chicane. There might end up being a slow zone, but this part of the circuit is all clear now after Sally Jolic's Ferrari was retrieved and Jack Aitken charges through the Porsche curves. Even this bit of the circuit looks narrow, doesn't it?
It does, certainly. The other thing is, of course, with the damp still around, you've still got really one line you want to use.
Jack Aitken closing on Mikkel Jensen, then you can see the gap coming down and stretching and down, and then it'll stretch coming onto the pit straight because the Peugeot's first onto the power, but the grunt and go Cadillac chases after him and over the line. This is the battle that's going on for 15th and 16th places. They're a lap down on the leaders, and the Peugeot staving off the attack of the Caddy for the minute.
So the 311 has had a delay in the last hour or so. I don't think we know what that was. Did drop off the lead lap and dropped significantly off the lead lap now.
Which was that, sorry, 311?
311. That car was running about 11th or 12th position, what seems like about an hour ago. Meanwhile, its fastest lap of the race at the moment, in 13th place, goes to the number 19 Lamborghini, Hans van Trier Caldarelli, a 3:31.091. Pursuing Paul di Resta in the other Peugeot, currently in 12th place.
Meanwhile, you've got Laurens Vantour gradually eking his way up onto the bumper, so he's only half a second behind Sebastian Buemi now for the lead of this race.
Absolutely. And we know they're on the same pit strategy as well, so they should probably come in together. It's going to be interesting to see the pit stops and who does what. Graham?
Jordan Taylor still stationary at first chicane as these two battling cars clear the yellow flag zone, get back down to it.
But the Cadillac not really gobbling up the gap, is it, to the Peugeot here?
It's got good straight line, this Peugeot.
And now the lead gap's gone up again, 1.7 seconds. So maybe he just put that down to traffic against Buemi on that previous lap.
Because he got within 2 tenths.
Yeah.
And then it just went up again.
Got a double yellow at Marshall's post 6 as well. That's just happened.
It's coming up to Tertre Rouge, isn't it? And now it's been removed. So whoever had a grassy moment has got away with it. And this gap has remained like this all the way down the straight to the eye. Jack Aitken's just not quite closing enough.
Earl Bamber on pit lane.
Okay, out of what was 5th place, and Jordan Taylor getting more concerned about this. He's lost another lap.
Okay,
and finally it's going backwards. Why is it taking so long, I wonder?
I wonder if he just couldn't find reverse.
Yeah, possibly. Or the car was so hot wouldn't restart if he'd stalled it.
The thing is about a race car in reverse, they're pretty much made of chocolate. It's a gear that you have to be very careful with. You can't rush a reverse because it will just strip it straight away.
Well, he's got it out of the gravel. Here's the incident from another angle. So you've got your LMP2 car going up the escape road, and then wait for the bang. There it is.
Yeah, the P2 car was looking for the inside line. The Lexus cut across its bows, watched there, and then in avoidance, the P2 car went straight on, and that caught out the two battling GT3 cars.
Well, you saw the McLaren actually over the curbing on the inside and bouncing and losing traction and just whack.
It's almost like Saucy didn't expect a corner to be there, like I said earlier on, as though he was looking at that LMP2 car that didn't slow down, and then suddenly he found a corner.
Meantime, by the way, it's Lexus 1-3 and United Autosports 95 car, the other McLaren, in 2nd place. So our pit stops around at the moment. This is anybody's race now in LMGT3.
I think it was always going to be that, wasn't it? A bit like the same in LMP2 and Hypercar.
We've seen dominance from the Porsches a couple of points here. We've seen the Mustangs playing strongly in the early parts of the race. We've seen the McLarens, the Lexus. McLarens and Lexus and Mustangs. That's inconceivable. Would have been talking about that at the start of this season. But yet here they are, and there they've been.
Right, down the pit lane comes the 93 Peugeot, Mikkel Jensen in. Stops on his marks, and he will remain in the car, will he not? Gets his drink bottle handed to him, so he's not able to get out yet. He's got to do another stint. Mikkel Jensen, who's been a F4 champion in Germany, he's been an LMP2 champion in the States, he's been a LMP3 champion in the European Le Mans Series, so he's an accomplished driver. Rome 6 Hours winner.
Yep. Quick young man.
And in comes Vanthor then, and ahead of him, look, in comes Buemi. So now it's going to be a battle of the pit crews, but this also depends on whether they do the same thing in the stops. If one changes tyres and the other doesn't, then obviously it's going to affect things.
I think Vantoor's getting out, isn't he? Did he just take his radio off?
Could be right. Looked like there was some activity going on.
No change of driver at Tota, meanwhile.
Correct.
It's going to be the point that gives them just a little bit of an edge. It's one of the reasons I do love this sport so much is it is a team game. There is still
a
way in which we'll spot it, Peter.
Which means he's getting new tyres, which means if the Toyota doesn't take new tyres, which I don't think it is, they're going to have a much quicker stop.
I think Andre Lotterer goes back into 6th, doesn't he?
But then there's going to be one heck of a chase. Not that there hasn't been for the last, what is, checks notes, 9 hours.
OK, who's quicker, Buemi or Lotterer? I'd go Buemi.
Well, Lotterer's going to have brand new tyres on the car, so once he gets them up to speed...
They've not changed. They've not changed.
Oh, wow.
They didn't change tyres. They kept the same tyres on.
Let me just check where we are with tyres then.
And the Toyota has kept its lead.
Actually, because he was running the wet tyres before this, Vantoor has just done one stint on that softer compound.
OK, so Buemi still leads. He stayed in the car. He knows what to expect of the car and the track. Lotterer doesn't have to get the tyres up to temperature, but he has to just get a feel for the circuit.
Third place, Toyota now on pit lane with Kamui Kobayashi. 2 seconds quicker on the pit road, though, from Toyota Gazoo Racing crew. That means the gap goes up from tenths to 3.5 seconds. Fuel going in for the second of the Toyotas, and it will be fuel only. Away they go. Further back, next one up is Antonio Fuoco. He stays out, so his next target now will be the number 7 Toyota.
Right, so Fuoco up towards the line. 7 Toyota has just served its pit stop. Back on track, and Kobayashi stays behind the wheel. Is that Fuoco for position? It is, and he goes through on the inside. Does he not take 3rd place away? 7 Toyota battles over the brow.
How much longer, though? We must be expecting the 50 car in very shortly, Peter. How many laps on this? But then again,
yeah, like next lap, yeah.
OK.
This lap.
So they're separated effectively by a pit stop.
Yeah, so it's a Pyrrhic victory, really, that 3rd place, because he's going to come in at the end of the lap, is what we're suggesting. So 50 versus 7, but Fuoco, for my money, is an absolute star. There's never a boring lap when Fuoco's in the car.
No, there's not. You genuinely don't know what he's going to do. Is it going to be brilliant? Is it going to be rash?
It's largely brilliant.
It is largely, and by the way, increasingly it's largely brilliant. He was prone to make the odd mistake, as we saw last year at Spa on the cold tyres. Was it a mistake? Was it strategic? Who can tell? There are those that say that mistake won Ferrari Le Mans last year in persuading the powers that be to reintroduce tyre warmers for this race last year.
Well, he was a star when he came into GT Ferraris, GT3 spec Ferraris, but in hypercar, with all the single-seater experience and the aero that he can use, it just works.
Yeah, we need to keep an eye on the energy at the end of the lap. We keep an eye on the energy at the end of the lap. Full push, but we keep an eye at the end of the lap.
So can they make another lap? I guess that one's all about. I mean, there is this theory, we hear it from Matt Davidson very regularly. I think you two gentlemen, for a variety of reasons, are good people to ask about this. We look at these hypercars, the way that these cars are set up and presented as being effectively just as much like big GT cars as they are as prototypes. Fair?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Yes. The look is far removed from a GT3 car.
But also running a hybrid system rather than the GT doesn't run a hybrid system.
But for how much longer?
Yep.
That was the pass. The Toyota fresh out of the pit lane. Fuoco through, but then over the curb.
Oh!
Gained a slight advantage, perhaps?
That, I think, is open to question. Could he have made the corner?
But he was distracted by the Toyota coming out of the pit lane, Your Honour. And he was caught out, and it was safer to go off the road than risk a collision, Your Honour. Let's just have an eavesdrop on the Ferrari conversation.
Okay, we box. You stay in the car. Fuel only.
Right, so you've heard the plan. He'll come into the pits. They'll take on fuel. Keep him on that set of tyres, though, Peter.
Yes, of course, they've only done one run on these set of tyres. The last set was wet when the circuit was obviously a bit wet. So, yeah, it's unusual that in a normal situation you would change driver, change tyres. But in a situation where Andre Lotterer was concerned, he got into the car. That set of tyres had only done one stint, and therefore he did another stint, or he's going to at least do two more on that set.
In he comes. Meanwhile, two more drive-through penalties being incurred, both to LMP2 cars. First goes to third place car from Vector Sport, Patrick Pilly aboard the number 10. That's a drive-through penalty for a slow zone procedure infringement. Same for the car 65, and another one just given for an overtake on the slow zone for car 94. That is the better placed of the two Peugeots, the car running in 12th place. So drive-through penalties for cars 10, 65 and 94. And with that, I will hand over to Rob Bell, who's been just champing at the bit. He's got loads of things he wants to talk to you about overnight.
Can't wait to hear them.
I think they're going to be amazing. He is actually an amazing character. I've often said, never yet been denied, amongst the two most attractive Bell brothers.
Yep. Silence.
That was Graham Goodwin.
Tumbleweed.
Absolutely. Graham, thank you very much. We'll hear from you again later on in the morning. Go and get some sleep. Away goes, you need it by the sound of it, away goes Antonio Fuoco in number 50. So same tyres, full tank of fuel, and off he sets. Our lead battle after that last round of pit stops, the gap has widened while Lotterer tries to get the tyres up to temperature. So from a Nats crotchet, it's up to 7.5 seconds now between the top two. We need to keep an eye on Lotterer's pace, because got to say, Peter, really, that the stars in number 6 Porsche of the weekend thus far have been Vanthoor and Est. They've been quicker than Lotterer. Maybe not by much, but they've been a bit quicker.
Yeah, I think what you get with Andre Lotterer is a very safe pair of hands. I'm going to knock on wood when I say that, because the commentator's curse. But he's won this race 3 times. He's the elder driver in the car now, I think 42 years old. So he might not have the out-and-out speed of the others, but he's safe with the car.
Sure. Away goes the Hertz Team Jota entry. Phil Hansen at the wheel of it, who, Rob Bell, is another very good sports car driver, Phil Hansen. Maybe he hasn't yet really had the recognition he deserves, but he's done a lot of miles and he's had a lot of good results.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of come through LMP3, LMP2, and looks like he's been given a chance, you know, and he's probably come through not the standard route that you would come through, but he seems to be making a name for himself and is, you know, well liked within the Jota team.
You're riding on board with Jack Aitken at the moment, who is still behind the wheel of 311. Every time I look, he seems to be in it and kind of welded himself in. But that car lost time in the last couple of hours. It's down in 14th place and it's fallen off the lead lap. Goes now through the first chicane. He's still chasing a Peugeot. This time it's Paul de Resta's car. He got past Mikkel Jensen on that last pit stop, but now he's going to set off in pursuit of another of the ex-Formula 1 drivers on the grid, Paul de Resta.
We saw a good fight earlier on with, I think it was Aitken at the wheel then of the 311, and we were kind of picking out that for whatever reason, they just don't seem to have the straight line speed of some of the other cars. And we know the Cadillacs are fast in a straight line. We've seen overtaking from, say, the number 2 car. I just don't think, maybe a different setup on the 311 with a wing. It's hard to know, but yeah, he's been behind this car for ages now and just unable to make a move.
And he's not on the lead lap, of course, so that's the other problem. The other caddies are, though, so I think they're still in the mix, and I don't know. I still think they're almost a dark horse for it. They're still in the mix, but just behind the more established hypercars from previous years. But yeah, all looking good. And
I think they're going to need a fair slice of luck in perhaps, you know, a couple of the cars ahead of them having issues to come up. But, you know, pace-wise, the Toyota, the Ferraris, they seem to be the better ones. The Porsche number 6 is up there, as you say. So we're looking at Andre Lotter's last lap now. So he's 7/10 slower than Sebastian Buemi. So he's got himself up to speed.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, and I think you're right, Peter, in what you say about the Cadillacs. On pure pace, no. But with a bit of bad luck and dramas for one or two others, and maybe there are some more penalties lurking in the system somewhere, could well be done. Look at the top speeds presented to you by Motul. The fastest out of hypercar is number 4 Porsche Felipe Nasr, and you can compare and contrast that with LMP2 and LM GT3, in which Porsche again tops the speed traps.
The other factor, of course, is you can guarantee there'll be more rain before the end of this race, which will mix things up. I just hope it's not as I'm walking back to my caravan.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's again not doing what the forecast said, which was meant to be just a wet race. And that last shower that we had gave drama, but we haven't heard anything about rain. Nobody's telling us that it's on its way, or, you know, nothing.
Yeah, and it's amazing. We're not nowhere near halfway through yet. No. You know, it's yeah, it's going to be, there's a lot of action to come. A lot of, you know, tired drivers, cars get a little bit worn through the race. You know, there's going to be unpredictability still lurking around the corner, I think.
And as we've seen from some of the cars, it takes a split second, a little bit sideways, and suddenly the car snaps and you're in the wall. It causes a safety car or big damage to a barrier that needs to be fixed, and, you know, so many things can happen.
So we've had 10 hours and 3 minutes of racing here at Le Mans. Race leading car, Sebastian Buemi's number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing entry, 144 laps done, and he is 10 seconds clear of Andre Lotterer in the pole sitting number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport entry, with the second of the Toyotas, Kamui Kobayashi, at the wheel of number 7 in 3rd place. Ferrari 4th, Antonio Fuoco, Cadillac 5th, Earl Bamber, and Ferrari 6th, the so-called privateer entry, Robert Schwarzman at the wheel of the car, that has led probably more laps than anything else in this race, after really good strategy calls by the AF Corsa team operating that car during the wetter parts of the race. 83 led at the end of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th hours of the race. Every time, of course, there's a round of pit stops, the order becomes somewhat jumbled, and at the moment we've got the leading 9 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, it's really cool, and GT just looking at the GT3 battle as well. At one point in the last stint, the battle for 4th was between 4 cars, all within 2 seconds of each other, the whole pack. And then there was that incident with the Saucy car, which was quite a big hit, actually. I'm surprised there wasn't any damage. You know, he seemed to have to take to the curb, and then he did hit the Ferrari with, you know, reasonable ferocity. So we'll see how that pans out. But I think the GT3 battle seems to be that it's been split with sort of a safety pit stop strategy. So some are pitting halfway through the stint compared to the others. So it might well flip-flop during, you know, the McLarens have been at the front. Then it seems to be the Manthey car with the Lexus as well. So we'll see how that pans out towards the end of the race.
We will indeed. Gregoire says he has just made another pit stop, so they might have checked for damage in that, but the McLaren is back on track. You're riding with Klaus Bachler, who is currently 3rd in class, and Kelvin van der Linde, who started from the pit lane, is just up the road in that Lexus for 2nd, so there's a battle developing here.
Yeah, and I don't think we've heard the last of this Gregoire Saucy incident, because
you're right.
I'm sure they're looking at that, and I would expect some kind of penalty. At the end of the day, Jordan Taylor was minding his own business, and the mistake was from Sosi, so you would expect some kind of a drive-through of some description.
Be handy to see an onboard, because the view that we've got is kind of at the end of the incident, if that makes sense. We didn't actually see the reason that was caused.
So that was for position, wasn't it? That was Klaus Bachler going by Kelvin van der Linde, but he's missed the corner, so I think he might be losing that again.
This is for second in LMGT3. Porsche ahead, but only just. Kelvin van der Linde, the South African, another rookie in the race, comes out to have a go, and I think he's gone back past, certainly got the LMP2 car going through the traffic as well. Wait to get a better shot, but I think the Lexus has retaken the place.
No,
I think
he hasn't.
I think he stayed ahead.
Okay.
I think Bachler stayed ahead.
Now, whether he should give up the place because he went off the road, you could say that was kind of gaining an advantage.
He's not giving that back.
No.
No.
not without being prompted.
In the dark, no one saw it.
That is the thing. Under the cover of darkness, you can get away with a bit more.
So, having cleared the Lexus, then he's only 4 seconds back off Maurice Schuring in the Manthey EMA car. So that's one garage, Manthey Pure Racing. So their car's up to second. And the way that Bachler is going, and the experience that Klaus Bachler has got, shouldn't be longer, would I have thought, before he gets onto the back of Maurice Schuring. There is the Lexus, which is back ahead.
Front,
Told you, he's done it, got back ahead. So, correct all that. It is Porsche, Lexus, Porsche once more. And Kelvin van der Linde is not going to be a pushover.
No, he's got to do it all again, hasn't he? Bachler's he's back on him again straight away.
Bachler's back on him.
Yeah, he is. He is. So, yeah, let's see how that develops. But Bachler does look quick, though. He looks on the move, and that Porsche looks like it's got quite good top speed.
So towards Indianapolis they come, and he's back ahead. So back into second place now goes Klaus Bachler. Kelvin van der Linde, I think, will, okay, be disappointed he's lost a place, but in a way heartened that they can run at the Porsche pace and still be in the mix for a class podium right now.
And now he just needs to try and stay on his bumper. So the Ferrari behind is not for position, but he looks racy as well. Who's that Ferrari behind him?
I was wondering whether it wasn't one of the Corvettes, actually.
I thought it was a Ferrari.
No, you're probably right, but we'll have a look in a moment when they come back through the shot. And it is a Ferrari that's got
is that Jordan?
Them.
Is that Jordan Taylor?
Yeah, I think it is. Back up and running. So to the end of the lap they come, but in LMGT3, Maurice Schuring then ahead of Klaus Bachler. And because of the squabbling, what was a 4.4 second gap is up to 6.2 now. So Klaus Bachler needs to break away from van der Linde and then set off in pursuit of the same type of car, but operated by a slightly different stable, and see what he can do about the class lead.
Got the best part of 2 seconds now in front, so he looks like he's broken the toe.
And at Cadillac, you have to make your own amusements and keep yourselves awake. The Iron Dames likewise. And where you can just relax before you have to leap back into action, take the opportunity.
I think in that situation, you never want to be the first one to fall asleep, do you?
No, true enough.
Not in a garage full of bored mechanics.
I think you need more people to make a proper Mexican wave, but, you know, something to do for the cameras. So, an example of the pit crews, how they have to occupy themselves, what they're doing, and catching a bit of light relief between pit stops.
So that Ferrari is actually starting to catch the Porsche again, but it's not for position.
No.
So who could it be? Well, yeah,
it's got to be Jordan Taylor, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's got to be.
We haven't got that many Ferraris left, really, within LMGT3. There's only the GR Racing car, which is Mike Wainwright, who I wouldn't have said is as quick as the people around him. So, and Sally Yolic's car isn't circulating anymore. Rob?
No idea.
Right, thank you.
Well done, mate. 70, what are we seeing? That's 78?
Yeah, we can see a gaggle of cars together on our timing.
All right,
here.
78 is the Kelvin van der Linde car.
Yeah.
But there's another car in between them.
It might well be Jordan Taylor back out and circulating.
He'll be kicking himself.
Yeah.
Well, he'll be kicking the McLaren that took him off.
He has, but he's got every right to catch up and get past those cars, even though they're ahead on the road and he's not necessarily fighting them. He's got every right to try and get past them and get himself a lap back.
Lead gaps increase. Let's listen to Buemi.
Seb, you're flying, man. Only one other car in the 32s, and you're in the 31s. Everybody else 33s. Great job.
So Sebastian Buemi being given a verbal pat on the back, and he is getting away from Andre Lotterer right now.
Different tyres.
Yeah,
I will say that. I think the Toyota's on soft and the Porsche's on mediums.
And Kobayashi lapping quicker than both of them, both Buemi and Lotterer. So Kobayashi in third place. He's got a lot of ground to make up, hasn't he? 55 seconds effectively to Andre Lotterer, and 10s aren't going to do it, but full seconds, which is what he is gaining by, will all help.
I think that's possible. That's well within reach. You know,
Yeah.
What was it, 1 minute 10 seconds? It is not that much at this time. You know, still a long time to go in the race. So, yeah, plenty of these guys and cars are still in the mix.
So there is the lead car. That's number 8, Sebastian Buemi. No stranger to success here. 4 times a winner, 18, 19, 20 and 22. So good strike rate that he's got. Another of the ex-Formula 1 racers. He's also, of course, been a Formula E champion. On board with Scott Dixon, the New Zealander, coming up now to the bank left of Indianapolis. He's got more traffic up the road, and the Cadillac that he saddles is to be found in 9th place, and it's currently the last car on the lead lap. So the 6 times IndyCar champion presses on in pursuit of Phil Hansen, and last time was a little bit faster. Back on board with Dixon. Got a McLaren, I think, just up the road, Rob, hasn't he? He's got to dodge past.
Yeah, he's looking at the back of McLaren there and just got a picky spot as we've seen that move. Yeah, executed nicely. It's quite tight, but he gave the GT3 car enough room there, which is the important bit.
As into the pit lane comes Maurice Schuring, who was leading LMGT3, so that's going to give the class lead now to Backler. It's going to put Van der Linde in the Lexus up to 2nd, and Maurice Schuring aboard number 91 stays aboard by the look of it, ready for another stint. Maurice Schuring, who is yet another rookie.
Did a really good job there, though, because, you know, Backler putting pressure on him just being behind and having the experience, and actually Shearing seemed to be maintain the gap. So doing a cracking job.
Is this actually Klaus's first time here, though? I mean, he's raced all over the place, but has he raced in Le Mans before?
Yes, I think he has. I'm sure he has. And bear with me. 3 times he's raced here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're right. A lot of experience.
And a lot of miles have been done, as you suggest, in just about every category you can race a Porsche in, because Backler specialises in these cars, and putting it to good effect right now. So Backler ahead of Van der Linde, rookie. Gregoire Sosi now up into 3rd in the class, rookie. And then Takeshi Kimura in the other Lexus 87, 4th in the class, not a rookie.
And behind them, Nicolas Pino actually just doing the car's fastest lap for United Autosports. Just crept under the 4-minute barrier.
Treble 7 in, Owen Bastard, the GT4 champion of a couple of seasons ago. The D-Station car fires up eventually and blasts away. Owen Bastard down the pit lane then. Another of the rookies.
Andre Lotterer now finally finding his feet.
Right.
Matching Sebastian Buemi's times.
A yellow flag up at the first chicane, and that's the reason why. Car stranded. It was a McLaren, wasn't it?
It was.
And it rejoins. It's a UA car.
It was the car that we were just commenting on and saying it had just done its fastest lap. So,
Nico Pino.
Yeah.
Who's dropped a place to Maurice Schuring. He's got going, didn't look like he'd suffered any damage in all of that, but whether that was a spin or he was given a shove, a replay might help us. Number 4 Porsche going through shot. Nick Tandy at the wheel, 16th. Bit of a thankless task when you're that far down, but you've still got to deliver.
Yeah, it's the worst thing. It's the worst thing that can happen. You know, you sat there lap down or more, but you have got to deliver because, well, it's a job, isn't it?
Yeah. And that car lost time by going into the garage for repairs after Jaminet tangled with Sarah Bovey earlier on in the race in the Iron Dames Lamborghini that you've just seen rejoining, and the Lambo is back in the hands of the Swiss driver Rahal Frey now. So we've done 147 laps, and it is a Toyota leading Porsche leading Toyota. Antonio Fuoco lapping quicker than those ahead, but he's got probably about half a lap, if not more, to make up, and the margin that he's gaining by is not that big. Still getting improved sectors, mainly in LMGT3, aren't we, now that you've put, if you like, the more experienced drivers into the cars?
Yeah, and it's a good time of day for speed. You know, the track's dry, temperatures are cool, engines love it. So it's not a bad time to be in. It won't be the quickest time. The quickest time is usually as it starts lighting up. So you've actually got a light track, sort of, you know, 6:30, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. That's when we all sort of drivers start volunteering for stints. Then when it's all nice and clean and fast. So happy hour is yet to come. So I think that's when we'll see quick lap times.
88, the Ford Mustang that is driven by Giorgio Roda, Mikkel Pedersen, Dennis Olsen. 5-second stop-and-go penalty for a technical infringement. And that's the second time that car has had that. You see the replay of the rotating McLaren, which seemed to do it all on its own. Yeah,
he just seemed like he just went slightly offline. He was just a little bit wide and maybe on the dirt or still a slight damp patch, but not the end of the world. He's got going, quick spin, and he's away again. So
yeah, importantly, he didn't get collected by any other cars, because that would have been a dramatic potential end to the race.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to affect him too badly, actually.
Second spin of the race for that car, as what's going on in LMP2. Nico Veroni has taken over from Ben Barnicoat and has now got into the lead of the class, ahead of the Nielsen racing car of David Heinemeier Hansen, and then Patrick Pilet from Vector Sport that has been up at the pointy end of that class all the way. But the AF Corsa car is up front in LMP2, number 24 there, rattling over the curb. That is David Heinemeier Hansen in second spot within the class, and the margin is just under 45 seconds.
That's a strong car. It's a strong driver lineup in the 183, the AF Corsa car with Barney. Obviously, we know Barney very well as an ex-teammate of mine, so that's Ben Barnicoat. And I don't know Nicolas Verone very well, but I do hear he's a very, very quick young driver coming through, and that's a Francois Peroda car, so he's got a lot of experience. So that's looking in a very strong position, actually.
Part of a GTE AM winning team of last year, Nico Veroni, who did a little bit of single-seater racing in the UK in the BRDC F3 Championship, now GB3. Didn't do a whole season, but was a race winner from memory, and has done a lot of sports car racing both in the States and in Europe. There is number 10, third in LMP2, with the redoubtable Patrick Pilet at the wheel, another massively experienced driver.
Yeah, swap plenty paint over the years with Patrick, him in Porsches, and when I was in Ferraris back in the day doing Le Mans series when Peter, you were there as well. So yeah, I know Patrick.
Thing is, I was probably driving a Spiker, so I wasn't swapping any paint with you.
Watching these dots in the distance, were you? Well, there is the Vector Sport Oreca. Stefan Rakelmi, Brian Cullen, the other two drivers of that. And that's just been a really good, consistent car in this race. It has had one drive-through for a slow zone offence from memory, but other than that, just metronomically goes round and round and round.
More fastest laps coming in. 3 of the GT cars this lap have all posted fastest laps, so time's coming down, track getting quicker. Klaus Bachler back into the lead of the GT3 class. But he must be due a stop fairly soon.
I would have thought so, as also into the pit lane comes 311 then, the Jack Aitken Cadillac. The one driver we've not seen very much of in 311 in the race is Felipe Drugovich. Every time we talk about that car, it's mainly Aitken or Durrani, but I can't think we've seen a great deal of Felipe Drugovich.
Yeah, you're right.
Now, is that a master plan to use him more towards the end of the race, or maybe he doesn't like?
No, I think he cycled through.
Okay.
I think he has. I have seen him in the car, but yeah.
Right. I was just wondering whether, because it's his first Le Mans, they were going to use the others to do the night shift and put him in and use him more in the daylight, the other side of darkness.
That is a thing that is considered. You know, when they are doing race plans, you do consider stuff like that, and it's again just trying to minimise risk. So you know, I'm sure he's an excellent driver, but if he's not done it before, why take the risk when two teammates have done it plenty? So you know, we've seen Jack seems to be in for an eternity, doing a great job, but yeah, maybe he's just minimising risk a little bit, and he'll also be fresh for the next day.
He's done a triple stint.
Okay. So he's
but apart from that,
had his shoulder to the wheel.
Apart from the triple stint, he's not done much.
Done nothing. Let us, as we ride on board with Charlie Eastwood, just listen to what's going on in race control for a moment. The Race Director radio channel.
Car 78, manager car 78, we're getting reports that your rear lights are not working, your rear brake lights are not working. Please make sure you fix that problem immediately.
Right, so 78, second in LMGT3, is being brought into the pits. Not sorted at your next stop, sort it now. That's going to be a bad blow, isn't it, to the Lexus?
Yeah, it is. It's going really well. It's been strong, but if you've got to come in to repair anything, then that's really going to affect that. You know, all battles, but especially LMGT3, it's close out there. You know, if you're going to come in and you'll have to go into the garage to do that, that could really affect this race for them.
Good indeed. 27, Alex Riberas was at the wheel of that most recently and was doing good things in the heart of racing, Aston. And will stay behind the wheel by the look of it as the fuel is done. And on the same set of Goodyears, which is the tyre provider for LMGT3 and LMP2, Riberas makes his way up the pit lane. So 7th in class when it came in, that car. Ian James and Daniel Mancinelli, the other two drivers. We've not, I don't think, again, seen all that much of Mancinelli in 27, but he has raced here before. That team second in the Qatar round of the FIA World Endurance Championship. And of course, we talk about Le Mans as a one-off, it very much is, but it does form round 4 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, and there are double points on offer. And the incident between Southsea and Taylor is now being investigated.
Yeah, is that Ian James? Is he the bronze driver in that car?
He is, yes.
Yeah, okay. Another teammate I drove for, but very accomplished driver back in the day. But yeah, drove for him quite a while ago.
British driver, British born, lives in America, but
I raced against him in the 1994 Formula Vauxhall Junior Championship.
I was about to say he's another graduate of Formula Vauxhall Junior, yes. You beat him, not just raced against him.
I think, yeah, he was second in the championship, right? Yeah.
So he's made a good career for himself in America and now running this team and coming back to race in Europe. So that incident that we saw between Jordan Taylor, Gregoire Saucy, race control now having a look at it. As you see there, the Scott Dixon Cadillac getting up through the traffic, coming down through the first chicane.
Still slippy through there. You can see all the cars sliding a bit wide. And again, if you get offline, you can see how wet it is.
Yeah, because the temperatures have never really gone up at all. It's still been a pretty chilly day, even though we've had bits of sunshine. And let's just also listen to James Collado, 7th in the Ferrari.
Who's behind
Mayfield.
It's Hanson on the 38. Hanson, Philippe Hanson.
So James Collado wanting to know who is behind him, and the answer is, as you hear, Philip Hansen, who on his last lap was only about 94 thousandths of a second quicker. So there's not much in it in terms of lap time between those two. 1.6 seconds is the margin, and you can see this elasticated gap stretching and then shrinking around the circuit. But Philip Hansen, and indeed that hurts Team Joe to entry, doing a good job, because it was not really anywhere special at the start of the race, down in 10th, and then it fell a little bit further down the order. But now it's up with the leading group pretty much.
Yeah, again, they're one of those cars that have just been in the background and just holding on to the lead pack, so they could be in the mix at the end.
From what I see, we should triple these tires with you stay at the wheel. From what I see, we should triple this tire and you stay at the wheel.
So triple stint for the tyres. They're standing up well, and James Collado being told to stay in the car because he knows what it and the track and the tyres feel like.
Yeah, fair comment, really. I mean, you know, I think the more you can stay on tyres, the more time you save, because you're not on cold ones.
Yeah.
So makes sense.
So he's currently running a soft tyre. As I said before, the only car up front that's running a medium tyre is the Porsche of Andre Lotterer.
Which makes one wonder whether that's the right call, doesn't it, against everybody else?
Well, I think that the fact that they're questioning you should do a third stint, and it's not like you will be doing a third stint. I think Andre Lotterer is going to be doing the third stint no matter what. So it's, you know, depending on conditions, heat of the tyre, wear in the tyre, whether you can get a third stint out of the soft or whether you need a medium to do a third stint.
Can't quite get my head around the sort of situation where the Peugeots are. The Peugeots are quite far back and not really being in contention, but every time I look up in dry conditions, the lap times are pretty good. You know, they're doing a 31 there compared to 30-31 seems to be about the pace. So
yeah,
a little bit of a head scratch why they've never really shown that they're going to be in the mix this race.
They have had a spate of drive-throughs, and I think one of them we saw have a spin, didn't we? Was it Mikkel Jensen that had a spin into the barriers a little bit earlier on? But yeah, they've just never been as quick, and not being as quick over X number of stints will add up.
Yep, must be.
And you're right about the lap times, but they come and go. You know, they have a spurt of good laps, and then they fade again, whether it's to do with new tyres or, you know, the fuel load coming down. But yeah, they kind of spike and then drop again.
Yeah. Well, I guess, you know, all endurance racing does tyre degradation plays a massive part. So potentially, I don't say this is, I'm not sure this is the case, but you know, if they are wearing tyres more than others and it makes the car a little bit tricky to drive, then that might be a factor in it.
Let's go back to James Collado's radio for a moment.
We have the pace with all the bad traffic, so at some point we need to triple, mate. But I did your go.
Let's do it.
James Collado up for the challenge of triple stinting the tyres.
His engineer was almost apologetic there. Like, oh, I'm sorry I've got to make you triple stint.
Now, we heard that radio message from race control about 78 and the light saying fix it immediately. The car's not been in. It's still out there. It's leading the class, so maybe they're hoping they can combine the pit stops, but race control did say immediately.
Yep, and what race control say goes. So we'll have to keep our eye on it, unless they've come back on somehow, unless there's a, I don't know if they've flicked another switch or they've come back on by themselves. We haven't really seen the back of that car.
No.
Going back to the Collado thing, I think that chat is all about him doing 4 stints. That's what it is. He's already done a stint on wets. So basically he's not even halfway through his drive time, is what we're saying. So he's like, sorry mate, we need you to do 2 more after this, because he has to stay on board for this set of tyres.
Okay. Well, 51 that dropped off the lead lap for a time, very definitely back on that lead lap, 7th place. Now, he's 3 minutes and 13 off the lead, and a lap time at the moment is around 3.5 minutes. In other words, he's not far off being lapped again. He needs to keep the pace here.
Yeah, we see his lap times are pretty competitive. He's in the 30s, probably not this lap because he's been held up, but you know, James is a guy we know can win the race because he did it last year.
So it goes through, heads up towards the Dunlop S's, rattles the curb left, big rattle on the right, back on the power, over the brow, into the next S, a very, very fast section of the circuit. This is slightly banked corner here, tips you one side, this is a little bit banked, tips you the other, back on the power, heading towards Terre Rouge, is up towards the pit lane now has come number 3, Scott Dixon. And by the look of it, he is going to stay on board as well, and I think they're going to keep that set of tyres on the car. That was the one that Renger van der Zande rattled up against the Armco between turns 4 and 5 earlier on in the race, but it got away very, very lightly from what was a fair old impact. Just had another Peugeot spiky lap coming from Paul de Resta in 94. Nick Tandy has just done number 4 Porsche's best lap of the race as well. Right, away goes number 3. Makes its way down the pit lane. Other teams preparing themselves for their cars to come in. And Scott Dixon now thunders out of the pit lane. Renger van der Zande was suited and booted, ready to go, but not called upon. Scott Dixon stayed in the car, so a change of plan, possibly because he has a feel for the car and the tyres.
Yeah, it makes sense to have a driver ready just in case. So that obviously, we haven't heard what they were saying on the radio, but yeah, that can be a thing sometimes. That maybe they actually went to check the tyres, and if they were going to change tyres, they would change drivers. But actually, they then looked and got actually the tyres look fine, and therefore driver stays on board.
Yeah, Scott Dixon only done 1 stint so far.
Okay, interesting. But he's an experienced driver, and you can see the study of concentration. First came here in 2016. He raced as part of the Ford GT team. He's won the Daytona 24 Hours, so nighttime racing is not going to faze him. He's won the Indy 500, he's won the IndyCar title 6 times, and there, Renger van der Zande trying to get to the bottom of the plan. Why wasn't I allowed in? Why didn't you want me to get in? That's not the expression of somebody that's really happy with life.
No, I thought that, but, you know, you'll get over it, I'm sure.
Well, I guess he's just, well, now I've got to wait around here. I thought, you know, you get called upon, and, well, I've got to get back in my seat now, put my headset on and just chill out and just wait.
Now, there's 78 in for what looks like a routine stop, new tyres, fuel going on, but there's no work yet being done about the lights. So you might be right, Rob, that they've come back on because they're not remotely concerned about looking at the back of the car, are they?
The rear lights are definitely on.
Yeah.
And actually...
But wasn't it the brake lights?
It was the brake lights, you're right.
Well, they said rear brake lights. So, I mean, I know the brake lights are at the rear, but it's...
But did they not say that race control said they'd had reports that the brake lights weren't on? So is that a marshal who reports that in, or is that another driver who's reported in?
It could be either of the above, or it could be a scrutineer standing on the pit wall watching the cars and has noticed it.
Oh, well, let's see how that pans out.
If it's a brake light, it's more likely to be a marshal because they would see it slow for a corner. Scrutineer on the pit wall would see it just go past. So if it is the brake light specifically, not a tail light, then it's more likely to come from a marshal's post, I would have thought. So blasts back into the race. That puts Gregoire Saucy into the lead of the class for the moment in the United Autosports McLaren, but with that Damocletian investigation for the contact with Jordan Taylor. Leader is in, second is in. So Buemi and Lotterer still on the same number of laps to a pit stop and in together. We say goodbye for the moment to Peter Dumbrek, who is away to explore the joy of sleep and we'll hear from Peter in a few hours' time. So Andre Lotterer staying in number 6 Porsche. And the gap 21 seconds when they came in, but the Toyota is on the move. So away goes Buemi, and Andre Lotterer, taking on a lot of fuel, will be away now. The car winds its way away from the pit box. Also in now is number 7. So Toyota bringing the cars in on the same lap, but because of the gap, they're not really double stacking. There's enough gap between them to cycle one through before the second one arrives, which is ideal, really, because you don't want to be tripping over mechanics from the other car.
Yeah, absolutely. Seem to be on top of things at the minute. Yeah. Toyota just pounding away, not making too many errors, and doing a good job.
This is where the experience of having taken part in the race for many, many years and having had so many successes in recent years comes into play, because, you know, there was an expression that the team used that every year they found a new way of losing the race. But because of that, they know all the different pitfalls. They know how to overcome these things. I'm not saying Penske doesn't for Porsche, or that AF Corsa doesn't with Ferrari, but, you know, Toyota have had so many ways of having to face disappointment.
You do learn a lot by your mistakes, your errors, and losing races, and it's something that, as long as you then don't make the same mistake twice, sure. That's the killer. If you keep making the same error again and again and again, then obviously that's not the mark of a top team. But I think they did have a lot of errors and make mistakes, but clearly have been a massively strong and it seems like a gelled team.
Now this is in replay from the hypercar class, going off the road.
One of the Porsches.
It is a Porsche. You're right, number 4.
4.
That would be Tandy, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh dear, Nick. Rattles it across the gravel, aims it for the access road. But that's very, very quick thinking, isn't it? That's the mark of a pro driver. Not panicking because I'm going off the road. Look, where can I get out of this? Where can I aim the car for? There it is. Momentum through the gravel, onto the hard standing, and away.
Yeah, exactly. Nick been there, done it several times before.
Yeah. Got the T-shirt.
Won the T-shirt, I think, as well. So, yeah, well, obviously we know that at the end of every gravel trap, obviously there's a tyre wall, but there's in most cases, if not every case, there is an access road there as well. 51 in then, James Collado.
So we're being told about him staying on board to triple stint the tyres. And the team having a look to make sure that there's nothing that's been scooped up and has got caught in the bodywork that could present a problem. There was one year, wasn't there, when it was wet, that the Peugeots, going back a good few years, ended up picking up quite a lot of rubber that was junked, but because it was wet, it had the effect of being all squidgy, and I think it was described as like being a kind of pate that ended up in the radiators, and it caused overheating and problems and longer stops. So anything that might have been picked up, try to get cleared out of the car while you've got the time and the refueling's going on.
Yeah, why not have a look? Why not? And if there's anything in there, get rid of it, because ultimately things that are stuck down near brakes, etc., can, catch on fire or burn. So get rid of it.
Rio Miata into the pit lane as well for Core Racing, and he blasts up the pit road now to rejoin. So 99 also back onto the pit apron. Julian Andlauer at the wheel of that car once more. I mean, that Porsche has been doing decent lap times ever since it had to sort out that door problem at the start of the race. And I know that Martin touched on it earlier on. It's the same door problem that they had at Spa, but it didn't seem to be a problem in free practice 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or qualifying or the warm-up, only when you get to the race.
Or for any of the any of the other Porsches.
No.
Strange on that.
It is. Anyway, since they did whatever they had to do to the door and the latch, it has not been a problem. But they've lost so many laps that they're out of contention. They're gaining places when others hit problems. New boots go for 12. That's the Hertz Team Jota car, Will Stevens. Another of the list of ex-Formula 1 racers in the event this year, behind the wheel.
Slightly held up on that front left, didn't seem to want to come off. but still a good pit stop from Jota there, and still an amazing story. You know, the fact that they had that damage to the car, rebuilt it, and I think it might be that tiredness will creep in with that team. You know, you can't can't be understated that those guys and girls down at Jota put that many late nights in hours. At some point, fatigue is going to catch up.
It could well be. Yes, I wouldn't disagree with that. You're on board with Romain Grosjean, not a Le Mans rookie. Last raced in this event in 2010 when he was part of a Matek Ford team. And there's number 50 that has now come in. Driver change as Antonio Fuoco hops out. And as they cycle through the drivers in number 50 Ferrari, it is going to be Miguel Molina, I think, that gets in. We've not seen a great deal of Miguel Molina thus far, I don't think, in the race.
No, well, Fuoco got out there and looked like he had a long stint. He had a bit of a, almost like bad back limp.
Yeah.
So, yeah, get your teammate in now. He can do some work while he goes and has a chill out.
So just seen Fuoco get out. Let's just listen to the radio. No, we'll come back to the radio, in fact, just while we finish off the pit stop. There is the Ferrari dropping down. It blasts away. And we think Miguel Molina has taken that car over. It was running in 4th place. Never quite made the inroads against the Toyota, but is still in contention. Miguel Molina it is, getting himself sorted and comfy. There was an era, wasn't there, where the pit exit was much, much further up the road towards the chicane. But now you're sort of joining just on the exit of the first corner. So the drivers that are exiting the pit lane have to be pretty careful. Kjell Hansen brought 38 into the pit lane. And when the fueling is done, now the team can go to work and change the tyres. So the new boots go on. And that Porsche will be back into the race as soon as possible. At 83's garage, the Robert Schwarzman car has just left the pits, so mechanics can stand down for the moment and have a quick break. Oh, a big drama there, because off the road you've got 2 of them. One is the 77 Mustang, and that looks like an LMP2 car, am I right in saying? Is it the Porsche Curves, Rob, is it not?
Yeah, number 24, that is.
So that's LMP2. The Nielsen Racing Shearer, Hannah Hansen Simpson car that was second in class.
Second place, yeah. Second place, and the Mustang was pretty far down the road, pretty out of contention, that Mustang.
22nd, because that lost heaps of time early on, replacing the steering rack, and it was within the Dunlop S's, not the Porsche Curves, forgive me, and that was Heinemeier Hansen being a hero on the inside. Here's the replay from on board the Mustang, and all of a sudden, there'll be a bang. There it is.
Yeah, clumsy.
I don't quite know what the Mustang was expected to do there.
Really clumsy. Again, you know, I say it all the time, you know, in this scenario, when you've got 13 hours, 15 minutes still to go, why take the risk? You know, he just had to sit there and he would have attacked, got a nice run through there and passed him into Tête Rouge. So he would have lost potentially half a second, 7/10 at most. But what he's actually done is stuffed it up the inside, hoping that the Ford would see him and get out of the way. But, you know, GT cars don't have to get out of the way. We stick, as a GT3 driver, we've got to stick to our line.
David Heinemeier Hansen, 10 times he has raced in the 24 hours, so...
Should know better.
Well, yes, you beat me to it. It's not a rookie mistake. It looks like a rookie mistake, but he's not a rookie, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, look, if it's the last hour and you're chasing down the leader, I get it.
Yeah.
But at this stage, that's, yeah, clumsy. You know, it's not malicious, but definitely clumsy.
And he's not for driving out of there, is he?
No, the 2 of them are going to sit there now for the next 3 or 4 minutes.
I mean, the Mustang's just had a horrible time of it, and he's way, way out of contention anyway, and that won't help the mood at Proton.
No, that is making a bad day worse.
But that has just cost the Nielsen Racing car any chance of winning LMP2, because it is so evenly matched with everybody having the same car, engine, tyre, that even if they lose only 1 lap, that's still game over.
and there could be damage on the car as well.
Yeah.
It looked quite square on, actually, so there probably won't be. But again, it's just that risk versus reward.
Question for you, and I'm not trying to throw you under a bus when I ask this, but there's one recovery vehicle, there are 2 cars, and they've gone to what you might call the innocent party first. Now, is that on instruction from race control, or is that just a coincidence?
I would say they've got to that one first. So I'd say
just
that's
it's
just
nearer.
coincidence. It's nearer. Let's get the one out which is nearer.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I can't think that would be the reasoning.
But yes, there's not a lot of interest in the Nielsen racing car in contrast, is there?
No.
Everybody's around the Mustang, and the aggressor out of all of that, he's kind of, you know, taking extra punishment. We'll get to you in a minute.
Make him wait a little bit longer.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why they're going that way.
To put it on an access road rather than on the live circuit when it's stationary, I would suggest.
Yeah, fair enough. Good point.
And actually, it's another credit to the marshalling team because they know exactly what they should be doing. They've been well briefed from race control. This is what you do. There is Nick Tandy into the pit lane for the car to be cleaned. And again, everybody having a look at the tyres. Of course, the way the bodywork is for these cars, although they're closed wheels, they're closed wheel racing cars, there are those apertures so you can have a look at the tyres. And that's exactly what the Michelin technicians are doing, peering in to make sure that there's nothing nasty before they blast back out on a used set of tyres.
Yeah, and they'll also be looking in later, not the tyre guys, but the team themselves will be looking in just to see the brake wear. So have a look at the brake pads. If there's a lot of meat, so a lot of material left on the brake pads, then they know that's good news. But if the pads are worn, then they'll probably think about stopping to change that sooner rather than later.
You just saw the classification in hypercar, which still says that in 20th in hypercar is the number 20 BMW, but that is still sitting in the pit lane and has been in the pit lane for the best part of 100 laps now. So I think that car's pretty much out of it. The only benefit to put it back on track would be to do some testing.
Yeah, absolutely. Or, you know, get a few photographs going over the line at the end, you know, because, you know, we are here for PR, social media reasons as well. But I think that's pretty much done and dusted.
I mean, even if it does go back out, you then have to factor in doing enough laps to be classified as a finisher, and it's unlikely to have done that many, I would have thought. In LMP2 then now, we have 183 Nico Veroni in the lead, having taken over from Barney Bencote, and then second is Ollie Jarvis now, 22 for United Autosports, and then number 10, the Vector Sport car, Vector Sport, the team owned by Patrick Cullen, Ryan's father. It's Ryan Cullen at the wheel of it at the moment. Then Ritomo Miata for Cool Racing, and fifth in the class, Clement Novalak, who led early on, but then had a wheel part company with the car. And had a slow in lap, and he's trying to recover the lost ground.
Yeah, again, some old hands in there. People like Ollie Jarvis, well versed at this race. Good team behind him, and yeah, some competitive cars in that field.
PJ Hyatt involved in a battle for sixth in the class with Joop van Uitert, who, if you've got a very long memory, you might remember his uncle coming to the UK and racing in Formula Ford 1600 in the early 1980s, Gerald van Uitert. But his nephew is hustling on in pursuit of PJ Hyatt. And in fairness, you'd expect van Uitert to get past a quick Am here, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think so. But he's just got
PJ Hyatt across the curb.
I think that move will be done quite quickly.
Yeah, well, it needs to be, because they're approaching a slow zone, of course, where that incident between the Mustang and the other Oreca has happened. So Van Uitert needs to try to get by on the inside line. Headlights become much wider, and I reckon he's done it on the inside, goes through and instantly starts to pull clear.
Yeah, quite sensible there, actually. Don't put up a fight, let the car by. If he's catching you, if any car catches you by a lot of time, you know, you can judge how quickly a car's catching you. If someone's catching you really, really quickly, just wave them by. Just have the body language and the, you know, almost wave them through, even indicate, you know, just come on. So you pair of you don't lose any time then.
So the slow zone is up here at Marshall's Post 3, and there is 24 then, which gets away now. Another replay of it. There's a gap, but it was just too late into the corner. The Mustang was offline, possibly, but he was
Just wait. Just wait. Just wait another 5 seconds round the corner until you get to Tete Rouge.
But the speed with which Heinemeier Hansen arrived suggested that if he hadn't hit the Mustang, he was going off anyway.
Yeah, maybe.
He did look very, very quick.
Yeah.
So they're both out on the gravel. And there is a very frustrated Zach Robichon, whose race is unravelling around him.
But even if he was offline, or even if he'd stayed offline on purpose, it was such a small gap.
Yeah.
Just wait. Just you know, you've got to be patient. One of the big things in this race is you've got to be disciplined.
So 24, David Heinemeier Hansen is on the move again, but he has now lost 2 laps to the class leaders. So, as you were saying, could have lost a few tenths on that lap. Instead, he's lost 2 laps and has lost a chance of winning the race in the class.
Yeah, big shame, big shame.
Because he ain't going to come back from a 2-lap deficit, that is for sure.
Nope.
So that slow zone will end in just over half a minute's time. The road will be green all the way around yet again. And the list of retirements is extending all the time now, as those 2 cars at least have been able to carry on in the race. Now, up front, the lead gap is a little bit reduced compared to what it was in the previous stint. Andre Lotterer, even though his last lap was a slow one, is only 11.3 seconds back from Sebastian Buemi in that lead car. 11 is back in. The last time we saw that, I think it was Jean-Carl Vernet going off the road at the chicane with a bit of help, but Antonio Saravale behind the wheel now. And there, yet again in the pit lane, is the Mustang. Gravel flies everywhere after that trip off the road up near Tete Rouge.
It's having an eventful race, isn't it, for sure? But that lead battle, as you say, those 2 cars, that lead Toyota and lead Porsche, do seem to have a march on the rest of the field at the moment.
Back to the garage goes 77. And I know they've come a long way, and I know they want to get to the end, but, you know, they're going to be so far off being classified as finishers, you start to question whether it's going to be worth carrying on with all the effort put in. There might be more damage to try to repair. At what point do we say we're fighting a losing battle here?
Well, sometime soon, I would think. Yeah.
The mechanics think, oh, not again.
But having said that, you know, these teams have got such pride in their car and such pride in their work. The mechanics, yes, they don't want to be fighting a losing cause, but they've put a huge amount of effort in to get the cars here. They've been here for best part of 2 weeks. Actually, for them to get the car over the line after 24 hours, even if it is out of the race with such a deficit, is still a reward for the guys who've put such effort in.
True enough, and of course this is a new car for LM GT3 or SRO style GT3 racing this year, so anything they can learn from this race, and they've got 3 cars also to bring more data back. It's all useful in the long term, I guess, even if short-term result rubbish, but long-term development, mileage, learn things.
Yeah, because they'll want to come back next year stronger.
Yeah,
and they've got to learn how they can be stronger, and actually that car's shown that it has got the pace. It's just been a bit unlucky in certain instances, and it hasn't quite worked out this time.
Front off, gravel tipped out, and then we'll have a look inside, because remember what happened to the 23 Orica from early on. Gravel got into an alternator belt and pulley and did damage, so they don't want yet more problems for this car. They lost so much time, like 64 laps early on changing the steering rack. They don't want another major drama. You know, what they've just been through is bad enough, but let's not make it worse.
Don't cause another problem. Yeah, absolutely. Be thorough. You know, they're not up against time because, you know, they're not in the race, so you may as well, get the stones out. You're absolutely right, because the last thing you want to do is a stone to end up somewhere it shouldn't and cause even bigger damage.
Just while we're looking at LM GT3, Maurice Schuring has taken back the lead, but has also just pitted. So at the moment, it's sort of him and Gregoire Saucy alternating the class lead, depending on who pits when. There's the Porsche in the pit road.
Yeah, and that 78 car still in the mix, still hasn't changed its lights, so I'm assuming that there was never a problem in the first place.
And no doubt on the Discord channel that allows the teams to talk to race control, they will have responded and said, no, it's all fine. Yeah. And you know, that's clearly been sorted, because there's been no more, strident conversation, should we say, from race control. So 91, the Manthey EMA, the Australian team, puts new boots on, new Goodyears. And Maurice Schuring staying behind the wheel of that car. Accelerates away, wheel spin, cold tyres, don't forget, stone cold tyres in this case. And James Collado, 7th, and let's just listen in for a moment.
Might have some rain in 10 minutes, might have some rain in around 10 minutes.
Here we go again.
Might have some rain in 10 minutes, the radio call. I blame you. Every time you're here, it rains, Rob. It's all down to you.
Well, you said bring the entertainment, Rob. So,
I did. Fair point.
Do what I can.
Well, rain in the night is going to be very interesting indeed if it develops, because it hasn't always been consistent, these suggestions from the engineers. Let's listen to Sebastian Buemi next.
Okay, we see some rain incoming, very light rain, maybe in 10 minutes from turn 15 Porsche curves this direction.
Okay, they're consistent in that. 10 minutes, that's what both teams have said, and light rain.
Yeah, I think if both teams, both absolute top professional teams are saying it, then I think that's going to happen. So,
but light rain is frustrating, isn't it? Because that doesn't necessarily make you any more decisive as to whether to stay slicks or wets.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing that we do know is that most teams have been on the soft tyre at night, so that is going to be better than being on a harder compound.
Yeah.
But, yeah, let's see what comes.
And Gregoire Saucy has just been given a get-out-of-jail-free card. No further action in that tangle with Jordan Taylor.
Wow.
One or two people might be surprised about that.
Well, I'm a bit surprised, but what I would say is we didn't see the replay of the cause of the incident. We just saw from the one angle the end of the incident. So actually when Gregoire had hit the curb and then sort of bounced into the Ferrari, but we didn't see why he ended up in that position. So they've obviously looked at it thoroughly, because it's taken quite a long time. So there's obviously more to that story than we could see.
Indeed so. So race control have had a look, decided that there wasn't really a case to answer. James Collado doing what James Collado does, pressing on, flat chat here in number 51 Ferrari. His target is the similar car, Robert Schwarzman, 19 seconds up the road, and he is lapping a little bit quicker on this second stint on this set of tyres.
Yeah, he's going well. I've watched him for a long time. Very, very talented young British driver. In fact, I wouldn't say young anymore. I'd say in his career, he's in an excellent place where he's got the experience, he's done it, he's got the confidence and security that he's won with a fantastic brand, and he's probably at the peak now of his career.
Yes, I go along with that. It was a single-seater star, wasn't he? Formula Renault, Formula 3, GP2, before coming into the World Endurance Championship, winning GTE Pro, winning in Asian Le Mans, winning in Le Mans outright, of course, last year in hypercar. Down to the chicane, skims the curb, left, right, left here. James Collado then down the second part, if you like, of the Mulsanne. The chicane's done, heading towards the Mulsanne corner. And in LMP2, there are still squabbles to resolve. Nico Veroni leads there, but how far back is Oliver Jarvis from him in second place? So about 94 seconds, that's quite a big gap. But for third and fourth, Ryan Cullen and here Ritoma Mayata are just tenths of a second apart, nose to tail here. Good battle this for the two Oricas, Vector Sport versus Core Racing. Let's listen to the race director radio.
We are getting reports of light rain at different locations. We have rain on track in different locations. Rain lights on, low mode. Rain lights on, low mode.
So you heard all that from the race control, the race director's office, saying reports of rain around the circuit and rain lights now going on. But if it is light rain, it's going to be that really fine drizzle that doesn't really soak the circuit, just makes it a kind of almost like psychological rain.
Yeah, well, it absolutely is, and you sometimes see it on your windscreen. And at speed, don't forget, you're sort of collecting more rain because you're doing such high speeds, whereas there's not a lot there. So it's that question of don't let it spook you, because if you do slow down and it's sort of, you're worried about it, you lose tyre temp and it's a downward spiral from there. So actually, until you actually see rain bouncing off the track, you've just got to keep the confidence up, keep it pinned, and you should be fine.
I know the LMP2 cars are not in the first flush of youth, but they still do give really good racing, and that fight for third rather proving the point. We'll come back to that in a moment, because we can just eavesdrop quickly on Sebastian Buemi.
In the radar, we see bigger rain coming. We think it might be for wet tires. Keep us informed. I'll let you know when it comes. I'll let you know from rain spotters as well. So far, sector times look dry.
So heavier rain expected, light rain expected in about 8 minutes. That's what race control's now saying to the teams on the message line on the timing screens. But then you have heavier rain possibly. But we've been told about heavy rain all for the last couple of days, and it's never really amounted to very much.
Let's just see what comes. But again, all the strategy guys within the teams, engineers, are going to be having the chat about what we're doing. And it's not about what tyres even, it could be what tyre pressures, you know, because if it's heavy rain in wets, you need a higher pressure usually. But if it's only light rain, or it's, you know, you're going to be going into dry weather, you want a lower pressure. So there's a lot to think about getting that side of things to give you the best chance of getting the good lap times and being safe out there.
So LMP2 battle up towards the timing line. Cullen versus Miata still. Sebastian Buemi leads Le Mans by nearly 20 seconds. The gap has extended again over Andre Lotre. We've just been hearing from the Toyota team that there is heavier rain expected. Light rain has just started to fall, but the other element of the radio message from the pit wall to Sebastian Buemi used the phrase rain spotters are saying ... So it's not just a case of looking at your weather app. They've got people in the vicinity, you know, 5 miles away that direction, 5 miles away that direction, who are able to say, no, it's dry, or it's windy, or the rain, started. It's covering every base, isn't it, here?
We saw that being used actually a couple of years ago at Spa, if you remember, by WRT, where we saw at the end of the race the track was dry, or 100% dry.
That's right.
And they were putting wets on the car, and everyone couldn't believe what was happening. But they'd had spotters far away, and sure enough, a minute or two later, the absolute monsoon weather came in.
It was.
And we saw the guys at WRT put the wets on, and then they panned back. A couple of them were doing a little rain dance at the back of the garage, and sure enough, it came.
And there was a very confused Iron Lynx Ferrari team, but then the race came back to them. But they were thinking, what are they doing? And then within about 10 seconds, they were as wet as a mermaid's flannel, and they realised why they got onto wets, because WRT knew exactly what was coming. Martin Haven joins us just in time for the rain.
Your own personal spotter guide. It is not raining outside currently.
Thank you very much.
So I've come in dry as a bone.
Show off.
Yeah.
Temperature?
Not dropped very much. I was looking at the current track temperature. It's still 15.5 degrees. It was 16.5 degrees about 2 or 3 hours ago when I last compared it. So it hasn't dropped so much, and that's the cloud cover. That stops the heat escaping, because when we've had clear nights, that's been most nights this week, it has gone down to 6 or 5 degrees overnight. And boy, haven't we known all about it. So the track is retaining what tiny little temperature there was, but as Rob will be all too well aware, you start adding cold rain on top of that, it's not going to be warm rain either, because the air temperature is lower than the track temperature currently. That's not going to do anything at all for track temps.
Yeah, it could actually be the trickiest part of the race now. We know the rain's coming, and as you just said, you've got the dark, which is always a factor, and rain and cold difficult track. So, yeah, this could be the trickiest time and might give us a bit of excitement.
Just gone past the 11-hour mark here at Le Mans, and are we starting to see a little bit of water on the camera lens? We certainly are.
And a yellow flag we're seeing as well. Marshall's post 30, so that's Porsche Curves area, Rob, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and I thought that was Mulsanne Corner. The exit of Mulsanne Corner looked like it was just starting to rain as well, so it might be in more than one place.
Right, there's your yellow flag, Martin. So,
and there's your wet track as well.
Who's gone off? What's gone off? There's a yellow flag. It's coming up around this section of the circuit. So what do we see?
We see a lot of wet track. We see a lot of tyre tracks on a wet road, and there's somebody in the gravel. That's the final element of the Porsche Curves. That's an LMP2 car, but which one it is? Too many cars in the vicinity to see one that's stopped. 24.
24, I think. That's the...
That's only just come back out
onto
the track after being in the gravel.
Only just in strife, continues to be in strife.
So that would be David Heinemeier Hansen again, if it's that car.
It is 24. Well, 24 is shown on the map, seen stationary. That's definitely a 4. It is 24, look. And there's the red and gold on the roof.
So he was in the gravel because he pulled a move on a Mustang that was ambitious at best, I think we decided. Judge Bell thought that. And now he's put himself off. This time, I suspect, being caught out by the greasy conditions.
Yeah, which is fair. It's, you know, that's acceptable. That's fair enough. That's
understandable. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But he is, unfortunately for him, having a pretty torrid half an hour or so.
Yeah, he will be absolutely furious with himself. See, the driver's door is open, so I'm not sure if he's still on board or if he's yelling for help. Now then, where the tyres going on to the number 19 Lamborghini.
Just go back to Heinemeier Hansen for a second. We'll finish the point, because when he went off the first time, it was whilst second in class. So one rash... Oh, and a wheel off a car as well.
Is that Heinemeier Hansen? No. Is that